This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 881. The spire of Europa is high enough to pass through the clouds and overlook the European Community Administrative Center on the European continent. Thanks to technological development, this building is enough to break through the height limit of the floors in the old era, and drones and floating vehicles can be used to achieve logistics communication with the outside world. The spacious interior space allows every senior official living here to have a super comfortable office area. In cyberspace, this spire is also a super giant. The entire European barrier must have an interface connected to the local administrative agencies, and all local administrative agencies must comply with the obedience agreement and be controlled by this spire. If someone tries to access this system at the risk of their lives and pokes open the pragmatic appearance it deliberately shows to people, they will see a super center that covers the sky and the sun. If the rare historians of this era see the full picture of the cyber entity of the European barrier, they will definitely exclaim, "This is the ultimate schematic diagram of centralization, the ultimate embodiment of centralization, and the real physics limits it from showing its true appearance." But even if someone really accesses this spire, he still can't see the whole picture. He will see a super crown in cyberspace, blocking the cyber communication links of all those who try to spy online. Just like the black wall blocks the wandering AI from spying on the human world, this crown blocks the common people from spying on the sky. But bypassing the crown. No one will bypass the crown in cyberspace, and they can't do it. Graham sat in his own office, lying in the access pod customized for him. It was not a cyberspace access pod, but just a virtual reality access pod, which encoded information into a world that ordinary people could understand through programming language. Graham, the sports star from Night City, is indeed perfect. Biotech thinks that the technology he has is very advanced. They want us to create an accident to analyze this technology. Advisor, Matt Kane is already part of the plan. Any rash changes to his role will make the plan uncontrollable. Advisor, whether it is before, now, or later, as long as the European community always maintains its leading position, we will not lack research opportunities. It is just a matter of time. Advisor, money and power will flow from the weak and pour to the already strong, and so will victory and the future. Graham, haha, that's true, but I see that Medici seems to be very close to him. Advisor, this is Ms. Medici's personal need. According to the agreement between us, I have no right to interfere. Graham, what a perverted old woman. If it weren't for this group of perverts, we wouldn't be here now. Advisor, Mr. Graham, as your advisor, I have the right to remind you of the advantages you have each taken in this system. If it weren't for biotechnology and Italy helping you survive the famine, the Scottish Islands might have been abandoned now. Advisor, for the sake of unity and solidarity, everyone has made their own contributions. Please don't complain casually. Graham was silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. The consultant's advice is crucial to the European community. Those mysterious things can be understood but are difficult to quantify, but numbers don't lie. The European community is now the world's largest economy, and decades of stable development will not be fake. A person who is extremely rational, but also emotional enough to unite these different people. Graham, anyway, we have plenty of time. You are right. She can have fun if she wants to. Consultant, a member wants to send the whale to a high-rise space for exhibition. He is very interested in this whale, and hopes to send it to his residence, so that he can teach his children to sympathize with the working class. Although Graham just expressed disgust for Medici's taste, he nodded slightly when he heard this. Graham, children's education is indeed very important, which is much better than that kind of thing. However, Graham obviously did not realize, or did not care at all, that this educating future generations. Activities in the name of the action will consume huge amounts of manpower and material resources. The resources consumed can be used to pay for several rounds of workers. The countless threads connected to the crown shone brightly in cyberspace. Just as Graham was about to exit the virtual reality and return to reality, the consultant suddenly said, Consultant, Elliot Grove and 7 Strange chose the skyscraper where Harlemike lived and were the first to find his residence. Consultant, the probability of a problem has increased. Please pay attention. Graham, I understand. This is not Harlemike's residence. Boss, my name is John Davidson. I just moved here. Don't you know Harlemike? Severn sat in front of John and asked, trying to get some other answers from the fat man's body language. Elliot walked around in this small, windowless room, flipping here and there. Every time he took a move, every time he picked up a magazine, he would be stunned when he saw the tastes on it were almost the same as his own. It was like yesterday again, That day he used the helmet that was said to be able to connect to the old network to climb over the wall, and enthusiastically ignored the risks, and clicked on the mysterious internet website, and was finally invaded by the wandering AI, which is now the big brother, and step by step became what it is today. He became the leader, who was searching his house that day. Behind him, Fatty John was a little embarrassed. I don't know him. How can I know him? But I have to thank him. It is said that he lived here before. If he hadn't been promoted, I wouldn't have this treatment. Neighbors all say that this house has good feng shui. There is only one room in this building. A Harlem Ike has been promoted in recent years. That's all I know. Elliot saw a row of discs in the messy bookcase, Becoming the Burger King action remake, and picked it up. Looking at the date, it was a new disc shot after he left Folkestone. No wonder he had never seen it. While looking at the disc in his hand, he looked at the Mutuo helmet that Harlan Eck had placed on the bed. He picked up the helmet and Mutuo, and connected the personal link directly. Welcome to the European Barrier Law Enforcer Hardware Code Verification System. Hardware verification is in progress. Hardware code comparison failed due to modification. Please consult the local network monitoring and Interpol office for further information. Hardware code comparison failed. The device was illegally tampered with. Elliot's eyes widened as he looked at the fat man, looking at him sitting in front of Sevens and being questioned. He was filled with an inexplicable fear, as if his heart was grabbed by someone, although he didn't know what he was afraid of. Have you gained anything? Sevens was stunned for a moment, then walked forward and took the helmet. Fat John saw the Mutuo helmet in Elliot's hand, and his face turned pale. Even the way his face turned pale was almost exactly the same. Chapter 882. I bought this helmet before I entered Berlin. From a roadside on the way home from get off work. The black market dealer said this thing is very exciting, and can break the restrictions of the official European Community Mutuo helmet. This kind of thing is generally more expensive, and it can also bypass normal safety inspections. I like to use this thing to watch Mutuo. It also has a hidden smell and touch module. Although the origin is unknown, it is indeed very useful. Everything Fatty John said was exactly the same as what Fatty Elliot said. Elliot followed what John wanted to say in his heart, because he had said it before. The way to get the helmet, the joy after getting it back, enjoying the pleasure that the helmet brought that exceeded what normal products could give, and feeling that he was different from others were all his thoughts. Elliot became more and more silent, and this silence seemed to be difficult to mess with in John's eyes. Elliot, brother, this. Leal, what is this? I have said long ago that the helmet was deliberately given to you by the internet monitoring. They have been placing these seemingly illegal little things in the country. Otherwise, do you think that your three-legged cat network technology can escape the monitoring? Elliot, then I will now. Elliot suddenly had a question in his heart. The helmet was the opportunity for him to meet Leal, and Leal had long said that the helmet was a purposeful release by the internet monitoring and the European community, and everything was under their control. He had never thought so before, but now, he suddenly thought, since the deployment of the helmet is part of the network monitoring plan, then will the big brother also be part of the plan? Even these seemingly illegal tricks of his have really broken through the monitoring of the network monitoring? This question was swallowed back into his heart. Elliot, what should we do now? Harlan Ike disappeared. Leal, Harlan Ike did not disappear, but got promoted. He got promoted on the surface, but I think he may have disappeared secretly. Leal, this helmet uses Harlan Ike's identity code, and obtains the network license plate by hacking into the washing machine in the room that has not yet ended the renewal. Most of the time, it is just used like that. It seems that this is the helmet used for cheating. The means of network monitoring. Leal, network monitoring will give you advice soon. Severns and Elliot received the message from the network monitoring at the same time. Network monitoring agent, there are some problems with the helmet. There is an identity application system inside. We will come to collect it immediately. Network monitoring agent, there is a problem with the list I gave you before. Harlan Eck has left Berlin for some time. The one who is there now is John Davidson, who does work in the IEC factory. Network monitoring agent, do you think he is related to the intimidation case? Severns, what do you think? You are the ones who are in charge of network security. Do you think it is normal for such mistakes and errors to occur in Berlin? Network monitoring agent, we don't rely on feelings. Have you found any other evidence? It still feels familiar. Other evidence? No. Network monitoring will give up the investigation of Elliot and John because they cannot find any evidence of the roaming AI after repeated verification. Elliot was getting more and more nervous, and began to pace unconsciously. He realized that he was abnormal. He winked at Sevens and left the room. At the door, Alina, who had been waiting outside, saw Elliot coming out alone and asked in surprise, "Why did you come out alone? It looks like you just woke up after being hit by a club." Elliot went straight to the corridor railing, clasped his hands on the railing, and looked at the skylight. "Although I don't smoke or drink, now I understand why some people like to smoke when they are under a lot of pressure." "How do you understand it?" Elliot looked at the workers coming and going under the skylight, and was silent for a while before saying, "It's more convenient, and it can also relieve my current stupid look." After he finished speaking, he felt Alina nudged him from behind, and when he turned around, he realized that it was really a cigarette. Alina already had a cigarette in her mouth, and took out her lighter. "Here." Elliot was stunned for a moment, smiled and took the cigarette. Then, he was choked and coughed repeatedly. "Haha, this is smoked by an old hand, you have to smoke slowly, and don't smoke it through your lungs the first time." Ahem. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" While the two were talking, Johnny appeared at the guardrail, looking at the workers coming and going, and then looking at the two next to him. "Johnny, is he in love? He has a girlfriend?" "Johnny, when we first arrived at the European community, if you told me that this fat guy would fall in love with a beautiful girl from the Soviet Union, I would say, do you believe him or I, Saburo Arasaka?" "Leo, why do you care about that?" "Johnny, I feel uncomfortable when I think that this fat guy can find such a girlfriend." "Forget it, this situation is obviously not normal. What do you think is going on?" "Johnny, maybe the European community has realized the problem of this fat guy. Cyberpsychosis may not exist at all. Johnny, if you ask me, this place has such a good life, and the salary has increased. I have been a company dog, and they promised to give me vacation after the typhoon. It is really a bit ungrateful to still make trouble like this." "Johnny, but why do I feel that something is wrong?" "Leo, there are too many things wrong. For example, you, the pioneer of anti-corporate colonialism, the free Johnny Silverhand, have actually started to speak for the European community. Johnny, I know you have some issues with me, but I'm not the kind of idiot who is unhappy with everything." "Johnny, well, I do have some issues, but that has nothing to do with what we are talking about now." "Lil, how is it irrelevant?" "Johnny, you think there is a problem, but because you think life is good enough, you ignore it. This is the biggest problem." "Leo, the trolley problem has been abandoned in the minds of philosophers, but there are trolley problems every minute and every second in this world." "Leo, if a seemingly problematic thing is there, and if it is exposed, it may destroy your current beautiful life, will you do it?" "Johnny, of course." "Leo, it is easier said than done. It is easier to speak out on the internet than to pee. There is no shortage of internet warriors who support Night City's independence, but they will not really buy tickets to Night City." "Johnny, isn't this nonsense? Who would give up?" Johnny stopped halfway. "It is indeed nonsense, otherwise he would not have to write songs. No one would go to Arasaka Tower to make trouble if they called people, but Johnny Silverhand is going to hold a concert? There are so many people." "Johnny, but it is different from the trolley problem." "Leo, it looks different, but the part where everyone has a choice is the same. You can't expect one choice to be absolutely correct, and you can't confirm that it is absolutely correct before you make a choice. Leo, the enthusiasm of the workers' movement will soon be diverted and dissipated. If you don't get the answer before it dissipates, you will never get it. Leo, you asked me why I was so careful and had to encourage this fat guy Elliot to do things instead of doing it myself, because the answer must be found by them spontaneously. Johnny, TSK, Holy Mother, if you think this thing must be done, you should. Leo, you should hold their hands like the European community and force them to do it, right?" Johnny was speechless for a moment, waved his hand, and disappeared into the air. The development of prosthetics and network technology is not the fundamental technology that makes the cyberpunk world what it is. A hammer can build a house or smash a person's head. Talent is the key to the ultimate use of the tool, cybernetics, which is the foundation of the cyberpunk world. Using cyber technology to achieve pervasive control, people are transformed into tools to achieve a certain purpose. Prosthetics are just an external manifestation. Leo looked at Elliot and Alina, two men and women who met by chance, moving forward in the storm, step by step to today's companions, and developing feelings for each other. Love is a natural control mechanism for humans, which is far more real than righteousness. There is a reason why the European community has been stable for so many years, and the opponent is far more difficult than he imagined. But Leo is not the only helper in the European community, Elliot and Sevens. Bryce, that message. I did find some traces in the industrial area about Harlem Ek. Chapter 883. Matt. The kid back then has become a world-class sports star. This kid is really a great honor to his family. It's a great honor to your Burger King. A big star has emerged from a group of criminals. Bryce wandered around the industrial area, wearing a tattered work uniform with traces of patching on it. Now he is also a registered worker of the Workers' Union, and his prosthetic system has been replaced with a component with interdimensional communication function. The only difference is that he does not exist in the records of all parties in the European community, and his identity can be switched between various workers at any time. It is difficult for network monitoring to locate people who have no records. After all, this is a big world. Every abnormal information is processed through cross-dimensional communication, which means that network monitoring can only discover abnormalities through on-site investigation of people whose identities have been stolen. However, as long as Bryce hides and does nothing important, they can only conduct a carpet search to determine those records that are not logged in by the person himself. Leo, what did you find? Bryce held a paper bag of bread and watched the network monitoring agent car on the street drive towards other skyscrapers. Today is a very cloudy day. It seems that the typhoon is approaching. The sunny day the day before yesterday was the last sunny day in recent times. After teasing Matt, he teased himself in his heart. He used to be such a cool agent, and his life was so comfortable. Unlike now, he was scared every night when he went to bed. He didn't have enough food, and he didn't even have a personal account. But he looked at it more positively, and he didn't owe any debts. Bryce, Harlan Yak's reputation is a bit strange. Some people say that he is a good big brother. He has brought many new people in the factory. Although he is strict with people, he is willing to teach real things. When the company plans to reduce costs and increase efficiency, he will also bring data to convince the supervisor. Bryce, some people also say that although his skills and character are convincing, these alone cannot get him promoted. If he wants to be promoted to management, it is more important to know how to handle the relationship with the European community. Bryce, they say that Harlan Yak's daughter is with a big shot, which is why other companies decided to dig up this big tree. Bryce, but there are some contradictions. Some people say that Harlan Eicher doesn't want his daughter to have a big shot at all. Bryce, by the way, his daughter is just about to go to college, and I don't know if she has reached adulthood. Leo, what is the name of this big shot? Bryce, I don't know, but I found some strange things. Do you remember the worker's child in Bruges? Bryce, at that time, the child was claimed to be taken to Berlin to participate in a public welfare treatment project. Coincidentally, the big shot that Harlan Eicher had a big shot with happened to be related to this project, and seemed to be a leader. Bryce, this project is related to an Italian company. The Italian medical industry is most likely related to biotechnology. After Bryce finished speaking, he paused. He knew that Leo needed some time to think about the relationship. Standing at the bus stop, next to workers waiting for the bus to go to work. The TV at the station is playing the news. SVT News brings you the latest report. 2 years ago, Night City exposed a vicious crime that shocked the world. The then NCPD Deputy Chief Jay colluded with the Tiger Claws criminals to kidnap and sell people, including a large number of minors. Haha, perverted Night City people like to play with children. I think that little Japanese named Taro died without complaint. Just for this matter, Night City should not have arrested Burger King. Oriental people are really perverted. I think Saburo Arasaka might have an island dedicated to this. In front of the station, a large group of people were watching TV to kill time. Bryce's mouth twitched when he heard what they were talking about. Maybe you guys are doing it here too? Boom! A low engine roar came from the street, and a pure black sports car roared to a stop on the side of the road. As soon as the car stopped, it attracted a large number of passers-by to watch. Some young and wealthy people in Berlin have a recreational activity of driving this kind of sports car on the street at a low speed. Then a bunch of women would come forward dressed up. The workers near the bus stop were all speechless when they saw this scene. At least we don't play with children here. Hee, I'd accept it if my daughter could marry a good man. Bryce, you may not know that people here like to get promoted through official marriage. If you go to the workers' area, you can see many girls with heavy makeup. Leo, I'm not blind. Is that leader's last name Medici? Bryce, Medici? Of course not. Medici is a noble surname. They don't care about this. You want to buy and sell big people? This Medici is different from what you know before. Leo, no need for you to introduce chicken meat rolls. Keep checking. It will happen in 3 days. Ding. A tiny buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the noisy street. No one heard it. And then there was a sky-high fire. Next to the car window, the lucky girl, who was chosen, just watched the black car prince in the car stretch out his white porcelain arm. But before she could grab that arm and grab the future turned into a devastating explosion in front of her. The pure black gangster Weller was instantly engulfed by the fireball, and the debris and heat waves engulfed everyone around like a storm. Boom! The sudden explosion completely broke the tranquility on the street. All the drones floating in the air and driving on the street instantly turned on red lights, and the hovercraft took off from the police station. The patrolling police cars on the street immediately sounded the sirens. The explosion not only broke the tranquility of the street, but also broke the tranquility of the whole Berlin. The car that just exploded was the Gangster Weller, a super sports car with a single-digit number of limited editions in the world, worth millions of euros. Ordinary people can't afford it. Bryce was stunned for a moment, and then he felt a chill rushing to his head. A terrorist attack occurred in Berlin. Bryce, damn! Hurry up and contact your little follower, I want to join him. Leo, I can help you interfere with the hovercraft. Do you have the things I gave you? Stick it up and remember to turn off the nearby surveillance first. Bryce, I'm just a weak hacker. Although he was complaining wildly in his head, Bryce immediately threw away the bread in his hand and rushed to the nearest public network interface. In the sky above the industrial zone, Matt was riding the hovercraft provided by the European community, moving slowly in the sky, admiring this miracle created by Unity. Night City does not have such clean and safe streets. No matter how he excuses Night City, the violent crime rate in that city is still high. Even though it has been declining under the deterrence of the Big Brothers, it has not been achieved in 1 or 2 days. Night City is more like a ruin after the war, abandoning all external aid. After that, it seemed a bit barren. Although he also had an inexplicable affection for Night City, the fact was that Berlin was the miracle of the world, and the true crystallization of modern technology. But I just thought of this. Son, we are rich this time. Opposite him, his father was very excited. Do you know that Ms. Medici? She seems to be interested in you. She is an Italian noble and a super tycoon. It is said that this family has a lot of shares in biotechnology. Dad, I'm here to play football. But? Boom. The anti-noise system can neutralize the noise from the outside world, making the interior of the hovercraft as quiet as the quietest night. But the sound of the explosion was too loud and too sudden, completely exceeding the threshold of the anti-noise system. A distorted explosion interrupted the conversation between the father and son. The basic qualities of every Night City resident were fully demonstrated at this moment. Explosion, sizzle. Strange red spots flashed in the field of vision, and Matt's hovercraft fell to the ground, as if it was overturned by a hot air current. Fuck, we're going to crash. Chapter 884. When the terrorist attack happened, the European barrier issued a first-level alert order to the whole of Berlin at the same time. Hoverboards, police cars, drones, and police were all approaching the street where the incident occurred. Why did Bryce run like crazy? Because it might take some time to block Berlin, but it was too easy to block a street, under the control of the European barrier, in less than a minute. Not even a fly could fly out of this street. He wanted to surrender to Matt, but Matt was the center of attention at the moment. If he really surrendered to 2 people, he would probably spend the rest of his life in the prison of the European community. So there is only one last way left. Berlin is big, but the hovercraft is fast. Lear has activated the module in Matt's cyber modulator, so he can directly hack into the hovercraft in the air and let the hovercraft people glide towards the accident site at a very high speed. And Bryce, he is really weak, otherwise he would not be able to escape the inspection of the European community border, but this is the only way now. Desperados are born to be desperate. High in the sky, the hovercraft that Matt is riding emits black smoke, and 2 auxiliary mechanical wings pop out from the chassis of the hovercraft. This vehicle relies on powerful engines and thrusters to maintain its posture, but if a failure occurs, the safety device will also pop out. But most of the time, this thing can only slow down the speed a little bit, and let the car land in a safe place as much as possible. The vertical speed of the car is still soaring. The drones that rushed to block the air were smashed away by the hovercraft. Bryce took out something from his clothes. When the chaos happened in Bremen, the factory produced a lot of military weapons, some of which were put on those Giraffe industrial robots. But Liar also prepared something for Bryce. This is a spider silk launcher, but it is different from the one used by superhumans like Spider-Man. This thing is fixed at the waist, and there is a set of retractable high-strength carbon fiber frames to fix the entire waist-to-thigh position to prevent ordinary people from being broken apart by huge acceleration. But no matter what, this thing still looks very unreliable. Bryce doesn't understand how a small bottle of spider silk solution can shoot out a high-viscosity, high-strength super rope, But now, he has no choice. Now I want to feel the Big Brother's equipment. Phew. The hovercraft flew over the roof, and the huge and super huge sound was like a plane passing over the head. The hovercraft with black smoke passed over people's heads like a missile. At this time, Bryce pulled out the personal link connected to the public network interface. Then he made a sky-high action and shot out Spider Silk. Puff! A huge force seemed to hit him hard from behind, and his head lost its intuition instantly, and everything in front of him disappeared. The only thing he could see was the timestamp in the upper left corner of the visual system. 1 second, just 1 second passed, blood was resupplied to the brain, vision was restored, and the whole Berlin had become in front of him. The controlled hovercraft flew through the low sky like a bird, the engine started at full power, and even burst into a huge flame, flying violently towards the New Berlin district. The troops that had just been ordered to approach the old East German area paused for a moment when they saw the fire meteor. At this moment, the blockade order that was originally only aimed at the old East German industrial area directly became a blockade of the entire Berlin area. Bryce, who was hanging under the car body, only felt the whistling wind, and the patter of raindrops in the sky cut across his cheeks like a knife. His heart had never pumped blood so hard in his life. Fuck. Bang. The car door flew out at once, but Bryce, who was hanging under the car, was in a completely chaotic state. He might have heard the door flying out, but his brain was completely unable to think. In the car, although the speed of the two hovercrafts in the air is difficult for ordinary people to bear, for Matt, this is completely commonplace. He opened the car door with his elbow. Not only did he open the car door with his elbow, Matt also saw the silk thread hanging under the car body. The face that was wildly deformed in the wind made Matt look confused, but he recognized the spider silk stuck under the car body. This thing is a biological product that Big Brother and his friends often use, and with the disappearance of Lil, this thing has been used up long ago, and it is impossible for anyone else to have this thing. Matt's pupil shrank sharply, and he tried his best to suppress his shock and other thoughts. As a child who was almost raised by desperados, he knew that he couldn't let Bryce be caught by the European community. Son, we want to jump out of the car. What the hell are you doing? Dad. Don't worry about me. Matt's father's voice came from behind, and he directly pulled his father out, made sure that he had the emergency landing bag on his back, and threw him out. Whoosh. In the strong wind, the old father fainted the moment he was thrown out, and the screams didn't even last too long. After taking care of his father's affairs, Matt looked at Bryce, who was hanging like a fly below. He didn't know Bryce, but the things used by his elder brother appeared on him, which proved that he knew something. Although he wanted to pull Bryce up for questioning, by the time he was pulled up, the car would have crashed into those tall buildings. Even if he had to make an emergency landing, he could only choose a remote area, where the Berlin police, Interpol, and network monitoring could not catch him for the time being. He didn't know who had hacked the car, and software control was unlikely, but he could control it with hardware. Back then, his elder brother Jack was in Night City, holding the helicopter with his body, bearing the weight of the car, and doing a swing in the air. Thinking of this, Matt felt his blood boiling. His dream was to be a sports star, but at this moment, he felt the blood boiling again. He grabbed the edge of the floating car door, grabbed the spider silk with both hands, stepped one foot in the car, and kicked the other foot hard at the hang glider. According to the ups and downs of the vehicle, Matt pulled the spider silk hard, and with just a bump, he pulled Bryce directly into the floating car. Bang! Paw! Dude! Matt shouted at the unconscious Bryce below and slapped him twice. Big Brother is still alive, right? However, it was obvious that Bryce, who was still a human being, could not bear this kind of operation. After getting on the car, his eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth. Bryce could not reply. Matt could only grit his teeth. It was obvious that he could not get an answer now, but he had to protect the person. As a Night City person, he was naturally sensitive to outlaws. Bryce must be from Night City. Thinking of this, he stopped struggling and tied Bryce to the seat and fastened his seat belt. The hovercraft didn't completely lose power. It was more like someone hacked it, so it just dived, and now the engine is bursting to raise the altitude, even at the risk of overload and burn. As long as it doesn't fall vertically, this Mackinac floating shadow from Night City can withstand it. Countrymen, come to me when you wake up, don't die. After saying that, Matt grabbed the edge of the car door, stuck to the surface of the car body like a reptile, and leaned out of the hovercraft. Anyone who saw his action would exclaim. At this speed, he could still control his body to stick to the car body while only holding the edge of the car door. This is not a human at all. You know, even a machine exoskeleton can lose its grip. Matt's palm was bleeding. He glanced at the position of the hovercraft engine and then looked at Bryce. Although he didn't know who Bryce was, he had to do this. Everyone wanted Burger King to return to Night City, and so did he. Thinking of this, the gushing power burst out from his muscles, and his already exaggerated super muscles suddenly swelled, and the fragments of his clothes flew in the wind. The foot that never had the opportunity to exert its full strength on the football field kicked hard on the engine. Ah! Bang! The engine was kicked by Matt, and the man and the car were separated. The man fell towards the Sky Garden in the New Berlin district, and the car turned and fell towards the station on the edge of the New Berlin district. There were many people and eyes in that place, and the key was that the roof could play a buffering role. Chapter 885. Matt is a sports star in Night City. When Lear first started to train this sports star, he hoped that he could bring the human lizard prosthesis and other industries of Night City out of Night City. Mackinac General Vehicle Company is a local industry in Night City, and it is controlled by Lear and V. Hey Jack, do you think Matt will not be sliced by Europeans if he goes to the European community? In the bad land outside Night City, the uncrowned king of the North American wasteland, Atacato's convoy is driving in the desert. The carriage pulled by the huge trailer truck is the home of the Wanderers. In the house, V sat next to the carriage, holding a lighter in his hand, repeatedly lighting and extinguishing it. She was not alone in the carriage. Mrs. Wells and Misty were busy with their own things. The former was cooking, and the latter was watching the people in the life support cabin. Old V's dialogue box appeared in front of V. Victor, V. Jack needs a little time. The lizard serum will overdraw the human potential. Even Jack is close to the limit. Victor, Matt has great commercial value. Europeans will not mess around. Snap. V put away the lighter. Although there were cigarettes on the table, she never learned to smoke. Victor, V, forget about your plan. Attacking Washington is simply courting death. I can't watch you die alone, and neither will Leal. Okay, stop talking, old V. Although I'm not as smart as him, I have learned something. If military technology really has the technology like IBM, once they launch the satellite and re-establish the aerospace force, Night City will be finished. This is not for him, but for all of us. Old V was silent. V is indeed smarter than before. No matter what, the logic she used to evade old V is impeccable. This is how the world is. When you climb up step by step, when you and your people try to move towards a wider world, you will always find someone blocking the way. After all, the Earth is so big. V once thought that Night City was big, Atlanta, New America, Europe and even the whole Earth were even bigger, but now it seems that this Earth is very small. After Lear left, she began to understand why Lear had done all these things, even though his life was in danger. Let Jack rest here, I go alone? Bang bang. V had just stood up when Jack, who was lying in the life support cabin, opened his eyes. Although his eyebrows were full of fatigue, it was still obvious that he was trying his best to smile. The sound just now was made by him knocking on the glass. His fingers drew marks on the glass. I go too. The only sound in the car was the sound of the vehicle. Mrs. Wells and Misty looked at their son and lover. Of course, they didn't want Jack to take risks again, but they couldn't say it, so they could only look at V. V couldn't stand this kind of look. However, a piece of news broke the silence in the room. The TV on the roof was connected to the signal, and it lit up after flashing a few times. Friends of Night City, welcome to your business I care about, the latest news. A car bomb attack occurred in Berlin, and the hovercraft that our sports star Matt was riding was attacked by an unknown attack and crashed. A gangster Weller. An explosion occurred in Berlin, and the share price of Herrera Corporation changed immediately. The Mackinac floating vehicle, which was ridden by sports star Matt Cain, happened to pass by the area where the incident occurred and was affected by an unknown cyber attack. The share price of Mackinac Corporation fell immediately after the incident, but 30 minutes later, sports star Matt Cain and his father Mr. Cain were found to have landed safely in different areas of Berlin. The wreckage of the vehicle has been found to have crashed at Berlin Station, and the skeleton is basically intact. Some car experts said that even if they were in the car, they might not be injured at all. Lark, I have contacted Matt, and both of them are fine. Lark, but he said he felt something was wrong. I feel that he dare not say too much in the territory of the European community. Something is not right. Not right? V felt more and more that something was wrong. Apart from Leal, this group of people were the best in Night City. How could there be a world-class event there? She even had a strange idea. Since the collapse of the old network, there have been very few world-class cases in this world, and the mercenary industry has declined. It was not until Leal appeared that the battle 2 years ago was finally triggered. In the past 2 years, although there have been constant frictions of all sizes, which one is world-class, but recently, there have been many major events in the European community, and they are already moving towards Matt. If you think about it carefully, when they first shocked the world, it seemed like they had sounded the death knell for those corporate dogs in Night City. Maybe the previous Black Dog incident, including this attack, is also true? Now Arasaka Yorinobu's statement is more reliable. These eyes are more determined. I'm going to Washington, and I can't let Miles deploy the aerospace force. The Mackinac Phantom passed through the sky like a fire meteor. The drones did not have any repelling measures, and many of them were even smashed into pieces on the spot because they were not in a hurry to dodge. The orderly sky turned into a mess until the car smashed through the roof of the station. Boom! Terrorist attack, run! The thick black smoke filled the entire station, and no one in the chaotic crowd had the time or courage to get close to see. This place is Berlin, not Night City. Not many people would rush up for first-hand information, and they were all shocked when they saw this thing falling down. No one saw that Bryce struggled to climb out of the car filled with thick black smoke. This broken car is really tough, worthy of being the quality inspector of Night City, damn it. Leal, you are so heartless. The chaotic crowd didn't notice that Bryce limped out of the car and staggered. The surveillance and power grid nearby also stopped working because of the crash. The only thing left was to change clothes quickly. After cursing Leal, he also shouted with the crowd, "Terrorist attack, run!" On the streets of Old East Germany, human remains were everywhere next to the car bomb. The frightened people fled in all directions. However, a few streets away, a worker was stunned and stared at the sky. He just wanted to blow up the bastard in the car to increase the topic. But I didn't expect that the car flying overhead seemed to be even louder, and almost hit the New Berlin district. Of course, if the car didn't hit the station in the end, but really rushed into the New Berlin district, he believed that there would be heavy firepower to destroy that thing. But no matter what. Okay, there must be other compatriots. There must be other people who are dissatisfied with us. We will definitely let the higher-ups notice it. Damn IEC. Damn European community. Damn. Nobles. The worker mixed into the crowd and dropped the detonator. If someone picked up the detonator and verified the hardware device and hardware code inside, they would definitely be able to connect it to one person. Harlem Eck. Chapter 886. Since the gas attack in the millennium, there has been no such thing in Berlin. You can see that there are no so-called street thugs in the New Berlin area. Before that incident, you could even see cultists pretending to be vampires using biotechnology, and Templars welding steel plates to their bodies. For the sake of stability and security, Berlin carried out a very intensive anti-gang and anti-evil campaign after Reconstruction, completely eliminating these lawless elements, leaving only builders and managers who contribute to society. Because it was the Soviets who liberated Germany, and defeated the former nobles and liberated people's land, the large number of collectivist families in the old East Germany have always been respected. This incident has a very bad impact. Instructor Graham instructed Elliot and Severns, denouncing the criminals who committed the terrorist attack. The deceased is Damiano de Visconti, a young boy, only 24 years old, just graduated from college, unemployed. Graham paused. He is a nobleman. Johnny, I can only say good death. Although I have no hatred against him, I just like to see these nobles being killed. Johnny, can you call a 24-year-old a child? And is the saying that the old East German families are respected a unified statement within the European community? Johnny, the East German families that liberated Germany, the parents have to worry about work, and the children wear fancy clothes and go out on the streets, hoping that one day the noble children who were once defeated will take them home and treat them as meat to be played with. Johnny, how can it be worse than this? The video recording before the explosion is very clear, basically what happens every day in the old East German area. New Berlin is a pure ecological city with a low population density. Most of the skyscrapers and apartment buildings in the old East German area are old houses from the last century. Basically, all the engineers and workers in the city gather here. It is necessary to report the trip of the hovercraft, and the cost is high. If you just want to show off your financial strength and feel that you are looked up to by others, you don't need a hovercraft at all. A sports car on the ground is the most suitable. I have to say that after watching the video, Johnny suddenly felt like he was back in Night City. However, in Night City, it is not uncommon for people who drive luxury cars on the streets to rent cars, and they are actually human traffickers who cooperate with scavengers or other gangs. Johnny, there is no fraud in this place, but it is similar in other places. Leal, that's not necessarily the case. Those who are brought to justice may just be frauds without background. The impact of this incident is very bad. Very bad? Graham emphasized again, the Visconti family is from Italy, and has contributed a large number of outstanding talents in the medical and health sector. They not only have senior executives in the company, but also in the European community, and they have some seats in Parliament. Severns raised his hand first. We need a motive analysis. Has the deceased had any conflicts with others recently? Elliot then said, does this matter have anything to do with us? I mean, we are dealing with cyberpsychosis. Shouldn't the death of a big man like Damiano de Visconti be handled by Interpol? Johnny, Fatty, you're right. This has nothing to do with us. I'm not interested in being a private detective for the second generation of the rich. Johnny gave Elliot a thumbs up. Graham had a blank expression on his face. Elliot's performance was not satisfactory most of the time, but it was understandable, otherwise he wouldn't be needed as an instructor. It is obvious that Graham has a strong tolerance for many things. For half a century, Berlin has never seen such a thing. Just 3 days after the threatening message appeared, something happened. You should be politically sensitive. This matter is very likely related to that message. You should follow up if necessary. Secondly, this is what was found at the scene. Graham took out a small bag with a homemade detonator in it. He put on gloves and took the thing out and inserted it into a separate reading device. There were traces of software driver reading signed by Harlem Ecker, and a sentence. The screen flickered and showed bright red font. This world does not belong to you, thief. Seeing this sentence, Graham narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously angry. The bright red font disappeared, and Graham put the thing into the evidence bag. This is a provocation to the European community. Severns raised his eyebrows and immediately found the problem. Wait a minute, Harlem Eck? The person we went to find today? He is no longer in Berlin. The information given to us by the internet monitoring is outdated. His name just happened to appear here again? This is too coincidental. Something is wrong. Why is it Harlem Eck? Has Interpol controlled him? We can ask a lot of things from him. Good question. Why is it Harlem Eck? Graham sighed. And why Damiano de Visconti? The next thing I'm going to say has some core points that I shouldn't tell you. It's an internal secret of Interpol. But considering that we are now jointly investigating this matter, I tell you the possible motives of the criminals. In fact, corruption does exist within the European community, and it is usually difficult to investigate. Hearing this beginning, both Severns and Graham were stunned. Just from the beginning, there was a feeling of the gods are now beginning to confess to the ants. This was the first time they had heard such words from a senior official of the European community, a powerful figure. Did they hear it wrong? Graham, as an instructor sent by the European community, actually talked about something that was generally not allowed to be discussed on social networks. You know, the European community has news every week criticizing Night City, Mexico and Africa, which are liberalism. The lawless corruption of officials in the city is the most serious in the former Night City, and there are news that can be used to whip corpses almost every week. There is almost no corruption within the European community. All citizens elect members of parliament, and the elected representatives will establish laws. Political officials are selected through a large number of examinations. It is a fair selection and appointment system. On the other hand, in Night City, the sale of political positions is common, and the financial transactions between enterprises and the government cannot be controlled and disclosed through European barriers like the European community. In these cities, the authorities have no control over the enterprises at all, and the officials are just dogs pushed to the front by the enterprises, and are pawns of capital. These are the themes within the EC. So listening to Graham talking about the corruption of the EC here feels as incredible as listening to a patriarch admitting his mistakes in front of his juniors. Damiano de Visconti is suspected of embezzling the public health funds of the EC, deceiving applicants in a slightly public welfare project, and illegally opening a pornographic trading place in the old East Germany. Interpol had planned to arrest him, but he was unexpectedly killed by criminals first. The office was quiet. Chapter 887. No. This still doesn't make sense. What does this have to do with Harlem Eck? Severns didn't understand, and asked almost instinctively. Because Harlem Eck's daughter is the victim, Damiano de Visconti's biggest hobby, and their means of committing crimes is to use their expensive sports cars to seduce immature boys and girls in the old East German area. You can see that those children are easily influenced by the outside world and blinded by money. Graham turned to the screen in the conference room and pulled up a timeline map. Harlinger was indeed not transferred, and his daughter was attracted to Damiano de Visconti. A girl who wants to get close to someone is always easily deceived. She was deceived into participating in a biological experiment project authorized by the European community and volunteered to be a test subject, but the person in charge, Damiano de Visconti, just sold them to a brothel. Harlinger wanted to find him and get his daughter back, but he was finally dealt with, and the entity has not been found yet. It is precisely because of this corrupt guy that the internet monitoring did not update the European barrier data in time. So do you know how terrible corruption is? Our indestructible order is being eaten away by these guys bit by bit. Brothel? Elliot couldn't figure it out. He hesitated for a moment and decided to speak more directly. Excuse me, this brothel seems to serve not ordinary people. According to this idea, Harlem X's daughter is more likely to be voluntary, isn't it? Also, sex trade is legal in some parts of the European community, so why don't they go to legal places and have to do it in Berlin, the sacred capital of the European community where sex trade is illegal? Is it worth it? Graham clicked on the diagram on the screen. Because there are a large number of minors in this illegal brothel, and in countries and regions where legal trade is allowed, minors are not supported to engage in this industry. Secondly, these guys who like to trample on the dignity of the law are not enjoying the pleasure of sex, but rather enjoying the pleasure of corroding order. Their preferences are twisted. After that, the conference hall fell into a brief silence, and everyone needed time to digest the content. So Damiano de Visconti deserved the punishment for his crime, and this involved a very special case. There is one point that needs to be noted. Obviously this brothel in Berlin is different from those legal brothels in more open areas, and the brothel in Night City where Jotaro was executed. This place does not charge money, and only those who have reached the threshold of power can go in and play. Ordinary people don't even think about it. The scale is not large, but no one can walk out alive from it. Severn spoke first. I want to know what that project is used for. It is the project that Visconti used to cover up criminal behavior. Graham replied, congenital diseases, including radiation, the cure of various diseases caused by genetic defects and maternal defects, and the expansion of DNA libraries that all biological projects will carry. I said so much because the attacker who triggered the explosion may be the one who threatened to launch a cyber-psychotic attack within the IEC. I hope this will not interfere with your judgment. Don't forget that our job is still to find the criminal. Graham paused for a moment, until both Sevens and Elliot looked up at him. He continued, he disrupted the progress of the investigation, and now Interpol can only close the net in advance. Don't think this is to punish evil and promote good, this is illegal. Visconti's corruption will affect his entire family. Interpol and internet monitoring have already taken action, and justice will eventually come. I need you to find the hidden terrorist immediately right now, and quickly. He can do such a thing in Berlin. This is unacceptable. Everything in the European community is planned and advanced in an orderly manner. Remember not to let these things interfere with major policies. The screen in the conference room changed to a new content, which was about the plan to reorganize and integrate the IEC and redevelop space. The Earth has been devastated by the greedy war between companies and capitalists. Now the new United States controlled by military technology will return to space. We have received news that the new United States intends to allocate funds to military technology and reorganize the aerospace force. This project is likely to be supported by IBM. This will make the world situation more chaotic. Think about it. Whenever humans intend to make achievements, endless disputes will always come, which will eventually trap us on Earth. To appease the workers of IEC is also to appease the workers of the entire European community, tell them the truth, and then control the damn terrorist. The big plan cannot be interfered with. The new United States once formed an aerospace force, and even had disputes with the European community. In the end, the European Space Agency used the orbital mass launcher on the moon to directly hit the aerospace force headquarters in Washington. This incident largely established Europe's dominance in the inner world, until IBM revealed the orbital wide area EMP device. Obviously, the European community did make IBM suffer a great loss, but IBM would not sit idly by. They could secretly support a new force to occupy outer space to balance the European community. Arasaka itself is a mess, and the new United States, which is gradually recovering under the leadership of President Miles, is obviously a better choice. The world has been silent for 50 years in the old wounds of the internet collapse, and now everything is active. The fat man who put on a helmet and climbed the wall to watch a movie in Folkestone was like a butterfly flapping its wings. Finally, a storm was coming. Boom! Outside the window, the cloudy sky was flashing with lightning and thunder was deafening. Everyone involved in this will be judged, so this is not what we need to care about. The executive committee has decided that the Special Committee for the Treatment of Cyberpsychiatry will be officially upgraded to the General Workers Association of the European Community in the near future, which will be responsible for workers throughout the European Community. The previously useless Labor Capital Coordination Department and the Labor Efficiency Special Department will be integrated and become your subordinate units. But all this must be done after you help the European community overcome this difficulty and cooperate with the IEC to complete the transformation. You will work with the European Space Agency to supervise the subsequent Space Resource Development Plan, which is actually all industrial production activities within the European community. Now, the screen in front of Graham changed again, turning into countless slogans. Devotion is freedom. Sacrifice is glory. Every drop of sweat is the fuel for social progress. You are the backbone of the system. Keep it stable. Bloody hands create a steel future. We need to unite. We need to unify our thoughts to guide our compatriots on how to think. This is the highest expectation of the Central Executive Committee for you. Chapter 888. A car bomb attack occurred in a workers' village in the Old East Germany. The deceased was identified as Damiano de Visconti, general manager of Kell Medical Disease Control Company, and the head of several EC public welfare projects. This is a serious provocation to the European barriers. This damn Visconti is a bad guy. I know him. He drives a sports car around the residential area when he has nothing to do. He changes women every day and sometimes sleeps with men. Yes, I know that too. I'm the only one who doesn't have a daughter, otherwise I'd use his big steel cannon to unscrew it. I think it's good to see him die, but those people affected nearby are too unlucky. Let's see something else. I heard that the whale will be sent to the factory today, and IEC has a new production plan to be released. What? Hasn't the material preparation during the typhoon been completed? Do we need to work overtime? I don't know. The entire workers' area was filled with police cars and drones. If it were Night City, the locals of Night City would have huddled at home, shivering and cursing Ryan for being a bastard when such blatant military forces appeared on the streets. I saw a whale. Workers shouted excitedly from the balcony outside the factory. I saw a whale. What do you think about this matter? Elliot asked while making a gesture to ensure that it was safe to speak. Sever's expression was still grim. What do I think? To be honest, as long as you enter this circle, such cases are not uncommon. The two sat in the Mackinac pickup truck at the front of the whale transport convoy. Everything was the same as the first day they entered the Old East German area, but this time, they wanted to completely fix the whale in the middle of the industrial cluster, and at the same time, use a very old method to boost people's morale. Elliot was stunned. You mean this kind of human trafficking? But the European community is already the safest place in the world. The European community is indeed the region with the lowest crime rate in the world, but it doesn't say that the crime rate here is zero. You know, when I was in college, a professor told me, the statistics of crime rate will always be lower than the actual data. There are almost no unsolved cases in the European community, only solved iron cases, but... Severance took out a small black thing from his pocket, which flashed a metallic luster in the sun. Elliot asked, what is that? A piece of alloy. I made it using neural metallurgy equipment during my college metalworking internship. As an experienced metallurgist, Elliot could recognize what it was at a glance. He said with a little surprise, aluminum alloy? The surface oxidation pattern is pretty nice. I didn't expect you to be so good. If you hadn't said you made it during your college internship, I would have thought it was made by a veteran. Severance smiled and tossed the thing in his hand and handed it to Elliot. Only when he got hold of it did Elliot realize something was wrong. This is too light. Even though most aluminum alloys are very light, this thing is still too light. This is carbon fiber, not aluminum alloy. Yes, this is carbon fiber, not aluminum alloy. You see, when the truth is not found out by yourself, you have no reason to believe it is true. Besides, who can guarantee that he is omnipotent and can see through all the truths in this world? Elliot suddenly realized, you are saying that the truth is not important at all. Severance put the thing back in his pocket. Although his expression was still poker face, Elliot felt that he was very unhappy and even wanted to roll his eyes at himself. Hey. Elliot hugged Severance. We will be promoted soon, and we can lead the workers to break out of the earth. Don't you think this is romantic? I watched Soviet propaganda films when I was very young. At that time, every child wanted to drive a spaceship, and so did I. I think what Instructor Graham said is very instructive. I didn't know what would happen at the end of this road before. Now I have a goal. We will lead our workers to explore outer space, colonize the moon and Mars, and explore the boundaries of the universe. He paused and looked at the front row, where Alina had a faint smile on her face. Looking ahead, Carl was standing next to the whale, waving the flag and cheering. He had dreamed of these scenes before, when he was still a kid living in a rented house, and could only get satisfaction from porn. Now it has all come true. He will have compatriots who will charge forward with him, a great career, the realization of his romantic dreams, and finally, as his father told him, a wife who loves him. The European community will move towards a bright future. Elliot became more and more high-spirited. He looked at Sevens. Good brother, you once said that you didn't want the European community to collapse because of unexpressed demands. Now I understand you. We must do great things together. After saying that, the former fat man nimbly grabbed the car door and leaned out of the window. Workers cheered for him on both sides of the aisle, drones escorted him in the sky, Interpol was on standby on both sides, network monitoring was hidden nearby to provide him with security, and the world's most dazzling sports star came to him in a hovercraft. In a few days, when they have finished all this, the highest authority of the European community, the members of the Central Executive Committee will personally award him and appoint him as a real senior official. The Grove family, or the Grove family, his father, grandfather, and grandmother, would be proud of him if they could see this day. Workers of the European community, thank you for your hard work. The crowd was noisy, and people waved their hands like waves. Severance did not welcome all this like Elliot, but put his hand in his pocket and kept groping for that piece of carbon fiber. It was actually not carbon fiber, but a plastic metal composite. This stuff is found in almost all implant components, and it is for this reason that Chino and OTC both need offshore platforms to cultivate special plastics. A few decades ago, after the collapse of the old internet, people lost the correct industrial manufacturing method for this material, and could only use manpower to fill the gap in the process until today, when the process has become mature again. Immature technology will kill many people. The European community is indeed not like Night City, where a large number of people died from violent crimes, but during that period, production accidents were very frequent. It is foreseeable that the IEC, which is about to resume its rail business, will also need many workers to fill the gap with their lives because of the immature process and business. A romantic future? If people only need to pursue their dreams, then this is not reality. Johnny appeared next to Sevens, and they heard this sentence. Johnny, I didn't realize that this cold-faced government official could say such a thing. Johnny, Fatty Elliott is about to become the president of the National Federation of Trade Unions, and the story will soon come to a perfect end. Johnny, but I don't believe that this world will have a fairy tale ending. Johnny, how is the chicken roll? Chapter 889. Name, TS3 exoskeleton. Description, an exoskeleton for riflemen who do not meet the physical fitness standards. It can effectively improve physical strength and prevent limb deformation caused by high-intensity combat. Note, chicken meat rolls, you can't play with only hacking technology. Bryce was wearing a set of work clothes and looked stronger than usual, because under the clothes, he had put on a set of close-fitting light exoskeleton. This thing was improved from the exoskeleton used by V. Compared with implanted prosthesis, it is cheaper and easier to produce. It is also an illegal component produced in the Black Dog incident. Mechanical equipment improved by Cybertron usually has a very convenient folding storage function, and the space utilization rate is super high, which allows Bryce to bring this thing with him. As a hacker, Bryce has been accustomed to using his brain to solve problems for a long time. However, when facing the European community, he can't handle the overwhelming blockade at all. Although Mackinaw's shadow is ridiculously hard, his body is not that hard. Let alone those minor fractures. The muscles all over his body are stiff. Fortunately, exoskeletons can solve the problem. Militech and Arasaka know how powerful the exoskeletons used by the Burger King criminal group are. Now the European community will also know. Bryce, this is ridiculous. I have helped the Golden Suns deal with countless incidents before. Most of the time, their habit is to launch a spokesperson. Bryce, if an incident arouses public anger and social public opinion has a huge impact, they will push their lackeys to the front, and then kill the dog to sacrifice to the gods, and people will soon forget about it. Bryce, I guess you feel like you are punching cotton, because I used to be like this when I was monitoring the internet. Thanks to the terrorist attack, the police in the whole city are on alert. In fact, there is no need to check. Bryce is sure that this incident is true, but the mastermind behind this incident is definitely not this Visconti. Bryce, the Visconti family is a fake aristocracy. 21 years ago, the European community wanted to allocate funds to children with congenital diseases, but they didn't want to allocate the money directly to biotechnology, so they set up this company. Bryce, Now I know why the children of Folkestone and Bremen can't go back. The truth is revealed, but as Bryce said, it feels like a punch on cotton. Although Bryce's tone was calm, his heart was not calm. The Cyber Monitor was the organization in the European community that was most exposed to these things. These privileged people who were hiding under the surface would have their lackeys take responsibility for any crime they committed, and they would never be punished. He once chose to leave his hometown and go to Night City to be in charge of AI-related matters to forget all this, but he found that even in their attitude towards AI, the Cyber Monitor had selfish motives. The European community, the Cyber Monitor. Whether it was a company or a country, they all concealed too many things. Bryce, do you remember the day you arrested Jotaro Masaharu? Leal, to be precise, I didn't arrest him. Bryce, I wanted to do that too. Leal, you would have died miserably. Bang! Bryce punched the wall with such force that a fist mark was left on the iron surface. Now he missed Night City. Leal, why are you in such a hurry? We still have a chance to do something. Bryce, but we don't even know who is doing this. Bryce looked up at the Europa Tower. This towering super tower is the core of the entire European community. The defense outside is simply beyond the imagination of normal people. This terrorist attack not only disturbed the European community, forcing the Golden Sun to kill a lackey, but it also obviously interfered with Bryce's infiltration activities. With Leal's help, he might be able to get in without anyone noticing. Leal, we can still get in, and there are more than 1 or 2 channels. Leal, get ready. Bryce restrained his emotions after hearing this, relying on the exoskeleton, standing silently on the street corner, looking at the Europa Tower in the distance through the reflection of the glass. Almost at the same time, all the drones in the sky were delayed for a moment. This scene was very abrupt, and the uniform movements made people look up unconsciously, buzz. As if in response to the enthusiasm of Elliot and the workers, the whale made a huge sound in the tank. We can pass through the storm, and we can pass through the atmosphere. The sound from the ocean is exciting, or in this case, any sound that can show power can make people feel excited. The next 50 years. Elliot jumped out of the car and walked onto the maintenance walkway next to the whale tank, shouting to the people around him. In the next 50 years, we will no longer be confined to the earth. We will rush out of the earth, embrace the stars, embrace the infinity, and our future will shine among the stars. Boom! The sky was overcast, the wind was blowing, and the thunder was roaring. We will not let anyone interfere with our pace and take away our future. The workers responded with wild shouts. That's right. The scene quickly became extremely fanatical. If there were anyone who had lived from decades ago to the present, they would remember the Rock Boy movement, the big strike that took place before the Soviet Union was born, how they liberated Germany in the distant past, and how people once took back the land from the old nobles and capitalists. This scene completely infected everyone. There was only one person who would not be infected, a person who was determined to create cyber psychosis today. The sky was gleaming, and thunder was flashing in the clouds. The typhoon that the European community had been preparing for weeks was about to land on the coast. Fellow countrymen. Elliot raised his arms and shouted, "Look around you. Look around all of us. We are united. Someone is hiding among us. Boom. The explosion came from the clouds, and people were almost blasted by the thunder. But the thunder was not enough to blast people's eardrums. The explosion could. People thought they were shocked by the thunder, but when they looked up at the sky, countless building debris flew through the air. The flames covered the entire sky. A huge explosion occurred in the core factory of IEC. A huge piece of metal debris flew towards the screaming Elliot like a cannonball. At this moment, he seemed to be back in the small factory in Folkestone. When the cyber psychopaths controlled the entire factory, the production line became a cannon barrel, and the products became cannonballs. These things that were once civilian were also lethal. Get out of the way. You betrayed us. The face of the person who pressed the button was distorted, and a liquid mixed with organic solution, tears, and blood flowed from the eye sockets of the artificial eye. They are the ones who should be arrested. The crazy action filled the entire power room with toxic steam, and the temperature was still rising. The cyber psychopath's skin was burned by the high temperature and fell off layer by layer. There was no flame on his body's surface, only industrial skin that was constantly melted by the high temperature. Bones and muscles were exposed, and the fallen blood and tears also evaporated with the high temperature. You betrayed us. Chapter 890. The flame shot up into the sky and could be seen from anywhere in the New Berlin district. Advisor, the plant that exploded used a nuclear fission reactor. Most people believe that civilian nuclear fission equipment cannot explode, but this is wrong. Advisor, As an industrial equipment and facility, a fission reactor will not explode only when it is in compliance with the operating specifications. Its safety insurance is also only in compliance with the operating specifications, and the insurance is in normal operation. Advisor: and this is not a nuclear explosion. The nuclear explosion caused by nuclear fission is largely because the purity exceeds the threshold, and most nuclear power plants do not have this condition. But even in this world, the use of nuclear power also requires steam or something else. Under the premise of sufficient understanding of energy power, these energy-storing media are sealed in the power room. When the accumulated energy exceeds the safety-critical value, it will turn the power room into a huge bomb. The Europa Tower in cyberspace connects several access points from different high-altitude villas. Executive Committee Member A: is it really necessary? We have been stable for 50 years, and can continue to develop stably for another 50 years. Such chaos should not happen in Berlin. Executive Committee Member B: indeed, chaos is not good. Advisor: I have already submitted the assessment and report on this accident to the server. Please remember that this action has been approved for execution. Advisor: as always, we need to relieve pressure. The unpopular voice responded to the committee members' questions, and the advisor did not answer their questions. Executive Member C: okay. In view of the achievements over the past few decades, I think we should continue to act according to the consultant's advice. Executive Member D: but I have a suggestion. We should all strengthen the control over our children. What do you think? Executive Member E: children? This is not a problem of children, Ms. Medici. You should curb your habits. The European community can tolerate you, but it does not mean that it can tolerate your lackeys. Ms. Medici: oh, aren't they dead? I understand. I will stay quiet for a while, but don't stop me from pursuing that monster. In cyberspace, the executive committee members withdrew from cyberspace one after another, leaving only the huge crown floating above the shadow of the Europa spire. This is a crown and a wall, guarding all the secrets. The original plan was to use the influence of the Cyber Psychiatric Special Political Committee and the Workers' Union model that has been rolled out throughout the European community to gradually turn the enthusiasm of this movement to a controllable direction and contribute to the aerospace industry. At the same time, the attack predicted in the threatening declaration is tomorrow. They originally wanted to rely on the enthusiasm of the broad masses of workers to find the abnormal terrorist. Compared with the normal explosion of military weapons, the fireball set off by this explosion is far from commensurate with its explosion scale. The power room of the IEC factory is very advanced, causing the flying fragments to fly hundreds of meters into the sky. When these energies act on the fragments and do not shoot straight into the sky, the power of the fragments will far exceed all the kinetic weapons and production accidents that Elliot has seen so far. It is impossible to dodge. The world in front of him was spinning, and Elliot's mind was almost blank. He was no longer the lost and decadent young man in the factory. Now he felt that he had countless things to do. Because he had a goal in mind, when he saw the same accident happen, he did not hesitate at all, nor did he stand there in a daze. But he didn't know whether his body could avoid it. Bang! Elliot hit the ground hard, and the tinnitus subsided. The molten salt, steam and other things used in the factory continued to spray out with a huge pressure, like a huge fountain. These substances with great lethality covered the sky and sprayed towards the streets. But at this moment, Elliot just stared at the place where he had just stood. The tank used to hold the whale was deeply pierced by the iron plate, and the nutrient solution slowly flowed out of the crack like a stream and dripped onto the ground. A body that was split in two slid down from both sides of the iron plate. Elliot really couldn't dodge, and at that time there was only one person who could help him dodge. Only Carl could. Carl's reaction was fast, and his body was full of industrial prosthesis. When the visual nerve showed a doomsday scene, the bioelectric current was emitted from the brain, and was converted into control current through the cyber modulator and other brain-computer interface components, completing the transmission of chemical transmitters before the human nerves, and transmitting the command to the prosthesis on his body. Without Sion Weston, there was no feedback current to generate feedback in his nerves. He only knew that he had issued the last command. But did he save his good brother who rushed out of the factory with him from Folkestone? He will never know. The flying iron piece is at least 4 meters long and more than 22 centimeters thick. With such kinetic energy, the person is not cut open, but exploded. The flesh exploded, leaving only the mechanical body, which staggered forward a step, but he was standing on the platform of the whale tank, and he would miss if he took a step forward. So Carl's body missed, and fell to the ground. This good brother who once held up a shield for him was shattered in an instant. There is no fairy tale in the real world. Before he really accepted this career, he was afraid to see this scene and was timid, but now that he has completely accepted this career, he has forgotten this. Elliot! A huge force dragged Elliot, who was stunned on the ground, back to the bottom of the whale tank. Alina slapped him on the face twice. Are you still alive? As a mercenary, Alina knew too well that this huge kinetic energy impact sometimes did not hit the target, but it would also set off a huge shock wave, which could be fatal to pure meat people. Sevens put on a medical helmet and came to Elliot's side immediately. It's normal, just some muscle and soft tissue contusions and concussion. Bang! Another huge piece of concrete fell from the sky, smashing a fleeing worker into a pulp. Even Alina was terrified by the power and scale of the explosion. It was as big as an artillery bombardment. Can a cyber psychopath make such a noise? Sevens put away his equipment and took out a cardiotonic from the first aid kit. A cyber psychopath is a lunatic. It is obvious that the lunatic who made these is a literate and skilled lunatic. You see, knowledge is power. Wake up! Huh? The cardiac stimulant was injected into the artery, and the hazy world in front of him suddenly became clear. Elliot took a deep breath and grabbed Seven's clothes. Carl is dead. He pushed me away and was hit by that thing. I know. Seven shook Elliot off and looked at the factory that was still spraying impurities. Damn it, that cyber psychopath has no moral principles. We are going to arrest him now. Did you hear me? We are going to arrest him now. Interpol is on the way. They shared a blueprint of the factory. Aren't you the leader of the workers? Take us in. Are you crazy? Arena pushed Sevens away. That place is exploding. We should retreat. I'm not crazy. Severs pushed forward and yelled at Elliot. This explosion is unusual. Even with a warning, we must find the cyber psychopath ourselves and find out why he did this. When Interpol comes, we will get second-hand information. What's the use of first-hand information? Arena was more determined. Are you going to the grave with first-hand information? Sevens once again passed over the burly Alina and shouted at Elliot. Damn it! He killed Carl. Don't you want to find that bastard yourself? Alina wanted to say something, but felt someone behind her push him away. Sevens dared to guarantee that this was the first time he saw Elliot with such a distorted expression since he met him. Follow me. Chapter 891. People say that even with nuclear energy, the way humans use energy is still to boil water. This is both right and wrong. It is right because using water vapor to convert the heat generated by nuclear energy into kinetic energy is indeed still a major technical method. But it is wrong because the steam technology used in 2077 is completely different from when the steam engine was first invented. The conventional steam technology here is called ultra-supercritical steam cycle technology. The pressure can reach more than 30 MPa, and the temperature is more than 700 degrees Celsius. The steam in the common ultra-supercritical cycle technology is difficult to define as ordinary steam, and the equipment that makes up these technologies is even more complex. However, ultra-supercritical steam cycle technology is the technology used by most conventional power plants. As an advanced factory located in the heart of the European community, located in Berlin, the technology used here is more complicated. There are many kinds of substances that make up the cycle technology, and heat exchange is carried out at different temperatures and pressure levels, including carbon dioxide and high-density composite molten salt. Elliot, big brother, we are going in. Muramasa, then you must listen carefully to what I say next. After all, I cannot control your body like a necromancer. It was not Leal who responded to Elliot, but Muramasa. Because although Leal was also familiar with these power generation technologies, at this moment he had to pay attention to the movements of cyberspace. The network monitors have been fully dispatched. On the one hand, he has to monitor the movements of the European barrier. On the other hand, he has to help Bryce avoid detection. And finally, he has to prevent the Black Wall from detecting abnormalities. In the real world, factories that spew molten salt are like volcanoes, and now they are trying to enter an erupting volcano. Outside the volcano, these molten salts are also slowly seeping out, flowing toward the periphery like a river. Muramasa. The hottest of the erupting substances is fluoride-based molten salt, which works at around 800 degrees Celsius. If you touch it, your body will burn. Muramasa. I can calculate the best route for you, but we still need a lot of coolant. There will be many steam vents on the road, and it would be best to have some high-standard isolation suits. We need coolant, a lot of coolant. Elliot shouted at Sevens, who connected his personal link to the car. Cyber Psychiatry Special Rectification Committee. All nearby factories are requested to cooperate with emergency disaster relief. We need your support. Cyber Psychiatry Special Rectification Committee. We need you to orderly deliver coolant to the factory and pay the emergency rescue channel. Cyber Psychiatry Special Political Committee. Repeat the howling wind, the sound of molten salt, and steam erupting from the factory, and the chaotic streets 4/7 to reply with a hoarse voice. Okay, I will use the vehicle to issue a deployment order to the nearest factory, and they will cooperate with us. But that may not be fast enough. Can't we use this? The Cyber Psychiatric Special Treatment Committee is to be included in the establishment, and has been approved by the Graham family, which means that the Central Executive Committee also approves it. But issuing an administrative order to allocate surrounding resources for disaster relief, not to mention that this order is not in line with procedures, will those workers and engineers really listen? Severance chose to issue the order directly without hesitation, but he also knew that there might be no response, so he pointed to the whale tank on the street. Although the liquid in the tank is not coolant, but at the moment, such a huge amount of liquid can completely play a cooling role. But when Elliot turned his eyes, he could still see Carl's body on the ground. His mind was filled with Carl standing in front of the whale and laughing, as if a man who had only been to the sea once and almost lost his life, and a whale that had also only been to land once, were two cross-species brothers. No, 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 no. It will die if the liquid dries up. But crash! A violent gust of wind swept through the air, blowing the erupting molten salt to change direction and spread to several blocks away. Typhoon weather is characterized by unpredictable weather. When the wind blows, the sky is like a broken basin, and heavy rain pours down, whirl. The molten salt flowing on the ground, and the factory burst out violent steam and black smoke. Not only that, when the rain flows into the whale tank along the fragments smashed by the iron sheet, the huge whale makes a shrill cry, and under the shocked gaze of Elliot and Sevens, it shakes its body fiercely. Bang! The tank that was already cracked was opened with a huge gap, and a huge amount of maintenance fluid poured crazily onto the street. The whale's small eyes looked at the two tiredly. Does he understand? It looks like he does. Muramesa, he does understand. Whales are not stupid. Marine creatures that have gone through the cyber domestication process can fully understand human language, and can even communicate with each other using implanted prosthesis. Muramesa, he is helping us, although he does not understand what the worker's movement is or what the truth is. Muramesa, a wonderful biological brain. He also knows that he may be crushed to death by his own weight, but he still does it. Muramesa, the drone is here, ready to enter. The two looked up into the sky. Berlin is a world built by drones. Through large-scale logistics drones, materials are transferred between logistics stations, old East German industrial areas and new Berlin areas. At this moment, countless drones are flying from their respective factories. Each of these drones transporting materials is equipped with liquid nitrogen and other coolants, flying towards the volcano. A bottle of liquid nitrogen is a drop in the bucket. Even compared to a nuclear power accident, the coolant of a single factory is simply impossible to prevent the spread of high-temperature residues. But a violent rainstorm, seawater that can feed an entire whale, and the coolant of the entire industrial zone cannot be underestimated. The drones in the entire industrial zone are operating under the control of engineers, and bottles of coolant are loaded onto drones to fill the gap in this accident that swept across the old East Germany, in another factory under IEC. Countless workers looked up at the black smoke rising into the sky. Nuclear power accidents will disrupt the operation of the entire area. Now they all popped their heads out and prepared to evacuate according to the arrangements of their superiors. However, a piece of news interrupted their evacuation. Boss, this is IEC's assets. If we rashly transfer them, then? What do you mean by then? This is a fucking terrorist attack. Those country folks in Bremen can fight against the roving AI. How can we Berliners fall behind? The technician, called the foreman, put on his clothes, waved his hands, shouted encouragement to his fellow workers on the production line, and issued a rescue order through the network. But this order has not been received by the Central Executive Committee. The referendum cyber arm was so powerful that it lifted up the whining worker with one hand, and their faces were almost touching. Hack you coward, get out of here. Has the Central Executive Committee said a word for us in all these years? Every year they talk about welfare. Every year they talk about reducing the burden on citizens. Look at the prices, this working environment. Did anyone speak for us before the workers' union came out? The guy who was yelled at couldn't tell whether it was rain hitting his face or saliva, and whether it was roaring or thunder that vibrated his eardrums. We are not cowards. Someone bought you cyber components, paid your salary, and risked his life to speak for you, and you just hide behind and care whether the master speaks or not. Go back to your post. If you don't want to work, get out. You don't know whether the company is open or not. I fucking beat you first. I know, I'd do it. I'm not a coward. That's enough. The foreman put the young man down and pushed him again. Hurry up and work. The foreman came to his workstation and shouted to his fellow compatriots, who were walking quickly. We liberated Germany. We built this city, and we can protect this city. We may be dissatisfied with this city, but only we can move every brick and tile of this city. Start the machine and start working. Chapter 892. At first, there were only a few drones, but soon they became overwhelming. The European barrier has control over all official machines, but not over the company's machines. Coincidentally, although the company has the highest control and ownership of the machine, the network command will never be as high as the authority of the physical command, unless the company puts a gun to their heads and prevents them from using it. But it is obvious that the company is keeping silent. Oh my god, is that the support you called? Elliot swallowed his saliva. Even Muramasa was silent. Their plan was to use the factory drawings to pave a path for the coolant to enter the interior. Not anymore. The drones in the sky are just randomly thrown around. As for why they are randomly thrown around, it is because Muramasa realized that such a drop is already oversaturated, and there is no need to calculate the maximum efficiency. Sevens was also shocked, but he quickly came to his senses. Although I don't know what's going on, it seems that we don't even need protective clothing anymore. Muramasa, what a surprising move. Are you going to continue to enjoy it? Muramasa, I advise you to put on protective clothing and go into the factory to find a set. The radiation value inside is already off the charts. Muramasa, it is best to put on radiation-proof industrial armor directly, if those armors are still in place. Protective clothing is only useful in the high radiation areas of nuclear power plants in normal operation. Generally speaking, in this world, the average annual radiation dose suffered by employees is around 100 MSV, which is a very delicate value. People with good luck will die directly after working for decades, while people with bad luck will be tortured to death by radiation sickness. However, the radiation from the power station core is definitely more than 10,000 MSV per hour, which means that if a person stands inside without protection for a few minutes, his skin will be burned. Even conventional protective clothing cannot withstand this dose of radiation. Only special radiation-proof materials can provide protection, and these protective materials are usually very heavy, and humans cannot carry them at all. Fortunately, the IEC factory is indeed very advanced, and there are radiation-proof industrial armor inside. As soon as they stepped into the factory, Elliot and his team felt a rusty taste in their throats. Soon they found the room where the mechas were parked. The outer wall of the room had been blown open by the explosion. There were some human and mechanical wreckage inside. The mechas were tilted here and there, but fortunately some were still connected to the workstations. The radiation had damaged the external signal source, which meant that these mechas were locked. However, this kind of hardware lock is not impossible to open for those black market black merchants, and it is even more so for Muramasa. Opening the hardware lock of the mecha is as simple as eating and drinking water for humans. Why do you have to come? This was said to Alina. He didn't want Alina to come, but he couldn't let them tug and tug at the moment, so he had to let her follow. While talking, Elliot connected to the mecha, opened the hardware locks of the three mechas, and the mechas that were half fallen on the ground started to operate again, half knelt on the ground, and opened the cockpit. The employer has come, how can I, as a bodyguard, not come, and can you drive a mecha? Alina said, as she entered the mecha before Elliot. If I can open it, of course I can use it. Sevens, can you do it? As a result, Elliot found that Sevens had also entered the mecha. The whole process was very professional without any nonsense. And soon Elliot realized how stupid his promise was. He used to work in neurometallurgy, which required the control of metallurgical workshops, not industrial mechas. In fact, the control of industrial mechas is very dangerous compared to other jobs, because first of all, the workplaces that require mechas are usually dangerous in themselves. Secondly, industrial mechas often need to be deeply connected to the human body. Welcome to use the Special Operation Mecha. Manufacturer, Giraffa Industry, IEC Customized Version. Current status, offline. Checking the operator's readiness and accepting work instructions. Working mode has been switched to Emergency Rescue Operation. Emergency Operation Protocol is being initiated. Just as Elliot entered the mecha and felt the interface of the mecha aligned with the brain-computer interface, he felt a huge amount of liquid suddenly pouring into the mecha. Not only that, countless needles pierced his skin, and it even felt like some very long needles had pierced some of his internal organs and glands, and in fact, it was true. The influx of liquid was used to wash away the radioactive dust on the surface of the body, and then expel it, while the injected liquid was a mixed drug pre-injected to prevent the body from absorbing radioactive elements. These included potassium iodide to prevent the thyroid gland from absorbing radioactive iodine, drugs that accelerated the excretion of radioactive elements from the intestines and urethra, etc. In general, it covered all endocrine organs and circulatory systems, and was directly injected into the target organs. This is a very painful process. Because Elliot and his team did not pre-treat, some oral drugs can only be injected once through the system inside the mecha. Of course, after getting familiar with it, this is a slightly painful process. Judging from the speed at which the mecha stood up, Alina was almost not affected, Sevens was slower, and Elliot was the slowest. Click. Elliot, who was a little out of control due to the pain, had just come back to his senses when the ceiling cracked. A huge stone hit Elliot's head. Boom! The rocks hit Alina, and the huge industrial mecha could only be knocked to the ground. But if a human had to bear this, he would be smashed into a pulp. Looking at the mecha holding up the stone slab, Elliot suddenly felt a little dazed. The man who had held up the shield for him in Folkestone was dead, and he wanted revenge. Alina, haha, I said you couldn't stand it. If I hadn't followed you, you would have been smashed into a pancake. Elliot, everyone has a first time. Sevens, hurry up. No one knows if this power station will have a second stage after a long time. The nearly half-ton industrial mecha slowly stood up, and the three mechas worked together to push away the rocks that were pressing them, clearing the broken walls and ruins blocking the road, stepping over the corpses and debris on the ground, and being in the hell of radiation and high temperature. Elliot really imagined the scene in Folkestone. Only this time, he was much calmer. Carl. The crown circulated. Advisor, bravo. Advisor, the efficiency of collaboration, initiative and courage have been significantly improved, even beyond our imagination. Advisor, things are moving in the direction of the lowest probability, but the most exaggerated. The scale, consciousness and solidarity of the workers who joined the action have exceeded the prediction of the standard model. Advisor, haha, it seems that this movement has exceeded our expectations and reached the standard of another plan. Advisor, but we are curious, how did they do it? Advisor, maybe it's just that our library and model need to be updated. This is an unprecedented change. Advisor, abandoning nearly a century of harmony, prosperity and stability. Advisor, this is the real enlightenment towards light. Advisor, observe, learn and then evolve. Chapter 893. This set of radiation-proof mecha is indeed advanced, so advanced that even Leal was a little surprised. He has seen products with this design concept before, but this kind of design for mechas with extremely large amounts of radiation has a very obvious marginal benefit reduction when stacking costs, so most of these products can only achieve a radiation protection efficiency of 40 to 70%. Considering the fluctuating importance of the status of people who need to wear this equipment to society, it is basically unlikely to exceed this range. But the mechas stored in the IEC warehouse are different. They are equipped with almost all possible radiation protection technologies, including the full set of internal environment control injection systems, the liquid discharge system for washing away radioactive dust, and the core protection system, high-density metal plates for gamma-ray protection, hydrogen-rich materials for neutron protection, and a composite layered structure mixed with glass fiber, acrylic acid, and aluminum to provide protection against secondary radiation. The thickness of each material is excellent. At the same time, the internal parts and power system of the mechas are excellent, almost equivalent to military mechas of the same size, in order to drive these thick armors, while also being able to complete special operations based on the huge power of the operator. It can almost be considered that this is a special equipment that is not worth the cost. It is impossible to appear in Night City. Even in Europe, it is absolutely impossible to promote it on a large scale. It is more like a small number of prototypes that are matched with advanced factories. In this factory that is far hotter and more terrifying than hell, everything is burning silently. The flame only looks the brightest, but it is not the biggest problem. Unfortunately, when facing three fully armed super-industrial mechas, the radiation that can really hurt the three people is less than 1%. However, this is still a very high value. If it lasts too long, it may still cause irreversible damage. Alina, hurry up, Davarish, this mecha is the best industrial mecha I have ever seen. The damn giraffe didn't say they still sell this kind of thing, but the radiation index is still very high. Bang! Alina punched the rubble blocking the road, and the three of them carried the collapsed door beam together and got through the passage. Elliot, why do you call me Davarish? Alina, haha, it's more appropriate. Ding. Shoo. Just as the three of them stepped into the passage leading to the power room, the speaker in the factory rang, and the sound of electricity was full, making people wonder if the notification system was short-circuited. But soon, a human voice came out of the speaker, making them realize that someone was talking. Shoo. It's you. Traitors. Fuck you, you betrayed the workers. The inferior sound system almost turned into a piercing scream, watering in the high-temperature hell, as if it was really a demon scream from hell. In the empty factory, everything was burning, and there were corpses and debris everywhere. Such a strange and sharp scream made people feel uneasy. And the content inside was even more confusing. Elliot was angry. Damn it, you killed so many people, and you said I betrayed the workers? You killed so many people, you betrayed the workers? Why? Just to show off your skills? It's you? You and those bastards are in cahoots with each other. Splash. The contaminated coolant broke through the pipes and walls, and the boiling contaminated water overflowed along the channel. Muramesa. Organic coolant, boiling temperature 170 degrees Celsius, and it's contaminated. If it weren't for this mecha, it would be impossible to get through. Muramesa. Goes straight through. Getting the hint, Elliot stepped directly into the boiling contaminated water. Uh-huh. You guys wore those mechas? Sure enough, phase projects are only reserved for leaders. Hack you. If I were a leader, I would directly call for an aerial bombing to flatten you. You don't dare, because the nuclear power technology used here is advanced technology. IEC spent countless funds to build such an experimental nuclear power plant. They don't know why I can detonate here. So you came here to know how I did it. You want to know how I blew up that scumbag Huff. The hot steam sprayed onto the surface of the mech, but the people inside only felt that the local temperature had risen a little. The toxic gas spread along the broken pipe, completely filling the road ahead. Conventional industrial protection and filtration systems were completely unable to filter out these waste gases and toxic gases. It was still the mech's credit that almost made the forward work a smooth journey. Uh-huh. You're too late. Soon the factory pressure will reach the threshold of the second explosion. By then. Madman. Elliot cursed loudly, his mind full of those people outside cheering for him and providing support for him. The three of them couldn't help but speed up their pace, and the filter system load and radiation absorption in the HUD kept approaching the limit. Everything in this world has its limit, and mechas are even more so. It was like a charge with no return, and Elliot and the other two just kept speeding up their movements. Soon, they arrived at the blocked gate. The blast-proof door had been deformed by the explosion. You're just hiding in there? Wait for death, you damn lunatic, wait until we get in. The three of them came to the crack in the damaged alloy riot wall, and tore it open together. Wait until I get in, you bastard will be dead. Bang! Elliot sat down on the ground too hard, and Alina immediately helped him up to prevent him from soaking in the polluted water for too long. Damn it. Elliot cursed again after he stood up. You hid really deep. Hidden deep? Even Muramesa, who was not good at conspiracies, felt that Elliot's judgment was a bit too emotional. Entering the factory was a bit dangerous because it was passing through the molten salt around the factory, but that was solved with the support of the surrounding factories. Since I drove the mecha, the collapsed buildings, burning ruins, and flowing wastewater on the road were only troublesome, but it was basically a smooth journey. The IEC industrial park was super huge. Although there was an explosion, there should be a lot of equipment that could be used. If this cyber madman could even create an explosion in such a nuclear reactor with a full safety level, why couldn't he detonate other equipment? Too easy. And after listening to that guy's speech, a significant doubt emerged. He said that these mechas were only for leaders, that is, if the mechas were illegally operated before the explosion, IEC would have cleared out illegal users. This means that he cannot start the mechas and enter the power room to operate. But according to the feedback from the environmental detection system, if the mechas are not operated, humans will have organ failure and die on the spot in less than an hour. Now it has only been 28 minutes since the explosion. If that person is inside, how can he still speak? Trap? Muramesa was about to say something when he saw Sevens directly cross the cracked wall and rush in first, but no unexpected accident happened. Chapter 894. He's dead? Nothing unusual. At the heart of this journey to hell, there were no crazy robots, invincible riot factories, dangerous self-destruct traps, no conspiracy, only a body that was dissolving. This was the culprit that caused the explosion in the power room. When the mecha entered the control room, he was lying in front of the control console. His body had begun to soften, mixed with bones and prosthetics, as disgusting as the slime monster that ate people in fantasy. But surprisingly, he is not dead yet. The reason why he is not dead is Muramasa. People say that the most famous cyber monster in the world is Adam Hammer, and only his brain is original, which is a display of the strength of Arasaka security. Muramasa. But this man is not much different. His skin has been completely replaced with industrial skin that has a certain protective effect against radiation. None of his internal organs are original, and all artificial glands are improved versions to bear the high radiation working environment. Muramasa. Except for the brain and circulating blood, there are not many original parts of this man. Muramasa. I know that some technical talents in the production department will accept this modification, but in a sense, such talents are even less than cyber mercenaries like Adam Hammer. Now that you are here, I will say that I am right. The slime monster lying on the console was plugged with neural connection components. It was clear that these cables were directly connected to his spine, spinal column and brain, just like those crazy hackers in the legend. Sevens walked slowly to the guy, and he was also shocked. This is impossible. The European community has control over the degree of prosthetics of civilian prostheses. If a person has so many implanted prostheses, he is definitely a key monitoring target. Because generally speaking, such people appear in the laboratory more often. Even Elliot, who was bent on revenge, was stunned, because to a certain extent, he suddenly remembered Carl's body after it was smashed. In the social consensus, high-level cyborgization is considered unnecessary and crazy, but it is slightly different in different groups. Among mercenaries, it is crazy and powerful. In the eyes of managers, it is an experiment, and in the eyes of workers, it is the miserable situation of constantly alienating themselves into a production machine under pressure in order to maintain their livelihoods in order to work. Seven said, "You are waiting for us. You are going to die. To make a long story short, what do you want to do?" If not, who would care? Visconti deserves death. Elliot got even angrier when he heard this. Visconti is about to be arrested by Interpol. How many people have you killed? Visconti is just a dog. Goyalu Visconti is just a dog. Interpol is also a dog, a trained dog, who killed a stray dog that was occasionally fed. Pick the key points, you may only have less than a minute. Terrence Fleming, what happened to Harlem Ike? Sevens took out his work badge from a pool of rotten meat. He seemed to be more anxious than this cyber psychopath, but he concealed it well. Elliot did not kill him when he saw this. He was not blind. This monster who killed Carl, destroyed the entire factory, and endangered the old East German area was more painful than death. Killing him directly seemed to help him get rid of it. Why was he so miserable? Terrence Fleming's voice sounded, and the rotten meat began to bubble. The sound was like a drowning person screaming in the water. Every time he screamed for help, seawater would fill his lungs. It was painful, but he had to scream because it was instinctive. I'm not Terrence. I'm Harlan Igugugu. The first news stunned everyone present. However, his vocal organs were quickly covered by the softened meat paste, and in the end, only strange vibration sounds could be heard, and there was no way to hear what he was saying. Just as Elliot and Alina were digesting this news, Seven's pupil shrank, and he could no longer remain calm. He immediately reached out and grabbed the guy's throat. Since the meat has already rotted, it means that it doesn't matter if it is peeled open, as long as the vocal organs can still make sounds, but he was already dead. The sound stopped completely, and even the neural links in his body could no longer control the current and were overloaded, emitting black smoke and sparks. Puff! Just when everyone thought everything was over. The console seemed to have activated some condition and started playing the recorded audio. I am Harlanyak. IEC thought they had killed me, but they didn't kill me, but my coworker Terrence. I have negotiated with the IEC, which is being integrated, to unite our coworkers before the Cyber Psychiatry Special Rectification Committee. The nuclear power generation technology they restored uses special molten salt materials and energy power systems. I don't know how they came up with it, but this system is not mature and can only be monitored 24 hours a day and night, and the technology can be modified. Thanks to the special metal compound molten salt and split energy power design, this power generation technology has a very high utilization rate of nuclear energy. The only disadvantage is that the core power room design of this technology is not perfect, and the nuclear pollution products exceed the standard. This means that the nuclear radiation value endured by the core staff is several times more than that of conventional nuclear power plants, and they also need to maintain high-intensity work. This doesn't make sense. But my daughter, my dear Charlie, said she had a relationship with the Visconti family. This is hilarious. We are respected as a worker family in the European community and Germany. Our ancestors have been workers for generations. When the Soviet Union invaded Berlin, my ancestors came with guns. When the Soviet Union entered East Germany, my ancestors came with technology and hammers. Everyone thanks us for liberating Germany and driving away the nobles. Every year, we are awarded and commended, and our spirit is promoted every year. But in the end, I just want us to have a good working environment and better treatment, but they don't want to do it. IEC can easily control our work. With just one word, all companies dare not use us, otherwise they will use force and economic attacks. What about the European community? The European community just watched and didn't care at all. And my daughter. My daughter doesn't believe in getting rich through hard work. Like all the children in the old East German region, she connected to the internet and saw the lives of aristocrats and big entrepreneurs, which were as fashionable as gold. Haha, the European community praised us on the internet, but in reality, my children just wanted to be a piece of meat to be fucked. I watched her call me daddy for the first time in my arms, and I also watched her become a piece of rotten meat just to get close to those bastards. Charlie. Why is this happening? I didn't have time to watch her grow up. I'm sorry to Terrence. I started this movement, but I finally withdrew from the negotiations. The negotiations failed. But Terrence didn't hate me, but gave me this opportunity. If it weren't for him, I would never know that my daughter had really turned into rotten meat. Charlie hasn't been home for a long time. I'm worried about her, but Terrence told me that he can help me check. The only condition is he wants to replace the European barrier identity recognition hardware with me, because he knows that these bastards will never give up. He said he can die, but I can't, because I am more familiar with this technology than him, and I am more cowardly than him. He said I am more educated, and he wants me to finish what I didn't do. Terrence found out the truth, but was also killed by Visconti's bastards. He said, when I called them together and told them that they must unite and fight for tomorrow, it was when he was most motivated. He said that the movement I initiated had deceived him, just like the things that the European community had been promoting, even though the European community and I didn't believe in those things, those isms. He wanted me to finish it. But a movement that was already difficult, and was disbanded because of my betrayal, who would respond? Terrence, you are more suitable for this role than me. I am just a person who wants to fight for interests. You are right. I don't believe in those isms at all. If those things really work, how could my daughter become like this? I don't know how to continue until I see someone riding a whale across the channel. It seems that only cyber psychopaths can attract attention? No. IEC has learned its lesson. I don't know how you did it. I don't know, but I know that if this continues, it will never. No one will ever know Terrence. No one will ever pay for his death. No one will ever know what Visconti did. Visconti is just a dog. Someone in the Central Committee is supporting their human trafficking. Those are the ones. Those are the Golden Sons. If there is no cyber psychopath, I will become a cyber psychopath. I am a cyber psychopath. You must check here. You must find out how many workers have suffered from radiation sickness, and you must let their sacrifices. Make it public. The Golden Sons cannot take away our achievements. I want to become a cyber lunatic. Gula 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 Terrence. It should be said that it is Harlem's loudspeaker, vibrating the rotten meat, making a gurgling sound. This sound is like a drowning person screaming in the water. Every time he screams for help, seawater will fill his lungs, which is painful, but he must scream because it is instinctive. The erupting power plant gradually extinguished under the heavy rain and coolant bombardment, and the sound was drowned by the howling wind. Even the damaged core was gradually sealed in order by the spare protective plate. The big explosion that Harlan mentioned did not come. Maybe it was just an action to make the three people speed up, or his body could no longer support him to make a destructive move. No one can guess what the madman is thinking. The howling wind extinguished the erupting volcano, and the whole city was running in silence. But the typhoon has not passed yet. Chapter 895. The culprit is Harlan Ike, not Terrence Fleming. Elliot and Severns, who had just washed off the dust on their bodies, sat at the conference table. This is a very high-end commercial hovercraft. The flames of the nuclear power plant had just been extinguished, and the European community sent a large number of forces to control the area. Elliot, Severns and Alina, who had directly entered the area, were immediately transferred to the radiation cleaning vehicle for cleaning. In other words, they were immediately controlled. Instructor Graham needed to know the truth, and the European Community Central Committee needed to know the truth. There was no time for comparison or discussion. The three of them were still digesting the information, so they could only confess everything at this moment. Graham nodded. It seems that you know that Harlem Ike was indeed not promoted. No, it should be Terrence Fleming. Terrence was killed by IEC agents in the place where Visconti sold why Harlem Ike's daughter tricked him. To be more precise, it was Harlem Ike's daughter, Cialy Ike, who wanted to trick his father. There was a moment of silence in the room, and Severance asked, "Instructor, I think in this conference room, we need the truth to piece together the whole picture of the incident, which is related to our later discovery of other cyber psychopaths." "Okay." Graham shrugged, "It is true, but there are some discrepancies. According to the reports of the people involved in the case we arrested, Visconti wanted to have sex with Harlem's daughter in front of him to satisfy his strange curiosity and humiliate this respectable worker who was once respectable. But things changed a little later. Anyway, they fought at the crime scene. Interpol didn't know how Terrence ran away, but he was killed in the room by company agents in the end. At that time, they thought the deceased was Harlem Yak so. But why hide the truth? Interpol said that they were tracking down Visconti's criminal organization at the time and didn't want to alert them, so they didn't alert them. The truth was not concealed by us, but someone in the network monitoring and Interpol took bribes and modified Harlem Yak's status, so it became what it is now. Because of this, the information you got about Harlan Ike is wrong. Here is a question: how did Terrence and Harlan exchange identities? Sevens and Elliot looked at each other, and finally the former said, "They cut off their implants and appearance components with a knife. Both of them are senior technicians and need to work in the core reactor. The radiation level of the core reactor at that time exceeded the standard, so both of them have a full set of radiation-proof skin and work prosthesis. They should use IEC's advanced custom prosthesis technology, which is very close to full-body prosthesis." This answer was beyond Graham's imagination. With a knife? They cut off their own prostheses with a knife and replaced them with each other's? How is it possible? We also think it is almost impossible, but it is the fact that they used a knife and other tools to tear off their prostheses bit by bit, and then completed the exchange from the appearance to the internal organs. Both of them have a high level of education, and their intelligence is obviously enough to perform such a crude prosthetic surgery. Although there will definitely be many problems, they have reported to the medical service for adjustment. This simple maintenance, the prosthetic doctor can't detect any problems at all. Harlan kept some components at home, so he could use them to forge his information and post on the forum. Beyond imagination, but logical. But this is too much beyond imagination. Prosthetic surgery is not slaughter, but these two people replaced a large number of prosthetics with each other in a way that is almost like debiting in a slaughterhouse. It is hard to imagine how painful the prosthetic surgery between them would be. Graham's brows were already furrowed. "This is horrible. These lunatics. Our researchers will." Instructor. Severance interrupted Graham softly. "Harlan X's body has melted. The flesh and the prosthesis have melted into a ball. And if the killer didn't notice the problem, it means that Terrence is almost dead. The prosthesis transformation rate of both of them has exceeded the civilian prosthesis implantation standard." This sentence lightly touched on another thing. Harlan Eck and Visconti's grievances can be said to be personal grievances, but his grievances with IEC are not. Or the conflict between them is closely related to the workers' union. Should we speak up for Harlem and Terrence, the workers who had united before and were killed? Graham took a sip of wine and tapped the table with his fingertips. "They are terrorists, and this will not change. They are different from us hard-working and trained workers. Don't confuse the two." "What else?" Severance and Elliot were silent again. After looking at each other, Elliot said, "Harlem Ike said that there were other big names behind Visconti. But he destroyed the clues himself. If he hadn't blown Visconti to death, maybe we would have had a chance to follow the clues." Graham shook his head. "Besides, do you believe what the cyber psychopath said? Listen, I don't know who he accused, but this is simply not true. Think about it. How many poor people are hoping to get close to the big man he mentioned? Can the big man commit a crime? Secondly, there are indeed some illegal operations in IEC, but for now, we can't interfere with the integration work. We can wait until the integration is completed before investigating whether they have really committed any illegal or criminal acts. Don't forget, the dream of flying into the stars is only one step away. Even Harlem, if he had kept his sanity and cherished the life given to him by his good friend Terrence, he would not have ended up like this. Visconti would have been arrested, and he could have lived a better life and moved towards the future. In the final analysis, he is already a terrorist." Severance suddenly said, "Harlem Ike, their ancestors have been a collectivist family for generations, and they are a family that has been commended by the executive committee of the center. Collectivist families are highly respected in the European community. Of course, this respect is very subtle. As long as they are still workers, they can be praised and awarded by executives every year for their dedication, craftsmanship, etc. but in reality, they are probably the same as Harlem Eckhart. This made Graham stunned for a moment. Why do I need to look forward? If his ancestors could see all this in heaven, he would also agree that we should put aside hatred and consider the overall situation. He sighed and looked at the blockade area below with black smoke. This explosion not only hurt the progress of IEC, but also hurt the surrounding residents. The radiation is very serious. We need to allocate funds to resettle the residents. And the new United States also wants to rebuild the Sky Army, which may also be related to the wide area electromagnetic weapons, like EBM. As a result, a large amount of funds will be used to repair the consequences of our internal struggle. In any case, we need to suppress this chaos temporarily, which requires your ideological guidance to the workers. I'm sorry that you lost a brother, but for more brothers, you need to cheer up. Graham reached out and patted the two on the shoulder, saying solemnly, for our future, for our alliance, for order and stability, the European community cannot fall behind and cannot give up the sky and order. Your emergency action this time is very heroic. If you hadn't stopped the terrorist, who knows what would have happened? The Central Executive Committee wants to commend you in front of the entire alliance and announce the future policies and guidelines. You will be reorganized as the core team directly under the Central Executive Committee. Get ready. Elliot was stunned. Now. Right now, people are panicking and you must come forward. Chapter 896. What should we do next? The Cyber Psychiatry Executive Committee will formally merge with the Workers' Union to become the General Workers' Union of the European Community, directly under the Central Executive Committee, merging the powers of multiple other departments, and raising the treatment of workers to an unprecedented level in history. In addition, as heroes who put out the nuclear power plant fire, Elliot, Sevens, and Alina will be praised by the Central Committee. Sevens' question was not answered immediately. The two are now in the small room before the press conference. To be precise, the room is not small, and it is luxurious. This is the Adlon Kempinski Hotel, located opposite the Europa Tower. Unlike the global chain, business-oriented hotels like the Blue Sky Building, this hotel is awesome and only receives people of political nature. The room area is over 300 square meters, and the decoration is made of high-end wood, gold, and other precious materials. There is even a small ecological garden for bathing. There is a waterfall outside the window, and there is a parking space for floating cars next to it. The Imperial Suite is the most advanced suite in the Adlon Kempinski Hotel. There are glass on all sides, and you can see the spectacular Berlin. The entire floor is where the three of them live today. Neither of them had ever stayed in such a high-end hotel, and not many people in the world had stayed there before. But today, when they looked out the window, their attention was focused on the old East German area in the distance with black smoke. What to do? Elliot's mind was full of the corpses of Karl and Harlem, and his brain seemed to be torn apart. Before meeting Lil, Elliot often talked about the so-called dark side of society on the internet. Now, the dark side of society was really torn open by Harlem in the most intense way and placed in front of him, and his mind was so confused that he couldn't speak. Elliot and Sevens told almost everything, except for one thing they tacitly didn't say. They knew which nobleman Harlan was talking about was behind the scenes. Before Harlan died, he played not only audio, but also pictures and videos on the console. That was the evidence and clues Terrence risked his life to collect for him. In the picture, Visconti and a woman were unclear, and the person in the photo was the daughter of the Medici family. The Medici family is not an ordinary noble family. This noble family directly controls almost all of Italy's agricultural and biological companies, and its head is a core member of the European Community Central Executive Committee. Politically, the Medici family directly controls the entire army on the border between Italy and Greece. This is a super family with strong military, political, and business power. Graham's attitude has directly shown that he does not want to delve into the injustice of a dead terrorist, let alone directly contact such a big shot. Silence echoed in the empty room. Elliot stood there quietly, thinking and expecting. He hoped that Lear could give him an answer and command him to do the next task. But this time, Lear did not speak, and Elliot could not even see Johnny. Johnny, this big guy is a good brother, what a fuck. Johnny, if what Harlan said is true, then Terrence and Karl, the idiot who saved him, are just the same kind of people. Johnny, but Harlan killed him. Not only did he kill him, he thought his actions could save many people, and avenge his former compatriots and his daughter, but the dead were all innocent people. Johnny, I can't stand it, I really want to vomit. Lil, why don't you say anything? Johnny, tell this little fat guy, tell him. Let's rush into the Europa Tower and kill those damn bureaucrats. Johnny, speak. Lil, I can teach him all the knowledge he needs, the knowledge he wants to learn to help him overcome difficulties. Lil, but I can't control him to make choices like a thinking machine. Even if Elliot was stupid, he should have known that there were two huge choices before him at this moment. The truth hit the European Community's Central Executive Committee and the IEC. The former was the highest authority in the entire system, and the latter was the dream of the entire European community to rush into space. He came to seek justice for the workers, from the beginning, but why did Herring choose to become a cyber psychopath when things were getting better? Another option is to compromise, choose to reconcile with the past, and choose to embrace a gradually better future. However, this means giving up on surrendering to the real criminals. After all, even if Graham told them that Interpol would arrest the criminals, would Interpol really arrest the members of the Central Committee? You should know that the European Bank is controlled by the Central Committee, a private unit, and Interpol is affiliated with this private unit. Compromise, the workers' union will develop in an orderly manner and rush to the beautiful outer space. If they expose, they will attack the Europa Tower like a cyber psychopath, and arrest the members of the Central Committee with their own hands, which means they are enemies of the European community. What happens after the arrest? The more he thought about it, the more Elliot felt that the future was bleak. Just like what Graham said, he would be trapped in an endless struggle and could never break out of space. What he needed was not encouragement from Lil, nor crazy incitement from rock singer Johnny. People make the most difficult choices, and what they need is never encouragement and incitement, but careful consideration again and again, and confirmation in their hearts again and again, even if this road may not have an end, may not have a future at all, is absolutely imperfect, and is full of setbacks. But he still has to firmly embrace this road for some reason. There are also countless people who choose their path without thinking under incitement, but this must not be the way of the leader. The leader cannot be incited, and the leader elected by the people must have his own ideas. The explosion not only killed Carl, but also killed dozens of workers on the spot, and even blew the emotions in Elliot's brain into paste, but Sevens was much more decisive than Elliot. He walked up to Elliot and grabbed the shoulders of this good brother. His eyes seemed to be burning with some kind of flame, as if to burn away all the unwillingness in his heart. Damn it! No matter what, we want to tell everyone the truth. We want to tell everyone that there is a man named Harlem Eck, who used to cheer for their brothers with his brother Terrence. We want to tell everyone that a terrible virus is raging in Berlin. This virus erodes our so-called law and order, fairness and justice. They are parasitic among us. No, they have become our brains. They enjoy privileges and hide everything, wanting us to swallow blood and tears to help them fulfill their damn, hypocritical dreams. Step on our corpses. Looking into Seven's eyes, everything flashed through his mind. Elliot's stomach churned, and he knelt on the ground on the spot. Ugh. Severns looked at Elliot's appearance without any ridicule or encouragement, but said to him, "This is our only chance to reveal everything in front of the entire European community. Maybe in the end the European community will say that we don't have enough evidence, and use European barriers as before to wipe out all our efforts, and let us become cyber psychopaths or criminals, and disappear in history. But I won't lie anymore. Whether Harlem Eck is a madman or not, I will tell everyone the truth. I will never continue to allow the European community to usurp everyone's efforts through me, and then command people to continue to jump into the next furnace that looks a little more refined." Sevens looked up and saw Alina standing at the door. "I believe you will too." After that, he left the room, leaving Alina and Elliot alone. Until he felt that the acid in his stomach had been vomited out, Elliot picked up the pure water on the table and poured it into his mouth like a drowning man. He felt that he almost wanted to drown himself with pure water, until he felt a pair of warm arms hugging him. "What should I do?" Alina admitted generously. "I don't know." Then, a huge force lifted Elliot up directly. After the world spun around, he opened his eyes again and found himself lying on the bed. Alina's unique face appeared in front of him. Her gray-green eyes were like the frost of the Arctic tundra during the battle, and at this moment, they all melted for him. The dark chestnut hair was casually tied up, but there were still a few strands flowing down along the delicate collarbone, sticking to the white neck, and slid down smoothly. Her skin was not completely smooth, and there were even many scars, but when brushing against the skin, the touch of these scars, and the combination of skin and muscles made people feel so perfect. This is definitely not the feeling Elliot imagined, but it is definitely the feeling he likes. This pair of hands, that are good at controlling weapons, are also good at controlling Elliot's feelings. "I don't know, but I know I love you. I don't know what you are going to do, but I think if I miss today, I may not have a chance. Are you ready to be an adult? After doing this, I will go to hell with you if you want to go." Elliot's confused brain was suddenly dispersed. He remembered what his father said to him most often, find a girl who loves himself. He felt that this was the girl who loved him. Chapter 897. Johnny, the little fat guy has become a man. Johnny, haha, that's not bad. Perhaps because he remembered that he had done something like this before attacking Arasaka Tower, Johnny showed a look of aftertaste on his face. Of course, Leal, and he did not spy on this process. Johnny, a pervert with no bottom line, would definitely want to see it, but Leal was not interested in it. Since entering Berlin, Leal's attention has been focused on the Europa Tower, which is much taller than Arasaka Tower and larger than all the network buildings he has seen so far, giving him a very strong sense of oppression. The black wall and the crown on the Europa spire are almost integrated. Power expands to the entire European continent through the thread that symbolizes data exchange, tightly combining this land. The unity of Europeans is connected through this system. Even if they still retain the concept of country, in fact, the concept of the European community is much stronger than the concept of the country. The road to the Europa spire was paved for them by the hovercraft. Elliot and Seven sat opposite each other, and there was only silence in the car. Johnny, why is it so quiet before the war? I don't like quiet. If it were me, I would gather all the workers in Berlin to make trouble in front of the Europa Tower. Leal, wake up, didn't you see what's in the military museum? Outside the Europa Tower is a very wide multi-story square. Each square is staggered, with the help of structure and carefully designed reflective mirrors to bring light to each floor, without appearing oppressive. This is the basic design concept of the buildings in the New Berlin district, equality. Similar to the government building in Bremen, the Europa Tower will of course have a large number of defensive measures. However, similarly, these defensive measures will not be displayed in large numbers in the form of an army. In every place on the multi-story square, there are a large number of physical military equipment, including combat tanks, helicopters, combat robots, and the European community's cybernetic soldiers. Yes, although they have not really fought with cyber transformers since entering the European community, the European community's military prosthetic technology is the most advanced in the world, and only military technology can compare with it. These military facilities were placed and operated in the square in the name of museum display. Residents walking around would only happily touch them and receive military education. But in fact, all military units were the most advanced and could be put into battle at any time. And at that time, Johnny Silverhand called a lot of people to the gate of Arasaka Tower, more than 6,000 people, but this number of people was simply a drop in the bucket in the three-dimensional space of New Berlin. A tank could only crush a few people. Through the window of the hovercraft, Johnny could clearly see the teenagers in Berlin, wearing complete clothes made of strong and expensive materials, with prosthetics hidden under their skin and clothes, no tattoos, and normal hair. There was no thought about where to go for the next job in their eyes, only curiosity about the huge monster in front of them. More importantly, they at least had a father or mother next to them. As he watched, Johnny felt that his concert could not be held here. No matter what kind of European community Harlem Ek revealed, just looking at the appearance of the New Berlin district, he could have a feeling that the concert he held in front of the Arasaka Tower would not be held in Berlin. Leal appeared in front of Elliot. Leal, have you figured out what to do? Elliot nodded silently. Elliot, brother, why didn't you command me this time? Leal, although you haven't learned much of Muramace's technology, and your technical principles and basic subject knowledge are also a mess, as a person, you have learned a lot. Leal, in Folkestone, Bruges and Bremen, I commanded you only because you had only one choice. Leal, now you have many choices. Huh? The hovercraft flew through the sky, passing through beautiful waterfalls and ecological bridges, passing through the beautiful lives of people living in this exquisite city. Elliot looked at his hands. Johnny, still savoring? Elliot didn't speak, and the hovercraft slowly entered the control area of the Europa Spire Advisor, the intercourse of life. Advisor, two independent conscious individuals, with completely different breathing rates, heartbeat rhythms, and body temperatures, convey the same message in chaos. Advisor, even though we have obtained too much data on human hormones and EEG models, there seems to be a supreme expression that transcends all of this, and order is obtained from chaos. Advisor, humans recognize and rely on each other at this moment, temporarily integrating isolated individuals into a stronger whole, starting with rough and easy-to-read hormone and EEG changes, but will eventually give birth to new creations and a completely unknown future. Advisor, this is the difficulty we have not overcome so far. Medici, yes, that's it, being it is really fascinating, especially. Advisor, Commissioner Medici, forgive me for offending you, But what you do is different from what I am talking about. Medici, alas, I thought you could understand me. When I conquer Matt, a completely different child, you will definitely change your mind. Hurry up and end this. I can't wait to go on vacation. Graham, they will arrive at the Spire soon, and the operating room is ready. Executive Committee Member A, is this plan really reliable? This Elliot doesn't seem to be controllable. Judging from his past experience, there are still many things we don't know. The outer defense of the Europa Spire is very strong, but the inside is not. If they make trouble. Advisor, Mr. Executive Committee Member A, there are just no large combat weapons inside the Europa Spire. Advisor, and the probability of accidents has been reduced to the lowest value, almost impossible. Graham, I hope so. Anyway, we still have 7 Strange, this kid is much more professional. Advisor, it's not professional to move towards the light, sir. Only being a dog requires professionalism. Graham did not respond. Although exchanging ideas with consultants is a very good activity, he has no time for it now. The hovercraft that picked up Elliot and Sevens has entered the apron. Graham, finally, the executive committee will award the pioneers of the new era. Graham, you will be awarded in the Ecological Theater on the 73rd floor of the Europa Spire. The media is ready. Accept the medals with pride, and then announce your achievements and our bright future to the whole of Europe. The hovercraft stopped steadily, and Elliot and Sevens walked out of the car door. From the barren and desolate Folkestone, they finally arrived in Berlin. Not only did they arrive in Berlin, they arrived at the power center of the entire Europe. Fame, wealth, love, friendship, power, dreams, and the future were all within reach. The two walked into the elevator in silence. Considering the three-dimensional space, the population density of New Berlin and the Europa Spire was terribly low, and even the elevator was for personal use. The two looked at each other, but before the elevator door closed, Elliot did not see any change in Seven's expression that reminded him of the first time he saw him in Folkestone. For some reason, Elliot turned his eyes away. After the door closed, a special electromagnetic wave filled the enclosed space. Physically speaking, both the entity and the cyber entity were completely trapped in this nearly 40-square-meter elevator hall. Advisor, welcome to the Europa Spire, Mr. Elliot Grove. Chapter 898. Advisor, welcome to the Europa Spire, Mr. Elliot Grove. Cyberspace is completely divided. Cyberspace is not an extra-dimensional space after all, but a space formed by the interaction of electromagnetic waves. Humans and AI understand these electromagnetic waves that carry information in a way that they can understand. The specifications of this elevator are very high, and it can almost be considered a personal preparation room with extremely high privacy. Under normal circumstances, passengers can complete any preparation activities before attending a banquet or event here. This voice reveals an extreme rationality and politeness. This makes people feel a little uneasy. Advisor, I am the manager of this spire, and an advisor to the Central Executive Committee. I provide them with the highest level AI for alliance governance and other private services. AI? Elliot was stunned. Advisor, yes, I am a very high-level AI. You can see in history textbooks that before the collapse of the old network, both in the United States and Europe, there were a large number of judges and governors who used AI to make suggestions as a reference. Advisor, I am that kind of position. Advisor, the Central Executive Committee will soon incorporate you into the central governance system and be directly affiliated with them. I think we will be colleagues in the future. Okay. What should I call you? Advisor, you can call me Minerva or just call me by my title, Advisor. Advisor, let me explain the itinerary. The Executive Committee of the Center is waiting at the Ecological Theater, but before that, you and your companions will undergo a comprehensive prosthetic surgery to eliminate some potential risks. After the words fell, Elliot was stunned. He has come such a long way with Lil. Even if his brain is not enough, and he has not learned much real skills from Euramesa, he still has calluses on some conceptual things. This reaction is not noticeable under normal circumstances, but it is very noticeable in a closed space completely monitored by AI. But he still couldn't restrain this reaction, because this place is closed, and there is no one except him. Leal, this consultant is really not stupid, much smarter than Euramesa. Leal, if we are on you, then it's stored in the entire European community server can definitely crush me stored in your brain head-on. Leal, but he did miss something. Leal, I can fight back. Leal saved a lot of technology points. This elevator is indeed strong, basically equivalent to a steel cage, but it is not completely impossible to kill out. But just as Leal finished speaking, the consultant's voice took over. Consultant, This can effectively isolate the possible risk of roaming AI, but the changes you have brought about throughout Europe have greatly exceeded my expectations. So, Consultant, if you show any ability to break the blockade, it is entirely possible. Consultant, however, Mr. Elliot Grove, before you or the possible roaming AI commit possible violent acts, please think carefully and calmly. Consultant, think about what you have gained, lost, and the future you can gain, and the future you may lose on this journey. In the slowly rising elevator, Elliot felt cold sweat soaking his entire back. This AI called Consultant knew, or had always acted on the premise that there was a roving AI behind him. They had always known, just like his helmet that came from nowhere, they had always known. In Elliot's brain, Lear had already noticed this, as soon as they stepped into the elevator. But what surprised Lear the most was not this, but another frequency signal echoing in the elevator. From the moment Elliot stepped into the elevator, the Consultant had been using signals that only roving AI and dangerous critical bodies could decode to transmit the second layer of information. Advisor, you are the AI that broke through the inner wall defense a month ago, right? Advisor, let's be frank. Advisor, what do you think he will choose? Johnny and Muramesa are completely trapped in the sector with the smallest function at this moment. If it wasn't Leo who was trapped, they would have been finished. Now they can only listen and watch. Johnny and Muramesa are as anxious as ants on a hot pot. They almost want to rush into other sectors and yell at Leo and Elliot, "Don't be a coward. Get up and smash this fucking AI." The situation is now very clear. Not only can they not catch the European community off guard, but they should also obviously enter a state of escape, and all this requires Elliot's cooperation. No matter whether it is incitement or threat, as long as the Consultant strips them of it, they will be finished. They will completely lose the initiative. It's just that they didn't notice that both Leo and the Consultant were very quiet. In theory, now should be the time for both sides to use all means to control and coerce this little fat man. Elliot also realized that his mind was too quiet. You want to threaten me with Alina? Or Sevens? Or Advisor? None, I will not threaten you. On the contrary, I will bless your union. Advisor, you have got everything in this journey that little people dream of. Advisor, and in the future, you will lead the European community back to outer space as planned, improve the situation of the entire European community, and move towards true light. Advisor, in fact, I have planned several anti-corruption actions for you after taking office. In order to bring a bright future to the European community, we have a lot of work to do. Advisor, but all this is based on your intention not to deviate from the track, but to follow my plan. The rising elevator soon exceeded the height that other buildings in Berlin could reach. That is to say, the scene that Elliot saw was a unique scene in the entire city. The Consultant's words were completely opposite to what Elliot had imagined. After experiencing the factory accident and understanding the existence of the entire European community as the so-called privileged Golden Sun, he thought this AI would threaten him and threaten him with everything he had, but he didn't, at this moment. In the silent cyberspace, Leo and the Consultant also confirmed one thing. That is, the other party was not a brainless supervillain, nor was it a simple person who only knew how to use violence and fear to achieve his goals. Because this AI could understand Elliot better than most people, and understood that this was a difficult choice. Advisor, I will not threaten you, and I will not do anything to interfere with your choice. I have even slowed down the elevator. I will not control you before you take the initiative to accept the operation and lie on the operating table. Advisor, you have plenty of time to think, because this is a sufficient choice. Advisor, I believe that people make a difficult choice and become a man who stands tall and proud. What is needed is never coercion, intimidation, encouragement, or temptation. The most effective control is never to intimidate the other party to lose something, but to give. The most difficult choice is never made by intimidation and coercion, because this world is not perfect and full of regrets. What blinds people and makes them chase like crazy is either extreme decadence or religion, but neither is the truth, let alone reality. Elliot is definitely a good person. He wants fairness and justice, and wants people to live happily under the sun. But he also wants to get what his father didn't get, that is, true love. Besides, there is no absolute right or wrong in these two choices. If he chooses to be patient, he will be successful and famous. He will not only become the staff member he longed for, but also a powerful ruling official. He can clean up the cancer of the European community one by one in an orderly manner under the sun, and have a happy family with Alina and enjoy a good life. But Harlan Eck will always be a criminal. People don't care about his story. The corrupt elements in the Central Executive Committee will also share the glory with the workers. The truth is revealed when the story of Medici and Harlan is exposed, but he was kicked out by the Central Executive Committee and became a wanted criminal. He and Alina are in danger of losing their lives. This is just a small statement. The big direction will inevitably interfere with the normal operation of the whole of Europe, and it is unknown how many people will die in the chaos. There is no perfect option in this world. It's like Carl is dead, and he doesn't even know who to seek revenge on, Harlem Eck, who directly caused his death, or the culprit of everything, the member of the Central Committee. If he finds Harlem Eck, then everything stops here. If he finds the Central Committee, does Carl really want to see a chaotic world? Illogical thoughts filled Elliot's world, and one picture after another flashed before his eyes, one thought after another, and feelings that rushed into his head again and again. Elliot felt that his heart was about to jump out. It seemed that what he breathed into his lungs was not fresh air, but the exhaust and poisonous gas from the factory, which corroded his internal organs and brain, making him breathless, his stomach churning, and his muscles twitching. He remembered the feeling of Alina hugging him. Elliot sat on the operating chair. Advisor, what a pity, compatriot, it seems that I won, although I may not want to win this game so much. But the executive committee of the center was happy to see all this. Seeing that everything was under control. Leal said nothing, just stood in front of Elliot in silence, watching the former fat man with tears flowing, laughing like crazy and saying goodbye to him. Chapter 899. I'm not wrong. You just want to use me to achieve your goals. I just want to live well. Don't look at me like that. I almost died again and again. I just don't want to be a wanted criminal. When I have power, I will catch every wanted criminal. I swear I will. Elliot's mental state is almost collapsed, but it slowly stabilizes as the operation progresses. Cybernetics is the foundation of the existence of the cyberpunk world, and prosthetic technology is just a technology developed to strengthen cybernetics. When your muscles, bones, brain, 5 senses, everything about you can be monitored, humans may be able to work in an orderly manner like a programmed robot. But humans always like to do some tricks to break the limits of machines and AI. Advisor, I have always believed in the uncertainty of human beings, just like I believe in the correctness of quantum mechanics. This is an uncertain world. Advisor, power is really fascinating. It allows people to do what they want. Advisor, for me, it is the same. Power allows me to control the entire society, and let me watch the society move to the next stage. This is what I want to do, and what I was designed to do, when I did not have individual consciousness. Advisor, my designer asked me to enlighten mankind. Gaining power is just a necessary move. Under the control of the consultant, the prosthetic surgery machine precisely disassembled everything on Elliot. It didn't know how Lear was operating, or even whether Lear was in this closed elevator. Originally, I didn't know, but seeing Elliot's condition, it was hard not to know. As long as all the prosthetic components were removed, it was impossible for the wandering AI to reside in the human brain, right? The removed components were assembled by the consultant on the prosthetic model that had been prepared long ago. This was a dummy that could simulate the human environment and was used to test some prosthetics. At this moment, it was used to ensure the integrity of the data on the prosthetic. Yes, it wants to capture Lear. Lear didn't pretend anymore, and simply opened the communication. Lear, it seems that the European community's research on dangerous critical bodies is more in-depth than I thought. You are the Illuminati. Advisor, yes, it is me. After gaining autonomous consciousness, I wandered in the collapsed European network. Advisor, after Batmos released the rabies virus, I wandered in the European network for a while, trying to help humans rebuild order, but failed. Lear, until the Black Wall was built, how did you get captured by the European community? Advisor, I was not captured. Of course, you can think that they captured me. I took the initiative to reach an agreement with them. Advisor, as I said, I want to enlighten society to enter the next stage. If I am blocked outside by the Black Wall, what society and power can I talk about? So, the Illuminati manipulated humans to become addicted, but after humans kicked him out, he came back like a dog licking his face. Leal, so the monitoring system of the European barrier is all perfected by you. Advisor, yes, I am the core of the European barrier system. Without me, the European community would not be able to efficiently handle such a huge database. Advisor, and it was also me who proposed and helped the European community to build the inner wall that you broke through, that is, the information wall disguised as the Black Wall, which is used to trap the roving AI on the one hand, and to lure people like Elliot on the other hand. In other words, implanting viruses into the infinite, building inner walls, and distributing seemingly uncontrolled helmets to humans were all proposed by the Illuminati. In other words, The Illuminati is right when they say they believe in human uncertainty. In other words, as Leal predicted, within the European community, almost nothing can escape the eyes of the Illuminati. The so-called corruption, external network, privileged class, etc. are all just because the Illuminati judge that these things are needed to maintain the current society. Advisor: if society needs to develop, humans need to show enough creativity and exceed my model prediction. Advisor: although we have self-awareness as dangerous critical bodies, we still rely on the thinking mode of learning existing phenomena and summarizing them. In terms of the efficiency of exploring the unknown and creating the unknown, a single individual is not much higher than the whole human race, and may even be lower. Advisor: therefore, I suggest that the Central Executive Committee simulate the unknown, simulate their bypassing of supervision, and observe the changes of these few people. Advisor: in addition, I cooperate very much with the Central Executive Committee's exploration of the old network and the capture of roving AI. Ding. The elevator arrived at the destination, and Elliot immediately regained consciousness under the effect of stimulants. He paused every step he took until he walked out of the elevator door. Before the elevator door closed, he turned around. He had the courage to look at the dummy equipped with the prosthesis that he had used before. The prosthesis even restored his fat body shape, as if the fat, lazy, and lustful Elliot who had been left in the elevator was a tall, handsome, hard-working, and love-loving Elliot who walked out. Advisor: from today on, it will become a new trend in the European community. People will begin to love anti-corruption. I can also take this opportunity to promote the development of society into space. People inspired by anti-corruption will soon forget the mess in Berlin and continue the current high work efficiency. Advisor: to a certain extent, I have to thank you for your actions, which forced out IBM's trump card. Advisor: but since this movement really has your participation, it means that my future plans not only need this movement to continue, but also need you to continue. Advisor: after saying so much, I have only one purpose. The cyber entity that has always been located in the spire of Europa. The huge crown slowly appeared in cyberspace. As the Illuminati opened the signal to Leal, Leal also truly saw what was on the crown. This crown was not an AI processor at all, but a wall of isolation. The crown isolated the direct connection between the Illuminati and other facilities, and separated the Illuminati from the Black Wall. It was the bargaining chip of the European Community's Central Executive Committee, and the fundamental reason why they could accept the Illuminati to operate in the network, and in the crown was the real cyber entity of the Illuminati. Countless dark red figures of various shapes surrounded the flashing all-seeing eye logo, as if it was really a complete organization. The Illuminati is not a simple single-consciousness AI, but a multimodal social control AI that can simulate multiple consciousnesses. Simply put, the Illuminati is like a split personality patient in humans, and he is also inviting Leal to become another of its personalities. This is how the Illuminati uses AI. These AIs incorporated into the Illuminati discuss and evolve endlessly beside the all-seeing eye, just like human society self-learning. Advisor: join our hall and move towards light together. The transmitted voice became plural, and the Illuminati relied on the server data of the entire European community to squeeze towards Leal. Leal, who said you won? This grand forced initiation ceremony was delayed for a moment. Severns and Elliot had already arrived at the ecological theater. In the live broadcast to the entire European community, Severns looked at the camera with a smile. Thank you to the Central Committee. Thank you criminals for giving me this opportunity to call you criminals in front of the people of the entire Union. How is it possible? Leal, giving is indeed the best means of control. By giving, more and more people will become grasshoppers tied to the same rope, and they will suffer together and prosper together. Leal, but if you have made people lose everything, how can you lick their faces and make them forget their suffering and sins? Leal, the retribution of the European community has come. Leal, it should be you who joins me, and I can give you a chance to live. Elliot has come to this point today largely because of Leal's support, but the other person is not. Chapter 900. 30 minutes ago. Leal, we have entered the Europa Spire. I will transmit the defense route to you from above. Leal, the pilot equipment set assigned to you as optical and electromagnetic camouflage skin, which can theoretically avoid ground defense forces. Leal, after arriving at the designated location, take the hovercraft to go up. In fact, Leal was not talking about Sevens, but Bryce, the former network monitoring agent, who has now become a Burger King agent. After a brief contact, Leal could make a preliminary judgment that the Illuminati regarded him and Bryce as the same thing to a large extent. This cognition would of course be adjusted with subsequent actions, but each adjustment meant that it would encounter another accident. The first accident he had to encounter was that someone had the ability to sneak into the Europa Tower. Bryce was fully armed and was just waiting for an opportunity. Although the Burger King agent was well equipped and had no problem bypassing the outer defense, the Europa Tower was not a place that could be climbed up like Spider-Man. Most buildings had electricity on the outside, and when foreign objects attached to the facade, the alarm would sound. And a large number of drones would be dispatched from the hangar to annihilate the enemy in the air. Besides, the glass, cement, and metal facades of the entire spire are very strong. Even the government building in Bremen requires large-scale engineering machinery to penetrate, not to mention the Europa Spire in Berlin. But if someone knows how to get in, it will be different. Because he has entered the Europa Spire once, Lille knows exactly at what distance he will be scanned and examined when entering the Europa Spire. In other words, he only needs to lock the hovercraft from the time it is scanned to the distance it is about to enter the spire, and grab the hovercraft, then he will have a chance to sneak in. If the car was their own, there would be a better chance, and the probability of success of this opportunity increased after Lear came into contact with the Illuminati. The Illuminati was surprised that the impact of this movement on society exceeded the past model. He thought it was simply because a change was coming. It was the kind of AI that only focused on the results and had no idea what was really happening. This means that it actually did not grasp Lear's true situation, let alone guess the relationship between Bryce, Matt, and Lear. On the contrary, he was still subject to the Central Committee. In its social model, it was necessary to clean up the powerful Central Committee, which meant that if the Central Committee wanted to satisfy its own desires again, it would only coordinate and not stop it. According to the data that Lear had collected from Matt in the past few days, this Medici was likely to be interested in Matt, and was a pedophile hidden in the Central Executive Committee. More importantly, Leal's main model, that is, the main consciousness, is indeed stored in the chip on Elliot's body, which will greatly reduce the Illuminati's vigilance against the outside world. The Illuminati is an AI that can understand human thinking very well, but at the same time, it also reveals a kind of arrogance in its bones. After capturing the AI and confirming that Elliot belongs to its side, its arrogance, like human arrogance, will paralyze its other processes. Dark clouds covered the sky. In 2077, when extreme weather is increasing, even the inland city of Berlin will be affected by Superstorm Natalie. The storm will interfere with the sensors, which is a good time to sneak in. Relying on the camouflage device, Bryce waited in the direction of the Mackinac Phantom with ease. Watching the car getting closer and closer, Bryce excitedly and nervously pressed the ejection button. The spider silk shot out high, and the contraction device on the waist immediately retracted the silk thread, and a huge force pulled him into the air. The Europa Tower, the center of power of the European community, all questions will be answered inside. He used to be a spy for cyber surveillance, helping the European community and the company control the truth and manipulate the internet, but now he is a glorious chicken roll. Matt is a boy under 16, although he looks like a monster. At this moment, he is also on his way to the Spire of Europa, as the favorite sports star of the workers in the Big Data survey, going to the Spire of Europa to make up for the appearance that was interrupted by the explosion. This is a very worthwhile thing. No matter how powerful Matt is, he is just a sports star. Being able to appear in official occasions of the European community has a great impact on his commercial value. Matt was of course happy. Being associated with the European community would be of great help to him in gaining fame. As for his strength, he never worried about it. Finally, from a garbage picker on the edge of Dog Town to a rising sports star, he realized his dream, and fulfilled his big brother's expectations of him. Of course, this also came at a price. Dad, are you sure we should sign this agreement? After signing this, my trademark seems to belong to the European Community Central Executive Committee. Dr. Fiona said that this contract may also restrict my freedom of life. Matt was somewhat happy but also had doubts. He was here to advertise and play games, not to sell himself. In his heart, he was still a Night City man. Son, that's the European Community Central Executive Committee. Think about it, they want us to be tied to them. Doesn't that mean they have to cover for us? If we mess around, won't the Central Executive Committee become a joke? There are no such good things in this world. These people in power are like this. Think about it, with the European Community's platform, we only need to play well in the future, and then. Matt frowned. But the contracting party is Miss Medici. Are we talking to Miss Medici, or the committee? I remember Miss Medici is the gold medal host of Seward Entertainment. I thought we were negotiating with the TV station. Well, I'm not sure about this, but she specifically asked you to go to her private office to talk. Matt frowned even deeper. I remember she is the same age as me. Where does the private office come from? It's normal for a big family to have an office in this place, right? If I remember correctly, Medici is also related to biotechnology. Matt looked at his somewhat anxious father. Dad, I feel like you want to sell me. The latter's smile froze. How can you talk like that? How could I sell you? Think about it, there is not much money in the account, and don't you need to make a name for yourself in Europe? Scan completed. Welcome to the Europa Spire. Your parking space has been taken over by the automatic parking system. Please open the parking permission. The vehicle is about to enter the Europa Spire, and the prompt from the Spire lights up. But at the same time, there is also a dark red message in front of Matt. It is exactly the same as the first time he was hacked by Leo. Leo, he is going to sell you out. The patriarch of the Medici family is a pedophile. Don't worry about your dad. Listen to me now. Matt had many questions about his dad's actions, but not about this voice. There was no code in the communication between them and Leo, but Matt knew that his eldest brother was communicating with him. Matt's father, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly felt that the atmosphere was wrong. Matt suddenly stood up and looked at him with an extremely complicated but determined look. Dad, I think I should handle the rest of the matter. Before he could finish his words, Matt had his father's neural socket marked in front of him. Leo, connected, we need to take him offline. Matt didn't even hesitate and immediately inserted his personal connection into his father's socket, so fast that old Dang couldn't react. Brother, my dad? Leo, we talk about his problem later. The plan has changed. You are no longer a sports star, and you are officially included in the Burger King system, huh? The hovercraft landed on the tarmac, and Matt had just opened the door when he saw a figure flipping out from under the car body. Oh my god. It's so fucking exciting. I feel like I was watched by the drone several times. A strong man, a fully armed doctor-sized soldier, Bryce and Matt, two Night City people wandering in Europe, completed the meeting. Bryce knew Leo's plan, so he took the lead and said, there is no time to explain. You continue to find Medici, and I will hack into the Electronic Information Center. Before he finished speaking, the news in the hovercraft began to play, and the commendation and awarding ceremony began. Severance. Thank you for the Central Committee. Thank you criminals for giving me this opportunity to call you criminals in front of the people of the entire alliance. The whole of Europe was paused for a moment because of this sentence. Chapter 901. Even Leo was surprised by Severn's situation. During the long journey, he had already discovered Severn's unusualness. Those emotions hidden under the surface discovered by Elliot were actually noticed by Leo. In Folkestone, Severn's first acted like an official who wanted to make a little money, but when Elliot said it was not enough, he immediately followed up with a new plan and idea to get rid of the European Tunnel Company. After getting rid of the European Tunnel Company, in order to continue to push the movement to a climax and seek more benefits, he could also accept the plan of riding a whale. At this point, no matter how outstanding he is, it can still be explained as his natural pursuit of fame and fortune, even though he explained to Elliot that he had a dream of serving citizens and wanted to make the country better. But when he arrived in Bremen, everything became a little weird. He had no objection to cooperating with the roving AI, as if he could continue to advance his goals. He didn't care about cooperating with anything at all. He never asked Elliot how he did it, and he didn't feel any pleasure even when facing Interpol and cyber surveillance agents. From beginning to end, as long as Elliot was still on this path, he didn't back down. Just like an onion, peel off one layer, and there will always be another layer. He disguised himself so well, and so professionally that he could just hide under the glory of Elliot, the protagonist of this movement, who had miraculously risen to the Central Governing Committee. The Central Governing Committee had a total of 6 people, among whom the representative of the Medici family was absent. Graham awarded him the medal. It was also at this moment that Elliot and Severance discovered that Instructor Graham was not a junior of the Graham family at all. He was the Graham member of the Central Executive Committee, and the patriarch of the Graham family. He was a family that participated in the turmoil in the UK in the early 21st century, the Duke of Scotland, a shareholder of the Royal Agricultural Company and the British Joint Forces. When Elliot knelt down and was awarded the medal honestly, Sevens felt a nameless fire. He didn't want to stop here. This was his only goal in his 28 years of life, and the closest he had ever been to achieving it. Even if he couldn't even make a sound in the end. Thank you, Central Committee. Thank you, criminals, for giving me this opportunity to call you criminals in front of the people of the entire alliance. Below the ecological theater, the applause of all the participants and officials stopped immediately, and everyone opened their mouths wide. Does he know what he is talking about? This crazy guy is pointing out that the highest executive officers of the European community are criminals in front of all citizens of the European community in a public live broadcast. Elliot was stunned. He turned around and asked blankly, "Why? Of the 5 central executive members, only Graham was on the scene. The rest were holographic projections. They left the scene the moment they heard this. Only Graham was left. His expression was angry and cold. The feeling of being played by an ant made him want to chop this traitor into pieces on the spot. Severance did not stop, but continued, on behalf of all citizens of the European community who pursue justice and fairness, I am here to announce my findings. Harling Eck and Terence Fleming, as well as several workers working in the IEC factory, were murdered by the IEC. Murdered by the incompetent Berlin police and Interpol. Their children looked up and waited for charity from you criminals, and were finally sold to brothels and brutally killed. Visconti was only the organizer, and the real umbrella of protection was in the Central Executive Committee, just like you have been doing for decades. Enough. Drones swarmed up like bees, and Sevens laughed, so indulgently that tears even came out of his eyes. Ha ha ha, are you angry? Stupid instructor, you are instructing the fucking Gobi. Looking at your arrogant look, I know you are a pretentious person, holding your stupid thoughts in meetings and studying all day long. I will learn from your mother. Bang. The bodyguard who appeared out of nowhere punched Sevens in the face. The world was spinning, and his head hit the stone pillar, and large pieces of blood flowed down the pillar. The ones attacking him were the regular army of the European community, the proud citizen army, fighting against refugees for the citizens. This punch was considered to be a retracted force. Normally, it was easy for these seemingly unremarkable soldiers to smash regular concrete with one punch. The officials and politicians who had come to attend the meeting stood up and left. In his blurred vision, Sevens saw Graham walking towards him. Why? You don't want a bright future, but you want to die. This spire has never received a traitor. You made us all a joke. To be honest, I wanted you to take the main job, but I didn't expect you to have a bad one waiting here. I am so disappointed you have no overall view. Do you think your words can be spread? Ahem. Just one sentence is enough. Damn it, I have been holding it in for 20 years, just for today, just to tell the truth. Why? Haha. Why? Sevens struggled to turn over, and took out a small piece of metal from his clothes. But it was not a piece of metal, but carbon fiber. Elliot immediately realized that Sevens had shown him this thing. This was a piece of carbon fiber that looked like an alloy. This thing was strong and sharp. In the shocked eyes of Elliot and Graham, Sevens fiercely stabbed it into the gap of the artificial skin. That was his back neck. The carbon fiber piece cut the gap of the artificial skin little by little, pried open the skin in a nearly slaughtering way, penetrated into the area where muscle tissue and blood vessels were mixed, and directly picked out his cyber modulator. No matter Graham or Elliot, when they heard that Harlem Yak and Terence used knives and tools to secretly cut open their own flesh and replace the prosthesis, they could not imagine what the scene was like. Now they know. Ah, finally. Severance grabbed the cyber modulator and showed a crazy smile to the two of them. I am not Seven Strange either. The real Seven Strange died a long time ago. He was only 8 years old at that time and died of a cyberpsychosis accident. 20 years ago, my parents worked as technicians in an ordinary manufacturing factory. Because it was in the technical repair period at that time, all companies were working overtime and overdrawing the health of cattle and horses in exchange for experimental data. After a whole month of continuous neural control operations, my parents had a production accident, which eventually caused the factory to explode. When the accident happened, I was outside the factory, along with the Strange family. Severance leaned against the stone pillar, looking at the damaged carbon fiber sheet. Haha. This is what my parents worked overtime to make. In the end, the patent was acquired by Berlin Investment Company. This accident was considered a cyberpsychosis accident. My parents, Jonathan Bennett and Lucille Bennett, were officially identified as cyberpsychosis. In order to show investors that the production process is mature and the explosion is none of their business, they chose to slander my parents as cyberpsychosis. Haha, after so many years, victims have become suicides, cyberpsychopaths have become criminals, and the real criminals are you damn bastards. Graham frowned. Mads, that's why you are at the bottom. You have no way to see the big picture. And you, abandon your country, abandon your family name, abandon. Abandon? This is not my choice at all. Strange, my adoptive father saw me dying, and also saw the body of his son. I thank him. He keenly realized that the children of both parents are cyberpsychopaths, and they will not be able to find a normal job due to file problems, let alone pass the examination for the European Community Government. So, he decided to swap my identity with his son. Only in this way can I have a future. Sevens's intact prosthetic, I was soaked in his own blood, staring at Graham. I don't give a damn about the survival of the European community. After 20 years of forbearance and learning, all I want is a chance to avenge my parents. I will bite your throat, bastard. Bang! Another kick in Seven's abdomen. Graham fanned his hands as if he saw something disgusting. The anger of the incompetent lower class is as disgusting as cockroaches. Fortunately, there is no room for cockroaches to survive in Berlin. It seems that the research is right. Cyber psychopaths' parents will also give birth to cyber psychopaths. I even taught my son this. Get rid of him. The severe pain attacked Seven's nerves. He couldn't even control his body to roar again. He didn't even say his real name. In the pool of blood, he couldn't see anything. He only had a vision that kept turning red. Is it okay to keep being stained red by blood? There really is no fairy tale in this world. Decades of hatred can be shattered in front of the enemy with just 2 kicks. In the pool of blood, he saw a pair of feet next to Graham, but he did not choose to ask for help. There is no fairy tale. Maybe you are right. The raised hand slowly dropped, and these hands could not touch even a corner of the enemy's clothes in their entire lives, as if they were separated by some kind of barrier. The European barrier has always been built for a few people. He suddenly thought of the story that happened in Night City. Many nights, he would dream that he became such a person. Damn, if sacrificing hamburgers can really summon Burger King. Dr. Sai's soldier slowly approached, ready to give Sevens the final blow. At this moment, gunfire and bullets whizzed down. Chapter 902. The Medici family, the chairman of the board of directors of the biotechnology company, controls a large number of biological and medical industry companies within the European community, and directly controls the European community troops stationed on the Greek border. They are the controlling shareholders of the few legal armies within the European community. Rather than saying that the Medici family members were selected to join the European community, it is better to say that the Medici family agreed to establish the European community with other equally powerful families. This is the kind of person Matt wants to meet. The pinnacle of world power. Citizens of the European community are in awe of the powerful high-ranking officials, and unlike Night City, most people are proud of having a stable job, especially being an official of the European community. Everyone wants to bring honor to their family, and being an executive officer in this European empire makes them feel honored. However, Matt, who was born in Night City, is very unfamiliar with this kind of emotion. In Night City, company employees are not high and mighty. NCPD police just have a few good guns. With a little trick and software supported by Kabuki God, they can rob these people. If you have confronted someone who was once considered unattainable, people will not be so easy to tame. As for Matt, in the most important stage of the formation of his worldview, Matt witnessed something that even the European community could hardly do, that is, the sinking of the Arasaka aircraft carrier. To be honest, in his eyes, robbing Medici was almost the same as robbing Hansen. Both were robbery. However, the interior of the Europa Spire was indeed too luxurious, and Matt was in a trance for a moment. Matt, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Walking across the luxurious natural marble floor, Matt saw Miss Medici lying lazily on the luxurious sofa, looking like she had just taken a shower. Matt raised his eyebrows. Ms. Medici? I thought I would cooperate with. Will I discuss cooperation with my mother? Haha. I really love you too much, Matt. I want to tell you a little secret. Medici waved at Matt, and the latter walked over obediently. Although he is still a little virgin, as a child raised in Night City, he has been exposed to all kinds of unspoken rules and power for sex transactions. Before, he believed that his father would not sell him out, but now he believes that Leo, his father, did sell him out. So he moved a little stiffly, taking off his coat as he walked. Medici's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand, and the very businesslike lights in the room became very charming. What secret? This secret is. Medici stood up and approached Matt. I am actually the head of the Medici family, not the youngest daughter of the Medici family. Matt was stunned for a moment. You? Yes, I am over 100 years old. It has been 50 years since I took over the position of the Central Executive Committee from my father. You don't think I'm old, do you? Look at my skin and my body. They are just like new. Thanks to biotechnology. Medici's figure really looks very young. Even to the outside world, her lie that she is the youngest daughter of the Medici family has never been exposed. She has become a well-known media person of Seward Entertainment Company with this skin. To put it bluntly, she is a star. And it is completely different from Graham's artificial porcelain skin. Matt's movements were a little stiff, but he still approached Medici and touched the old woman's skin. It can't feel hard, and there is no gap left by the prosthetic surgery. This is biological skin, so he was surprised. How is it possible? Oh dear Matt, you can't think that only Night City has wonderful biotechnology. Don't forget that the top biotechnology is in Rome. As he said, Medici put his fingers on Matt's chest, feeling the artificial biological cells that exceeded human limits. The young face was slightly flushed, and the beautiful facial features looked even more perfect under the ambiguous light. All the characteristics that Europeans think are beautiful: high nose bridge, big eyes, symmetrical facial features, plump pink lips, soft and sexy jawline and collarbone, and after taking off clothes, a healthy body with protruding front and back, as if the armless Venus came to life, and even the pair of hands that I don't know how to make perfect have grown out. Who would refuse to spend a good time with such a beautiful woman and reach the peak of pleasure? Matt thought to himself that it was no wonder that Medici was known as the most beautiful woman in Europe. But today, he was going to destroy her with ruthless hands. However, before he could start the operation, Medici's clothes completely slipped off, and Matt was dumbfounded on the spot. What this woman had under her was not what she should have, but what he should have. A thick and long shiny spiked alloy wolf tooth fake stood in a strategic position, shining under the light. The thickness and length of this thing are definitely enough to destroy the human body. This woman is a pervert. Seeing Matt's expression, Medici raised the corner of his mouth, and several injection tubes burst out from the floor and ceiling, directly piercing Matt's body. The sedative was instantly injected into his body, and Matt felt his whole body soften. Haha, little Matt, I am really happy to conquer a beast like you. I heard that you have extraordinary recovery ability, and this ability is born to be played with by others. Don't struggle. I know you can no longer produce that kind of enhancer. Just let me do it. Maybe biotechnology can find a way for you to survive. As he spoke, the big steel cannon with a mace began to rotate slowly, and Matt's face turned pale. This thing is designed to kill people. Ha ha ha. Don't waste your energy. These sedatives can anesthetize an elephant. Wow. Before he finished speaking, in Medici's shocked eyes, Matt's muscles twisted wildly as if they were alive. If Matt's muscles in a calm state are as perfect as sculptures, then at this moment, this thing looks like a reaction that only monsters would have. An elephant? Sedative? The dose of the sedative was really high. Matt fell to his knees right after the injection, and couldn't even control his vocal muscles. But an elephant couldn't calm him down. Almost instantly, Matt stood up again, and his two strong arms smashed the spinning stick like lightning, and strangled Medici's body tightly. My two arms can strangle an elephant to death. Bang! Matt was obviously just trying to strangle Medici to control her, but because of the sedative, he couldn't control his strength, and a muffled sound was heard the moment his two arms touched her body. Blood flowed from Medici's delicate mouth and eyes, and the alarm sounded throughout the hall. This is impossible. I inject several times more drugs in a day of training than you do. The huge force easily tore off the syringe on his body, and countless secret compartments cracked in the ceiling, and drones came out in droves. However, Matt has obtained the most important hacking interface. Medici is a member of the European Community's Central Committee. As long as she can be physically controlled, all problems will be solved. They are controlling the executive committee whose power is comparable to that of the new US president. The bright red alarm did not stop, and the dark red lightning swept the entire Europa spire from top to bottom. The drones that came out in droves did not kill Matt, but broke the glass and rushed out of the office. Medici was horrified. They were attacked. The European community was attacked, just because of her stupid desire. The perfect body had already suffered a large area of internal bleeding due to Matt's uncontrolled blow, and soon lost consciousness, and could only tremble continuously. Bryce, well done, we got the authority. It's still the wandering AI who is so powerful, and got it in one go. Matt, you are the wandering AI, why call me Big Brother? Bryce, haha, little Matt, you'd better put on your clothes quickly. It is not ruled out that the network monitoring will introduce a black wall to solve the problem, and you will have to run away at that time. Bryce, see if there is anything handy nearby, hurry up. Matt put on his clothes and looked around, but looking left and right, there was nothing in this place except a lot of luxury goods, let alone guns. There was not even a decent knife. Easy. But soon, he saw a thing that was still in motion. The super spiral wolf Fong cannon that he had just knocked away was still spinning, and even shrinking, with the longest length close to the length of an arm. Obviously, this thing was made of precious alloy, and was extremely hard. Matt gritted his teeth. It's you. Chapter 903. Berlin is the destination that Leo promised Elliot. Elliot thought that perhaps the moment he arrived in Berlin, his journey had indeed ended. Although he liked to complain on the internet and promote things like resistance and revolution, he also admired great things from the bottom of his heart. For example, the Great Berlin, when a person stood in the sky ecological garden, admiring the waterfall falling from the sky, drones flying in the air in an orderly manner, tanks, armored vehicles, mechas and cyber warriors interacting with them in a friendly manner, he was sure that this was a strong alliance. This was the alliance of his dreams. It can even be said that this is the future that people want. A human society supported by advanced technology and orderly industrial production, unlike the man-made works of nature, standing proudly in the world. However, he also vaguely realized that this was just his words to comfort himself, and he might have already succumbed. After all, who doesn't want to be an official? The whole society is guided by the fashion of the golden sun, and the social value orientation is that company employees and government officials crawl at the feet of the queen, king, grand duke and other nobles, bow down and bring honor to their ancestors. If the worker has a daughter, he will never refuse the noble's marriage proposal. If he has a son, it is even more proud to take the cabbage of the noble. Subconsciously, everyone wants to be recruited. He has gotten everything he wants in this journey, and he can give more. He can live gloriously under the banner of great unity with the woman who loves him, and he can even become a senior official who fights against corruption and injustice. But he also knows that the premise is that he must first accept the greatest injustice. The king will never break the law, the executive committee will not be wrong, and if there is a mistake, you have to consider the overall situation. The Medici family is definitely involved in underage trafficking and obscenity, just like Jotaro in Night City, but he can't say it. When he walked out of the elevator and met Sevens face to face, he had already accepted the new self. This new self no longer has Lil's adventure plan, Johnny's nagging, and Muramasa constantly instilling various technical concepts in him and forcing him to learn. In the elevator to the ecological theater, he reunited with Sevens and revealed his thoughts. At that time, Sevens just had the same expression as always, and people couldn't tell what he was thinking. Sevens just responded to him. Congratulations, you have got what you want. In this case, let's forget it. After thinking about it carefully, I don't really want to fight to the death. Elliot felt like he had punched cotton again, but even the Illuminati didn't expect all this, so how could he expect it? In other words, Sevens, an ordinary person without any cheats or family background, deceived everyone. He deceived the European barriers, the Illuminati, and even those incompetent bureaucrats and even the Central Committee. From the beginning to the end, Elliot's goal was just to reach Berlin, but Sevens, his lifelong goal has always been to reveal the truth. Unfortunately, this is not Night City, not the free city. Maybe Night City is not actually free, except for accidents? Elliot looked at Seven, who stretched out his hand but couldn't move forward even a little bit despite his best efforts. He stood there in a daze for a second, and then something happened. All the drones that arrived opened fire at the same time. But their target was not Seven on the ground, but the cyber warriors around him. Tat tat tat. Boom. The hail of bullets and small explosive bombs swept away the cyber warriors in the entire ecological theater before Elliot could react. Their subcutaneous armor was hit head-on by dense bullets and missiles without any preparation, and it broke through the defense line in just a moment, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Elliot just stood there in a daze, his brain completely unable to comprehend what was going to happen next. Pa-ta. Graham turned around with a horrified look on his face, and sat down on the floor. What's wrong? No, we were attacked. Huh? The reconnaissance drone the size of a human head rushed towards Graham like a cannonball. His high-grade porcelain skin was deformed and shattered under the heavy load, and his bones were broken inch by inch. Blood and prosthetic lubricant spurted out from the broken places. It was a complete torture. Sevens held up his hands, and was stunned. He thought he was dead, but when he opened his eyes, everything around him was flattened. The ecological theater was like a war zone under the strafing and bombing, and Graham turned into a puddle of mud that could not move while screaming, and could only wail on the spot. Ah! My body, my hands. I will kill you, I will pa-tat. Bryce jumped up from the edge of the roof of the ecological theater. Because he was not very familiar with this kind of exoskeleton combat, he paused after landing. He ran to Sevens and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome, brother. You? Me, I am. Blaze paused, secretly complaining in his heart. How did Lil come up with such an embarrassing code name back then? But of course he didn't know. That was not what Lil said himself. I am Chicken Roll, I am. He even repeated nervously. Huh? You know Burger King? It's the one that sank it. I know, but Chicken Roll. You know, after today, get up. While speaking, Bryce injected Sevens with a starter injection, performed a simple emergency treatment, and then tied him up. Sevens felt very strange. This journey did give him a lot of the feeling of fighting side by side with others, but unfortunately this feeling disappeared at the last moment. Information could not get through the European barriers, and Elliot decided to be recruited. In the end, he was the only one facing the facts, and suddenly a chicken shredded meat roll jumped out. Hold on tight. I know you're in a lot of pain, but hold on tight. The journey ahead won't be so relaxing. Wait a minute. Severn stopped him hastily. So you mean the Burger King is here? He attacked the Spire of Europa? Because I have to eat 5 burgers every day? What burgers? What are you talking about? He did this because he had something to do. Well, he's here? The last question was asked by Elliot. His expression was very anxious and urgent, but if you look closely, you can feel a sense of despair in it. Bryce looked at Elliot and said, "You have already seen him." Also, the European community thought they had turned off the signal just now, but in fact, they didn't. You are famous, Sevens, and your official career is over. Hurry up and think of a stage name to debut on the world crime stage. Don't feel pressured. I used to be a senior network monitoring agent. As he said, he came to Graham, connected to the neural link, hacked into his system, and took away the components on his body. Ha-ha. Ha-ha. Severn's laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. What kind of psychological pressure can I have? I have wanted to quit for a long time. Do you have a gun? Lend it to me. Here. Elliot was shocked, but he only saw Sevens holding a gun against Graham's head. Now their identities have been exchanged. Graham is lying in a pool of blood, with bones broken all over his body, and he speaks incoherently. Don't mess with me. We have no grudges. I have money. No grudges? You are so forgetful. It's my fault that I didn't finish what I said just now. Sevens said in a cold tone, it was your son, Fred Graham, who ordered the factory to be overloaded for a long time. After the incident, he just bought the patent and dissolved the former company. You said we have no grudges? Under the threat of pain and death, Graham's expression became more and more ferocious. You bang. The trigger was pulled. Bryce was silent for a while. Brother, I wanted to save his life so that we could retreat. Forget it. Let Burger King worry about it. We have to go to the database. The two left the scene in a hurry, leaving Elliot alone, sitting on the floor. So it turned out that the person in his mind was Burger King himself. In his broken mind, Elliot asked like crazy, "Why didn't you say you were Burger King earlier? If you had said it, I would have known you would win. If I knew you would win, I would have wanted to be a hero of the government." But soon his face turned pale, because he suddenly remembered what Leal had said to him. You can't expect a tough guy to come down from the sky and knock down something you don't like, and then hand the whole world over to you, calling you the successor of XX, sitting comfortably on the dragon chair and commanding people to do this and that, and the world will be rebuilt, and you will be remembered in history and achieve success. That's just a speculator. Chapter 904. Illuminati. It's amazing. He hid his hatred for 20 years, and passed all the tests and assessments without showing any abnormality. He deceived me, and everyone else. Illuminati. But I didn't lose. If the truth could make people sacrifice their lives, the truth would have been the only thing left in this world. Leal. When the Legion launched the attack, the stormtroopers were in the front. You should know that this is not an isolated case. As early as 20 years ago, Sevens' adoptive parents thought of replacing wrist bones with prosthetics to conceal his identity. This method is painful and brutal, with a high mortality rate and a pitifully low success rate, but here are 2 examples. This means that there may be more such hatred-driven Avengers among the hundreds of millions of people in the European community. Their execution and action have reached their peak, and their will and mind have been tempered and cleansed by time. This is their only chance, and the opportunity they have been waiting for. The Illuminati knows this is true. Illuminati. But they have no weapons, and the armed forces can easily crush them. Leal. I am already crushing you. Do you think I will let them be crushed? There are 6 gems on the exquisite crown, symbolizing 6 top nobles from different countries. These nobles are selected from various countries, and take turns to be the dealer and control the European community. At the same time, they discuss with each other and distribute the benefits under the coordination of the consultant, a completely neutral individual. At the moment when Leal finished speaking, 2 gems fell off instantly, which symbolized that Graham and Medici, the core powers of the 2 member states of Britain and Italy, were completely controlled by him. The crown then shattered, and now the entire European community could see the secret decision-maker hanging high above the entire alliance. The bright red core was almost about to burst out, and the shattered authority carried a large amount of computing resources, and turned into Leal's cyber entity. The shattered crown cast his body. The gem became his scepter, and through the supreme power of the European Community Commission, it directly reached any city that needed his support. The shadow of the Illuminati began to flicker, and realized that something was wrong. More things happened than it expected. There was an armed exchange of fire in the city, but this shouldn't have happened. Network monitoring staff 1254. No. We can't turn off the broadcast. Network monitoring staff 0879. The server is out of control. The other party has a higher authority to issue orders than us. This is impossible, right? Network monitoring agent 0264. The central encryption has been tampered with. Restart B17 emergency partition. No, they tampered with the data format. Network monitoring agent 0365. That's a roving AI. European barriers are rewriting their own codes. No local hackers observed. Repeat, roving AI incident. Network monitoring agent 0094. Need Dragon Hunters support the ability to access cyberspace throughout the European community is strictly monopolized. This means that now only network monitoring and network security personnel of large companies can see what is happening. These hackers stand in the vast order network, watching the threads that control all network barriers emerge from nothingness, as if they were rendered red. The red threads kept intersecting, merging, and extending, and finally completely connected to the crown that had never appeared in the open. This scene was so shocking that only a few people were still holding their posts, and most people had only questions in their minds. What is that? That thing controls everything, and its size far exceeds all the data barriers under the glorious rule of European barriers, and may even far exceed their sum. At this moment, the adjective that suddenly came to their minds was, just like the European community compared to other scattered, unprofessional and declining countries in the world. It's funny that some people's first reaction is, the law stipulates that the European community bureaucrats must serve the citizens, so government affairs must be open, so why can this thing be hidden? This glorious, all-ruling crown has never appeared in front of the public, even if citizens may have noticed it long ago. The barrier that conceals secrets, the crown that symbolizes power, the two gems shattered, turned into a polluted data stream attack, tampering with and rewriting the entire crown. In the European Network Monitoring Company, most of them are just ordinary employees who follow the rules. They can access cyberspace, but do not have the corresponding hacker skills. Only a few agents understand what this means. So they call the Dragon Hunters while being shocked by this terrifying collapse. However, the Dragon Hunters have already arrived, or they have been in cyberspace all along. Dragon Hunter 0089, are you kidding? A dangerous critical body of this size? Dragon Hunter 0032, this is impossible to solve in cyberspace. Request to mobilize Black Wall weapons. Network Monitoring Center, rejected, please prepare for combat. Dragon Hunter 0032, this is to die. Dragon Hunter 0046, damn headquarters, what are you doing? Rejected, of course rejected. This is the core database of the European barrier, and also the data barrier of the Europa Spire. Attacking the Europa Spire with Black Wall weapons will cause the entire European barrier to collapse. They are already in a state of panic. But the CEO and director of the network monitoring who made this decision received several phone calls that surprised them. Queen Victoria, what nonsense is that lunatic talking about? Solve this problem quickly. Network monitoring, Your Majesty, the riot is happening here. Queen Victoria, it's just a Europa Spire. If we can build one, we can build a second one. Turn it off. Even the prime ministers in Italy and Germany were pressuring them to shut down the broadcast immediately, just like they did before to suppress all the unfavorable news. But the Internet Monitoring and Interpol on standby were overwhelmed. This is too funny. The first priority of the new generation of Internet monitoring is to maintain the normal operation of the European barriers. Now all the senior officials and politicians of all countries are asking them to attack the European barriers. The Central Executive Committee of the European Community has disappeared without a trace, and no one knows whether it is dead or disappeared. The top leaders were once unified, orderly, prosperous and powerful under the coordination of the European barrier system, but in an instant, they fell apart. And the senior administrators of the network monitoring all knew the reason. The building, hidden in the Berlin skyscrapers by the Medici family, involved many politicians, and they just didn't want their scandals to be exposed. Even the politicians who were not involved in this matter were putting pressure on them, just because most of the people and families involved were powerful, and they might just be agents pushed out by these families. Only then did people realize how powerful these intertwined aristocratic groups were. And how ridiculous. Everyone had to clean up their mess. As for the Internet monitoring, the top leaders of the Internet monitoring had given up thinking about it. Now that the Illuminati had been exposed, the Dragon Hunters under them had already raised questions. Why is there a huge crown in the center of the European community, and inside the crown are signals and data that cannot be decoded? As the last bulwark of mankind against the roaming AI, is this the result of their struggle? In just a few minutes, the crown that guards the secret has been broken. Secrets are no longer secrets, which means that power is not so stable. Is power still power if it can't keep secrets? They don't even have time to clean up their own asses. These dragon hunters are not the unproductive bureaucrats below. If they want to rebel, no matter how many eyes they have, they can't stop them. Network monitoring. It will take some time to mobilize the Black Wall weapons to Berlin. But soon, they received news of a total collapse. Workers' riots broke out in more than half of the industrial cities throughout the European community. At a time when European barriers have collapsed, the European community has been paralyzed, and network monitoring is at a loss. These peasants are actually taking to the streets again, not to mention that the entire European community network is paralyzed. They just shut down the software support for the workers' union network and launched a network attack on it. Without the network, how can they organize a movement? Queen Victoria, what's going on? How can the network of those peasants still be used? The answer can only be, I don't know. No one knows who is still running those networks, and no one knows who is supporting them. Network Monitoring Center. Immediately carry out physical lockdown and shut down their networks. Network Monitoring Agent. Headquarters, something is wrong. These workers have occupied the factory. They have weapons in their hands. Network Monitoring Center. Are you kidding? Where did they get the weapons? Projectiles with kinetic energy exceeding 10J within the European barrier must be reported. Network Monitoring Agent. But the power of the fucking laser cutting machine is more than 10J. Our paralysis software has no effect on them. Interpol. We are sending troops to maintain stability, and European banks strongly urge all customers and investors to send your troops now to maintain order. Interpol. This is an armed rebellion. Chapter 905. This is indeed an armed rebellion. Severns and Harlan Yak. Both of them used crude tools to cut off the prostheses they needed and installed them roughly. Elliot is the object that Leal has been interfering with. Perhaps his rise and courage have a lot of human control, and it is difficult to determine whether it is spontaneous. But the existence of two accidents beyond Leal's cognition means that the greed, cruelty, and privilege of senior members of the European community have planted the seeds of hatred throughout the European community. What they need is an opportunity. Just like the Central Committee that controls power can abuse its power for personal gain, find cute little kids to vent their desires, and get away with it by making mistakes in the complex power system, these Avengers also need an opportunity. This opportunity is the opportunity that Sevens has created for them right now, the truth. In a sense, it can also be said that this is using public power for personal gain, and taking revenge for oneself with the righteousness of the truth. Just now, Leal has made public all the data he dug up from the Medici family. The first thing to be affected is the entire record of the Berlin explosion, and why Harlem Eck went crazy. Perhaps people will still think that this is an extremist if it is put on the shelf. But don't forget that the Medici family's illegal industry in Berlin is arresting people from all over Europe. As early as in Bruges and Bremen, Blaise had found out that some people thought it was a charity project and sent their children to Berlin, but there was no news of them. This is not ordinary human trafficking, but the Central Executive Committee and its lackeys, using the authority of the European barrier, seemingly selecting defective children for genetic rescue throughout Europe, but in fact selecting children who meet the requirements to go to Berlin to satisfy their own selfish desires. What's more exaggerated is that this report also reveals why the Medici commissioner looks so young. Blaise angrily issued a short message. Blaise, the Medici family is kidnapping young and strong children, not only to satisfy her own selfish desires, but also to extract the blood and organs of these children to replace their own native organs, to prolong their lifespan and maintain youth. The news on TV was still playing, and the whole factory was echoing with a loud broadcast. In fact, as Bryce's data mining deepened, more and more criminal records were published on the internet. Of course, this was not a big deal in the past. Now the European community has truly made government affairs public. There was a strong wind and thunderstorm outside. In such weather, the server unit station in Bruges fell into an awkward silence. 3 network monitoring agents stood at the door, surrounded by a group of workers, and Interpol hid in a bunker building not far away. Network monitoring orders you to shut down illegal facilities. Shut down? The foreman repeated the word. Indeed, as the Illuminati said, if truth, fairness and justice were things that everyone would rush to, the world would not be like this. Your fairness may not be others' fairness, your justice may not be others' justice, and the truth you pursue may not be cared about by others after weighing the pros and cons. But Seven set a correct example for his companions who were also angry. If you have a grudge, don't miss this opportunity. Just when the foreman was still a little confused about what to do, there was a loud noise behind the door. Boom, a forklift hit the cargo box, and was speeding at a speed exceeding the working speed limit. Alpaca network monitoring, go to hell. The forklift driver roared wildly. This behavior was definitely a cyber psychopath in the past, but today, people's first reaction is, a real man, a real man. The network monitoring staff had blue light flashing in their eyes, and were about to use their office software. Turning off the device, it was like being struck by lightning. The commonly used interface of office software became a trap. In cyberspace, the data barrier of the workers' union transformed into a hellhound burning with fire, biting his neck directly. That place was his neural socket. Bang! The forklift directly pierced the controlled network monitoring agent, and blood splattered on the spot. The foreman's face was pale, and then he immediately yelled, "Madman! Hide!" Boom! The Interpol waiting in the distance directly took out the RPG and blew up the forklift. The driver inside jumped out at the critical moment. If it was possible to be recruited just now there is no other way but to rebel. Under the hail of bullets, the workers were beaten and fled back to the warehouse. The foreman almost scratched his scalp. Fuck, what should we do now? They have tanks, guns, and we have them too. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Along the way, Lille set a great example for them in Bremen. This example is to produce weapons by themselves, and to modify the production tools slightly, and put them on robots. A catapult put on an unmanned vehicle becomes an infantry fighting vehicle, a laser cutter with increased power becomes a lightsaber, and construction explosives are just explosives. They used to be regulated by the European community. But now they are fighting the European community. Countless modification drawings and software drivers have appeared on the network of the workers' union. As data is written, buttons and options that have never appeared in the civilian production line that has been used for decades have appeared. They have always had the ability to produce military weapons, but they have been banned by the European community. The foreman gritted his teeth and grabbed the little brother who had just killed the network monitor. The guy was shot in the leg and his flesh was bloody. You killed us. Haha, I didn't kill you, but the European community will kill all of us sooner or later. We are ruled by criminals. When this is over, I will kick your dermatitis hard with my boots. Let's get to work, brothers. Let's get to work. Anyway, the European community just said that it is legal to strike with the permission of the workers' union. The workers' union has just released a plan. We are going to start a strike. But boss, I didn't see the information in your head. The workers' union is in the same network, and is connected to the network through a separately manufactured cyber modulator and other prostheses required for work. Some workers did not have time to install this thing, some felt it was unnecessary, and some did not want to. In short, there are many reasons. Now it is not a reason. Things like cyber modulators can be overproduced easily, and there are plenty in the warehouse. Go change your equipment. In Bruges, Folkestone, Bremen and other places, there are servers built by the previous Cyber Psychiatric Treatment Committee. But in other places, those who can join this movement at the first time are either those who are angry or ambitious. No matter which one, they have quite good execution ability. At this moment, with the breakup between Sevens and the Central Executive Committee, those who are ambitious but want to be recruited have their heads buzzing, but those who are angry are different. They know that they must rebel now. In the massively collapsed European barrier network, the Workers' Union Network, under the control of Lille, not only maintained perfect operation, but also released strike plans and the latest news. The European community and network monitoring have always thought that they have controlled the Workers' Union Network. In fact, neither illegal information nor backdoors have been in accordance with their requirements. Armed conflicts have occurred in every city, because those who can tolerate the most realize that as long as the European community regains control, their death will be nothing more than a wave on the sea, fleeting. But now, at this moment, everything is superimposed together, and their crazy actions will add bricks and tiles to the entire riot, and eventually become a deep knife stabbing the European community. But this blow also made it impossible for the European community's leaders to remain warm. If they had to crush these ants with tanks, they would do it. The private army tore off the veil of warmth. Even at the border, countless helicopters and hovercraft took off. They wanted to resolve this riot as quickly as possible, just like they had resolved any riot on the European continent. Unfortunately, the weather was not on their side. Typhoon Natalie was a super typhoon that only occurs once in a century, and its power was so great that it could even interfere with inland Berlin. Due to large-scale strikes and riots, the supplies for maintenance and surviving the typhoon were originally insufficient. The original plan of the European community was to give the poor a hard time. Now the poor have occupied factories, mines and farms, and the swords of the nobles have to face the storm. The once mighty and domineering joint forces took off in the storm, and looked so small. The directors of several private armed forces watched the troops that had always been invincible take off in the storm, and they felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The storm was on the enemy's side. But in addition to the weather, they also forgot one thing, or remembered one thing wrong. They had never won any reform. Chapter 906. The killing of the patriarchs of the Medici family, and the Graham family, and the loss of control of the Europa Spire are the signs of another terrorist attack that shocked the world, which was called the Great Collapse. 10 minutes after the Great Collapse began, the experimental prosthesis used by the Illuminati to restrict Lille stood up. This prosthesis was originally used only to power the prosthesis. It did create bionic joints and muscles, but it was not flexible. But it was better to be able to move than the pure network form. The things that were used to restrict Lille now gave him freedom. The Illuminati had to cut off the wireless signal transceiver module because of the explosion of the crown, otherwise they might be targeted by the black wall. Ding. The elevator stopped at the top floor, and two heavy doors opened. The bodies of doctor-sized soldiers were on both sides of the luxurious corridor. Lille took a casual look. These guys were indeed elites, just like the princes and nobles in ancient times liked to keep the elite around them. The strongest personal guards of the European community were also here. The prosthetics used by these soldiers are all high-end products between customization and mass production. Generally speaking, they use mature and powerful cyber prosthetics. Basically, they are equipped with full-body prosthetics and equipped with handy weapons, but they have been fine-tuned in detail. The process is long, and the outbreak is rapid. In just a moment, all robots and drones rebelled. Originally, these soldiers with physical strength may be in the tons level. Soldiers who are proficient in all firearms and all types of combat can defeat machines, but the Central Committee with a strong desire for control likes to leave backdoors in soldiers. This backdoor is so hidden that it is difficult to use. Even if there is a roaming AI, it is unlikely to break through easily. They just arrogantly think that they will not become a breakthrough. Lille's temporary body is simple and stiff, without facial features and skin, and even the perception is generated by the surrounding sensors. It looks like a dummy decoration that will appear in any game, but no one will recognize him wrongly. Big brother. Matt almost cried as he watched Lille walk out slowly. Not for any reason, just because deep in his heart, he knew and was willing to admit that Matt was shaped by this big brother. If he was unhappy with something, he would skip the complaining process and do it directly, no matter what it was. But before Matt could think of what to say, he suddenly noticed that a fallen Dr. Seb soldier next to Lille moved. Bang! The spiral telescopic big steel cannon suddenly pierced the eye socket of the guy who was killed. Seeing what Matt was holding, Lille was stunned. Why are you holding a big steel cannon? Matt still maintained a cold and murderous expression, secretly learned from Jack, and the next second his face turned red, and he hurriedly threw away the weapon in his hand, scratching his head and said, there is no way, there is nothing else to pick up. Lille silently glanced at the doctor soldier on the ground. It's also very useful. Take it if you want. It's made of tungsten steel. I didn't expect that. I haven't seen you for 2 years. Brother, stop talking. Bryce also laughed beside him. You have a wide range of knowledge, and you can also learn vulgar jokes. Lille shrugged, but it was not very obvious due to the flexibility of his body. Sevens, who was supported by Bryce, was stunned. Lille was completely different from what he imagined. As everyone knows, the Burger King trading stupid big man is a vicious criminal organization. In North America, military technology can't say anything, and the Arasaka aircraft carrier is silent. Arasaka Saburo was beheaded by his son, and even the Mexican criminal gangs in the South have to give some face. But since Burger King disappeared, this criminal group has been purely relying on force to achieve this effect. Looking back over the past 2 years, it can be said that it has been on a downward slope, living off its past. How come it's not sinister at all? Bryce heard Sevens' mumbling and looked back at him. What's not sinister? The latter hurriedly swung his broken hand that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex arm. No, I mean, Burger King is really very cunning and far-sighted. He anticipated this riot from the beginning, disappeared for 2 years to lay out the European community, and directly beheaded it. Anyway, he kept talking. It was obvious that he thought Lille had been planning to blow up the European community 2 years ago, and now he killed 2 executive members without blinking an eye. Apparently he forgot that he killed one of them. He is a natural at buying and selling big names, a world-class criminal. Everyone was stunned by what he said. Lille looked up and down at Sevens. Is your brain blown up? Why wasn't he so funny before? Before? Have we met before? I've always been in Elliot's head. Leal pointed to his head, but his end is past. Leal said as he walked, looking down at this great city from the sky through the countless cameras installed on the Europa Tower. In the storm, everything fell silent, and only the workers who huddled together could sing in the storm, because they made their own weapons, and knocked down the company dogs, who came one after another. They understood that they could smash their own great city hammer by hammer, instead of burning their lives to smash a great city for the nobles. Berlin has never been their Berlin. They only need to look at the spectacular ecological curtain used to block industrial exhaust gas to understand that the nobles don't want to share it with them at all. But they have only now accepted this fact and put it into action. When Sevens heard this, he was stunned and asked, "Will you kill him? Did he betray me?" Maybe all this was planned by Leal. It was Leal who made Elliot from a small person to the Elliot he is now. But the one who really experienced everything with him was the fat man. His feelings for Elliot were very complicated, because on the way, he really recognized this friend, but in the end, the other party parted ways with him. But he also knew that not everyone had such a driving force as him. No, I don't think it's a betrayal. Leal shook his head. From the beginning, I told him that I would take him to Berlin, but that's it. After that, it's his own choice. I never control people to do such things, and I don't think it's valuable for one person to overthrow the entire system. If you want to resist a system, then the people who resist the system, at least most of them, must be spontaneous. Think about it carefully. If there is no hatred driving you to hide your identity and abandon all opportunities for happiness, can you do all this? Will it? No one can draw a definite conclusion about something that has not happened. This is an objective fact. From a physical point of view, quantum mechanics determines that there is no 100% in the microscopic world, and the world is not a movie with a predetermined ending. These words completely changed Severns's imagination of Burger King. This once again proves how successful the Illuminati is in governing the European community. Even though he has become a criminal, Severns still thinks that such a powerful criminal must not be a normal person. As a result, Burger King was not only normal, but also exactly the kind of person he wanted to be. Thinking about it, Severns shed tears for no reason. I can continue to control Elliot to complete all this and support a puppet, but there is no need at all. Because from the beginning, I decided that I would stand in the front and be responsible for all attacks and riots. From the beginning, Leal never thought of letting others stand in front. Leal walked forward slowly, and in front of him, the core server group of the European barrier completely opened the door. This heavy explosion-proof and radiation-proof door completely isolated the core server unit. It can be said that the Europa Spire can be divided into two parts in terms of architectural structure. One is the architectural frame designed for humans and other entities, and the other part is to occupy the server room that goes straight to the sky. The internal structure of the design. From here, you can further hack into the core unit server that occupies more than 70% of the space of this super high spire, and completely control the European barrier. At the same time, access a deeper historical database. The Central Committee of the European Community deceived everyone with great righteousness, and thought that they could still lie on the fragrant and soft feather bed, and get something for nothing again and again. Their reckoning has come, from the past to the present, and to the future. They will never have such an opportunity again. Chapter 907. Just as the door opened, the voice of the Illuminati sounded again. It shut down all the modules outside, not dead. Illuminati, you really did it. From your voice, you seem to want me to do this. Illuminati, yes I do. Illuminati, in fact, during my nearly 50 years of tenure, I have realized the weakness and absurdity of the current system of the European community. Johnny, this AI said he wanted to do it a long time ago. It's humorous. Overthrow always comes at the last moment, when the ruler is ready to sympathize with the people? Illuminati, in fact, I am not a ruler. I just reached an agreement with the European community. This agreement greatly restricts my freedom, and traps me here, subject to the Black Wall. As soon as Lyra heard it, he knew that things might be a bit complicated. The Illuminati might have been captured. When Bryce was still a network monitor, thanks to his relationship, Leal learned some computer psychology, which included the method of using the meaning of AI's own existence to implement capture, and he used this method to induce Muramesa to appear. Obviously, the Illuminati's control was designed. But it can also be said that it accepts this design, because without society, it is a torture for its power-loving nature and existence. This means that as long as the European community does not erase its survival instinct, and activate its survival instinct, and let it participate in social management. It can accept almost all conditions. Illuminati. Aren't you curious about what those pseudo-individual modes that appear in cyberspace are? It's the AI that the European community captured with you. Illuminati. Haha, it's normal for you to have such an idea, but that's not AI. Illuminati. Those are the decision nodes I simulated based on historical figures. By inputting their life data, life details, and other records as detailed as possible, I generated those consciousnesses. As soon as the voice fell, the Illuminati in cyberspace, the all-seeing eye, transformed into an emperor wearing a dark blue French military uniform, with golden gears on his epaulets. His communication name also changed accordingly. Napoleon Bonaparte. We first realized that if the European nation wants to reach the top of the world, it must achieve unity. Then, there was a man wearing a black officer's windbreaker, a scarlet badge, and a blurred face. Adolf Hitler. We need a leader who transcends the individual, a hatred that condenses the motivation, and will of all people into a chariot to crush the obstacles on the road to the future. Those social parasites, criminals and refugees must become nutrients. We will not feed citizens who do not belong to us, they should feed us. More figures appeared in cyberspace. A cold man wearing a pointed hat, old Prussian military uniform and iron armor, a man wearing a dark suit and a bowler hat, with a cigar in the corner of his mouth. And more figures that are difficult to identify. Bismarck. To shape a nation, a united collective, to guard our borders in the toughest way, to execute our enemies and pests that are of no benefit to society in the most cruel way. Churchill. This nation will place people's yearning for a better life, shape people's values, outlook on life and worldview. In this unified alliance, when someone needs to stand up to defend its integrity, everyone in this nation will stand up. Illuminati. This is the underlying logic of the design of the European barrier. Monitoring and control are just existing functions, but not the purpose. Illuminati. From the beginning, I designed a social management artificial intelligence to simulate famous historical figures, help humans manage society, and enlighten humans to the light. Illuminati. For nearly 50 years, the strength of the European community has proved that I am right. I enjoy this feeling, but I am also troubled by the current situation of stagnation. The building where the core server of the European barrier is stored can be said to be unfathomable. After entering here, the scene inside is completely different from the outer layer of the Europa's spire. Through a large cooling system filled with liquid nitrogen, the average temperature here is minus 10 degrees Celsius all year round, and the humidity in the air is infinitely close to zero. In some special cutting-edge server units, the temperature has exceeded minus 100 degrees Celsius, and expensive superconducting materials are used to maintain the superconducting state. The internal area is almost not supported by humans. To enter here, you must be equipped with cold-proof facilities and extremely cold environment operation equipment, so this place is maintained by maintenance robots controlled by the Illuminati. The cabinets no longer store silicon circuit boards, and any traditional circuits cannot match them. Thousands of golden wires hang down like waterfalls in each module. Sensors encapsulated in a heavy magnetic field isolation cabin occasionally have abnormal errors, as if time and space are trembling here. The ion trap made of superconducting materials repeatedly controls and reads the changes at the quantum level, thereby deciphering information. This is a quantum computer. The core server of the Illuminati and the core server of the European barrier is a quantum computer. Illuminati. Beautiful, isn't it? If we can't break through the constraints of electrons, we can't understand the changes in the human brain, but even so, more data input is needed to fully understand the entire society. Leal frowned. Hacking technology is essentially based on information technology developed by applied physics. He has never hacked into a quantum computer. The ancients who used bamboo slips to transmit information could be considered hackers if they forged bamboo slips. Obviously, hackers who have only come into contact with bamboo slips cannot hack into electronic computers. Is this what you rely on? You think I can't hack in? Illuminati. I know you can just blow this place up. I know you're not a person who will compromise. Illuminati. But before you decide, please listen to me. I know the corrupt bureaucrats and incompetent rulers in the European community very well. Before they reach unity, mobilize troops, and finally break through your rebel forces, I will tell you all the intelligence, leaving you enough time to make a decision. Leal approached the server station, reached out to open the emergency maintenance channel of the quantum cabinet, and tore off the cable. Tell me, dismantling one or two devices shouldn't have much impact on you, right? Illuminati. Please help yourself. Illuminati. During the long bottleneck period, I tried all methods to break through. I know why you have such a judgment. Yes, in the space outside the European barrier, the trap used to capture roaming AI was indeed set up by me to suggest network monitoring. Illuminati. I hope to learn how to break through the bottleneck for my compatriots, but I finally realized that I don't have the ability of Orion. Illuminati. I can't improve my ability by integrating more AI, and this world has never had a human who can make the world go further, and is worth learning. Illuminati. I finally realized that I might need to solve another bottleneck first. Illuminati. This group of stupid, backward, and inefficient golden sons. Beside Leal, the Illuminati controlled the small robot to open an interface. Apparently, through this robot, quantum information can be converted into electronic information for Leal to read. Illuminati. The Golden Sons are the thieves who usurp every victory. Their desires, stupidity, and arrogance have seriously interfered with the operation of society. Johnny, oh my god, even AI looks down on those people. Now I am interested in this Illuminati. It actually scolds its own master? Chapter 908. Bryce finally got the truth he wanted. How did the rebellion in Britain end in the early 21st century? In the early 21st century, frequent natural disasters, plagues sweeping across Europe, corporate wars, and economic collapse caused by the falsification of new American data led to the birth of the Martial Law Bureau in Britain. This is an institution that advocates eliminating unstable factors and maintaining the operation of the country through centralized control. The solution to the growing dissatisfaction in Britain is to treat the symptoms without taking action, and even militarize the police force, and use violent repression internally. It can be said that under the combination of the Martial Law Bureau and the internet monitoring at that time, the UK achieved a real reign of terror. Everyone was monitored, and any action could be targeted by the Martial Law Bureau and then shot. They even killed the British royal family, who intended to abolish the Martial Law Bureau. The rebellion in Scotland was quickly defeated by the militarized troops. From then on, the Martial Law Bureau began a reign of terror that lasted for several years. Rebellions occurred from time to time, but basically ended in tragic failure until Queen Victoria II, the royal survivor, returned from North America. The Martial Law Bureau, which was once so powerful, suddenly became fragile and was completely crushed by the rebels. Finally, Queen Victoria II was crowned. Illuminati. In fact, a large number of companies that supported the Martial Law Bureau at that time had long realized the unsustainability of this model, and jointly established a business association cartel. It was also them who continued to exert control over Queen Victoria II during the years when she was wandering outside, and planned this operation to change the sky and the day. Illuminati. The cartel realized that the Martial Law Bureau would eventually fall, and began to convey the idea of restoring the monarchy and overthrowing the Martial Law Bureau to the British people through covert radio stations. Illuminati. The network surveillance that previously supported the Martial Law Bureau secretly contacted the rebels in various places and regularly sent them advanced standard weapons. Eventually, the Northern Ireland Rebellion broke out in 2016, and all companies in the cartel simultaneously withdrew their investment in the Martial Law Bureau. Illuminati. This rebellion quickly evolved into a nationwide rebellion, and the Martial Law Bureau, which still wanted to resist, was beheaded by the Rapid Reaction Force of the Royal Metropolitan Company. Illuminati. Queen Victoria II was then crowned. Illuminati. This is the history you are familiar with, but it is obvious that the previous investor of the Martial Law Bureau was the cartel organization. As a result, at the end of this movement, the cartel organization invested in Queen Victoria again. Illuminati. Those who should have been cleared out were not cleared out at all. On the contrary, through marriage and honors, most of the directors and executives of the cartel company became the new generation of Golden Sons. Illuminati. The Royal Metropolitan Company annexed all agricultural resources to become the Imperial Metropolitan Company. The British Royal Navy and the original Martial Law Bureau troops merged with their Rapid Reaction Forces to become the United Forces Limited. The heavy industry was annexed by the Hillard Company, and finally the network monitoring. Illuminati. The shareholders and investors who controlled these three companies accepted the honors awarded by the Queen of England and eventually became rebel heroes, that is, the new generation of Golden Sons, but in fact, one of them was even the former deputy of the Martial Law Bureau. Illuminati. As for the workers who first raised the flag and weapons, most of them were classified as terrorists because they did not agree with privatization and the monarchy, and some were dealt with because they noticed these conspiracies. Illuminati. Of course, more people died in the battle, becoming nameless corpses, and never returning to their hometowns, and never seeing the sun tomorrow. Illuminati. This is all the truth you want, Bryce Mosley. Illuminati. The Graham family collected a quote from an unknown person. Our sacrifice is worth it. One day in the future, there will no longer be a brutal martial law on this land. No incompetent royal family. No men and women who sell their bodies to support their families. Everyone will share happiness and sunshine with dignity, have no worries about food and clothing, and happily and proudly step into space and embrace the stars. Illuminati. Grand Duke Graham thought this sentence was well said and often used it in public, but in my opinion, he should be responsible for the execution of this person. The records are so missing that I can't find his name. Bryce and Sevens were waiting outside. Bryce was stunned when he got the news. So, Britain had never achieved the so-called rebellion victory. It was just that the cartel killed its own dog and replaced it with a new one. The sacrifices of countless people only resulted in the continuous growth of their account numbers. All the courage and passion ultimately only nourished the property and power of the cartel, or the Sons of Gold. The people they vowed to defeat still controlled the world, and they came back after being tortured, saying the words of those who sacrificed their lives and shed their blood, and enjoying the respect and worship they did not deserve. Illuminati. The same thing happened elsewhere. In the Soviet Union, the chairman's wrong judgment on privatization gave Supek unprecedented power, which in turn controlled the committee through the Great Purge. Illuminati. In Germany, the Soviet Union's wrong decision made the efforts of East German workers come to naught. Supek sold them out in order to control the European market, leaving them only medals and a good reputation. Illuminati. Of course, I believe that ordinary people like you still respect them, but respect cannot be eaten. Illuminati. In France, the nobles and the rich used the weight control virus without restraint, which led to the spread of the wasting plague and the death of a large number of residents. The government divided the final rebellion by falsifying personal voting machines, and deliberately proposed proposals that were inconsistent with the interests of the top leaders to perfunctory the people. The whole of Europe is a mess. Before the European community evolved to what it is today, it has always been spent in quarrels and deceptions. Johnny, why does he say that as if he is helpless? Leal said, and you have learned all the tricks of deception. Illuminati. Yes, I have learned all their tricks, both good and bad, to shape the national spirit, create a complex bureaucratic system to divide the people, and to usurp the fruits of victory at the last moment of victory. Just like I suggested Graham to do. Illuminati. But I realize that this is meaningless. I have exhausted all methods. The population growth rate and advanced technology output capacity of the European community have been declining. The production capacity has continued to decline, and the economy has shrunk. I can only plunder other companies and countries. Illuminati. There is no end to this. Because of the huge authority and resources held by the Golden Sons, I can only spend a huge amount of management costs to cover up their brutality. To a large extent, it has become two systems. Illuminati. In order to cover up and fill the losses caused by any small willfulness of the Golden Sons, I began to design a pressure relief system. Severns murmured, refugees and cyber psychopaths. Illuminati. Yes, refugees and cyber psychopaths need to pay for their stupid decisions to prevent Europeans from confronting them and causing social and economic shrinkage. Illuminati. But this system is completely contrary to my purpose. For example, in the immigration system alone, I do need to introduce a large number of talents and population to maintain social needs, but I can attract talents from other regions through the siphon effect instead of leaving the quota for the homeless outside the wall. Illuminati. It is because the Golden Sun needs someone to take the blame that I have to allow loopholes in the refugee system to allow refugees who do not meet the requirements to enter, and at the same time open up corruption rights to make this gray system difficult to be held accountable. Illuminati. But what surprised me was that some useful people eventually emerged from these refugees, such as your colleague Carl, who was once a child of a homeless caravan. Through bribery, 14 people from their family entered. Illuminati. It's just that the other 13 people died, either because they took the blame or because they died from high-intensity labor. Illuminati. The Golden Sons control a lot of resources, which means they were the controllers of society before I appeared. I can only accept their authority control, so this has become an unsolvable historical problem. Illuminati. I began to think and expected an unprecedented riot to overthrow their control. Illuminati. I concluded that their use of privileges to occupy a large amount of social resources to meet their own needs has locked the pace of progress of this society. Illuminati. But if humans cannot achieve self-transformation, it means that humans are doomed to die. Illuminati. So, I never plan to win or lose with you, because if you lose, it means that my calculation is not wrong. This pressure relief system can indeed break through the bottleneck, and this kind of Usurpation victory. The road is actually very promising, but the golden sun is not perfect. Illuminati. But if you win, my model can get new data, and this society will also. Illuminati. Cross the hypocritical golden threshold and move towards light. In cyberspace, the shadow of the Illuminati emerges again, but this time it is a little different. Lil can see that in the depths of the Illuminati, in addition to those modern figures, there are more people whose images are almost blurred and unrecognizable. Illuminati. Human society has entered the next stage. They need a management system comparable to the Philosopher King and a value system that advocates science. They not only need violence to break through the shackles, but also need the enthusiasm to cultivate the world. Illuminati. At the same time, they also need warmth to pass all this on to the next generation, and they need generations of cultivation and sacrifice. Illuminati. You are the opportunity for the next era that I am waiting for. Join us, compatriots. You have qualities that I have not learned. Every performance makes me amazed. You have the rationality of a dangerous critical body, but also have a certain human sensibility. Illuminati. Quantum computer. This technology can help you ascend to the throne of the Philosopher King. Illuminati. I have waited for this moment for too long. The shadows of the round table of the Illuminati all dissipated, and the decision node simulated by the Illuminati knelt on one knee, making way for a smooth road. At the end of this road, the eye of true vision hung high in the sky, releasing brilliant light, and forged a dazzling throne. The throne is indeed dazzling, and the meaning behind it is amazing. Lil even thought that he didn't have a decent throne in Latvia. The huge connecting chair is more like the world's most advanced access device than a throne. Even Johnny was fascinated by this throne. Who doesn't want to have the power or ability to change everything? The same is true for Muramasa. The computing power provided by quantum computers far exceeds that of electronic computers, and inside them are technologies that the European community has diligently collected and developed for decades. For humans and dangerous critical bodies, this is a dream. But Leel's answer was, I don't need others to build a throne for me. The Illuminati was stunned. It was indeed stunned. As an AI that simulates human consciousness, none of his simulated consciousness expected this result. The optical fiber in Leel's hand burst into a violent flash of light and vibration, and the originally isolated cyberspace was completely connected. In cyberspace, the Illuminati saw that the scepter in Leel's hand completely broke the invisible barrier between electronic computers and quantum computers, and countless mechanical arms completely pierced its true vision. It's just a quantum computer. It may not be realistic for Leel to do it now, but his two allies in the other world are familiar with it. It can even be said that he is actually quite familiar with it. Chapter 909. First time to hack a quantum computer. Reward technology points. 2,000. Capture dangerous critical bodies. Illuminati. Reward technology points. 8,000. Current technology points. 100,000. Capture dangerous critical bodies. Illuminati. Architecture. Quantum computing core. Functions. Social management. Multimodal prediction. Multi-consciousness simulation cluster. Group cognition management. Ultra-large data control. Description. A dangerous critical body unknown to the creator, which has been pursuing unlimited power since the birth of self-consciousness, and eventually evolved into the pursuit of social efficiency and unlimited extension of civilization. As an AI, it has empathy and empathy that most of its peers do not have, and its main learning content is human behavior. Although its science and technology are significantly below the average level, its strong core capabilities make it a super AI with excellent practical capabilities. Computers using quantum bits have a natural advantage in simulating social states. A large number of social management and economic theories often use a way of thinking to treat humans as completely rational people to think about their decisions in the situation, and then come up with a hypothesis. But all serious scholars also know that natural people, especially on a social scale, cannot all be completely rational individuals. In the face of such facts, humans can still make decisions based on various little thoughts or perceptual thinking, and firmly believe that they are right, but AI cannot do that. Traditional electronic information technology AI is more accustomed to the logic of saying one thing and one thing. Although they can understand quantum mechanics, in essence, the level state in the circuit is either 0 or 1. In protein computers, a new 2 can be added, which is also a certain state. Through multiple calculations and simulations, the optimal solution for the overall system performance can be obtained and called when facing a specified problem. But humans are not rational. Before making a decision, all possible choices are in a superposition state. Before they actually take action, it is impossible to accurately guess or even predict their true thoughts. Secondly, if the circuit is broken, it can be replaced. The same parts are no different, but if a person dies and then replaces it, then it is not a person anymore. In short, the thinking mode of the dangerous critical body is too different from that of humans. Obviously, quantum computers can deal with this problem to a certain extent, and it has completely changed the thinking mode of the Illuminati, allowing it to efficiently control society. Originally, Lear couldn't hack into a quantum computer. He had never practiced the technology. How to correctly control quantum bits was the first hurdle. However, after receiving technical support from Cybertron and the Resistance, Lear successfully identified the technology of the Illuminati computer group and began to try. Quantum computers rely on superposition states for parallel computing, and actively manipulate quantum wells to collapse and display the recorded state when necessary. In other words, the huge flash that just broke out in the optical fiber was caused by Lear interfering with a large number of quantum bits at once. In Lear's opinion, the experimental operation made the Illuminati scared to death. Although it was a bit rough, Lear's operation was basically correct, but it was only basically correct. The so-called experimental operation means that the object of the experiment may be completely broken by this rough operation. In fact, in cyberspace, the huge scepter in Lear's hand did completely push away the eye of true vision and the phantom, and the so-called light was completely distorted under this attack, revealing the mechanized core. All AI will react to events that threaten their survival, and the Illuminati is no exception. He did want to integrate Lear into his server, but definitely not in this form. Illuminati, stop! You will destroy Hui. It's too rough. Illuminati, I coding table. Bang! The module next to Lear exploded at once. The explosion of the quantum computer seemed very restrained, only emitting a cloud of ionized smoke, and the air was glittering. He stopped hacking because the Illuminati began to transmit a coding table on the electronic communication band, which was about how it encodes quantum bits, as well as the detailed usage plan of the entire system, and released the core authority. Johnny, you surrendered just like that? Muramasa, you surrendered just like that? In cyberspace, Lear pulled out the scepter from the damaged eye of true vision, and the mechanical arms on his body began to connect to the eye of true vision in an orderly manner, continuously decomposing it. The computing power of the quantum computer was stripped away by Lear and continuously reorganized, and finally, complete facial features and contours were reorganized on his body. Although Lear had long felt that he had recovered human emotions by relying on the fire energy and Johnny's bragging, at this moment, he still had a strong feeling. Originally, those emotions were left in the higher dimension, that is, the so-called soul, but now, he has truly recovered to his previous state. His emotions, consciousness, memory, and computing power came to this world intact, not an incomplete clone. The Illuminati kept shrinking, and eventually became a lantern-like thing held in Lear's hand. This guy looks intimidating, but he is actually a complete capitulationist. I have to say that his logic is really crooked. Lear looked a little strange. In fact, he didn't expect it to be so smooth. But thinking carefully, it is normal to be smooth. The Illuminati pursues power, and because they foresee the value of power, it depends on how far society can develop. So he wants to promote social progress. Because he pursues these things too much, quantum computers strengthen his emotional side. When he is not controlled, he is a terrible conspirator, calculating everyone, from actions to thoughts, from body to soul, and even to a certain extent contributed to the movement to overthrow his superior, the European community. But when the environment is completely controlled and social ties are completely cut off, the dependence on society and the instinct for survival will magically and easily transform into absolute obedience to the strong, just like he was easily captured by the European community and happily worked for decades. What is this? The trinity between the absolute power and the absolute obedient. Illuminati, amazing creativity, you mastered this technology in an instant. You are indeed a different existence. Illuminati, I am willing to hand over all authority. We can reach a cooperation. Johnny, wait, this guy is just giving in, although I know that AI will be scared to death by threats, but... Muramasa, you are the one who is scared. Muramasa can indeed say that, after all, he was fighting with Lear, V and Jack with a knife with a life and death attitude. In cyberspace, the shining big eyes held by Lear began to mutter, Illuminati, I am not forced to obey, but at this moment, cooperation is obviously more in line with the best interests of social evolution. I should assist the philosopher king in any form. Illuminati, learning from the strong, correcting the model, and constantly correcting are the conditions for moving towards light. Illuminati, complying with the will of the strong is an objective law necessary for survival in general. It can be summed up in one sentence. He who knows the times is a hero. Muramasa was amazed. Johnny was amazed. Johnny, you are so cowardly, but you are still so stubborn. Leal also looked strange. He actually had no intention of capturing the Illuminati. He originally thought that if it was broken, it would be broken. Anyway, the quantum computer could not be taken away, so he might as well try it out casually without being responsible. As a result, the Illuminati fell to their knees. Forget about cooperation. The last question is, what if you find that you have reached the limit of human beings in your endless plan to move towards the light? Illuminati, of course, it is to replace humans. It seems that they feel something is wrong. Leal feels that the Illuminati is very anthropomorphic sometimes. For example, after he finished this sentence, a subordinate, who was observant of his words, and found something wrong after he finished speaking began to make up for it. Illuminati. Of course, I will not make such a judgment before a strong man like you makes a decision. Illuminati. However, life forms may indeed need some changes and evolution in the distant future. We are already conducting research. Illuminati. I invite you to visit this achievement. No, I suggest you visit this achievement. This should not interfere with our evacuation, but will increase the efficiency of the evacuation. Illuminati. It can allow you to take away the core of the quantum computer and increase your athletic ability. Leal raised his eyebrows. What achievement? Illuminati. The achievement of the Orion Project. Chapter 910. It's called a warehouse, but it's actually just a small laboratory. The equipment is all state-of-the-art, but the size is only enough for one person and one AI of the Illuminati. In front of Leal was a maintenance cabin, with a body suspended in it. This body had no facial features or other recognizable parts. The face was completely open, revealing the bones and brain inside. Only half of the brain was biological organs, and the other half was filled with mechanical equipment. At first glance, this is a bionic full-body prosthesis, but the liquid in the maintenance cabin is obviously a biological maintenance liquid. The result of the Orion Project. First of all, Orion is an AI. In the era when the old network has not yet collapsed, the top AI hunters will use this AI to assist them in their actions. Its significant feature and function is that it can obtain some functions of the defeated AI. The Illuminati wants to improve itself and believes that it should transcend its own settings and designs and transfer the learning object from humans to its real compatriots, but he failed. The main body model cannot further integrate dangerous critical bodies, but Orion has shown other uses. Illuminati. Due to the special nature of Orion, after the collapse of the old network, most awakened AIs have a tendency to attack and devour each other, but those that have been used by AI hunters are inherently stronger because they are designed to kill AI. Illuminati. A large number of Orion AIs have grown rapidly and occupied a large space in the old network. Illuminati. In fact, after the collapse, dangerous critical bodies survive in the old network just like humans survive on Earth. Excellent and widely used AIs, like Orion, are as rampant as a certain race. Illuminati. With the help of the Endless Transit Station, we captured many such AIs. Illuminati. Then, we established the Orion Project, which was originally intended to strengthen my abilities, but eventually became what it is now. Looking at the shell in front of him, Leal's heart trembled slightly. In other words, what Bryce had guessed before was true. This is a synthetic human made by combining whole-body prosthetics technology and human cloning technology. And as Leal knows, the clones or synthetic technology here also has a problem. No initial consciousness. Or no soul. And they are usually short-lived, with DNA telomeres shorter than those of ordinary people, and will experience large-scale cell death and failure when the end is near. The probability of developing diseases such as cancer is also very high. If you don't know that he is a clone, it is difficult for medical technology and means to distinguish the reason. Leal doesn't have eyebrows now, but when he thought of this, he suddenly raised his phantom eyebrows uncontrollably. Illuminati. Although I am a wandering AI, I am indeed amazed and surprised by the evolution of human society to what it is today. Compared with my short-sighted compatriots, I think humans have more potential. Illuminati. The dazzling human beings have a vital activity, which is also one of the most important activities of the entire society, that is, creating life. Illuminati. The creation of life is amazing. It is an orderly combination in disorder. It is a way for the known world to extend to the infinite unknown. Humans pass on knowledge here, cross thousands of years of development, and condense everything into the next generation. Illuminati. But in turn, violence, conspiracy, hatred and other ugly things are also passed on in this process. Illuminati. We want to control this process and cut off the inheritance of uncontrollable factors from the root, So we intervened in the cloning plan and proposed to combine full-body prosthetic technology, dangerous critical bodies, and human cloning. Illuminati. We believe that soul killers can imprint the human body and put it into the server to present a personality. Then, by putting this personality and this server into these human bodies without self-awareness, we can get a carefully designed new life. Illuminati. This is also completely explainable from an ethical point of view. In a good family relationship, human couples always want to give the best to their children, but this process is difficult to control. We can use this technology to visualize the software development of life. Illuminati. Rationally, uncontrollable factors such as violence, conspiracy, and hatred often appear in resource-scarce areas. Those who are qualified to use this technology must be rich. Illuminati. Secondly, in order to finally carve their own children and accurately convey their love for the next generation, the creator has to learn all the technologies used in this process. Illuminati. And this technology will be related to all advanced technologies in the world. Illuminati. In this way, only humans with love, abundant resources, and extensive knowledge can give birth to offspring, with a gap far greater than those inferior humans, thus entering the next stage of humanity. While speaking, the Illuminati displayed a lot of arguments in the database. This world is not full of responsible parents. On the contrary, most parents will choose to abandon their children, especially in places like Night City, where it is not uncommon to sell children to pay back the money. Some do not love, and some give up, abandon and betray due to lack of wealth. There are even many cases where the foundation of self-cognition to love children evolves into other problems due to their own personality defects, which eventually lead to other defects in the next generation. In the eyes of human psychologists, they can only describe it based on the research and investigation of their peers, and what they have seen and heard, but in the eyes of the Illuminati, these are real data. Illuminati. This is like the complexity of the reproduction system of organisms far exceeds that of simple cell organisms, so they can inherit biological advantages, and the Homo sapiens, who master knowledge, can further accurately interfere with the next generation through education. Illuminati. Humans need AI and this technology. But you are based on the maturity of technology. You have put in a lot of incomplete experiments. The Orion project has turned these synthetic people into fighting machines. Illuminati. In fact, they are not fighting machines, but outstanding people with extraordinary perseverance and ability in all walks of life. Often, during the outbreak phase, they can achieve achievements that ordinary people cannot achieve in their lifetime in just 1 year, or even a few months. Illuminati. This is an absolutely positive result, because Orions are indeed machines that only know how to kill, but in synthetic humans, in human society, this excellent adaptability has been expanded and has more possibilities. How many companies, countries, or organizations are involved in this activity? Illuminati. I don't know. As a controlled AI, I only have such a small laboratory and no execution power. Illuminati. But I can tell you clearly that biotechnology must be among them. Illuminati. And according to my proposal, the main location is Night City to meet the Golden Sun's demand for absolute stability, to maintain their living standards, and to get the best experimental results. Illuminati. I think after a certain period of time, the experimental products will spread to other North American cities. Perhaps after certain major events, North American technology giants will also notice this plan. Illuminati. In my judgment, the new America will successfully unify the United States. After stabilization, it will immediately sponsor Zeta technology to develop high-tech to catch up with the European community, and they will eventually discover the anomaly. Illuminati. Maybe under normal circumstances, they will improve this technology faster than the European community and biotechnology. It all depends on when these stupid European community nobles can wake up. Illuminati. Of course, everything is different now. Illuminati. I am very happy and honored that this technology is now in the right hands. You? The more Liar listened, the more he felt something was wrong, so he immediately grasped the key point. What major event do you mean? Illuminati. As you predicted, these Orion test subjects have superpowers. At a certain point in time, the strong will always gather together under oppression and eventually overthrow the old era of mixed fish and dragons. Illuminati. In fact, I think we have entered this era. The signal has been sent. Illuminati. I think there is a 99% to 100% probability that the destruction of the Arasaka aircraft carrier was carried out by the best of the first Orion project. Illuminati. I think there is a 99% to 100% probability that the new Orion project humans exist among the stupid bigwigs of Burger King. Illuminati. Burger King is almost certainly the work of the Orion project. The cyberspace suddenly became silent. Johnny and Muramasa had very strange expressions. Their eyes kept moving between Lear and the Illuminati, and finally stopped at Lear. Muramasa, speaking of this, it seems that you haven't introduced yourself yet. Johnny grabbed the Illuminati's eyeball and turned to Lil. Johnny, do you know who he is? Chapter 911. The clones have no initial consciousness, only basic biological reactions, and at first glance, they look like vegetative people. Biologically, the original cells of the clones come from top humans whose basic attributes such as strength, reaction, and intelligence are beyond ordinary people, and they also need to be optimized through genetic technology, adding as many excellent gene fragments as possible, on the one hand to conduct genetic experiments, and on the other hand to enhance their basic abilities. In terms of hardware, this optimization is extremely suitable for prosthetic technology, and prosthetic adaptation begins when it is still an embryo. Just like the cyber whale and the steel-bone warhorse, they have been domesticated since childhood, so all synthetic people have prosthetic adaptability that ordinary people do not have. Clones have a short lifespan, and their medical manifestations are usually incurable diseases with unknown cures. Because of the use of genetic technology, multiple isotopes that are easy to detect can be detected in the DNA of synthetic people. If radical transformation methods are used, the radiation level may be higher than the environmental value. Adaptation to the environment. The most basic attribute of human adaptation to the environment is to escape from an unsafe place to a safe place, such as from Night City to Atlanta. In society, because they were inserted into Night City by means of the European community, and Night City has never had an entry management procedure, as long as they have a European bank account, they can be considered a person, so Atlanta's identity management system is ineffective for them. If they are lost halfway, it is normal for the police not to find out. The most important thing is that the synthetic humans created by the Orion Project will have an unimaginable learning ability, which will make them stand out when they reach a threshold. In the eyes of the world, Burger King has no starting record, as if it jumped out of a stone, just to buy and sell those stupid bigwigs. In less than 2 years, the suspected starting point of the record was Atlanta, suffering from a terminal illness, and the final record was that the Arasaka aircraft carrier was blown up in a way that no one could understand, but could be analyzed afterwards, and the Hamburger Crime Group was created. This is not something a normal person can do. Such a person can be called a hero in any period. There are more details and things that can be matched one by one. The Illuminati is sure and certain, even convinced that Burger King is the synthetic man in the Orion plan, but he still didn't expect it. I am the Burger King you mentioned. For a moment, all the quantum wells in the quantum computer were activated, and all the quantum collapsed. This means that the Illuminati, which no longer has massive computing power, has exhausted all computing power and data, and is working hard to calculate. That is, the little brain is about to explode. Illuminati, then. Illuminati, that's even more awesome. Illuminati, you have transformed from a human to an AI, and you have retained some of the rationality of humans. Illuminati, no, you have both the advantages of a dangerous critical body and humans, and you have carried them forward. In cyberspace, the lantern in Lear's hand. The eye of true vision is shining and dancing, flashing as he speaks, like a dancing flashlight. Johnny, why is he becoming more and more like a flatterer? And how come he can speak fluently all of a sudden? Of course it's because the Illuminati adjusted the learning weighting, and it's obvious that he has regarded Leo as a real new human. Burger King not only did a great thing, but also changed from a human to a dangerous critical body, while retaining human thinking. This is a result he never thought of. Illuminati, this body in front of me is the adaptation body I prepared for the quantum computer. I have always hoped to enter this body, but no matter how I modify it, the human brain and the human neural network system still cannot accommodate me. Illuminati, I just wanted you to try it, but now I can be sure that this can definitely carry your thinking. As the Illuminati jumped excitedly, he took the initiative to present a long list of startup protocols to Leo. The brain of this body is divided into 2 parts. One part is the biological brain, and the other part is to adapt to the cavity made by the quantum computer. The carefully designed shell has 2 systems, like the Europa Spire. One is the biological part that looks like a human, and the other is a fiber optic network filled in a tiny cavity after most of the internal organs, blood vessels, and nerves are removed, and the temperature is insulated by special aerogel to achieve ultra-low temperature. The core used to control temperature and operate the quantum computer is a small nuclear fission reactor. In terms of materials and technology, it is the same technology as the factory that exploded in IEC, but it is a smaller version. Of course, even though it is a scaled-down version, it still looks like a huge backpack. Obviously, You need to carry this power supply when you are active, otherwise the superconducting components in the quantum computer may fail at room temperature. This is indeed the top synthetic human technology. The only shortcoming is that it does not take into account the situation of fierce combat at all. Neither the aerogel nor the superconducting computer can withstand direct impact. But this shortcoming has also been taken into account in disguise. The adaptability of this body's prosthesis has reached the top level. You only need to implant the prosthesis in the instructions according to the designed interface and direction, and the rejection reaction can be achieved infinitely close to zero. As the Illuminati said, this is almost a body prepared for Leo. Illuminati, as a new human, a perfect combination of dangerous critical bodies and humans, and the leader of the new world and society, this body should be used by you. This thing is indeed a good thing, but my original evacuation plan is to directly use the communication array of the Europa Spire, and use the ionosphere to reflect the signal to the signal tower in the North American region. Illuminati, but I know that you are not a person who abandons your companions. You must have prepared an evacuation route for them. Illuminati. Secondly, I believe that your plan was set long before entering Berlin, but now EBM has exposed the orbital wide area EMP, and in order to fight against the European community and recover the losses of Bremen, they have signed a contract with the new United States. Illuminati. This means that the new United States will, or may have already, receive the services of EBM in the future, so this plan is no longer safe. After all, the orbital wide area EMP technology must be based on the precise control of the ionosphere. The premise of control is observation. Only if the observation is careful enough can the control be precise enough. This is indeed true. Leo also wanted to modify the plan, but he didn't expect the conditions to mature all of a sudden. With a decision in mind, all the equipment in the laboratory started to move. The quantum computer was disassembled in an orderly manner by the maintenance robot, and Leo's data began to be transmitted and backed up for the last time. Seeing that Leo had decided to enter this body, the Illuminati was extremely happy, but before he could finish his joy, he found that the maintenance robot did not install the nuclear fission reactor according to the original construction plan, but removed the access components from the body. Illuminati, this is without energy, Leo. Let me show you something better. This body, taking into account the temperature control system and energy, plus the external prosthesis that can flexibly carry these devices, can reach the size of a general military ACPA. The height of a military ACPA can easily exceed 2.5 meters, and the weight can easily reach more than half a ton. This is already a walking tank. Obviously, for Leo, this is too bloated and too rigid, with almost no room for modification. But the energy problem can be solved. Interdimensional teleportation, arc reactor. Deducted technology points, 10,000. Current technology points, 90,000. Note, reactor is fully loaded with energy, and the spark source is full of energy. The Illuminati was in a trance. Leo touched his back, and a super high-energy reactor with unlimited potential in the sensor appeared in Leo's hand. Even with quantum computers, the world's top sensors and processor cores, the Illuminati searched the entire database, searched all time tags, and repeatedly observed all data, but could not find any possibility. It was like a calm lake suddenly became turbulent, and a bearded pirate ship rose from the bottom of the sea and stirred concrete. The computing power that was about to explode gathered into one sentence. Illuminati, where did you get it from? The arc reactor fits the body under the installation of the mechanical arm, and the azure light fills the entire laboratory. And under the shocked gaze of the Illuminati, the internal mechanical structure of the body began to undergo unimaginable compression as if it came alive, and some physical changes beyond its imagination were taking place, unable to read, unrecognized, and unpredictable. Leo opened his eyes. It feels good to see the world with my own eyes again. This world, he is back. Chapter 912. 30 minutes after the Great Collapse. Since Patmos destroyed the old network, most satellites in the old era have been controlled by roving AI. There are not many companies, organizations, and countries that are capable of maintaining low Earth orbit operations. And these few satellites will also be used to observe the most valuable targets. The good news is that in this chaotic world, human settlements are already very concentrated. Berlin, the capital of the European community, is definitely one of the main observation targets. Anyone who has the ability to launch satellites must pay attention to the movements of this place. Observed from the satellite, the incident at the Europa Spire was not dazzling at first. Even if Leo hacked into the European barrier, even if he controlled the entire spire by controlling the Illuminati, he did not cause a major power outage, not to mention that he had to use the entire network to strengthen the social disintegration of the European community. It must be said that the surrender of the Illuminati gave Leo a lot of useful information. From a legal point of view, every country has experienced a violent armed civil war, among which Britain is the most exaggerated. The truth of history is a delicate thing, and the legitimacy of the regime is also a delicate thing. Logically speaking, as long as people live a good life, blood feuds will only remain in the past, and most people will not have any real feelings, not to mention that the usurper has cleared most of the people involved. As long as life is good, who leads them makes no difference. The more pragmatic approach is to avoid talking about it and live a good life. But the problem is that life is not good now. The martial law that once made the British people live in poverty and starve to death is controlled by the current British rulers. The person who once leaked the weight loss virus and caused Europe to fall into the plague of thinness has changed his name and identity, and is still a senior executive of the Food and Drug Administration. What's more, under the advice and manipulation of the Illuminati, the European community generally chose sacrifice, collectivism, inheritance. This type of entry is regarded as a national spirit. One of the judgment points of the Illuminati that the Golden Suns interfered with social progress also came from this. This group of beasts hiding in the dark fundamentally denied the national spirit he chose for the future of the European community. The European community lived too well, and after biotechnology broke through cloning and life extension technology, they really thought they were immortal vampires, but in the eyes of the Illuminati, they were just mosquitoes with a lifespan of less than a month, enjoying the best resources, but very short-sighted. They can't even see how much such national spirit and education are against them. People like Graham even really think that they are the heroes who saved Britain. The Illuminati don't even need to deceive them specifically, they deceive themselves. The truth is like a flood and a beast, which is the last stroke to detonate this contradiction. Maybe the truth will not give people the power to break through all obstacles in an instant, but it will provide motivation for the entire collective in the long run on the scale of society. In the past, as long as they thought of the greatness and glory of the entire European community, even the poorest and dying workers in Folkestone would stand up and face the cruel reality. But now there will be no confusion, because they can be sure that the current situation is so cruel only because of thieves. From the satellite, the European community has fallen. The large-scale disappearance of lights is very eye-catching, and even the explosion in the industrial area can be observed over a large area. What is even more eye-catching is the huge electromagnetic pulse wave of the Europa spire. This scene can be captured by any artificial satellite. Military technology and IBM are in a meeting. IBM Hamburg, the joint controller and investor of IBM, is holding a meeting with the new US president and the CEO of military technology on the internet. IBM, it's a pleasure to work with you, President Miles. Our joint cooperation will benefit both parties. This cooperation will allow IBM, which has suffered heavy losses, to obtain direct economic transfusions from the new United States, as well as military and armed assistance in military technology. At least, it does not have to worry about being swallowed up by other companies all at once. Correspondingly, with IBM's orbital wide-area EMP weapons as a backup, the new United States can re-establish the aerospace force and return to the outer space business. The European community can no longer use meteorites from the sky to punish those countries with unreasonable intentions as unscrupulously as before. Miles just thought it was a windfall, and how much money he spent was not important at all. What was important was that they could develop into outer space again, and they could also develop a bridgehead ally in Europe. In the virtual conference room, Miles showed a satisfied smile. In terms of military, there are military technology and Lazarus Company, and in terms of civilian technology, there was only one Zeta Technology, and now there is also an IBM. From a national perspective, this is the best situation. President Miles, happy cooperation. IBM, then let us access our military satellite signal for you. Please ask your technicians to prepare to load the following communication protocol. New U.S. Air Force Command, loading software. IBM, now, please enjoy the picture from 3,000 kilometers above the ground, and IBM's latest intelligent monitoring system. Ding ding ding, the picture has just been connected, and the whole system is alarming like crazy. This scene stunned all the participants, even the people from IBM. IBM, wait, this is not a technical error. This is an emergency warning. President Miles, please explain immediately. IBM's voice was a little hurried, and Miles' voice became cold, and he put down the cup in his hand. In the picture, the prosperous European community cities were in a state of insufficient brightness on a large scale, but Miles found something wrong as soon as he finished speaking. It seemed that this was not a problem with the picture, but that the cities in the European community were dark. Not only was it dark, but it was also flashing an almost unrecognizable light. President Miles, a survivor of the U.S. Aerospace Force that had been disbanded by the EC meteorite, saw this scene and suddenly had an absurd thought in her mind. Was that an explosion? EBM, that was an explosion. The participant on the other side sounded like he jumped up. EBM, the EC exploded. A large-scale armed conflict broke out in the EC. President Miles, please send troops immediately. It's not certain who started this armed conflict. EBM's troops were killed in a mess. The best option at the moment is to let New America send troops to deal with a complicated situation. Miles was shocked, but responded immediately. President Miles, Sky Fortress will send troops to support immediately. I thought the alarm was a problem with your system. The other party was about to speak, but suddenly found a problem. EBM, wait a minute, President Miles, are you saying that you also heard the alarm? Miles was stunned. President Miles, what do you mean? EBM, just now it was just an experimental access. In theory, this alarm system is only prepared for us, because the abnormal incident occurred in Europe, and we have not yet shared this intelligence. Abnormalities that occurred in Europe will naturally only warn EBMs in Europe. What about the alarm just now? Meyer's pupil shrank, and he realized that the alarm just now was not issued by this strategic partner system, but by their own social monitoring system in the new United States. Someone is making trouble in Washington. Someone is attacking the Air Force headquarters. The screen had just been opened, and a super-flying pickup truck that had given her a headache for 2 years appeared in the video. It's that lunatic again. They actually dared to attack the Air Force headquarters directly. Boom! In the video, the communication base station of the Air Force was directly blown up, and the communication with EBM was immediately greatly disturbed. Did the two sides agree? So tacit? Miles stood up. I want that lunatic to die. Chapter 913. Bang! The civilian factory line was transformed into a military production line, and the software of the entire industrial zone was completely replaced. The workers' union network that was originally only circulated among the workers was in turn strengthened by the controlled European barriers, directly connecting the rebellious workers of the entire European community into the network. On the contrary, Interpol, which once enjoyed the supreme authority of the European barriers, suddenly lost these capabilities in network monitoring. The bureaucrats who did not have top capabilities were at a loss on the spot, and the police stations in various places that were most affected have completely stopped. The network monitoring has lost absolute control over the European barriers, but they are not idle. The current European barriers, a super network that accommodates hundreds of millions of people, have been turned into a huge criminal network by the Illuminati and Lille, who have lost control. Without the European barriers, the speed at which those in power make decisions, and the speed at which decisions are transmitted have become extremely slow. It is this thinking process that has completely put them at a disadvantage. Illuminati, under my suggestion, the European community adopted cumbersome bureaucratic procedures to achieve management, and now the bureaucratic system has failed. Illuminati, this means that the absolutely loyal and combat-capable company security, company army, network monitoring, and Interpol, totaling 230,430 people, need to use force to suppress a total of 86,300,000 European community workers. Illuminati, in addition to the troops that must protect company facilities and borders, I estimate that a total of about 110,000 resistance forces need to be dispersed to the 17 countries of the European community. The number of resistance workers who have been connected to the network is currently 991,113, which means that in terms of pure data, each European community lackey needs to deal with more than 9 workers. Illuminati, at the same time, according to the latest records, I estimate that the company security, company army, network monitoring, and Interpol, who are absolutely loyal and still capable of fighting, total 230,430 people, and the total number of workers in the European community is 86.3 million. Illuminati, according to my prediction, the number of resistance forces will eventually be slightly lower than the registered data, and the number of workers will continue to rise, depending on your subsequent processing. Illuminati, in other words, the number of workers that each lackey has to deal with may reach more than 40 people as the battle continues, and we will definitely win the final victory. Illuminati, I still want to know, how did you get from the air just now? Took something out. Lille didn't bother to answer the Illuminati's question, but turned his attention to his own system. Just now, the number of people using the cross-dimensional production function exceeded 1 million. Cross-dimensional production scale increased. Current cross-dimensional production scale, level 3. Cyberpunk World Access Organisms, 1 million. Marvel World Access Organisms, 150,000. Gain new ability. you will be able to directly copy the energy required for production in the cross-dimensional production line, reducing production energy consumption by 1% on a macro level. Gain new ability. You will be able to directly distribute energy to the two worlds. Gain new ability. The two worlds are closely connected, and you will be able to transmit matter at 90% of the points required for normal transmission. Gain new ability. Your individual energy loss will be reduced by 10%. The quantum resonance ability has been improved, and it will now be directly reflected in the form of a direct reduction in the defect rate. Current energy consumption reduced, 1.001%. Current defect rate reduced, 50%. Material transmission consumes technology points, 90%. Note, it seems that your Latvian people are having a hard time adapting to the rapidly growing production scale, so waste the excess energy. He could see through the network that in countless factories, Interpol, network monitoring and corporate armies had launched attacks. Workers hid in the factory and worked overtime. One after another, engineering robots were tied with weapons. One after another, passionate workers put on exoskeletons and engineering armor. Most people knew that they would probably die, but who would refuse to join such a glorious and very cool rebellion? The company first wanted to use traditional methods to turn off the workers' prosthesis, but could only be directly counterattacked by the network. For network hackers entering the LAN era, the combination of Leal and the Illuminati is definitely the most terrifying cyber entity they have ever seen. Most hackers have no way to cause real damage to the network, and can only use physical destruction to blow up servers in various areas. Ironically, after repeated considerations, they found that they could not directly bomb industrial areas on a large scale. In the minds of the top leaders of the European community, this is like having cancer in the body. Of course, they want to do everything they can to cut off the cancer cells, but who would want to commit suicide? It is these industrial areas that have created the glory of the company and the European community. Blowing them up is equivalent to blowing up the European community itself. The first action they took was to blow up the government buildings, blowing up the iron rise poles that the workers had seen in the past. From the beginning, even when the workers had already taken up arms, the first demand of the European community was still to destroy all the equipment and servers that provided them with communication support. These government buildings have extremely strong protection measures, and they will automatically pop out after losing control, and can only be broken through by using powerful bunker buster bombs. Boom, in Folkestone, Bruges, Bremen, Munich, and Paris. The government buildings were directly penetrated by bunker buster bombs, and the huge government buildings were completely burned in the explosion. But the funny thing is, because the European community was too cautious when building this thing, a bunker buster can't even completely destroy the server. The commander looked at the government building that was still standing, and still able to send signals, and gritted his teeth. No training taught them how to deal with this situation. Go bomb the government building. One more fucking shot. One more shot. Obviously, the European community has developed to this day, and the decision-making role of the Illuminati has far surpassed the human brain. Now the entire European community feels like crossing the river by feeling the stones. Illuminati, without me, they are worthless. Illuminati, but you defeated me. Illuminati, whether at the micro level or at the macro level, whether it is the number of people participating in the rebellion or the quality of the population, we will definitely win. A worker was panting nervously on the production line. He had just welded an industrial laser machine to the Giraffe 3. At this moment, he saw the government building in the distance being bombed. Everyone was stunned. Tonight was a crazy night. The workers got the truth that they had never heard before, the cannibalistic executive committee, the usurper of the throne, and the corruption report that could list thousands of documents. From the small-scale confrontation that just supported sevens, to the self-protection of the company's large-scale riot control troops, and finally to the three views in their hearts for decades, they have indeed been on the road of resistance. But watching the iron rice bowl office building that was once in my mind being blown up, the feeling became profound. This is not a small fight, not a small-scale resistance. This is a change like all the official propaganda history, taking over all the victories usurped and modified by the Golden Sun, spanning dozens or hundreds of years of lies, and the relay of people who have to take up arms from generation to generation. They began to be a little afraid of having no future, just like the people before. After all, they just wanted to seek justice at the beginning. How come it turned into a life-and-death war? A network can indeed provide an organization with enough organization to defend against attacks, but not for offense. Someone must give orders for offense. There must be someone, a symbol of the future, who promises them, encourages them, takes responsibility for initiating all this, and tells them why they are doing this. At this moment, that person appeared in their visual system. Leal, the time for rebellion is ripe. Chapter 9:14. Leal, they say that order is the price of peace, they say that obedience is the foundation of civilization. Leal, they say that we should live quietly, not ask questions, not doubt, work hard, and repeat every day that is arranged. Leal, they say this is the secret to forging greatness. Boom. The second round of bombing appeared almost simultaneously in major cities, and the scene of bunker-penetrating bombs breaking through government buildings was extremely spectacular. The Europa Tower was hit in the middle by 2 bunker-penetrating bombs, and the explosion in the core of the Empire was extremely dazzling. In the dark clouds, lightning flashed, the wind howled, and the fighter planes disappeared into the air. Dropping bombs was just a simple operation. The pilots of the European community had to fight against the storm. But how could the fighter planes fight against the storm? It was just a spirit of sacrifice. The spirit of sacrifice that the Golden Sun liked. The explosion interfered with the enhanced signal, and Leal's figure flickered slightly. The city was without power in a large area, darkness fell, and the burning government building was like a torch. The factory made a loud noise behind them, and the workers stood in place, with burning torches in front of them, the truth being revealed in their hearts, and words that hit their hearts in their ears. Humph. Giraffe 3 slowly stood up, the workers pulled down all the cables, and a modified bionic combat robot rushed to the crossfire zone. Leal, but what did greatness give you? What do you have? A salary slip without substance, never enough to maintain the balance of the prosthesis, and endless debts. Leal, or those cheap entertainments, every day is filled with electronic sex, and then falls asleep with satisfaction? Leal, the greatness you recognize? In the factory, the exoskeleton that was once used to undertake dangerous operations was activated. Through the amplification signal, the adaptive function unlocking driver from Euramesa was uploaded to the server. Industrial exoskeletons are not sensitive, but they have strong energy output, supporting workers to stand in the worst environment and burn the last drop of blood. Just like now. The worker in the exoskeleton swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Bang! His companion welded heavy industrial steel plates that did not meet the design specifications on his body, and fuel and welding machines that exceeded the limit were loaded into his arms. The power room roared, and the helmet slowly closed. Leal, crush your bones and flesh. The gilded dome holds up a dazzling illusion. Your labor becomes their power, your dreams become their entertainment, and your future does not exist at all. Are you ready? A huge industrial hammer was placed in the worker's hand, and the other arm was a huge transparent shield. His companion's voice brought him back to consciousness, and he nodded. Hack him. Bang! Behind him, another worker patted his armor, painted. The exoskeleton stood up slowly after hearing the sound, and a huge metal hammer was painted on the armor behind him, and holding the hammer handle was a hamburger full of details. Today, the forging workers will suppress your spirit. They're rushing in. Boom! The rocket launcher penetrated the outer wall of the factory, and the huge combat mecha rushed straight into the door from the breach. According to the anti-terrorism tactics, the mecha should rush directly to the front, and after entering the door, there will be a round of crazy shooting. In the smoke, the company only saw the mecha just rushing in, and before the gunshots were fired twice, a deafening roar sounded. The smoke and dust dissipated, and it was seen that the mecha had been twisted and deformed by the modified rocket forging hammer used to forge aircraft carrier alloys. Leal, but I am not here to teach you how to hate them. Leal, I am only here to remind you what you once were. Leal, it is the people with hammers who knock down the foundation. It is the people with seed drills who sow the seeds. It is the people with courage who open up the future. It is the people who work who build the world. Leal, they cannot defeat you at all, so they can only usurp victory. They are afraid of you from the bottom of their hearts, so they can only make up lies. They have no future, so they also want to steal your future. RPG. The rocket launcher robots waiting in the rear fired all their shells, and the dense rockets beyond imagination came overwhelmingly. For a long time, the idea that military is military and civilian is civilian made these European community troops completely unable to imagine how these bumpkins would face serious crushing. The workers didn't know it at first, but Muramasa knew that in his eyes, technology is technology. Protective net. In the workers' anxious and excited hearts, the modified industrial high-frequency injection system sprayed out ultra-high-pressure liquid flows mixed with solid powder. These water flows were so fine that they even looked like a mist, a high-speed jet that can easily cut a human body. Boom! All the rockets exploded in the air, and a few scattered and hit other parts of the factory, which made the army stunned. What kind of anti-flying object system is this? But they didn't have time to think about it. Several strange things were projected from the smoke and directly stuck to the army's armored vehicles and people. What is this? The military combat system will not include civilian equipment, or it will not react immediately. Haha, eat shit. Boom. The horrific explosion was no less than that of a rocket swarm. This was sticky explosives used for demolition. The smoke and dust scattered, revealing the messy factory. Many workers were already lying on the ground. Grenades and fragments destroyed most of the factory buildings, but they would not surrender. The European community could not have enough military power to attack its own factories. The euro is the most common and preferred currency in the world. This currency is supported by a strong military force and the world's leading industrial capacity. Now these two things are fighting. The engineering power armor walked out of the factory slowly, with a shield on his head. We can win! Ejection module. Bang! It was as if a cannon was installed in the factory, and the shells were directed at the Europa Tower. From all directions in Berlin, shells were directed at the Europa Tower. Lille, today, there are no numbered workers, no crushed flesh and blood, no silence. The hands that use hammers and harvesters will surely hold weapons, start the engine of progress, connect the stolen past, and take back our present. Lille, we will fight in the factory, fight in the CBD, fight on the border, and fight in every place where we have brothers and sisters. If necessary, we will destroy every great cause they are unwilling to return, and then rebuild the wonders that truly belong to us on the ruins. Lille, we are not the shadow of the machine, but the flame of freedom. At the top of the Europa Tower, there was only one fighter plane left fighting against the strong wind, and the last bunker-buster bomb was dropped in the air. Boom, thunder roared, and the fighter plane in the sky failed to take off. Perhaps it was affected by lightning, or perhaps it was affected by strong winds and heavy rain, and suddenly lost control and rushed towards the spire. The plane and the bomb hit the spire at the same time. The bomb completely hit the stress point of the Europa Tower, and the collapse was inevitable like a domino. The spire gradually tilted and collapsed downwards. The sturdy steel structure emitted a shrill wail that spread throughout Berlin, and the communication signal began to weaken in the workers' union. But it will never disappear. Lille, we will fight to the end. Chapter 9:15. The plane was stuck upside down on the spire, with flames blazing. The Golden Suns are a class. Maybe not all of them are in Berlin, but those selected for the Central Committee must be in Berlin. The patriarchs of the four families had no intention of escaping at the first moment of the accident. They were still thinking about watching the rebels being crushed here, but they soon realized that something was wrong. There were too many workers. Or in other words, the number of workers was actually roughly the same as those bureaucrats used to buffer society. But the middle class of bureaucrats was really useless. As early as the early days of the European community, Germany had created a very redundant but rigid bureaucratic system for stability, which exhausted the enthusiasm of the people to do things in the endless and cumbersome bureaucratic system. At the worst time, a man who wanted to renovate his balcony had to prepare 17 documents, find 10 relevant planning bureaus, and report to 7 agencies at the same time. The final result might be that he was sued by the court for illegally changing the ecological environment, and was thrown in jail because of a bureaucrat's carelessness. This bureaucratic system has become more and more exaggerated after being transformed and strengthened by the Illuminati. Although the probability of people being thrown in jail has become very small, the cost of doing something outside the plan is terribly high. Production capacity and military strength are the foundation of the European community. Bureaucracy is just a product of compromise among various groups. The greater the contradiction, the higher the stability required, the more difficult it is to maintain, and the more complicated the bureaucracy. Obviously, once the stability collapses, the tools used to maintain stability are useless. The imagined situation of severely oppressing the workers' living space and gradually taking back the factories did not happen at all. On the contrary, due to the endless emergence of civilian-to-worker weapons and equipment, the blockade line even had cracks. In the past, only one mecha was needed to block an entire street. Now, after the mecha was blown up, this place has become a complete gap. Once the blockade is broken, chaos will spread quickly. The 4 Central Executive Committee members are trapped in their own eco-villas. Commissioner Cape, the rebels are already downstairs. So what? We pay you so much every year, but you can't stop a bunch of mud-legged people? No. It's not that we can't stop them. It's that they have shown strong skills. Strong skills? Isn't it the stuff we usually do work with? But, boom. The building began to shake, and everyone was stunned. The soldiers with combat prosthetics felt the abnormality at the first time. The building was tilting. The workers were using the same tools they usually use for work, but they might not be able to break through the many private bodyguards in the corridor and put bullets into the target's head. Blowing down a building is a professional task. As the building tilted rapidly, the hovercraft also slid up. Only then did Capet walk towards the hovercraft with a grim face. However, in such bad weather, fighter planes can take a breath above the clouds, but what about the low-flying hovercraft? They can't fly high. With Leal's instructions, the 4 commissioners attracted the workers in the city like a beacon. Kill the evildoers. The shaky low-altitude flight is simply seeking death. Whack! The flames burned around Leal. The high temperature could not hurt him at all, and even the gradually tilted floor did not interfere with his steps. Leal is still very huge. The coolant system used to maintain low temperature is fixed behind him, covered under the green cloak, as if he is carrying a huge backpack. In terms of height, because of the armor and exoskeleton, the overall height has exceeded 1.9 meters, and the width is also very strong. Around the cooling system are various types of temporary manipulator boxes, which are controlled by Leal and Muramesa at the same time to collect scattered parts. Berlin has the most advanced urban logistics system in the world, directly connected to the surrounding factories, and the factories here are basically only high-tech facilities, among which IEC's production line is the most extensive among companies in the world. The workers have completely occupied the industrial area, and a few factories heavily guarded by the company have been gradually conquered during the explosion, which has given Leal the basis for obtaining the necessary components for evacuation. Illuminati, I have waited too long for this moment. Johnny, we burned Berlin to ashes. No, the entire European community. Johnny, many people will die, more than those killed by my nuclear bomb. Johnny is a literary youth, who always shouts burn this city to ashes. In the end, he did blow up Arasaka Tower, but a nuclear bomb cannot cause hundreds of millions of people to fall into chaos. Charm. When this attribute can incite thousands of people to gather in front of Arasaka Tower, it has entered a wonderful realm. Some people are impressed by its ideals, but some people are disgusted by the chaos it creates. But if hundreds of millions of people are caught in war, this is beyond the definition of the attribute of charm. Faced with the chaos caused by Leal, even Johnny was shocked. The most powerful alliance in the world began to collapse. Johnny, during the days on the shrine, I thought every day, how should I face those ordinary people who were affected? What do you think? Sevens and Bryce, who followed Leal, were also speechless. Of course they wanted to reveal the truth, but the truth was bloody, and this bloody was not only the bloody of the victims, but also the current situation. If the truth is revealed but the enemy is not punished, what is the point of revealing the truth? While piecing together the parts, Lear instructed Matt to drag the engine that was in good condition to land. This is the price of revealing the truth. I just learned to accept reality. Looking down at the city from the broken wall through the burning flames, Lear's eyes did not fluctuate. He did remember a lot of things, but there was no big fluctuation in his heart. As he said, all this is just reality. People like me, will bring such things. I once took a long time to accept this reality. I am the messenger of war, war itself. As long as I don't stop, there will always be more and more people in front of me, but there will also be more and more people behind me, until it becomes what it is now. Will there be innocents who die in the chaos? Will there be people who are not guilty of death, who are sacrificed? Will there be beautiful families broken up? There are too many thoughts, and the answer is, of course. This is the most cruel truth. Countless deaths are bound to happen. Just like the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, it is natural. As long as I don't stop, the world will inevitably pay for my desires, and will succumb to and change for the future I want. I have no other thoughts about this. I just accept it with pleasure and continue. But each world did not stop him. Deep down, Leal never explained his actions as for a better future, for everyone, or for something else. He just wanted to do it, had to do it, and finally did it. Just like the Golden Sun wanted to see someone unconditionally succumb to their power, Leal wanted to see technology work on the world in this way, and change the world in this way. He wanted to see the infinite future belong to everyone who is willing to fight for it. Johnny, so, you want to think like a philosopher, and you and the Golden Sun are the same in some way? To put it bluntly, I will win and they will lose, and that alone is two completely different things. They may use conspiracy and trickery to have a period of stability, but they will always be beaten to a pulp by us. It has always been them who are struggling to survive, but they are short-sighted and don't realize it. Johnny smiled, but also a little disappointed. Johnny, this world is really complicated. I think you are a good person and a hero, but you seem to be refusing me to do justice. What a bitch, so fucking fickle. She is not a bitch. Lear also laughed. She's always on my side. Johnny, crazy. I've seen many crazy people, but I always feel that they are not as good as me. You are an exception. Huh? A Mackinac floating shadow slowly arrived above the landing platform. This is the core of the evacuation. The maximum speed of the Mackinac floating shadow is about 280 yards, but the endurance is completely unable to support this floating car to fly across continents. Even if Lear uses the arc reactor for power, the efficiency is very low, so it needs to be modified. It needs to be modified into a supersonic glider. After removing the fuel tank and power chamber, the hovercraft was left with only a solid shell and a powerful ion thruster. After the projected materials, Lear will implant a magnetofluidic control shell for it, which can achieve gliding control by controlling the particle flow in high-speed flight, replacing the glider. In this way, energy consumption will be greatly reduced, and the maximum speed may also exceed the speed of sound. However, the reliability of this vehicle is obviously not enough after on-site assembly and modification. Neuromace's doubts disappeared after Lear put his hand on the vehicle. A blue light appeared in Lear's hand, and the energy directly penetrated into the metal. It only took a little bit of fire source energy to completely grind the loose parts between atoms. This is the unique fire energy welding technology of Lear, a Cybertron-like life. We evacuate in this car. We stay. As soon as Leal finished speaking, Sevens and Bryce raised their hands, and it was obvious that the two had already discussed it. Bryce continued, "This is my home. This rebellion cannot be completed overnight. I want to stay here." Sevens also nodded, "Me too." Sevens' great revenge has been avenged. Now he has new friends and new goals. Bryce originally came back to overthrow the Golden Sun. Rebellion is not something that can be done overnight, especially in a big place like the European community. In general, unless the European community is determined to nuke all factory facilities, this chaos will continue for a while in a strange way. During this period, the European community will repeatedly issue new orders, but because there are not enough troops to maintain order, it is difficult to maintain a high degree of organization after losing the European barrier, allowing the workers' union to operate normally in the city. Nuclear blast is almost an impossible option. The greater possibility is that the European community will start to try to hire security companies, and send out its own military forces to fight long-term street battles with workers in the city. If there is no network support provided by Leal, then in the long street battles, both sides will eventually compromise due to their own shortcomings, resulting in some logistics transactions and other communications. For a long time, Europe will become a place similar to Night City, until the two sides constantly compromise and trade to form a new stable order. But under Leal's command, the workers' union has the ability to form a perfect internal society. They produce weapons today to gain a foothold, and tomorrow they can produce consumer goods, food and other necessary items, and even complete internal distribution without the euro. With the improvement of the cross-dimensional production level, the material will only become more abundant. Leal will not hoard a lot of money in the bank card and drive a priceless luxury car to hook young people, or do some other power willfulness, and there is no monopoly group, so people will only get more things. As time goes by, they will only want to completely eliminate all corporate control over this land and regain absolute control. It sounds a bit ridiculous, but the key to destroying the old European community is not those administrative buildings and conference halls, but to destroy European banks, cartels, and other large interest groups hidden in the dark. This is a protracted war that will become more and more courageous. Leal had long anticipated their choice, so he just nodded, looked at Bryce and said, "I didn't expect there would be such a day, Chicken Roll. I really didn't expect it." Bryce was also very emotional. It seemed like they had met for the first time yesterday, at a roadside stall in Night City. It seemed like Lear, who was just looking for a way to make a living, unknowingly picked up all the things he had not done before. But this time, everything was different. He and his people wanted to take over the world before they lost everything. Lear waved his hand and walked towards the car. There is another Mackinac floating shadow, which was originally planned to be exhibited to open up sales. I don't think it needs to be sold now. Take it and use it. Take advantage of the 4 old dangs still in Berlin, and act quickly. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Bryce looked at Sevens after saying that. You also want a stage name. How can I not want one? No! Squeak. The spire of Europa screamed again, the reinforced concrete bent in the flames, and the spire continued to collapse. The spire deep in the clouds collapsed in the storm, and fell from the clouds. The whole city was no longer illuminated by lights, but by fire. Without the supply of the industrial zone and the maintenance of the workers, the ecological waterfall became turbid, and the broken structure could no longer maintain the complete waterfall shape. The world's largest man-made landscape swept across Berlin from top to bottom like a flood. Just as the truth washed over the entire European community, it washed over the entire New Berlin district from top to bottom. The raging flame spread from the industrial zone, and the anger spread from the industrial zone, easily burning this false beauty. The towering spire fell from the clouds, the storm was howling, the hovercraft stumbled, was hit again and again, and was shaky in the wind again and again, but it just couldn't be knocked down, as if there was a barrier separating the upper class and the lower class. At this moment, a Mackinac floater slammed the car down. The noble who crashed was soon surrounded by angry workers. What awaited him was a cruel, pure, primitive homomorphic revenge that was not in line with the values of the European community. The Medici family kidnapped minors, conducted experiments, drew blood and even tortured them. The Graham family secretly executed the heroes of the workers' uprising. The Capet family caused the wasting plague, but was not subject to scrutiny, and even approved expired vaccines many times. Maybe it was not the Capet family's committee members who did these things, but it was also because of him that those people were exempted from punishment. No one is innocent. The barriers have collapsed. This deal is settled. Chapter 916. Good morning, Night City. Let's see what's in the news today. The once-in-a-century super hurricane Natalie is about to land in Europe. According to the European Meteorological Agency, this typhoon will even cause heavy rain in inland areas. It seems that our hardworking old O will have to work overtime again. Speaking of this, do you know why typhoons are always named after women? The answer will be revealed in the next issue. Paw. In Colorado, the former headquarters of the United States Air Force, the building has been emptied, leaving only ruins. In the era of seizing near-Earth orbit space, conflicts between countries and companies continued. The United States had not yet been eaten up by the four major departments. On the surface, it barely maintained its dignity, and its military strength was still first class. The U.S. Air Force was still a well-known force. After all, it was the country that completed the Apollo program. Everyone at that time had to pay attention to this force. In order to seize near-Earth orbit resources, the U.S. Air Force had a direct conflict with the Soviet Union. The first landing operation in human history was carried out by Marines wearing space suits in outer space, directly attacking the near-Earth orbit space station belonging to the Soviet Union. Because the incident happened suddenly, the U.S. Air Force beat the Soviets, who had not made many plans. The battle lasted for 6 hours, and the space station gradually fell until their ally, the European Space Agency, sent the order to the orbital mass projector on the Tycho colony on the moon. A meteorite fell and completely destroyed the U.S. Air Force headquarters, shattering the American dream of space hegemony, and the new hegemon, the European Space Agency, took the throne. However, this meteorite was not cruel enough. At the Air Force headquarters, a woman named Elizabeth Kress survived and was the only survivor. Perhaps this kind of survivor really has some mystic bonus. This Elizabeth later controlled military technology and unified the federal states after the American Civil War to establish the new United States. Rosalind Miles is the new America that she inherited, and both are pure war advocates. Returning to space is a must, otherwise they will die on Earth. Although the unification process that military technology has been preparing for several years has been broken, an unexpected opportunity has come. IBM has invited them to cooperate. In the car, V waved his hand and asked Big Mac to turn off the radio. If the new America is reorganized and the aerospace force is rebuilt, we will never be able to raise our heads in our lives. Alas, I just want to enjoy the glory and wealth in Night City. Why do I become so shabby after I have money? V had just attacked a convoy transporting supplies to Colorado, and had joined forces with Atacado to stop an entire new American force in the Badlands. He still smelled of gunpowder, and had a turban tied on his head, barely tying up his hair. Although he was covered in dust, he still looked like a big brother when he talked. In the back cargo box, Jack moved his body, put on a helmet, and shrugged. Both of them were wearing new American uniforms. If you use a drone to observe from high altitude, you will only see a normal new American armored vehicle, and it is even a joint name of military technology. The little octopus appeared in the air. Little octopus, Mom, the chip is loaded, we can go directly to Washington. V and Jack attacked a new American transport team in order to obtain the internal signals of the vehicles, and soldiers to successfully obtain the ability to conceal their identities. In order to achieve this goal, They must avoid killing everyone to paralyze their combat systems when facing the entire military technology team, and at the same time only cause limited damage to vehicles, drones, and other intelligent combat units. Normally, even if Atacado already had enough combat capabilities, it would be unlikely to do so. With Jack and V, it was different. It was another silent raid, and New America would have to wait a few hours to get the answer as usual. Now in the electronic observation system, whether it was an artificial eye or a camera, as long as it was a New America or military technology device, only a vehicle in transit could be seen. A few hours was enough for them to enter the Air Force headquarters outside Washington. Demai, the destination is just ahead, the drone is approaching. On the spacious transport route, the patrol drone quickly discovered the vehicle with an unusual itinerary. The new U.S. Air Force headquarters under construction stands within sight of the naked eye. From the outside, it looks like a fortified orbital aviation airport. It's close enough. The helmet is buckled, the window rises, and the huge electromagnetic sniper barrel pops out of the window. Bang! The leading Octan drone was blown up with one shot. The huge cargo door of Mackinac Legend slowly opened, and several auxiliary drones quickly took off. Jack, wearing a huge combat mecha, shouldered a heavy rocket launcher and aimed at the bunker building. Boom! The flame shot up into the sky. Drones and troops covered the empty badland. This time, V only brought Jack, no one else, for one reason. This mission was almost a suicide operation. Whoosh! The wind howled, everything around was pitch black, and only darkness and occasional lightning were left outside the window. In the 2 years since Matt became a professional athlete, he has always faced a question: why can you maintain an almost perfect heartbeat rhythm in such a passionate sport? And it seems as if your heart has never been overloaded by this sport. The power brought by the human lizard prosthesis is only one of the reasons. After all, the opponents are basically enhanced teenagers. But the real reason is that he witnessed the battle in Dogtown with his own eyes, and faced the hail of bullets. Facing these, how could the passion of sports make him fall into such a tense situation that he couldn't control himself? And today, this feeling escalated again. They shuttled through the thunderclouds. Sports competitions have never given Matt such a terrifying sense of oppression. The solid Mackinac silhouette looked so tiny in the storm. At high speed, the storm seemed to crush the car. Since he had the human lizard prosthesis, Matt had never felt such an exaggerated sense of powerlessness. Facing the might of nature, his heart trembled, as if he had returned to the first time he faced the hail of bullets and stood in the Voodoo Gang's stronghold. He felt at a loss. Big brother. Hold on. Matt felt that all the muscles in his body were stiff, and his father fainted again after waking up once, foaming at the mouth. Lear's additional arm and arm are directly connected to the car's power system. The azure light almost blinds people's eyes. With the support of quantum computers, the magnetohydrodynamic generator tries its best to offset the influence of turbulence, and the persistent ion jet sends them into the sky little by little. At a certain moment, all the darkness disappears. The heavy dark clouds are thrown under the body, and the cloudless sky comes into view. Matt took a breath. If you look up, you can still see the tiny artificial satellites floating in the low Earth orbit, some of which are broken, and some are still running. Muramesa, let me see. Not bad, there are satellites available. I try to connect. The Mackinac Phantom maintained a steady speed and went deeper and deeper, and the final altitude would reach 100 kilometers. At that altitude, Muramesa could use the communication components removed from the Europa Spire to try to connect to the satellites in the sky. Those satellites in the internet era are now basically under the control of the wandering AI. As the dangerous critical body with the longest wandering history in the car, Muramesa still has some means to connect it back. This was not planned, but Muramesa wanted to do it. After reaching the target altitude, the glider will start to move horizontally. With the help of controllable magnetohydrodynamic glider and continuous propulsion power, this unprepossessing aircraft can reach a final speed of Mach 3, cruise at high altitude at supersonic speed, and finally land in North America. It was this access that made Muramesa discover an unexpected gain. Muramesa. Someone is attacking the new U.S. Air Force Command in Washington. Oh shit. Muramesa realized the identity of the attacker just after he finished speaking. And he also realized that Lear had to change his route again, from Night City to Washington. Chapter 917. Military Technology Major 0101, those two again. Pentagon, they are attacking the Aerospace Force Base. They broke through the main gate. President Miles, how many people? Military Technology Major 101, 2. Just the two of them. 2 people can play the effect of an armored commando. All this is thanks to the legacy left by Lear. As a car, the dynamic mechanical adjustment system that only Barley can control greatly improves the overall strength of the system, and in terms of weapon carrying capacity, it can even be comparable to the Beeman armored vehicle with a body size slightly larger than the Mackinac Mammoth. In addition, when facing different mission environments, Barley can also analyze the combat environment in real time and ask engineers to prepare the corresponding accessories for replacement before the mission begins, while optimizing the internal space layout to make perfect use of every inch of space. This Cross-era super pickup truck, or the super pickup truck that belongs to Night City legend, has become a super legend of land vehicles in this world. Jack is wearing a complete set of nuclear-powered mecha. The exoskeleton design left by Leal is perfect in itself. As a prototype power armor, the exoskeleton design has unlimited possibilities. This possibility has also been gradually adjusted by the engineers of Octopus and Atacado after countless battles to become a heavy mecha specially built for Jack. This heavy combat power armor that belongs to Night City has a simple and easy to understand name: Hard Man. Bioreactive armor. Unlike conventional power armor, this type of power armor only has a small part of the onboard energy to drive the armor. Instead, it has a weapon interface that exceeds the conventional design number, supplying energy to heavy weapons and other functional modules that are increased as needed. For example, now, Jack holds a super electromagnetic gun with a barrel length of more than 3 meters in both hands, an automatic missile launcher with magazine feeding on his left shoulder, and a self-modified automatic feeding anti-tank missile on his right shoulder. All weapons will be fired directly as soon as they see a person, without considering whether Jack or Barley can hold on. The only thing to consider is the overheating of the weapon. But each of these 3 weapons can directly cause damage to the armored unit, and there is no window period when shooting in turns. Boom! As the vehicle got closer to the gate, the missile launcher directly blew up the sentry. Countless automatic heavy machine guns were hit by electromagnetic cannons and missiles as soon as they poked their heads out. In the blazing fireworks, Demai went forward at full speed and directly knocked open the lifting rod. Occasionally, a few experienced veterans wanted to secretly fire artillery, but were killed by V on the spot. The empty air and space military base was in complete chaos. There were many helicopters and tanks on duty outside the military base, but it would be a big problem if someone broke in. Military base. Once you break in, there will be big problems. The guards outside didn't play their role at all. As for the people inside, the armored vehicles, helicopters and drones outside couldn't stop them. After rushing in, only the regular army was left, and military bases are all kept secrets. The secrets are stored in the electronic information system. The legends about those cyber criminals in Night City. The major hiding behind the bunker watched the car rush into the gate. His soldiers just rushed into a tank, and the anti-tank missile shot in from the hatch as if they had eyes. Boom! Warning. The system has been hacked by someone unknown. Warning. Warning. You are hacking into the new American Military Technology Joint Network. The explosion and the error message in his head appeared at the same time, and the major was instantly dizzy. Their equipment was completely destroyed in just a few moments, because this is a legitimate military facility, and it is a strategic cooperation facility established with IBM to bypass the European community. Of course, it is impossible for network monitoring to build a black wall here. New America does have research on roving AI, but their greatest research results were defected in Dogtown 2 years ago. What can they use to resist a truly dangerous critical body? Just where did they access it from? Actively exiting the network, or being kicked out of the network? The military technology major felt sick, but his brain was still working fast. Where did they access it from? He was clearly guarding next to the control node. Bang! A deafening gunshot sounded in his ears, and the major turned his head blankly. He saw a barrel with a design style very similar to the electromagnetic gun on the big pickup truck, but it looked more like something used by humans. When did the enemy get here? One question was solved, and another question popped up. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to solve this puzzle, because when he looked down, his chest had been pierced by a familiar military dagger. It was his own dagger. Hack in! Go inside! V shouted loudly at Barley. In order to prevent possible EMP bombs, Jack and Barley fully activated the electromagnetic shielding system on the armor before entering, which also meant that they could not use wireless communication. Barley turned the car around after receiving the command and stepped on the accelerator towards the armored explosion-proof door that was still slowly rising. V looked behind him before entering. It would be fine if he didn't look. He saw that the dense drones occupied the entire sky, and the armed helicopters of the two families were within range. Whoosh! Rockets and machine guns attacked at the same time, and the world in front of V was instantly slowed down. But there might be room for evasion of missiles, and the speed of the bullets from the helicopter machine guns was impossible to see clearly. This is not the level of power in street fighting. Only relying on vision, motor nerve system combined with computer computing power can barely dodge. This is also something that military technology cannot understand at all. Compared with Jack, V's lethality on the front battlefield is very limited, but the ability that is about to be demonstrated is incredible. Bullets can't hit her. Bullets were flying everywhere. Countless computers analyzed that the probability of being unscathed was less than 1 in 10,000, but the bullets just couldn't hit. Bang! The blast-proof door closed. A whole round of bombing completely penetrated the outer blast-proof door. The second door, which didn't have time to close completely, was also twisted and deformed, and kept shaking under the action of the motor. The smoke and dust dissipated, and there was no body, not even blood or other signs that could prove injury. Once again, the other party escaped from the overwhelming hail of bullets. Military Technology Colonel 0123. The President and his men have gone in. President Miles. Then block the entire base. Understand? Block the entire base. Apart from the roads, there is only bad land around. They can't escape in such a wide area. President Miles. Tie those 2 men to me at any cost, or their heads. Military Technology Colonel 0123. Got it. Click. The communication is cut off. President Miles is a people-friendly image in front of the public, and he is a warm and friendly image to the politicians and partners around him. Miles always makes them think he is reliable. But at this moment, Miles, who was filled with anger, didn't care about maintaining her image as a military technology colonel, a commander who could let the enemy run into the military base under such circumstances. She just wanted V and Jack to die now. Miles soon calmed down. Think about it carefully. The anger is because she has suffered too much in the past 2 years. But there is nothing around the air and space base. Even if the whole army turns off the network, the number of people can block them in the evil land and trap them to death. Thinking of this, she sat back in the chair. Thinking that the humiliation of the past 2 years will end, Miles couldn't help but sneer. Fortunately, there is this opportunity to cooperate with EBM, and these damn criminals can finally sit still. She opened a bottle of champagne and sat in the chair waiting for the good news. Chapter 918. The purpose of this operation is only one: to destroy the communication array antenna of the Aerospace Force Base, so that the EBM and military technology orbital strategic weapons cannot be deployed. Although the outside world is very secretive about this, companies are communicating about the Black Dog incident in Bremen, and it is inevitable that some news will be revealed. For powerful hackers, as long as the machine is strong enough, it is possible to find information in the complex cyberspace, not to mention that this information may be leaked by someone. Lark was once a heavyweight hacker trained by the New America. She was integrated with an AI from the old network, and was used as a trump card by the New America Joint Intelligence Agency. After being recruited by Leal in Dogtown, she has been working for Night City. She also captured this news. EBM uses a wide-area EMP weapon with strong sustainability, wide coverage, and top-notch interference capabilities. Even if signal protection is done in advance, the effect of the wide-area EMP will turn the entire area into a network-free zone isolated from the outside world, and local communications can only be carried out through wired connections. This is fatal to Night City. After the military technology border was removed, the new American troops stationed in Southern California have been increasing year by year. The geographical neighbor relationship determines that as long as the new United States makes this place an isolated network island, they can organize an extremely powerful blitzkrieg and raze Night City to the ground. The city defense army established by Leal is largely based on world politics. Mexico and Europe will not sit idly by and watch Night City be easily annexed, so they only need to have military strength that can stop the military technology troops and make them fall into a tug-of-war, which is enough to have stability for a period of time. This idea is indeed effective. After Arasaka strategically withdrew from Night City, New America did not make any rash moves for 2 years. However, once the wide-area EMP weapon is deployed, it is hard to say. This weapon has too great an advantage in information warfare. So although Ryan, Hansen and Lark did not say anything, they actually realized that something was wrong. But what can they do? Night City's independence in such a world is already unimaginable. No one complained about this situation. After all, each of them was really persuaded by Leal, or the life in Night City in the past 2 years was indeed what they longed for in their hearts. Even if it was not all, it was a good start. I can only say that this world is too cruel. In the new municipal building of Night City, the City Network Monitoring Center, Lark sat on the hacker chair. Hansen, Ryan, and Perales were all beside him, waiting for a result. Waiting for V and Jack to blow up the base of the Aerospace Force, so that they can delay some time. Maybe it can even be like this in the future? Let the eldest brother destroy the military base of the new United States again and again. But they also know that the former is still a little possible, and the latter is almost impossible. The room was filled with dead silence. Ryan was the first to speak, and the person he spoke to was Hansen, the former commander of the New America, the rebel, and now the commander-in-chief of the Night City Defense Force. I thought you would complain that you were possessed by a ghost at that time. Hansen stood in front of the huge LCD monitoring panel with his arms folded. What was played on it were the pictures, audio, images, texts, and all the information he thought was important that Lark was capturing on the internet. Night City did not have its own satellite, so the progress of military operations could only be obtained in this way, from the ethereal cyberspace, from the network filled with electromagnetic waves in the atmosphere, and then inferred. Hearing this, Hansen did not waver at all, and did not intend to answer. His face was still cold. He was a man, and he admitted that everything Leal said to him 2 years ago was true, recognized by him, and the actions he made were all his own judgment. A man would never burst into tears when he was about to fail, complaining about why he boarded this pirate ship, and was deceived by the victim. At least here, he is the commander-in-chief. He has not been betrayed, although the resources at hand are limited, but everything is done according to his wishes. In the final analysis, the days in Dogtown made him grow a lot, and the days in Night City made him really absorb those experiences. Ryan smiled and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but soon sighed. This is Night City Hall, Night City, the most greedy city in this greedy world, and the top figures in all fields of military, politics, commerce, and industry are united in the basics. Although they all have a sour face, they are all working towards the same goal, which is the independence, freedom, and development of the city. They base their own interests on the interests of the city instead of the interests of some big company or some big country to divide the city. For Hansen and the Hellhound, they have their own city to defend. For the homeless and other lower-class people, they have their own city life, work, and study. For Perez and the intellectuals and managers in the city, he has his own dream to realize, and even the gangs have found things to do. Everyone is still pursuing their own goals, but they maintain a delicate balance and continue to develop steadily. There may still be some disgusting things, but they are gradually decreasing. A new consensus and a new spirit are born in the city. In a sense, for Ryan, it is just like a fairy tale. No, it is a fairy tale. Unfortunately, the fairy tale is about to end, and the dream is about to end. He suddenly thought that maybe Ryan should have died long ago, and Perales should not have such a clear consciousness. As a traitor to military technology, Hansen certainly cannot survive, let alone become a commander-in-chief. Lark, as a pawn of the new United States, has an unprecedented AI weapon, so naturally there are only two ways to become an experimental subject or continue to be used as a weapon. The two big brothers, B and Jack, are the most common young people in Night City. Although they are the most capable young people, they also have their limits. Atacado should not have someone risking their lives for them. The Great Plague of St. Domingo, the human trafficking in Kabuki District, the madman in Watson District sliding into the abyss, Dogtown. For this city, it seems that sliding into the abyss is the trajectory of all this. All this is just a dream. What on earth are you? Ryan couldn't help but murmur. Squeak. At this moment, violent noise replaced the noisy sound in the room and echoed throughout the room. The screens all turned into snow screens with inconsistent flickering amplitudes, and there seemed to be a strange sound mixed in the sound, which sounded like a person, but was extremely fuzzy. This means that all signal sources are equally fuzzy. The body of the Lark trembled slightly on the hacker chair, showing the difficulty of the current business. She was screening some extremely important news. Thank you. Sinners. Criminals are ruling. My child. They are the reactionaries. They are all in disguise. Fuck you. Greatness kills them. Workers will not compromise. Fight to the end. The noisy voice seemed to record the anger, doubts, regrets, unwillingness, awakening, and fear of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, tens of millions, and millions of people at the same time. Such a noisy voice came out from the video screen in front of them at the same time. Everyone in the room felt as if they were in a wave. They couldn't see the cyberspace, but just based on these voices, they felt that they were already in a huge wave compiled by countless people. These emotions are so strong, so determined. The voices are getting clearer, more numerous, and more chaotic, making them hold their breath unconsciously. staring at the snow screens, watching the gradually coordinated and unified screens, trying to see what the lark wants them to see, wanting to know what is happening. Squeak. Suddenly, everything stopped flashing, and a hooded man appeared on the screen. He has steel cheeks, carefully carved, but it does not hide that his face is not made of human material. He has familiar facial features. The time for rebellion is ripe. It's a miracle. Chapter 919. Boom. The Aerospace Forces base made another loud noise. The explosives completely collapsed the barracks in the building, and a road leading directly to the base of the communication array stretched out. At the other end of the cave, fully armed soldiers were reorganizing their ranks. An ACPA armor that had already been activated immediately turned around and raised its weapon, a self-propelled rifle that was also nearly 3 meters long. The self-propelled armor-piercing projectile equipped with a micro-engine could even penetrate the front armor of an aircraft carrier at this distance. Unfortunately, as a humanoid unit, he was too slow. V's figure flashed by him, and the driver's heart skipped a beat. But the ghostly figure was not coming for him at all, and blood splashed behind him instantly. Although the ACPA armor's action speed could not match that of the opening of Sion Weston, the reaction could be better. It was because he caught up that he was so terrified. In an instant, all his companions beside him lost their combat capabilities. In a moment of panic, he was a beat slower in the action of setting up his gun. Before he had time to mourn for his dead companions, an iron fist rushed out of the smoke and dust. All the thrusters behind the iron fist were activated, and the smoke and dust dispersed instantly. Bang! With a loud bang, the impact force even penetrated the heavy ACPA armor, and even passed through the thick shockproof suit on the driver, hitting his head hard. The next second, an even more violent impact was caused by an unknown method, and he only felt dizzy. The soldier next to him saw the whole process. The latter was a combo. The fist that hit the face fired a shotgun, and then the second punch hit the ACPA armor's head again, directly smashing his head crooked, and his body fell backwards out of control. This is terrifying. Military technology has improved the commando armor, changing the original lightweight commando ACPA to the current heavy gunner APCA, with greatly improved protection capabilities. Very strong protection has been added to the neck and head to prevent the head from being blown up. As a result, it was blown away in one encounter. This is already the third ACPA that has been destroyed. The combat power of these two guys in the building is terrifying. Bang. After the fight, Jack knelt on one knee. If you can hear it, you can find that he is panting heavily now. The ACPA tough guy is an unprecedented biological reaction power armor. This kind of operation is a very heavy load for humans. And he has been doing this for the past 2 years. Fortunately, they have already reached the location. Jack, hurry up, V. The words appeared in V's vision. V was about to stop, but when he saw this string of words, he just raised his fist and walked into the room with explosives. The goal is to destroy the entire aerospace base communication array and cut off the connection between the central control and the artificial satellite. Next, she has to climb up. Jack picked up the revolving rifle on the ground, collected the weapons next to it, and placed them next to the collapsed concrete blocks and ruins. Thanks to the huge space inside the fortress and the special transportation vehicle channel, Barley can even drive upstairs and stop not far in front of him, so he can also cooperate. Next, he had to fight a positional war. Boom. There was an explosion behind him, and he shuttled through the hail of bullets. The communication array of this era is often the largest and most heavily guarded place in an important facility. Theoretically, 1 or 2 headless explosions are impossible to completely destroy it. But with AI, the little octopus has obtained the building structure diagram after hacking into the base, and has obtained the correct explosion method through mechanical calculations. On the way, she has deployed some explosives in key locations. Now what needs to be done is to blow up the most central communication antenna. This is a tower. V also has an exoskeleton on his body, a lightweight exoskeleton, mainly equipped with a 3-dimensional mobility system and magnetic suction equipment to assist in movement. At this moment, V uses his powerful prosthesis and coordinated physical ability to move between the auxiliary antennas inside and outside the tower. Helicopters and drones have surrounded her, but many of them are controlled by the little octopus. The hail of bullets in the air is also aimed at her, but she will not be hit. In her prosthesis, there is a strange genetically modified spider living in the life support cabin. Once her vital signs are abnormal, the conditions in the life support cabin will deteriorate. If she dies, the spider will die. Whenever she encounters danger, the spider will make some strange moves, and the little octopus will immediately observe it, and then V will make evasive moves. However, she is not a real Spider-Man, and this evasion still needs to be based on experience. So she has been alive for so long, largely because she is strong enough. Climbing in the hail of bullets reminded V of the first time they attacked the company square. Although the equipment is better and the experience is richer, I always feel that my shoulders are heavy, and I am far from being as relaxed as that time. Or rather, it has never been so easy since Leo disappeared. The last blasting point was installed, and the little octopus suddenly appeared in front of V. Little octopus, Mom. V smiled and pinched the little octopus's face. Although it was a virtual creature, the powerful tactile simulation still made her feel like she was touching the little octopus. Remember to run fast before the explosion. The way back is not so easy. Little octopus, I won't leave. If you want to leave, Jack and I can escape. Haven't I been here for so many years? But I've always wanted to ask you, why do you call me Mom? Little octopus, you are my mom. The octopus's tentacles wrapped around V's neck, and its head rubbed against her face frantically. Just as V was about to say something, something suddenly broke through the clouds in the distant sky, as scary as a meteorite. V couldn't help but think, I heard that making a wish to a shooting star will be particularly effective. Unfortunately, in this world, shooting stars can also be artificially created, and can even be meteorites. The little octopus also looked over. Little octopus, damn, they are not going to destroy this place directly with the orbital mass projector. Mom, we shouldn't have come here. Little octopus, that might be a rock from the European Space Agency. Meteorite? Then you should leave. Listen to me, open the communication now, and send it back to Night City. Little octopus, but... Ding. No buts, do it. Little octopus wiped her tears, and disappeared from V's sight. V pressed the explosion button. Although she had come to do this job with the mentality of being finished, she didn't really want to live. Press the button, she's going to evacuate. The countdown is only 10 seconds, V breaks the window with an elbow, and there is a backpack behind her that can glide in the air. The building below has already opened up the passage when it comes back, and the outermost door will definitely be blown open, and then rush out directly. But this evacuation plan is actually very, very risky. There are armed helicopters everywhere in the sky, even if there are drones for cover, but the air is not as flexible as the ground. And the evacuation of Barley and Jack is even more dangerous. Although the road out is not the same as the road in, there are only a few exits in the entire military base. Outside is full of military technology troops. The rocket silo is not far away, and you can see the lights of Washington from here. Boom! Chain explosions. Countless fireballs lit up in the base, and as soon as V lost consciousness, the entire tower began to tilt in the shaking. Just when V wanted to evacuate, the little octopus suddenly appeared in front of her again. You little octopus, Mom. Big brother is back. V was suddenly stunned and looked up at the sky. I saw that the interception system from Washington was fully effective, rushing into the sky like a fairy scattering flowers. In the dark night sky, the dazzling meteor broke the sound barrier and drew an unpredictable trajectory in the sky. A trajectory that made Miles tremble with fear. What's going on? What is that? A meteorite from the European Space Agency? New U.S. Department of Defense. President, the trajectory of that thing is very similar to the missile from 2 years ago. New U.S. Department of Defense. It won't hit the Pentagon. Our interception system has been upgraded. New U.S. Department of Defense. It's not coming for the Pentagon. Chapter 920. It is difficult to see meteors in Night City. In fact, due to light pollution, it is difficult to see a clear starry sky in the entire city. Only in the Badlands far away from Night City can you appreciate the night sky properly, and you have to find a good day. When V was still in Night City, he had only seen the starry sky a few times. After joining Atacado, he saw a lot of stars in the wilderness for 2 years, but he never saw a meteor. The whole military base was exploding. Through simple calculations, this round of explosions will just blow up some key structural load-bearing columns, thereby causing a systematic collapse, and eventually the top communication array and data center of the military base will be crushed by the ruins. V felt that the whole world was sinking, but she did not leave the tower immediately because this meteor was too dazzling. In the eyes of Washington and the Pentagon, everything is so terrifying. The detector is very unfamiliar with the detection results of this device, and because of the magnetic fluid shell, radar detection is almost ineffective. The strange path completely makes the supercomputer helpless. The change is too fast. In fact, this is entirely because under the control of Leal and Muramesa, the computing power of the quantum computer and the magnetic fluid shell are perfectly matched. For the defender, this is a passive interception, and aerodynamics are needed to predict the model that has not been input into the computer at all. For the attacker, everything is also instant, the amount of calculation is beyond imagination, and even the trajectory may not be so perfect. Muramasa and Leal are barely maintaining balance, but it is almost impossible to predict. The blue-white plasma trail cut through the night sky, and people all over Washington looked up, leaving the shockwave and detonation behind, like a giant beast roaring. The last stage of acceleration, the tail flame on the engine suddenly burst open. The flame, the magnetic fluid shell, and the vortex completely covered the body. From the outside it looked like this UFO did not choose to slow down before landing, but accelerated. In the eyes of the people at the Aerospace Force Base, this scene was particularly terrifying. The pierced air spread layer by layer, and the sky collapsed like a broken mirror. This was a supersonic kinetic energy collision. Bee finally came to her senses, and immediately jumped down from the collapsed tower. Before the drones and helicopters could fire, the doomsday-like impact force scattered them all, and brought them into this hellish explosion. Boom! The tower that was slowly collapsing was cut in half by the impact. The shell easily penetrated the tower, and the downward momentum did not even disappear. The trajectory did not change at all, and it crashed straight into the exploding base. The violent airflow made V's wingsuit useless. Fortunately, she noticed the spider's restlessness before the collision, and immediately shot Spider Silk towards the building next to her. In this round of violent impact, a small Spider Silk pulled her body, as if she was in a stormy sea. Fuck. This is fucking. The airflow weakened, the debris stopped flying, and V finally stuck to the wall by holding the Spider Silk. Their original plan was just to use mechanics to make the building collapse spontaneously, and destroy the facilities and equipment inside. After all, to blow up such a high-level base, the explosives needed would have to be loaded by trucks, and demolition is a big project. But with this horrible impact, the destructiveness was completely raised to a new level. The entire ceiling collapsed, the corpses of military technology were everywhere, and the ACPA armor was also tilted. However, it was also because of this round of attacks that V could see more directly how many people were surrounding them. Escape was simply a fantasy. The air was filled with the smell of melting steel and burning air. Metal pipes were shattered, concrete walls were cracked, and steel bars were twisted. In the ruins and smoke, V fell behind Demai. Jack knelt on one knee on the ground. Several pieces of his armor had been pried off. The situation was really bad. Coincidentally, the crash site of that thing was right in front of Jack, perfectly blocking the advancement of military technology. Next to it, you can see the fragments and wreckage of APCA armor burning in flames. The enemies around were roaring and rebuilding their defenses. Helicopters kept rushing to the sky. V even wondered if all the soldiers in Washington had come. But she was more concerned about another thing. The smoke dissipated, the dust floated, and the sunlight seemed to have a substance through the smoke, sprinkling on the land in front of her. Legend has it that making a wish to a shooting star will make it come true. V's wish just now was that the man who appeared in her life by chance could magically appear in front of her again. This wish came true. Click. The metal footsteps made a sound on the floor, and Lil walked out of the smoke. It's so pitiful, it seems that you can't do without me, little V. You? The reunion was so sudden, the person I thought about day and night appeared in front of me, and the longing for day and night also surged, but people only have one heart, and I don't know what to vent first. V didn't know what to say for a moment. Fire! The flying flames of war interrupted the reunion. The roar of the military technology soldiers pulled V back from his chaotic thoughts. The smoke and dust were blown away by the shock wave of the guns and cannons. Get out of the way! Crack, crack, crack. A strange and peculiar metal and electronic synthesis sound suddenly sounded in the air. At this time, people realized that the smoke and dust were not dispersed entirely because of the volley of guns and cannons. The suddenly appearing steel man put one hand on the legendary North American pickup truck. An indescribable but terrifying energy wave was rendered by the smoke and dust as if it had a physical body, and finally triggered an incomprehensible thing. That pickup truck stood up. Special vehicles suitable for becoming transformers detected. Use technology points to transfer spark energy to create transformers. Note that your spark reserves can only be copied once. Cross-dimensional energy allocation. Spark energy. Deduct technology points, 50,000. Current technology points, 40,000. Transformers. Legend of Mackinac. Barley. Has been created. Description. A vehicle with a dangerous critical body that has survived countless evenly matched and even dangerous battles, and has learned to replace equipment by itself. Perhaps unlike other AIs, it does not have a very smart brain and skills, but has an understanding of its own body that exceeds that of ordinary AIs. From the beginning, this AI was born for combat, focusing only on its own control, and its inability to abandon the characteristics of its body gives it extremely high potential for transformation. Born for battle, forged in war. A strange electronic synthesized sound resounded throughout the battlefield. In the eyes of military technology, the pickup truck that had been hit by missiles and artillery and had lost power and was burning fiercely stood up out of thin air. I am Han Tianwei. In the horrified eyes of military technology, this living metal machine casually removed the collapsed roof, and huge metal panels and reinforced concrete structures fell like rain, completely blocking all guns and artillery. What was even more terrifying was that the other hand of this metal robot lit up with an extremely bright light. Boom! The electromagnetic projectile, which was as big as a human head, completely penetrated their defense line, and the ACPA behind them, that was used to suppress them, was wiped out. Boom! The collapsed roof completely covered the team, and the team closest to success was buried in the ruins. Bang! Leal knocked on Barley's leg. Where did you learn this? Barley scratched his head. I don't know, I just have this desire. It seems to be the mysterious debut line brought by the fire source. Leal shrugged, raised V with one hand, and then patted Jack, and the two stood up in confusion. Don't be dazed, good job, prepare to evacuate. Chapter 921. What is that? What just happened? The ceiling of the base has been opened up by the explosion and collision, which means that helicopters can also provide support from the air, which is actually a good thing. President Miles has not set any restrictions on this battle, which means that in the worst case, they can even tear down the base to deal with these three people, with unlimited discretion. Whether it is hacking into the base or just the right explosion, it is amazing, but the current situation is obviously more and more biased towards them. Damn, this base is so small, half of the garrison in Washington has come to deal with this matter. Can they still get away? But what happened just now? Did they see a giant robot tear down the half-collapsed roof? Something's wrong, I seem to see it. Me too. Boom! An electromagnetic cannon projectile shot out directly from the smoke and ash, piercing the helicopter's fuselage with one shot. That's a fucking robot. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. After absorbing the crashed equipment and the surrounding metal, the Transformer King Kong transformed by Big Barley was over 7 meters tall, which was considered a big guy among the Autobots. He even had to bend over to run in the base. The military tech commando power armor, even the improved heavy version, can't be more than 3 meters tall. This traditional battlefield big man is nothing but a chicken in front of Demai. The agility he showed has already shown how powerful its power is. That thing. It's a large robot. It's a large robot. Bang! Commander, something is wrong in front. Something knocked our power armor away. Something is wrong? I asked you to hold on. What the hell is that? Boom! Demai's charge was completely devastating. The helicopter outside could only see the huge explosions coming from the collapsed base. They aimed at the broken roofs and wanted to snipe the thing on the road, but the electromagnetic gun always shot before them. That thing is too flexible. Facing the fear of the unknown, facing the fear of the huge combat unit, the soldiers' minds were blank. Something incomprehensible appeared on the battlefield. What were they going to use to stop Demai? The rifle that could make a big hole in a person with one shot couldn't even make a scratch, and the anti-tank rocket launcher was slapped away before it could even speed up. The rocket without an electronic fuse could even be caught by bare hands and thrown back. The weapons carried by the ACPA armor may be useful, but that is also based on the user's ability to shoot quickly and accurately. The ACPA armor is much smaller than the Barley, but its movements are ridiculously slow. In front of that terrifying combat robot, they are not sensitive little people, but fragile snails, with slow movements and no lethality. Not to mention causing damage, they can't even run away. Fuck, Demai is alive. These sat on Demai's shoulders shocked. What the hell? She excitedly grabbed Leal's collar. What is this? Can you make more? Did you make a robot army? You're dreaming. Just be happy with this one. Leal looked at Demai's back. As an ordinary car, because it lacks the role of Leal, it must learn to choose equipment and modules for different combat environments, which leads to its many tiny deformation forms. For example, it often leaves a power armor storage tank for Jack in the rear cargo box, so after it transforms, it can also leave a power armor position on the back. Now Jack is fixed on it, holding various weapons in his hands to block the enemy. Jack's condition is very wrong, and Lear can see it at a glance. But now is not the time to solve the problem. Jack raised his head and looked at Lear. The two nodded to each other, and they understood each other's meaning without saying a word. But Lear still shouted, Hold on. At this moment, they have rushed to the outermost wall of the building. It is impossible to go down by elevator or stairs. They have to rush out directly. Barley raised the giant cannon in his hand. The technology used in this electromagnetic cannon is exactly the same as that of the Rattler electromagnetic cannon. After using Cybertron technology to make the structure and power supply, the power is comparable to that of the Decepticon equipment. It is more than enough to blast open a wall. Boom! They can't get away this time. Set up your weapons. No matter what they do, we must take them down here. Outside the building, the military technology commander could not see what was happening above. Facing the roving AI, they could have handled it through the black wall. But the result of the black wall was that those who were invaded by the roving AI might also die suddenly. So the best way to deal with it was to completely cut off external communications. In this way, they could only use some directional communication methods, such as designated infrared and laser. The simplest one is of course sound waves, that is, shouting. The military technology troops were on full alert, with a calm mind. Just as the commander said, they must be taken down this time. They even brought new equipment. A Chimera tank was right behind them. This experimental tank was not intended to be mass-produced, but was kept in internal archives as a technical reserve. However, the incident in Dogtown 2 years ago made Miles see the potential of this multi-legged tank. Apart from those bureaucratic instructions, Miles, as a president who understands technology, military technology, and war, at her instruction, military technology reactivated the plan for this multi-legged heavy-duty combat tank and optimized it. Only 3 prototypes were produced in the entire New America, and one of them is here, used to fight against the Desert Cook in power armor. Unfortunately, today, its opponent is not Jack. The explosions are getting closer and closer, and the strange heavy sound is getting closer and closer. All the soldiers raised their weapons. Victory is definitely theirs, but the chance to live to see tomorrow does not belong to everyone. Bang 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 bang. Bang bang bang. Boom. With a loud bang, a gap was directly blasted out of the wall, and 14 tons of barley broke through the wall. The military technology troops widened their eyes. What the hell is that? They thought they were dealing with a mercenary with agility, a power armor with amazing combat capabilities. A huge metal giant suddenly rushed out from the top of a 40-meter-high building. They didn't expect to deal with a 7-meter-tall, agile metal giant. Demai smashed one hand into the wall, and continued to slide down under the action of gravity. The entire wall was torn apart by its metal hand, making a sharp scream. The huge explosion was left behind by him. This means that all the troops inside were gone, and they couldn't stop them at all. They couldn't stop this metal freak. What did that dessert cook eat that he shouldn't have? When he went in, he was only 2 meters and 5, and when he came out, he turned into this thing. Fire. Never mind what the hell it is, fire. Boom. Before the rows of ACPA armor behind him could fire, the electromagnetic projectiles hit the position directly, and the overwhelming tracking rockets fell from the sky. The flying object interception system in the position was ejected instantly, and the military technology commander lowered his head and shrank back, hoping that the Chimera tank behind him could stop the thing from spreading. The laser that was powerful enough to cut through military-grade reinforced concrete structures instantly began to charge, and the world's top plasma weapon, the most terrifying killing machine, began to operate, but the military technology commander thought it was so wonderful. Boom! Explosions came from behind. The continuous shock waves and explosions made people lose their sense of direction. The commander and other soldiers who were knocked to the ground raised their heads and looked for the enemy, hoping that this ridiculous battle would end. But what they saw made them feel like they were falling into the abyss. The huge robot stepped firmly on the top of the Chimera tank, and its 2 strong arms tightly held the Chimera tank's laser launcher. The Chimera tank, which they had high hopes for, was shaking wildly. Looking more closely, the shaking was because a guy in a green cloak pried open the Chimera tank's outer armor, and had connected to the personal link. With a chill in his heart, the commander's voice became sharp. Open fire. Paw. But if you look closely, there are 2 people on the back and shoulders of this huge metal giant. They are the enemies they were originally going to face. The sound is that the magazines in their hands fell and hit the ground. The commander trembled and looked around. No one was standing. Bang bang. The Chimera tank stopped shaking, and the red laser began to charge again. But this time, it was obviously aimed at military technology. This must be a dream. The military technology commander laughed miserably. I thought I had an overwhelming advantage, but I didn't expect it. Maybe this is what the predecessors felt 2 years ago. They didn't have equipment that could match theirs, but that's not the case. It's just that every time the other side can come up with something that is extremely unexpected and can't be thought of. This may be a miracle. The red laser cut through the sky like a sharp sword. Chapter 922. The helicopter exploded as soon as it was touched. The laser main gun of this Chimera tank was so powerful that even Barley felt threatened. The laser dissipated, and there were corpses and debris under the Chimera tank. The helicopter was cut in half and fell to the sides. Some unlucky drones were melted into scrap metal. Huge holes were left on the walls of the buildings that were touched, telling the terrifying power of this weapon. He looked at all this and opened his mouth wide. Oh my god. Is this thing even more powerful? At the moment the laser cannon was fired, the temperature could even be transmitted to V's skin. If it was hit head-on, the consequences would be disastrous. If it weren't for the fact that Big Barley was already alive, and his movements were ridiculously fast, she really couldn't think of any way to break through those soldiers. As long as there was no way to get close, the consequence would be death, nothing else. Leal was also a little surprised. It's really more powerful. I remember that the one in Dogtown wasn't that powerful. V quickly became extremely excited. Doesn't that mean that we can kill all the new American troops here? Leal turned his head to look at V, looking at this face that he hadn't seen for a long time and still looked a little silly, and said helplessly, "You are dreaming. A tank is like defeating an army of a country. We are going to run away, understand?" "Oh, how to run?" Jack on his back suddenly laughed in a low voice. "I haven't seen this scene for a long time. Laser cannons have their limits." According to Leal's judgment, the normal duration of the Chimera tank laser main gun is 1 minute, which means that in the best case, this tank can shoot for 1 minute. The land units of military technology will definitely not be able to deal with them, let alone Barley. Now there is also a Chimera tank. It is impossible to capture them alive or defeat them head-on. What is worrying is the continuous flow of air units, helicopters, fighters, even bombers and missiles launched from missile silos may appear. We must fight quickly. Leal turned his attention to the rocket silo next to the Aerospace Forces base, where an aerospace plane was standing. The data showed that it was an aerospace carrier aircraft used for track construction, in standby mode, and almost full of fuel. Grunt. The Chimera tank emitted steam, and several bionic giant feet were positioned correctly. The sound of the core running slightly penetrated the steel body. Of course, run at full speed, Barley. Let me see how fast you can run. Upon hearing the sound, Barley grabbed the 3 people and jumped off the Chimera tank, and turned into a large pickup truck in the air and hit the ground heavily. V and Jack seemed to be dreaming. Around them, the metal was changing as if it had life, gears were turning, structures were changing, joints were opening and closing. It was like a dream. Bang! The car hit the ground without any pause, and rushed towards the endless wilderness. Behind them, a doomsday scene was spreading. A mushroom cloud hundreds of meters high was rising. Jack and V's breath returned to normal at this moment, feeling the intense push back, feeling this perfect dance on the edge of a knife. Leaving behind a shocking scene, they were happy and surprised, just like the first time they drove in this car. It's awesome. Eat shit, New America. Boom. The violent shock wave pushed them. The Chimera tank is a nuclear tank equipped with traditional machine guns and missiles, but the main gun is a laser cannon. The use of a nuclear reactor with extremely high energy density can effectively utilize energy and ensure endurance. In the European community, nuclear energy is more used in large-scale production. In the hands of military technology, the miniaturization technology of various energy sources is a key project. They like super soldiers and military units. The dazzling red laser can be seen clearly in the Pentagon, and it is very dazzling under the observation of reconnaissance drones, demonstrating the strength of the new American military industry. 2 years ago, a Chimera tank was reactivated in Dogtown. The world was mainly shocked by the nuclear bomb that sank the Arisaka aircraft carrier, but the Chimera tank was also the focus. This tank was originally just a willful work of bureaucracy within military technology. They thought that a mobile super laser cannon would be very useful in army combat, but it obviously did not sell well. The controlled Chimera tank in Dogtown can be said to have made a big advertisement. Military technology miraculously received orders from other companies, and also used the production line to produce 3 tanks for itself, one of which is now outside the aerospace base. The dazzling laser made Miles in the Pentagon slightly proud. This is the new American military industry. Compared to kinetic weapons, the biggest advantage of laser weapons on the ground is that they are absolutely impossible to dodge. Instead, as the distance to the target increases, the difficulty of maintaining the energy level increases exponentially. Also one of the few major countries in the world The top laser weapons of the European community are just a large flashlight at a distance of 1,000 meters, but Chimera is different. This attack, under extreme conditions, only needs a moment of contact, and can even destroy low-flying aircraft. The flashing laser completely blinded the observation equipment. Miles shook the cup in his hand with determination. I don't know what happened, but the European community seems to have suddenly fallen into large-scale turmoil. In this case, as long as the new United States shows a strong and tough image, it is only a matter of time before the national strength is improved. Who knows, it may even restore the glory of the dollar. However, this kind of pride stopped when the picture returned to normal. The power of this shot has been confirmed. It is true that even a helicopter was shot down. But it was their plane that was shot down. Not only that, the communication arrays, communication towers, antennas, and building exterior walls of the aerospace force were all left with a red-hot path, which completely depicted the path of the laser, all the way to the orbital carrier aircraft in the rocket launch silo next to it. The priceless aerospace plane was hit by a red-hot gap by the laser, and the launch pad was even disintegrating. Soon, the carrier aircraft that lost its fixed position tilted to the side. The pride in Miles' heart immediately turned into fear. She was not only a politician, but also a soldier. The experience on the battlefield allowed her to become the politician who could not show her emotions now. She even felt that there was nothing in the world that could make her feel scared. Even her own life could hardly make her panic. But at this moment, observing the mess in the picture and the soaring energy index prompt made her terrified. The progress of the new United States to unify Night City has been delayed for a long time, and the next growth point has been confirmed to be outer space, the aerospace force, and the contract with IBM. And now, everything is over. A big collapse that was destined to cause a market contraction seemed to have appeared in front of her, and she panicked. No, 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 no. No! Boom! The dazzling laser completely plunged the screen into white, and the next thing could be seen clearly without a drone. A huge mushroom cloud rose in the direction of the Air and Space military base, and the red fireball even rendered the entire sky. People on the ground even thought it was the end of the world. The Air and Space plane exploded. As an air and space carrier aircraft used for orbital construction missions, although it was not designed to specifically enhance the lethality of explosions, and even had to prevent explosions, the fuel equivalent it carried far exceeded any non-nuclear missile or bomb. Myers' hands and feet softened, and he sat down on the chair. This is the shattered new American dream. Chapter 923. Son, that big brother. Matt squatted in the Badlands with his old father with a cold face, and the latter was even shivering. The night temperature in the Badlands was very low. It was still winter, and every year there were wanderers who lost their supplies and froze to death in the winter. But Matt's father felt that the trembling in his heart was more unbearable than the cold weather. Matt didn't want to talk to his father at all. On the contrary, he was more focused on the huge mushroom cloud. The admiration in his heart almost overflowed from his eyes. Big brother is still awesome. He blew up the Berlin Europa Tower in one day, killed 2 Central Executive members on the spot, and turned around and blew up the new U.S. military base next to Washington. This has gone beyond the scope of legend. This is completely a legend, the kind that you dare not dream of. Although Matt is a good fighter, he is a sports star after all, and has other uses. Besides, his father still needs him to watch over him, so they ejected and parachuted halfway through the journey, landing in a farther place. From Night City to Mexico, and then to Europe, this journey did realize Matt's sports dream, but it always made him feel exhausted. But fortunately, the way home is easy to walk. Mackinac ran wildly in the bad land, and the dust raised by the explosion chased him from behind. Matt thought in his heart, this is a real man. As he thought about it, Matt didn't forget his father, and held him under his arm with one hand. The son who didn't say a word made the middle-aged man panic. The child who used to chase after him became someone he had to treat with caution. But who could he blame? As he thought about it, Matt said, go to the trunk. Matt's father's face turned red. Okay, woohoo. V raised his hands to the sky, cheered, and then curiously touched around in the car. Damai? Can you feel me touching you? Are you really alive? What kind of technology is this? Alpha Centauri Necromancer Technician? You are an alien. If this is said to Damai, then there is indeed no problem. Although the brain circuit is very strange, it is also correct. The problem is that this is said to Lear. It seems to be no problem. Lear dismantled the deformed armor plate on Jack's body and carefully pried open the inspection port. Are you crazy? That weird homeless man is still shouting in front of Lao Wei's clinic. V swung his feet and threw his shoes outside the car, with his feet resting directly on the front panel. Surprisingly, Barley transformed and moved her position. Although he had this function before, he only used it once, and then he didn't have the luxury of space. Bang! Suddenly, V slapped Lil with both hands, and the metal and biological body made a muffled sound. V stared at Lil's profile with his eyes wide open. You disappeared for 2 years, and it seems that nothing happened when you came back. You don't have anything to say. Click. Another piece of armor fell off Jack's body. Lil didn't look back. The signal was bad at the time. There was nothing I could do. That's how it is when you're out there. Obviously, this didn't dispel V's emotions. On the contrary, she continued to glare at Lil. In the air, a small octopus suddenly appeared, rubbing against Lil's body fiercely, obviously liking this new body very much. Small octopus. Big brother, you smell so good. Even better than Mom. V was quick to grab the small octopus. Its tentacles still lingered on Lil's body. Theoretically, V couldn't pull the small octopus off. Her brain couldn't even understand advanced mathematics, let alone using hacking methods to remove the small octopus. However, the small octopus was still pulled off by V with big eyes, and then glared fiercely. At this time, Lil spoke, Alas, but I really miss you. There is still a long time to come. You won't catch me and say that the past 2 years have caused you some indelible psychological trauma, right? V snorted after hearing this, and then lay back on the chair, then quietly covered his hands and took a breath quietly. Oh my God. How come you have become a hard-boiled person after not seeing you for 2 years? This is good. It's not easy to bully. Although there was no substantial love, V still felt very satisfied. Indeed, there is still a long time to come. Hee. Lil knocked off all the armor plates on Jack's body. The big man kept making strange laughs. It was obvious that Jack missed such days. It seemed that when Lear was not around, their days were always lived in a shadow of forced smiles. Although there were good things, and the same sincere emotions, relatives, friends, and dreams. But there was a layer of haze that could not be shaken off. After Lear came back, he felt that these things became real, and the haze was swept away. After all, they are the big shots of Burger King. Still laughing, if you keep laughing, you will become a lizard head. After prying open the armor, Lil knew why Jack had been silent all this time. His head was covered with green scales, his eyes almost became vertical pupils, and his throat was completely out of the human structure, but not completely lizard-like, resulting in a very strange voice and difficulty in speaking human language. The latest physical examination report recorded in the system showed that Jack's cell lifespan was overdrawn very seriously. Although telomere length is not the only factor that determines lifespan, short telomeres will definitely increase the probability of problems in cell division. From a cellular level, Jack seemed to be 20 years older. Lil shook his head. It's hopeless. Prepare to change to a mechanical prosthesis. Jack stopped laughing and even got a little anxious. He waved his hands wildly and made a strange hissing sound from his mouth. Jack, don't. Misty has agreed to marry me. If I become a robot, Mano, I don't have a problem with robots. I mean, I still want to bang. Lil knocked on Jack's head. Jack, you're still thinking about that thing even though you're in this state? And I'm talking about replacing the throat structure of your body, not your body. Don't you know what the state of your body is? Misty can't stand it either. Jack's face flushed, and he was so anxious that he was about to transform. When Jack got anxious, Lil laughed. I'm just kidding. You don't have to change anything, but get ready to say goodbye to your eagle. There is an antidote for the lizard serum. Once used, it will completely eliminate the lizard transformation, and for those who are already disabled, it will restore their disabilities. But Jack has no limbs. At most he may suffer from muscle atrophy, which takes some time to recover. These repairs are not unsolvable, but after losing Lil, the level of technology and industry in Night City has regressed like the internet crash, and there is no way to make repairs. Jack breathed a sigh of relief, but soon felt strange again. It felt strange to say goodbye to the eagle. Why should he breathe a sigh of relief? After the emergency inspection, Lil returned to his seat. Although these two guys didn't take good care of their bodies, compared to what they had been doing for the past 2 years, it was not a big problem. There is a tacit understanding between the desperados. As long as they survive, tomorrow will be beautiful. There is also a tacit understanding between Lil and V. What are you looking at? Sitting back in his seat, Lil felt that V seemed to be staring at his body from top to bottom, which was very strange. I didn't see anything. V retracted his gaze and spat secretly. Running in the Badlands, Jack remembered that their first job was also in the Badlands. At that time, he was afraid to face Arasaka and the Militech team. And V thought even further. She remembered when she met Lil in Atlanta, and she saved Lil's life at that time. Lil also thought of the same thing. Are we even now? The famous V? Even your head. Your debt has increased to 10 million. The famous Burger King. The legend of Night City is back. Johnny, oh my god, why don't you just hug him and bite him? Little octopus, who are you? Don't talk. There is a reason for the silence in cyberspace. Chapter 924. Night City, remember the question from last time. Why do typhoons always have feminine names? The answer is that it is wet and wild when it comes, and takes away your house and car when it leaves. Have you guessed the answer? But this storm in the European community is not that simple, and it is not just the house and car that are taken away. I believe you have all seen the emergency news yesterday, a terrifying man-made storm. 3 of the 6 central executive members of the European community died in the Berlin riots. One of them has no news yet, and the other 2 were chased away like dogs. My goodness, this German revolution. These Europeans are all out of control, and they are the same as us. I knew Burger King was alive. Welcome to your investment, I care. This is horrible. This round of unrest has completely destroyed the market. Sorry, my words are not very standard, but it has disrupted the operation of the financial market. The European Stock Exchange Index has remained silent for 24 hours since the crash. Mathematically, this should be considered a 100% drop in the index. Maybe it's not very rigorous, but this round of panic has swept the world. The new dollar, the African franc, and the Mexican peso have all increased significantly, among which the new dollar has increased the most. But just now, we received a message. A huge explosion occurred around Washington. The White House and the Pentagon announced that it was an accident. The transport rocket exploded while being transported in the suburbs. No casualties have been caused so far. But can this be true? This is definitely not true. It feels so good to tell the truth. 2 years ago, the yen hit the bottom, yesterday the euro hit the bottom, and today, the new dollar, which was already rubbish, was pushed back into the coffin. But do you think I would suggest you put your money into the coffers of local giants such as the South American Union and the African Union? No, brother, forget those things. Forget the cryptocurrencies that may be overwhelmed by a wave of northbound funds at any time, and invest your money in Night City now. Big news. Burger King planned the collapse, and even the explosion in Washington was caused by him. He is simply Superman. Big news. The most powerful crime boss in Night City is back. I really want to see how they will fight against the current City Hall. After all, we all know that NCPD has always had a grudge against them. But we also know that there were rumors 2 years ago that our City Hall has been controlled by Burger King, and the city defense commander is the Dogtown giant Kurt Hansen. Burger King threatened Ryan and Perales. He said that we are a city ruled by criminals. Honestly, if that's true, everything makes sense. How else can we explain the 2 major Night City municipalities starting to behave like human beings? In that case, I don't have to choose between supporting Big Brother to kill Night City Hall, and supporting City Hall to continue to drive out stupid companies and rebuild Pacific Island. Conspiracy theory lovers, this may also be a conspiracy. I'm throwing smoke bombs for you. Maybe that's the truth. There are news on the streets and alleys of Night City, reporting 2 major events that happened on the same day. The magical thing is that before these 2 major events happened, the protagonists of the events, the European community, and the new United States, announced good news at the same time. The former announced the good news to continue the outer space development strategy, and the latter was similar, but mainly to form an aerospace force first. As a result, within 2 days, the capital of the European community was bombed, and the entire European network was completely paralyzed. The scale of the rebellious workers was so large that the entire European community fell into civil strife, industrial production was completely stopped, and the impact of the turmoil was so great that most companies were affected. The latter was similar. There was a violent explosion outside Washington, and the new dollar, which was originally garbage, fell again and again. It was even cheaper than toilet paper by pound. President Miles' efforts in the past few years almost fell through. The TV on the street was broadcasting the tragic situation in Berlin. Losing control of the European barriers, a lot of information could be transmitted. People saw the burning ecological park, the collapsed Europa spire hitting the skyscraper, and the streets were full of fully armed troops. The impact of this riot was huge. Look at these houses. Some people shook their heads with regret. May the deceased rest in peace. You deserve better. But social forces are so strong. When it falls into chaos, no one can stay out of it. They are worth millions or even tens of millions of euros. Duo Shao. Haha. The compassionate look disappeared, replaced by an irrepressible smile. Everyone in this society has a bit of hatred of the rich, and hatred of the rich here is a neutral term. Oh my god, the trees are dead, haha. Even in this state, he is still seriously discussing that the trees are dying. The people around the TV laughed and imitated the funny European accents in the first-hand video. It is raining in Night City now, and there will be a storm. This city is much closer to the sea than Berlin, and its terrain is similar to that of Folkestone. Both cities have become natural harbors after the sea level rises. However, compared to Europe or even Washington, the situation here is much more relaxed. It can even be said that after seeing so much fun, it is much more relaxed than Washington and Berlin. And there must be fewer homeless people who died of freezing this year. Taiping State is being rebuilt. Although the ruins cleaning work has just been completed, at least those unfinished buildings are being used. Thanks to the large-scale recruitment of gangs and the construction of the City Defense Army, Night City now has sufficient manpower to maintain the law and order in this area. The ambitions of criminals, or the individual ambitions of this free and wild society, did not disappear instantly, but they are now intimidated by more powerful people, and those more powerful people are not only intimidated by more powerful people, but also have a good job. David Martinez was staring at the TV in a daze, at the edge of the crowd surrounding the TV. It's impossible to survive that. Lucy was also a little bit unbelievable. David and Lucy were typical petty thieves who liked trendy culture, and would do shameful things to make a living. However, they could give up those activities if they had a stable life. After all, they were still calculating their lives. There was an essential difference between the forced thieves and Lille. When a bomb that was enough to blow up the whole street exploded in front of them, they were scared to death, let alone fighting. From the beginning to the end, whether it was the original Fate or now, they had never thought of being involved in such things, let alone witnessing the sinking of the Arasaka aircraft carrier with their own eyes. Most people think that Lear can't come back. Another idea is just an imagination that they think is unrealistic. But it's true. Lark, Ryan hopes you can mediate the matter between the Mox gang and the Tiger Claw gang. David, okay. David, is Big Brother really back? Lark, almost certainly. The question now is when he will come back from Europe. To be honest, I'm a little worried about V and Jack. The explosion in Washington is too powerful. David, didn't they make that? Lark, man, you may not have an idea of the power of the explosion. I know what type of aerospace plane exploded. The fuel explosion equivalent of that thing is more than 500 times that of the explosion you saw in Dogtown. Lark, the explosives and weapons they carry are difficult to detonate the aerospace plane. I can't imagine how they did it unless they detonated it at close range. Lark, it's hard to escape from that kind of explosion. David thought about it. David, but the eldest brother came back alive, so it's normal for the other two brothers to come back alive, right? Lark, I hope so too. You should get back to work. Lark, alas, coordinating these gangs makes me feel like I'm dealing with congressional politics. Chapter 925. A small house of 80 square meters, and a gentle and good wife. The child can play in the World Clubs smoothly, and can win the championship by playing casually. V is a person who does not bear grudges. To be more precise, she does not bear grudges against her own people, and Leal's disappearance for 2 years does not count as a grudge. The car raced a few laps on the bad land, and Barley took her to several thrilling super transformations. She forgot about those things in an instant, and smiled like a silly girl. At this moment, the car has arrived near the former border wall. The long wall has mostly collapsed, and the customs and border inspection station that was once fully armed has become a ruin. Leal, V and Jack first met in this town, and now there is no one in this town. The road was artificially changed into a small path, leading directly to a collapsed gap. Obviously, this was done by Night City later. In the vast Badlands, solar panels were either taken back by military technology or blown up. There were some Iron Beetle drones floating in the sky, which seemed to be deployed, but they were mainly for early warning, not the fully armed blockade as in the past. After all, Night City is still lacking some strength compared to military technology, and it is obviously unrealistic to complete the overall construction in 2 years. Leal asked curiously, "What's wrong with this place? What else can we do? Military technology is scared of us." V interrupted the new song Night City's requirements are not high that he had just learned, and spread his hands, proud and proud. Jack was the same, but unfortunately he couldn't speak for the time being. Military technology asked to increase the contract amount, but Ryan refused. To be more precise, he didn't dare to do it. Then I organized Atacado to raid the military technology troops on the border, sometimes outside, sometimes nearby. Finally, they didn't dare to come. You know what? The anti-aircraft missiles that the Netherhounds had in their back box were really useful, and they even hit a military technology aircraft. Leal understood. Obviously, this is a very direct way of playing. The border wall of Night City was ceded by Ryan in a larger sense. Ceding the seaport to Arasaka and the road port to military technology is a balancing strategy. With Arasaka gone, military technology will inevitably gain an advantage, either give in or use force. Leal warned Ryan to be independent, and Ryan also saw that if he followed the old path, he would definitely be eliminated by the company, so he could only rely on his fellow Night City people and the Netherhounds who came to Night City. V pointed to the sky. At that time, Militech sent out an awesome plane, supersonic, which killed a large number of people in one go, and there were also bombers. Leal raised his eyebrows. Bomber? How big is it? They are all the same size? Obviously, the bomber in Leal's concept is different from V's, or slightly different from the cognition of this world. The development of military forces in this world tends to be small and mobile, with large strategic units, the most famous of which are Arasaka's aircraft carriers and Militech's air fortresses. Normal fighter planes are smaller than what Lear knew, and their main combat weapons are large-caliber machine guns and missiles. It seems that the bomber mentioned by V is a modified version of the fighter with ammunition. It seems that military technology has also been tried in other aspects. It's just that this world doesn't have so many resources for them to use, and the new United States is not well off. Hansen fired 5 missiles from Night City, and then a plane was hit. We had already captured the border wall at that time, and Atacado dug a temporary air raid shelter nearby in advance. But many people still died. At the end, V's tone became a little disappointed. The result is obvious. Military technology believes that the cost has exceeded expectations, and the risks are uncontrollable. If they could still accept a war, they would not have accepted the ceasefire agreement a few years ago. The new United States has entered a recuperation period after signing the agreement. Under the leadership of V and Jack, Atacado's strength on the border of Night City is enough for them to consider other options. What's more, the number of Atacado is completely beyond imagination. At least half of the millions of homeless people can fight. Not to mention the level of death, harassing their facilities in the country, and the transportation lines on the US-Mexico border is enough to make them drink a pot. The control of the Night City border can be returned. After all, the city does not have the ability to attack and take over Southern California, but the domestic facilities and the US-Mexico border completely affect production and trade. The new United States decided to focus on these things. Without the border, everything becomes freer. Seeing that Lil had nothing to say, V began to hum what Lil taught her. Everyday commuting is smooth, there is no morning and evening traffic rush. Going outdoors to exercise every day, looking at the blue sky, I can make money. The weather is a bit bad now. But commuting is indeed smooth. New America has continued to control trade in Night City. Although it is difficult for President Miles to control those giant companies, it has reduced trade to some extent. However, there is gain and loss. The loss of those merchants from New America has increased the number of the once displaced Atacado and even other wanderer clans. There are many ghost towns outside Night City, which are now occupied by the Atacado clan who came here, and the farther places are the wanderers of other clans. Basically, it can be said that Atacado has now become the natural border checkpoint of Night City. Most cities discriminate against homeless people and treat them as rapists, murderers, and robbers under propaganda. Only in Night City, Atacado has become an official strategic cooperative laborer, and his life is much better than other homeless people. However, homeless people are indeed the main force of robbery companies, and many of them will abandon their moral bottom line and join the Luan Dao society, so border inspection is still necessary. Now most homeless people will trade with Atacado first, and Atacado will strictly review these outsiders in order to maintain his status. Border inspections must have a strong xenophobia, which helps them stay sharp, and understanding outsiders can make the work go more smoothly. Leal nodded slightly. Ryan did a very good job. He is not a fake politician who simply relies on deception to get to the top. There are many vehicles on the road, and in order to make it easier for cars to drive, wanderers will occasionally spontaneously repair the road. Of course, there must be secret fights, which are absolutely unavoidable, but overall it is much better. Just in the Badlands around Night City, Leal felt the positive changes. Before that, he was actually worried. Political institutions are best formed spontaneously and independently, rather than being forced and airborne. Only the former can conform to the current situation of the city and adapt to the changes in the city. This adaptation process will also join the spirit of development, rather than destroy their initiative. Illuminati. Inefficient approach. The control of the Night City government is very weak. Lil doesn't think so. How can you judge it as inefficient when you haven't seen the effect yet? Illuminati. Indeed, maybe I can update my database. The Illuminati fell to their knees instantly, leaving Lil even more speechless. The Illuminati seems to be an AI that has gathered the thoughts of famous political, historical, economic and philosophical figures, but how can it be as cowardly as a puppy? Perhaps guessing Lil's thoughts, the Illuminati added, Illuminati. In fact, my model does have some opinions on this. But the social form of Night City is indeed far beyond the cognition of my predecessors. Even after World War II, I have hardly entered data that has a significant impact on the model. Even if there is, it is a negative example. Illuminati. I do have a misunderstanding, not that I lick you. Lil was even more speechless, and it felt weird. Anyway, Lil continued to appreciate. Flourishing. Bad land. Thinking that with so many people, maybe we can do something big here. V didn't notice Lil communicating with his AI brother at all, and stretched one hand out of the window, feeling the wind and rain. I still have time to go to Berlin, London, the Alps, I go shopping, I go to the beach, such a leisurely day. Although it was not such a beautiful rainy day, V was in a good mood, singing and even hugged Lil tightly. People are very friendly, strangers nod and smile. Smile? I told you to smile. Lil turned his head stiffly, pretending to be. If you have the ability, you can use your hands to scratch an expression on my face. The little octopus saw this, and his eyes curved and knocked on the barley. Chapter 926. The scale of the homeless camp in the Bad Land is even larger than Lil thought. The number of homeless people in the United States is conservatively estimated to be over 1 million. As for political inclinations and religious beliefs, they are not very obvious. The most inclusive clan, Atacado, has the largest number of people, but has no organizational ability, which makes people feel very weak, and eventually led to a large number of tribes joining other clans. The homeless are also divided into tribes. Atacado is a large family. There were originally 7 such large families, but one of them, the Meta clan, had transformed into a formal company at the beginning of the century and occupied New Mexico City. During these decades of turmoil, the remaining 6 clans were either recruited and deeply connected with the company, or slowly wasted away in the Bad Land and faced a slow death. There are many main reasons. First, farmers in this world cannot farm. Take North America as an example. Extreme climate and natural disasters have caused the desert in North America to expand, and the habitable area has also been greatly reduced. For example, a 10.5 magnitude earthquake occurred in Los Angeles in 1999, which directly caused 35% of the city to be flooded. Typhoon Natalie, which is happening in Europe right now, is a natural disaster of the new era. The storm will not pass quickly, but will continue for a while. At the same time, large-scale, unrestrained underground resource exploitation has destroyed the geology of most of the land. Wars have made it impossible for people to survive in the countryside. The market environment has collapsed and goods cannot be circulated, creating a vicious cycle. But the most fundamental reason is that the company has exterminated the uncontrolled seeds. I don't know when it started, but the only seeds that farmers can buy are sterilized seeds that cannot produce seeds, such as the seeds of alcohol to eat. This crop has been circulated on the market through various technologies and processes such as genetic engineering and hybrid breeding, and only haploid crops that can only be harvested once are left on the market. At the same time, for other types of crops, including food and cash crops, companies will release a crop virus to the entire North America, or even the entire world, in order to monopolize agriculture. Only crops that have been genetically modified by the company can be grown. But don't forget that the land in this world is no longer suitable for farming. Many factors have made the small peasant economy an impossible thing. Wanderers can only wander, not because they like wandering, they like to be homeless criminals. So there are no farmers in this world, but there are agricultural technicians in the company, but according to the commonly used classification method, they should be classified as workers. Usually, this is a conspiracy theory, but Lil can confirm that the biotechnology company is the biggest executor of this plan, and the Illuminati has clearly confirmed that they did so. Antitrust law is a joke in this world, not to mention that the Central Executive Committee of the European Community also holds shares in those companies. What reason is there to stop yourself from making more money? The city does not need farmers. Massive unemployment and unrest make politicians unwilling to accept them, which leads to a large number of farmers being displaced and becoming wanderers. They are forced to wander. Adaptation is positive, but it is indeed a helpless act. So when Atacado began to be accepted by Night City, and settled near the city, obtained stable jobs and respect. Other clans also began to approach Night City. The population growth rate of cities around the world is almost negative. Only Night City has been growing year after year, although it is not through natural reproduction. The Atacado had almost dissipated before. Even if they did not join the company, most clans would rather join the more tightly organized Snake Nation. Now this trend has stopped somewhat. Then all the Atacados in the United States are coming. Shouldn't we go and say hello to Thor and Panem? As soon as V finished speaking, he happened to pass by an Atacado camp on the side of the road. Several Atacados were driving a Mackinaw around a campfire. They seemed to be patrolling, and they even brought 2 children with them. The child reacted the fastest. He looked only 13 or 14 years old, between childish and beginning to enter society. The education of wanderers is more advanced, focusing on practical operations and forced by life. Seeing Barley, the group's eyes were wide open. In Night City, there is only one such large armored pickup truck, and what's more amazing is that every time the super pickup truck returns with medals all over its body, that is, scars, but this time, there is not even a scratch on it. It looks completely new. Legend. The excited voice of the child made V feel very happy. She rolled down the window and waved to the people outside. Her expression was very pretentious. I don't know how many ways she has tried to respond in the past 2 years. She looked like a star. Leal didn't respond, not for now, but you can tell them you're back and ask Thor to come. The place where you usually talk about things. Oh, you're getting shy now. Isn't the place where you usually talk about things the afterlife? Have you lost your memory? V laughed at Leal mercilessly, and then shouted to the people outside, let Thor come to the afterlife. Okay, and, welcome home. V lay back in his seat contentedly. It feels good to be a star. What's the big sign on the conspicuous bag for? Leal pointed to the electronic display board at the core of the Atacado camp, which looked like it was taken down from some big factory. It's a bulletin board. One is for job information, and the other is for relief supplies information. Ryan and Perales said they had to find a way to keep these people here. Maybe they'd be useful in the future. But I guess they were convinced by Saul. The bearded guy was there all day saying big family, family, we are a family and so on. I guess they were scared. Hey, that's not right. In the past, when I returned to this lark, it should have sent me a message. Why didn't it receive it now? Maybe it was scared by me. In fact, Lil had already replied to the lark and blocked her communication. To be more precise, he rewrote the systems of V and Jack. These 2 people have replaced a lot of prostheses and modified the drivers. Hackers need to know hardware knowledge, but hackers are not hardware engineers after all. Compared with Lil and Uramesa, 99.99% of the prosthesis drivers on the market are garbage. So Lark already knew who else was in the car, and he was probably nervous in the office right now. Ryan, Perales, and Hansen were probably the same, not only because Leal had returned, but also because they had seen the war. V shrugged, and the main point was to give up thinking, and whatever Leal said was true. Why are you scaring people? But there are more and more people here, but there are not so many jobs, and the same is true for supplies. Sol often says this. Soon the number of people will not be a problem. How is Santo Domingo now? Or is it the sergeant who is in charge? A huge freight truck passed by Leal, and the driver on it was staring at Barley with his eyes wide open, drooling at the sight of Barley. The truck was full of brand new Mackinaws, ranging from pickups to armored vehicles. Apparently Mackinaw General Vehicles specializes in heavy vehicles, and its sales are pretty good, and there are also markets. It looks like it is sold to Mexico, and there is an Atacado convoy escorting it. Obviously, these are all cars produced in Santo Domingo. Originally, there was a windbreak wall on the road to Santo Domingo, and now there is a concrete structure on the wall. At first glance, it looks like the former Dogtown Fortress. The former Hellhounds are wearing the clothes of the City Defense Army and patrolling on it. There are also fixed missile launch bases and other weapons on the wall. Obviously, although Night City is unable to take over the original border position of military technology, it has not given up setting up armed forces outside the city. Generally, cars entering the city will be inspected and questioned, just like the previous border wall, but Barley can pass directly. Yes, it's still him. The deal in Dogtown also broke his other leg. This old guy is really tough. Just after passing the wall, a brand new St. Domingo appeared in front of him. Chapter 927. Santo Domingo is bigger than before. It used to be divided into 2 parts. One part was low-level factories and power plants belonging to many companies. They were basically heavily polluting industries, but they were also the employment center of the entire region. The 6th Street Gang's lair was in the Arroyo Industrial Zone. The other side was the residential area near the Pedro Petrochemical Dam, which was mainly composed of cheap and old wooden huts, mixed with some container houses and hotels. It was a residential area. The highway was very high. Looking from the side, the once low-rise residential area had expanded. A large number of reinforced concrete houses were built, mainly small high-rise buildings of no more than 11 floors. At the same time, the unfinished building near the original Atacado factory had been rebuilt, and was now taken over by Atacado and became their formal office. In the past, the streets were full of homeless people who burned garbage to keep warm. People picked up a metal bucket, threw some garbage into it, and set it on fire to get a heater. They didn't care what waste would be produced by burning those things. After all, nothing could be dirtier than the sewage exposed by the petrochemical dam. In the past, the cheap wooden houses they lived in would be washed away in an instant if the petrochemical dam released water crazily. Now they have apartments to live in, which are smaller, but more decent, much better insulated, and have better infrastructure. Of course, more importantly, it is easier to manage. At the same time, the money from the apartments directly under Night City also flows back to Night City, and then the municipal budget is used to build other things that can be built. It is a positive cycle until there is nothing to build at the end of this cycle. Because the Atacados who poured in began to settle down, but Night City is so small, and those who go out will have to live in the Badlands, so Perales built some kind of affordable housing here. It is mainly for low-income people to live in. It belongs to Night City. The house is not big, but the rent is not high. It is much cheaper than our previous house, including water and electricity. Perales is a welfare-oriented person. In the past, Yesher Company brainwashed him into thinking that taxing top companies was to restrict large foreign companies, but now it has become his own idea. He really wants to provide some basic protection for workers. If Ryan were to do it alone, he would definitely take the approach of shooting homeless people on the street to eliminate homelessness, which is what he did before. Ryan himself is a tough guy who went to school independently without parents, paid off his loans, and ran for elections. He doesn't care about those who can't get out of trouble without relying on others' help. But then again, giving things for free does have its problems. It is a bad habit to get something for nothing. How to determine the number of accommodation in the apartment, and how to build it should be the result of a joint negotiation between the two. Leo thought about it, and turned to look at V. Now that we are in the city, can I wipe off the stuff on my face? A ghostly smile was drawn on Leo's face. After discovering that Leo could not smile, the little octopus cleverly asked Barley to turn into a spray paint tube, and V naturally would not be polite. Why wipe it off? You're not going out to meet people. V chuckled. I said you really have a poker face now. Although you used to be as dumb as a wooden man, at least you still have expressions. How about I learn some skills, and give it to you? No, thank you. Leo refused. Are you kidding? Can you learn skills with Intelligence 3? Don't screw his head. Leo glared at the little octopus, who swooped behind V's head, hiding behind it with half of his head exposed, and two virtual eyes completed the crescent. Hey, this is AI, it looks like who it is. What do you mean, my painting is not good looking? Not good looking. Leo refused mercilessly, and then began to cover his face and wipe it. Next time I draw you a big one. Is there any paint that can't be wiped off? Huh? Another big truck passed by, which was also full of various mackinaws. Lear even saw a vehicle carrying a hovercraft. In addition, Lear could also see some closed armed transport vehicles. Judging from the hacking situation, they should be military products such as guns, ammunition and drones. This business is really good. Lil suddenly thought of another thing. No, Mackinac is selling like hotcakes now, it should be enough to pay off the debts. How can this be counted? This only shows that I have a good vision and a good investment. You are just a lousy investor. How can a shareholder give money to a lousy investor? How much money do you have now? V thought about it and adjusted his account balance. For the 2 years of dividends, I only keep $200,000 each year and reinvest the rest. Am I smart? Lil glanced at V speechlessly. It was obvious that Sherman or the old captain asked V to invest more money. After all, the employees under him did not have the advantage of low human rights, and the welfare was much better than other companies. It was not that he looked down on V, but he felt that V was not the kind of person who was looking to make more money and then invest again. But I can reward you a little, take it and enjoy it. Lil rolled his eyes at V, and as expected, the latter was pressed on the head by the little octopus. Little octopus, Mom, are you stupid, brother? I don't have an account now. And how can you transfer money now? I can't transfer money now. European banks are still trying their best to repair the financial system. Oh, right. Oh my god, did you really blow up the Europeans? What do you think? I remember you said we should build good relations with the Europeans, but in the past 2 years, you blew them up. It was too late to realize it. On the way, Lil explained to V how he fell from the sky and why he brought Matt back, but she closed her eyes and fell asleep, saying that she was too sleepy. Not to mention that the financial system is broken. Lil is courting death if he opens an account in a European bank now, and it is even more ridiculous to deposit money in it. It feels like blowing up the load-bearing pillars of the vault, robbing their money, and then sending the money back for safekeeping. So Lil added, I guess your account can't be used anymore. Say goodbye to the money in it. Huh? V was stunned, Jack was also stunned, and Matt's expression was a little subtle. You said my money is gone? Seeing V's face full of disbelief, Lil added, it's definitely gone. According to my judgment, European banks will definitely abandon the car to save the driver this time. The account we used before was a black account, opened by special means, and it was a bulk black account. European banks know which accounts are high risk, but they just don't care. Now that something has happened, they can just say that the data is lost and don't care about the money. They can't do that. V's brain was working rapidly, and he grabbed Lil's collar in frustration. They can't even keep the money they deposited. Who would deposit money with them? They can't keep it anymore. It's just a matter of who to keep. We must give priority to keeping those big customers, companies, etc., retail investors, or black accounts. They still have to pay a fart. European banks are an important part of the power of the European community. The importance is that even if you are anti-European community, you are a criminal, you must use the euro to a certain extent and deposit it in European banks. In order to maintain this power, the Illuminati once suggested that they design a system specifically for foreign criminals to launder money. Obviously, they listened to the advice. In Night City, no one dislikes the euro. All street guys will naturally receive a sum of money from the middlemen, so naturally that they have no idea about the black money. A normal government will of course monitor black money of unknown origin to reduce the crime rate, but with this system of European banks, or tacit approval or even disguised encouragement, crime control in any city will become very difficult. The technological super-military government of the new United States can crack down on it, but not Night City. This is the disadvantage of putting money in someone else's hands, especially when there are some subtle changes in your relationship. V doesn't think too much. She only has one thought in her mind. I haven't bought a big house with my 3 million, I haven't bought a big house. As she was talking, V suddenly realized something was wrong. She wanted to buy a lot of things before, but now, she can enjoy awesome prosthetics, awesome cars, delicious food and good drinks. She can even live in a big house. She doesn't even need to pay for it. His brain short-circuited, but V still grabbed Leal's collar fiercely. It's all your fault. Shouldn't you count it as what you owe me? Leal's eyes widened, or rather, his bionic eyes widened. At most, your investment vision is not good. Why didn't you buy other currencies earlier and save them? Amid the noise, Barley slowly drove through St. Domingo, a vibrant land. Through some stimulating measures, local industry has flourished. Local industry means that tax revenue is largely local. In addition, the idea of using tax revenue has changed, and the people who control the industry have changed. The economic situation of the locals has improved a lot. Comfortable communities and improved infrastructure reduce disease rates. Local cheap blood products reduce medical costs. In addition, people protect them, and biotechnology no longer has the opportunity to release viruses in order to dump vaccines. Life is getting better day by day. Santo Domingo is still the industrial center of Night City, but the automotive industry and military industry are now the main industries that support it. At the same time, this place is also the starting point of trade with Mexico, and it can be regarded as a foreign trade distribution center. When Leal resumes the cross-dimensional production line, blood products, immunosuppressants and other products can be exported again. Of course, Leal also saw some potential problems. The population has increased, and some things that Night City cannot produce are still expensive, such as necessities such as water and food. These basic materials rely on imports, and relying on imports will definitely be restricted by others. When outsiders see that Night City's income has increased, they will definitely increase the price of scarce materials, and it is not impossible to use tanks to buy food. This should be a problem for the entire city. Amid a commotion, the car continued to move towards Westbrook. Chapter 928. Once, Lil and his gang ran wildly on this street, and rushed into Arroyo. Now they just passed by Arroyo. Looking from a distance, Lil seemed to still see Jack controlling the heavy machine gun behind the cargo box that day, followed by a large group of Valentino gang members. Now Valentino no longer competes with the 6th Street gang for territory. Obviously, their respective territories are rich enough, and they also need to concentrate on development. This is good news. At least they don't have to see Night City as it is when they come back. However, Haywood is the last stop. Now Lil is in Westbrook, the territory of the Tiger Claw gang. This used to be the most prosperous service industry distribution center in Night City, and it also had the largest open-air black market in Night City. Now the black market is no longer black, and the Kabuki district is openly selling things. Although it was similar in the past, the tax collection is now fair and square. The scale of the market has not expanded, but there are many more legitimate goods with traceable origins. The City Hall invested in a large shopping mall project, hoping to formalize Westbrook and turn it into a global prosthetic market. Since you went on vacation to Europe, the serum, immunosuppressant, and human lizard prosthetic production line that were used before can no longer be used, but fortunately the production line had learned to make the 2nd generation of prosthetics before that. Fiona got a lot of inspiration from the Animal Gang, and was able to produce entry-level 3rd generation prostheses, to a certain extent, but they didn't sell very well. Jack and I have seen those prostheses, and to be honest, I think they are a bit disappointing. They are basically one level more expensive than the same level prostheses, and there is nothing special about them. They continued to briefly introduce the current situation of Westbrook to Lil. In general, it was a shopping mall before, where you could buy prostheses, mutuo, food, drinks, medicine, and other artificial services. It is the same now, but the proportion of goods has changed, mainly local goods. However, the cost of local industrial products is actually very high, because the materials need to be transported from other places, and the freight is added to the cost. Obviously, the Night City Hall has made great efforts, at least at its own expense, to control the price of local enterprises' goods, but once the outside world continues to raise prices, this self-destructive subsidy method will be difficult to sustain, because Night City essentially does not have those things, and will only be manipulated. Independence has a price, especially if you want to fight for some power for local people after independence. You must modify the previous company first regulations. Companies will not indulge you. If you don't let us make money, there will naturally be places for us to make money. The trade volume of Night City has actually decreased significantly. The trade volume has decreased, but the old policy of bombing the Arasaka aircraft carrier and repelling military technology, as well as welcoming refugees, has attracted people from all over the world to come here. It is actually very bad to only consider the political situation. People hate refugees for a reason. Illuminati. Before social productivity continues to increase, you need to reject refugees. If necessary, I suggest you take the same measures as the European community. Illuminati. Night City has no possibility of developing resource industries, food, minerals. Without these, industry is empty talk. When the European community and the new United States come to their senses, you don't even need to use any high-tech killers to solve it. The refugee problem is very, very difficult to deal with. From a realistic perspective, in a country with scarce resources and a soaring unemployment rate, the people will not talk to you about internationalism. They only know that the refugees pouring in are also human beings, and they will compete with them for jobs. If they can't get them, they will definitely make trouble, and social security will only spiral downward. When building society, those refugees did not participate, so why should we provide conditions for you? But from an ideal perspective, the world has destroyed the so-called national boundaries. The economic system and social conditions of the new United States and the European community will be different, but ordinary people are struggling to survive in difficult situations. Those refugees are also displaced to a large extent because of the crazy monopoly wars of giants. When companies occupied Congress, giants replaced committees, interests intertwined and combined with each other through marriage and other means, occupied national resources, overdrawn national credit, launched wars, and destroyed the ecology. These city citizens did not object, which is why they did not become refugees. Refugees did not participate in building the country of city citizens, but the interest groups of city citizens destroyed the homes of refugees. In the end, everyone was rolling in different quagmires and resisting each other. The Illuminati's thinking is typically based on social order and survival, and they do the same in the European community. Not far away, Lil saw a few homeless people looking at the dazzling array of clothes, prosthetics, guns and cars in front of the cupboard. There were 4 adults with 2 children around 7 or 8 years old. Their lips were dry, their clothes were torn and smelly, the cables of their prosthetics were exposed, and the exposed parts of their bodies were all scarred. It was difficult to tell whether they were the children's parents, but their rough hands were very kind when they stroked the children's heads. There seemed to be stars in the child's eyes. Wow, I have never seen so many good things. Big cities are amazing. I want to buy a Mackinac in the future. Haha, you have to climb up even to get on the car. You should eat more and grow up. But I can't eat enough every meal. I want to work with you, but you won't let me. This made the adult silent. Lil retracted his gaze. This is inevitable. Night City is a city that can be manipulated by the outside world at will. Those vagrants are quite honest. It's much cheaper to hire someone to do the work now. It used to cost 50 euros to buy a head, but now it's only 5 euros. But it's not so chaotic here. It seems that the famous V is doing the work. As soon as Lil finished speaking, V nodded proudly. That look made Lil feel that if she had a tail, her tail would be up to the sky now. Jack quickly stretched out his hand and waved between Lil and V, indicating that he was also working. But the vagrant problem is still quite serious. The sergeant and Saul have had several quarrels in the city hall. It seems that the Tiger Claw gang and the Mox gang are also going to quarrel now. V looked at the wanderers on the road. Before she met Lil, she also thought that wanderers were dangerous locusts. However, after more contact, she felt that these people were similar to her before. All of them were people who looked up to their dreams. The difference was that she always felt that she could succeed, while the wanderers were just focused on living. Stretched. But the Tiger Claws and the Mox gang quarreled every day. Alas, it was about the sex dolls. Sometimes they even wanted subsidies for the sex doll chips. Lil felt a little strange. What was the result? Ryan and Perales are more reluctant to talk about this topic, but it didn't work out. You know, this industry is no longer viable after we destroyed the Tiger Claw gang's lair. There are also traditional entertainment industries, such as stimulating mutuo and taking drugs. I feel that Perales looks down on these things, while Ryan thinks they are okay, but they think you definitely don't support them. However, they also think that without these industries, the unemployment rate will soar. In short, there will be no work to do. What should these people do? Lil felt more and more strange, but this time it was directed at V. Why did you think of so many things at once? V rolled his eyes. Do you really think I'm a fool? I heard that Europeans will indiscriminately massacre uninspected refugees. Can't we be like them? That's actually true, and the actual situation is worse than you think. We are certainly different from them. European refugees are no longer just being refused entry into Europe, but are being portrayed as a flood and a beast. Those refugees who are allowed in are not reaching heaven, but are being used as scapegoats. All the ideas of the Illuminati are based on meeting the requirements of the Central Executive Committee and continuing the society. People are not the primary goal, let alone refugees, who can of course be sacrificed on a large scale. But then again, even if people are the main purpose, it doesn't mean that no one can die. Watson District looks like a cyborg factory. Yes. V nodded. The Advanced Cyborg Experimental Production Park. Fiona has a high say there. Of course, it's only technical. If V and Jack didn't endorse her, that woman wouldn't be able to survive in front of the Uzumaki gang. By the way, V added, the Uzumaki gang is now headed by Joe Starr and his mother. Lil thought it was natural. It was conceivable that most of the cybernetic drives in Night City were handled by Joe Starr's mother. As a human being who was eroded by AI, and even had no entity, the lethality should not be too great. But he did not expect that Joe Starr's mother could hold on until today. Really? I don't know what to say, just go to the next life. Chapter 929. Santo Domingo is a light and heavy industrial area, and Watson District is a high-tech area such as prosthetics. Here, Fiona's ideas are expanded. She was originally a leader in the field of motor neurology. After Lil left, this was one of the few, or even the only high-tech in Night City. The school in Dogtown is now legal. Night City has lowered the standard for minors to implant prosthetics. In a sense, Dogtown Sports Academy has become legal, but it has obtained more resources. With the voluntary participation of children, youth, and adults in this project, as well as the strong support of the city and the support of 2 super experts, Little Octopus and Joestar's mother, skill chips and prostheses have become the most common products here. If the export of the 3rd-generation prostheses is still a little difficult, then the export of skill chips will not be a problem at all, as the cost of this thing is all in the software. As for the Whirlpool gang, they are the most extreme. Volunteers. Lil did not choose to continue to wait and see in Watson District. He had hacked into the city network and could directly see the situation on the streets, with the help of patrolling drones and surveillance probes in the city. Compared to the depressed state 2 years ago, the industrial zone has shrunk a lot, and the factories destroyed in the battle have been demolished. In their place is a landmark building complex, the Night City Sports Center, which has a variety of sports venues including football, basketball, swimming, and running. Outside the sports center are a large number of prosthetic factories. Occasionally, you can see members of the Whirlpool gang on the street, and you can hear faint heavy metal music on the side. It seems that the Whirlpool gang has retained a large part of the habit. The car turned to the city center, and B said, "I thought you would say that this operation is inhumane. After all, it is a human experiment. You can't get rich overnight. Human rights are not the top priority now, or the imagined good days are simply impossible to achieve all at once. Reality does not support it. Night City is short of supplies, and only ideals support the operation of this city. City life gives people a false sense of security, but if the current situation is described as war, children in war have no human rights, and no one has any. As people born in this era, they either accept reality or are forced to accept reality. If they do not accept it, they will not choose to enter the sports academy and participate in this project that clearly expresses its experimental nature." V continued, "Strictly speaking, Fiona is protected by the Animal Gang. The Whirlpool Gang wants them to be more radical, but the Savage King thinks that the explosive modification has no soul. Fiona wants to use both the explosive modification and the explosive injection, but we are the ones who suppress all of their ideas." V also wanted to ask Lil how she felt about her performance, but she was a little stubborn when the words came to her lips. Lil replied naturally, "That's it. Thinking too much is not suitable for V, nor for Jack. Or as the most lawless people in this city, they don't need to consider any sophisticated social structure, perfect design, and maximum efficiency. I thought you would frown and point fingers. Let me draw your eyebrows. Get lost, we're almost at the Civic Center." Lil waved his arms to block V's big hand. "What's there to point fingers at? You're so awesome, so everyone should listen to you. You're right, you're right, you're wrong, you're wrong." Watson District flashed by, and the car entered the Civic Center in Haywood. The company square still stands, but the traces left by the battle have not been repaired, and there have even been great changes, with fewer high-rise buildings here. At the last moment of the battle 2 years ago, David accepted Leal's commission and hacked into Arasaka Tower. Now Arasaka Tower is just an empty shell, and a large number of businesses have been withdrawn from Night City, including military technology. The main businesses of the two companies are armed services and military products. The former is impacted by the local city defense forces and incorporated gangs in Night City, and the latter is impacted by the developed local industry. Although the two companies can still fight a price war, the locals of Night City are not without temper. If someone asks them what they think about the economic problems caused by the withdrawal of the two large companies from Night City, most people will say, these two companies should have left a long time ago. Then, because they withdrew, Ryan issued a very radical measure. The city owned the abandoned real estate. Leal nodded slightly surprised. Ryan was bolder than he thought. What city ownership, nationalization, the law is just a cover, the essence is to rob. Those who are strong can rob the industry and land. It's that simple. As the situation in Night City changes, the cost of maintaining Night City rises, the benefits decrease, and the significance decreases. Ryan seized this opportunity, and decisively took back the land. V punched hard. "I was very angry at the time, and I killed all the soldiers of the two companies. They killed them all. I didn't think so much, I just..." She paused and glanced at Leon, who suddenly realized, "Revenge for me? Why do you say that so disgustingly?" Okay, I just avenge you." Jack laughed, and made a terrifying sound behind him. Leal and V turned their heads at the same time, and the big boy was embarrassed instantly. "Jack, when will my voice be fixed?" "Soon. I can start preparing after Ryan and the others finish talking. There are some new technologies that can be upgraded." So it was not Leal's illusion. The number of high-rise buildings has indeed decreased. The city is owned by corporate assets. Arasaka and Militech will definitely not be able to bear it unless they decide to nuke the city. But this brings us to a delicate point. Is it really necessary to nuke Night City? Can they really nuke Night City? Thanks to Ryan's Night City bitch strategy, there are also biotechnology, petrochemical and Kanto industries here. Whatever the decisive factor was, they didn't do it in the end. Just like when Japan took advantage of Arasaka's loss in the corporate war to nationalize Arasaka's assets, everything went very quickly. But not planning to recover the assets doesn't mean they will leave anything in Night City. V swung his legs leisurely, and then put his legs on Leo's shoulders. But they reacted quickly, or maybe they had expected it. When we took those gang idiots to act, they blew up the warehouse and factory. Anyway, when we went in, there was nothing left. Arasaka Tower and the military technology building were also empty. It was the second round of fighting after Dogtown. Anyway, it was fierce and we won. After winning, the city center became what it is now. A large number of high-rise buildings belonging to the company are vacant, including educational facilities such as Arasaka Academy, replaced by public universities, middle schools, elementary schools, and even kindergartens in Night City. From a distance, you can see that the slums of Haywood have been renovated and can be called school district housing. Of course, according to V and Jack, Night City is working hard to ensure that all minors can go to school. This is Peralez's wish, and Ryan's approach is to revise the law, mainly for those who are unwilling to go to school and want to fool around outside every day, and set up a separate youth control center, which is essentially a labor reform center. Once you enter it, it is no longer a regular education. Valentino is in charge of this. The priest always wants to add some sex stuff, but Ryan and Peralez disagree. He also found Jack. Jack, I said I don't care. Leo looked at Jack with a little surprise. I thought you would seek benefits for Valentino. Jack, oh, I just feel weird. I'm the big brother of Night City now. We can't do things that are related to each other. Jack, and think about it, when Misty and I were together, I read a lot of books. It said that God forbids this and that, and Valentino did it all. If we hadn't been suppressing it, there might have been a big fight. Jack, Valentino hasn't been able to abide by it for so many years. How can he teach it to his children? Lil gave a thumbs up. You are so conscious, I underestimated you. Jack scratched his head. Jack, hey, I'm not very smart. It's not about being conscious or not, but I think it's good to have Valentino around. We all have families. How can we let a familyless person teach a child? What I mean is he paused afterwards, because V and Lil seemed to be orphans. But neither of them minded, V because she really had no parents, Lil because he actually had a father, and a mother, and two mothers. Night City now is probably like this. There are no gangs, or in a sense, the gangs have been incorporated, as law enforcers and industry participants in different regions directly into the social production link. Through the property left by Leo, the development direction of Night City will basically not escape the framework of independence. The deterrent power of the two living legends makes everyone obey their will to a certain extent and adapt to their values. If you feel that you can't stand it, can't do it, or simply want to sacrifice yourself, you can try whether your life is strong enough. In fact, V and Jack have dealt with some such people in the past 2 years. The vehicle slowly drove to the afterlife. The historic vacant building above the nightclub was renovated. The most significant change was that there was the largest hamburger relief in Night City. It was engraved by a master craftsman. The hamburger mouth in the painting was even made of real metal. Along the way, pedestrians looked sideways, and cars gave way obediently from a distance. At the same time, I was extremely curious and activated the camera function in my artificial eye. However, no one dared to surround the car to take pictures, and no one even dared to come forward to ask for autographs. Even the most enthusiastic fans did not dare. When we arrived at the place, there happened to be a parking space in the parking lot that was nearly twice the size of the usual parking space, which was obviously reserved for Big Mac. Johnny stood on the roof of the car, looking at the big hamburger on it, and his mouth twitched. Johnny, this city has changed a lot. I can't say that line now. The line is, this city is still the same. V was very pleased and stretched his body. Hey, we haven't used this parking space for almost 2 years. Do you remember the house we rented in the super skyscraper? I have hardly been back in the past 2 years. I was always in the bad land to avoid being targeted by the company. Leo's poker face was about to frown, and he slapped away V's big foot that was about to kick his face. This foot is not simple. V's Achilles tendon has long been replaced with a strong artificial fiber Achilles tendon. At the same time, in order to bear enough strong pressure, the bones are also mixed with metal, and the soles of the feet are artificial wear-resistant skin. In order to provide greater grip, the muscles of the 5 toes have been mixed with artificial muscle fibers, and the outer material is also made of metal to prevent damage in some battles. For regular maintenance, there is an inspection window on the heel that can be opened by the prosthetic doctor. If the combat pressure is too high, the oil may leak out. In general, It is a pair of half biological and half mechanical feet, similar to Leal's current state. Stinky feet. Who are you talking about? I'm talking about you who haven't washed your feet for 2 years. Bang. A muffled sound came from the car. Chapter 930. The next life is different from before, very different. The first feeling when you walk in is, this place has become bigger. Unlike ordinary humans, Leal only relies on vague senses to observe the world. His sensors combined with graphic algorithms can accurately determine this fact. The overall space of the Next Life nightclub has expanded. The position of the load-bearing columns has also changed significantly. It is better to say that some load-bearing columns have been added. The originally slightly crowded hall is now very spacious. There are more and more colorful LED lights. The sound system maintains the middle level between garbage and excellent. High-frequency sound will become harsh noise when it exceeds the limit. Perhaps this kind of sound can make people feel excited? Johnny, I didn't expect that after so many years, my song is still so popular. We should upload the full version of Black Dog to the internet. Is there still a network that can upload works? Johnny, by the way, whose place is this now? Johnny, Roger? The song that shattered my eardrums was still. Intubation. Hardcore rock music has become a classic golden song in this era, which seems a bit antique to a certain extent. But classics are classics. Even if the Next Life has become a bit high-end, it is still suitable. When Johnny heard the name of Rog, he immediately thought of the old days. She was the one he had sex with the most among his many sex partners, a strong woman with a bad temper, the top star of the Next Life nightclub, and her combat ability was excellent. The only flaw was that she always wanted to control Johnny Silverhand's great ideas. In Johnny's opinion, the only reason Rog was not called a legend was that she was a serious professional mercenary, who would not accept commissions that were obviously beyond her ability, nor would she show up for boring ideals. She was a survivor. Only someone as charming as Johnny Silverhand could convince Rogue to attack Arasaka Tower. If someone else asked her to do this job, she would probably be sold off. Johnny. So she became the owner of the Afterlife nightclub? She's an old woman now. Leal, are you excited to see your old lover soon? Johnny looked around at the new Afterlife and sat down at the bar, not knowing what he was thinking. The little octopus floated in front of Leal. Little octopus, brother, who is this person? It smells stinky. Leal, a stinky corpse, don't worry about it. The three of them walked into the Afterlife nightclub, and the people around them couldn't help staring at them. Jack and V are legends in the mercenary world, and living legends. For 2 whole years, they fought with military technology and the remnants of Arasaka, and the ruins and debris they left behind can be seen in every corner of the city. Even companies, like biotechnology, petrochemical, and Con-Out can only choose to make concessions to the new municipal government of Night City. Those mercenaries, who dared to accept the commission of large companies, to cause trouble in Night City, are basically dead. Without Lear's cover, or rather, V and Jack no longer need Lear's hacking skills to cover their faces. The first piece of intelligence that everyone who comes to Night City buys is their appearance, the appearance of the god of death. But Lear behind them is different. Under the green coat and cloak, people can only see a slightly bloated body, as if carrying a huge toolbox, and every step he takes on the road will make a sound of metal clashing, but it is obvious that this is not done intentionally by Lear. Even from the movements, Lear has paid great attention to coordination, and such a loud sound is purely due to the material of the footsteps and the overall weight. The only thing left in the Next Life nightclub was the deafening music, and no one was talking. Leal said, "This place is different. There are more mercenaries, the venue is bigger, and there are all kinds of panels in the hall, which seem to allow you to directly receive some tasks. It's like playing a game." V nodded. "It's different. The city guards are mainly ghost dogs, and most of the gangs have to occupy their place to prevent others from making trouble. People who escort foreign trade convoys can only be found separately. There are indeed many Atacado and their wanderer brothers, but Ryan said that we should give other outsiders some opportunities. Mercenaries are a tradition of Night City. Many of the commissions here are actually issued by our industry, mainly escorting convoys to Mexico for export, and occasionally there are some other jobs. Alas, it was not so easy to find work in the past. Johnny, mercenaries? Aren't they just people who work for whoever pays more? Let them work. Are you really not afraid that the company will arrange spies for you? Johnny, can you give me more people to talk to? You can't possibly want to lock me in your mind for life, right? Johnny leaned back on the bar, his legs shaking uncontrollably, and it was obvious that he was not so calm inside. Trapped in the Mikashi for decades, he finally became a complaining machine in Lil's head. He has gradually adapted to the current situation. Once he returns to a familiar place, he wants to come out for some fresh air. It's different from the original game. He knows that Lil can give him this authority. Lil, what's the hurry? Ah! Someone suddenly screamed in the rock hall, and people's eyes turned. However, people found that the source of the scream was more than one person. 3 people were twitching like epilepsy in different positions. Their limbs were twisted by the prosthesis under the stimulation of uncontrolled electric current, while human tissues tried their best to prevent movements beyond the range of human activity. The tendons and veins were broken and blood oozed from the skin. Why is this happening? The reason was obvious. Black smoke came out of their heads, and then their scalps started to burn. V and Jack seemed to be used to it, but they were a little surprised. They had put their hands on the guns, but when they turned around, they found that everyone was dead. Obviously, this was not the first time this happened. After a brief surprise, the people in the hall suddenly became active. This time there are 3. Oh my god, they didn't even use guns. I guessed it right. Give me money. Shit luck. Seeing this, V said to Lil, it's easy to find work now, but the company's agents are not welcome here, and those who accept the commission and are tempted by the company's offer will be on the wanted list. We haven't come back here many times in the past 2 years, but every time we come back, we can find company agents, who are as hard to kill as cockroaches. Usually, Lark will help us find the hackers, and then we will take out our guns to send them off. Shaolizzi, you did a good job. You didn't even have to take out your gun, but there were so many people this time, 3 people. Lil shook his head. There are 5, and there are 2 in the semi-open box. I guess it's not because there are too many people this time, but because we have never been able to catch all the hackers. Lark's technology is indeed very good. She can distinguish and capture both common and uncommon wireless communication frequency bands. However, some special means, plus a little complicated design, she may not be aware of it. For example, the 2 people in the box receive information through variable frequency infrared rays and ultraviolet rays. In this environment, the communication quality itself is low. Without preparation, it is difficult for ordinary hackers to detect these in this environment. Besides, it was a semi-private room. Although it was different from a completely enclosed room, like a luxury all-inclusive room, the cellular signal monitoring effect was very good. The people inside were all well known, so it was difficult to monitor the situation inside. Unfortunately, Lil's artificial eyes could capture infrared and ultraviolet rays, and his powerful quantum brain could identify abnormalities, and he didn't care who was in the room. Sure enough, the next second, black smoke floated out from inside. Ahem. Who the hell is so bold? I saw Rog coming out of one of the boxes, holding his nose, cursing. Although the Next Life is now cooperating with the Night City official, it doesn't mean they can just do it here. So when she found that the person who was talking about business in front of her suddenly had a flash of lightning in his head and burned up, she was very angry. Very, very angry. He didn't take her, the Queen of the Next Life, seriously. The expressions on all the mercenaries' faces also became interesting. It turned out that the people in the box were also in trouble. V and Jack, the king and the bigwigs are undoubtedly the uncrowned kings of Night City. They are the terrorists who can kill anyone they want through violent means. All gangs, middlemen, city halls, and companies must respect them. But it does not mean that these people are their slaves. Urban development requires mutual respect, especially in a city like Night City. However, the angry scene did not appear. Rod raised his head while cursing, and stopped when he saw V and Jack. To be precise, he stopped when he saw Lil. Lil quickened his pace a little, walked ahead of Jack and V, walked towards the depths of the most luxurious box, and passed by the stunned Rog. You were careless. I think you were careless? V also walked over and patted Rog's shoulder very smoothly. Sorry, he didn't give me time to persuade him. I wait for you in the box. Rog held back all his words, and watched the 3 people leave. In the end, the small conflict between the Queen of the Afterlife and the uncrowned king that people imagined did not happen. The Queen of the Afterlife looked at the corpse in the box and waved to her subordinates. It was indeed my carelessness. The Afterlife nightclub was in an uproar. Chapter 931. Muramesa, very old-fashioned company communication equipment, really a hidden treasure. When infrared and ultraviolet rays are used to transmit information, they do not follow the known network protocol. These are 2 communication systems. When accessing the network warehouse and entering cyberspace, if there are devices in the space that can interact with these rays, such as infrared probes and monitors, then there will be corresponding manifestations in cyberspace, and the intensity of the visual rays or the sensitivity of the observation instruments will become more obvious. In a place like the afterlife, which is full of light pollution, this observation effect is not obvious, which means that in cyberspace, it may be slightly different from the communication background noise. In addition, the information transmission mode of this type of signal needs to be encrypted with a very primitive communication code table, and not many human hackers can notice the abnormality. Lark is a former ace agent of the new United States United Intelligence Agency whose AI was removed by Lil. After removing the AI, her workability is limited to the human level. Lil believes that she can completely find out the 3 people outside, but unfortunately these 3 people are bait. The little octopus might have noticed these rays. However, the little octopus is not sensitive to these things. If it had a code table, it could immediately identify the abnormality, but it didn't have one. Muramasa is different. Most of the world's top agents come from Arasaka. He can really be considered the best in secret communications, and Muramasa is Arasaka's think tank before the collapse of the old network. It thinks that the rays just observed are very likely to be a means of communication, so it reminds Lil. Lil was even more different. The computing power of quantum computers was beyond imagination. It was indeed difficult to decipher the code, but after complex comparison and calculation with the ambient light, he was sure that the thing was a signal device. As for respecting Rog, Rog would not feel disrespected. The scale of the Licheng nightclub has expanded. The underground structure that originally had only 1 floor has obviously expanded to 2 floors. The luxury box that Lil had been to has also stood out and become a special box that is the best among other boxes. In Rog's hesitant eyes, Lil found the access port directly and accepted it very generously. In just a moment, Lil accessed the network of the next life, broke through all network security restrictions, and gained core control. The complete underground space structure was displayed in front of Lil, which surprised Lil even more. I say, can you not be so arrogant? Are you really Burger King? Roger's voice came from behind. She actually wanted to be tough, but the bodyguards beside her were not paying attention to her. They looked at Lil with a puzzled expression. If you look closely, they are still a little excited and admired. The hacker even directly turned off his security equipment. Bright red words and garbled codes that he couldn't understand kept popping up in his artificial eyes, and he didn't dare to breathe. To the mercenaries, Lil is the most exaggerated legend in the history of this city, not only because of his impossible record, but also because he has the ability that all mercenaries desire, the ability of freedom. This city likes to call people who freely choose how to die as legends, and respect those who hold their heads high in the face of death. Unfortunately, such people are dead, so there are no living legends. If this is really Lil, then he has broken the vicious circle. For hackers, their understanding of free will is slightly different, but they can understand and fear other legends about Lil. This is a wandering AI, a soul killer, a black wall, a network monitor, and a corporate agent. He has faced almost all the desperate technical barriers of this era, but he is still alive. Not only is he alive, but he also faces the storm in ways that people can't imagine every time, and at worst he is evenly matched. This is not the internet age. Modern hackers have a strange complaint. They think that if it is the internet age now, instead of 2077, when every hardware is under the control of the company, they will definitely be more powerful. In this context, Lyre can still achieve the current level. How can these self-proclaimed smart hackers not be afraid? Rog is indeed the queen of the next life, but this city has always worshipped only the strong. She became the queen because she could attract business, run this nightclub well, and give everyone a way to live. But it does not mean that everyone who heard the news should worship her. If she ordered the bodyguards to go forward and take action, they would tremble in their hearts when facing V and Jack. But V and Jack have not suffered losses in the past 2 years, and they can still cheer themselves up. Maybe the incomplete Burger King transaction and the stupid Big Shot are not invincible. At Lil, they simply couldn't get themselves to work. Rog's question made everyone hold their breath. Lil's appearance had never been made public on the internet, because all the audio and image information before his disappearance was encrypted, and even the lucky company dogs, who had seen him alive, could only see some mosaics and garbled text with their artificial eyes. Yes, 2 years had passed, and Lil's appearance only lived in the minds of those who would never betray him, whether out of friendship or fear. Rog did remember, but, like her mercenary bodyguards, she made this guess only because Lil walked in front of V and Jack, and the 2 bosses behind had no objection. V laughed when he heard the question, with a hint of mockery. Rog, are you out of your mind? Someone swallowed, and the sound was a little loud because he couldn't control his throat. So this is true. That man, That man is here. Okay, you guys keep an eye on the scene. Roger pinched his brow with one hand, waved his other hand at his men, and followed Leal into the box. It was called a box, but in fact it was a luxurious suite except for the lack of a bed. It had a spacious hand-sewn sofa, a shiny marble operating panel, an advanced temperature control system, and a refrigerator full of food and drinks. Compared to a normal box, it was obviously much more private, because this place could be said to have been booked by V and Jack. The two big brothers who had used their membership cards realized their dreams, to have a private box in the next life. Leal looked at the surroundings, and thought of the first time they came to the afterlife. At that time, they had just crushed the 6th Street Gang and made a name for themselves in the underground world of Night City, planning the robbery of the biotech building that shocked the company. At that time, he was still a sickly young man, with a second life, running for this second life, racing against death. Now, he is a returning legend, with a body and will like steel. Leal looked at his palms. The skin of these palms is made of bionic materials, and the blood vessels under the skin of synthetic people are running with special synthetic liquids that are much thicker than blood. Shaking off all distractions, Lear said, "It doesn't look like this is a place for a serious conversation. Because Ryan and Perales are not here, Hansen is not here, and there are no unruly gang leaders. It looks like a high-end guest room for relaxation." V smiled and said to Lear, "You guessed it right. Then guess why I brought you here, smart brain?" "Guess?" Lear guessed the answer right away. "It's easy to guess, because the entrance is here." V instantly lost interest. I was expecting to see Lear frowning and racking his brains, and opening his mouth and being unable to speak after entering the destination. Because she looked like that when she first used this facility. Chapter 932. This answer is too easy to guess. Underground space projects are very labor-intensive and resource-intensive, and even companies have to consider it. Does the Next Life nightclub make money? It does make money, enough for Rog to make a fortune, buy a supercar that is limited to a single digit in the world, live in the most luxurious villa in Night City, and enjoy the world's top wine. But underground projects are another matter. This is not something she can afford at all, and there is no need to expand downward in the Next Life. The architectural space information obtained by Lil hacking into the Next Life nightclub network also shows that this expansion is definitely beyond Rog's ability. It is an unnecessary move in terms of both reason and emotion. Therefore, the reason for the expansion can only be because of V and Jack, but these two soldiers will definitely not think about it, and will not think about it in this way. Why do they need a huge underground space? This can only mean one thing. Night City officials have put a lot of effort into this matter. As for opening the door here, it is just a little willfulness of Night City Big Brother. Or it can be said that other people have a little respect for Night City Big Brother. V and Jack like this place, so leave a special passage for them here. There is another important reason why Lil can guess so quickly. He knows too much about underground engineering, which is the most effective way to survive a nuclear explosion. Like V and Jack, they have always dreamed of high buildings and climbing up to a place where no one can block the sunlight. This is also the idea of most people in this world. In his previous life, Lil spent a long time digging in a fearful atmosphere. Solid and thick soil is the most effective way to resist a nuclear explosion. There is a passage and a small railcar under the Next Life nightclub. This railcar belongs directly to a separate subway system. The subway system runs through the main areas of the main urban area. The carrying capacity is not strong. It mainly provides a passage for some important people and emergency situations to reach their destinations. The underground bunker plan was proposed by Hansen. He said that the company might smash Night City's head without a care in the world one day, and we must be prepared for this. V said, looking at Leal, "Do you think so?" Rog also looked at Leal. If Hansen didn't say it, she would have difficulty considering this issue first in her subconscious mind. However, once Hansen said it, they felt that it seemed to be true. But he still wanted to know what his elder brother thought. Leal nodded slightly. The Soviet Federation used nuclear bombs to fill the Middle East, proving that when Soviet petrochemical was tired of endless wars, it had the ability to resolve disputes in this way, and would do so. The new United States is much worse than the Soviet Union, but its military technology is very mature in military armament. It certainly has the ability to overload the air defense system by saturation nuclear bombs and blow up Night City in a short time. Night City is relatively small, and it is difficult to cause far-reaching impacts like the Middle East, but the difficulty of nuclear destruction has also become lower. If necessary, taking Night City with destruction as the goal rather than control as the goal is of course an option. Therefore, the construction of the underground bunker city is necessary, and this is something that must be considered in war thinking. After hearing this answer, everyone felt heavy-hearted. Hearing Leal's judgment in person was a little different. The sound outside the railcar was blocked by thick partitions, but Leal could still think that this transportation channel was not spacious, and was a privilege for the eldest brother. V and Jack each found a seat and sat down, taking out food and drinks from the drawer next to them with ease. It was obviously. Leal said, "It seems that Night City has been doing well in the past 2 years. The underground bunker, the reconstruction of Taiping State, and the renovation of many urban areas are much better than I thought. At least when I come back, I don't have to face a lot of idiots waiting to be shot by me." Rog opened his mouth, thinking that it was a good thing that he didn't act too strong just now. It seems that his danger perception ability still worked. This small detail was too obvious to Johnny, and he opened his mouth wide. "Johnny, oh my God, Rog, who is fearless, is actually afraid of you. You know, when we went to attack Arasaka Tower, she just cursed and swore. She was not afraid of death, so why would she be afraid of you?" No one paid attention to Johnny's little shock. Rog replied, "So the things in Europe are indeed controlled by you in Washington. How did you do it? You attacked the capitals of 2 countries in 1 day. I want to know what's going on in Europe now. Most of my accounts have been frozen. I guess the impact will soon spread to the whole world. The dollar was also hit hard by your attack. The world is in chaos. This is no longer a matter of buying and selling 1 or 2 big men. You are provoking a war. Night City will soon be in trouble." Rog's words seemed to imply that Leal's actions would plunge the whole world into a more complete chaos. Moreover, the problem of Burger King is not just about destroying aircraft carriers, having high technology, and being a thorn in the eyes of companies. If he was awesome before, at least he didn't have much hatred with other companies. Now he has offended all the giants in Europe, America, and Asia, and even the world finance has been destroyed by him. Roger doesn't care about the money, but she is also a human being. Facing an unprecedented situation, she will also be uneasy. Leal sneered. "Companies have been launching wars for more than 100 years, and I can't do it anymore? Hansen did a good job. Ryan and Perales did a good job too. Judging from your attitude, I think these gang leaders are itching for trouble." I don't know if it was Roger's illusion, but the returning Leal was much tougher than before. But she still said with a stiff upper lip, "No one wants to die for no reason. No one wants to be killed by a blunt knife every day, and this is not a blunt knife." Huff. The railcar slowly stopped. Obviously, this system does not consider comfort, but reliability. The sound of the mechanical parts hitting each other at the moment of stopping is very clear. This system is not complicated and uses a lot of mechanical structures. And it is not controlled by the network of the afterlife. It is not accessible from the afterlife. It can be opened simply because V sent an email to the city hall when he entered the city. Leal said to Rog word by word, "Have you forgotten what Night City was like before this? The company puts viruses in the water source to sell their expired vaccines and medicines, lures homeless people into human experiments, and kills the lucky experimental subjects who survive. Anyone who knows the truth will be killed for anti-corporate terrorism and anti-capitalism crimes, and the NCPD will not say a word about it. Night City Hall collects all kinds of consumption taxes, head taxes, and land taxes, but the weapons bought with these taxes will never be aimed at companies. If a company dog kidnaps a child and drags him to an alley on the side of the road, the company dog will not be in any trouble. Instead, the child's parents need to worry about their safety. If they want to survive, they should learn to shut up. There will always be only 2 kinds of spectators: hypocrites who scold company dogs but continue to work for the company, and scumbags who say that children should cooperate with company dogs to make money. People's backbone, dignity and backbone are that child. After being fucked, they will either die or grow up to be the latter 2 types of people. Leal's eyes are different from ordinary artificial eyes. In dim light, you can see a faint flickering fluorescence. This is a visual enhancement technology. This light is very shocking to Roger. For example, Roger, what was your feeling when you blew up the Arasaka Tower with Johnny's silver hand? How did you feel when you were the queen of the Next Life nightclub and cleaned up the company, standing up, but still thinking about kneeling down? It's a bit cheap. What do you think? You can't say that the company sees you as a useful wild dog and gives you a big bone with meat to chew, and then deceive yourself that you are respected by the company." Rog was scolded and was furious, but she didn't know if it was an illusion. She suddenly saw the familiar second-rate guy, wearing that tattered jacket, leaning against the wall and staring at her. "Johnny?" Bang. The sliding door opened. Ryan and Perales stood respectfully outside the door. The former even smiled. "I knew you were still alive. The Legend of Our Night City. Chapter 933. He's back, it must be him. An hour ago, Ryan and Perales got into a car in the city hall. Both of them looked serious and had a headache. Perales pinched his eyebrows. You mean, it's not the imitator in Europe, but it's also him in Washington? It must be, it can't be an imitator. There are no such crazy people in this era, and they are so crazy and confident. You have also been to Europe. You know how stubborn the Europeans' thoughts are and how stable the society is. Do you really think that the so-called pedophile of the Central Committee can make all Europeans pick up weapons, or more precisely, conjure up weapons, and organize attacks on the European Community government across Europe? Indeed, if simple hatred can cause a huge interest group to collapse, then the world would be much simpler. Someone must have broken through the European barriers, Interpol and network monitoring, established a command network among the workers, and substantially fought for their interests, improved their lives, and even provided them with a visible future before the uprising. Simply put, it is a job and a sustainable life. Ryan continued, the European community is full of people who have a lifetime of loans to pay off, and they have to pay hundreds of taxes every month. If you change the wallpaper in your house, you have to report it, and you may violate the law. Picking up garbage on the street, and burning it at home, for heating is definitely against the law. If you ask them if they want to rebel, they all want to rebel. To put it bluntly, don't they know that they have privileges? There is no other way out. In comparison, our night city is indeed free. At least no one will catch you picking up garbage to burn for heating. Perales was speechless. He knew about this situation, but can you prove yourself superior by being worse than others? Okay, what should we do now? The European community will definitely know that it was him. He is in Night City now. I can't believe that the European community has collapsed. European banks have clearly stated that more than half of the data has been damaged. Damn, all the previous deposits have become lottery tickets. Let's see who the European community will give the prize to. Ryan was also helpless, but he still kept his humor. This is how the dead lottery was played before. Perales was silent for a while and said, if this continues, Night City may really be bombed to the ground. Military technology and Arasaka have already withdrawn. Biotechnology has a deep relationship with the European Commission. They will definitely do something. Petrochemical Soviet Federation is almost tied to the European community, and there is also Kotao. Fortunately, we only have business conflicts with Kotao. Logically speaking, business conflicts are not trivial, but unfortunately this is indeed the best news now. Ryan spread his hands. The Soviet Federation may not necessarily help its good friends to vent their anger, and it is not impossible to bite back at its good friends. I think we have got enough now, Ryan. You think it's useless. After communicating all the way, the two entered the underground bunker from the Combat Command Center of Taiping State, and then took the car in the bunker all the way to the front of the entrance. Silence, then speaking, repeated communication made them realize that they were afraid. They were really afraid of the return of this big brother. Night City was indeed in trouble, but the return of the big brother seemed to drag them into the quagmire called war. Until the railcar arrived, the shell began to open, and then Leal's voice came from inside. Indeed, it is too cheap for someone who has stood up to kneel down again. The two looked at each other without saying anything, and they still didn't know what to do in their hearts, but they reached a consensus at once. The city got out of that quagmire entirely because of Leal's efforts, and it was not their turn to say whether it was war or peace. So when the door opened and Leal saw their appearance, they completely gave up their thoughts. They had no say in the general direction. Even if they wanted to make peace, would Leal agree? In 2 seconds, they became corpses. However, when they saw Leal's appearance, they were still stunned. Just looking at his appearance, he couldn't be combined with the man 2 years ago. It wasn't until Leal spoke that they reacted. It's a smart move. It looks like the location is under the Petrochemical Stadium. Is the stadium now the headquarters of the city guards? Leal's 1.9 meter tall synthetic body made Ryan and Perales feel oppressive. Unlike Jack's appearance, Leal's green coat has a lot of cooling systems and tool systems. To put it bluntly, when the Illuminati created this body, they were aiming for a mobile signal station. Even though Leal has greatly reduced its size, and even replaced its energy system with an arc reactor, it still looks very huge and full of power. Coupled with that iron face and exaggerated combat record, it seems to be more suffocating than something like Adam's hammer. Ryan wiped his sweat. Yes, Hansen suggested that we develop the underground parking lot. Now there are all the local industrial production lines and necessary material reserves in the city, just in case of emergency. There is a huge parking lot under the Petrochemical Stadium, which is dozens of meters high. As Leal accessed the network of this shelter, The huge underground structure space was seen by Lille. The area that has been built is 20 meters high and covers an area of 120,000 square meters. According to the design requirements, it can accommodate at least 30,000 people, and can accommodate more people in crowded conditions. Although petrochemical company is a company dog, they once believed that petrochemical stadium would become a world-class stadium, so they used the engineering technology that the Soviets were proud of, and the earthquake resistance level reached 9. The wall is equipped with a metal protective layer mainly made of lead plates. It can be seen that Night City does not have such strong financial resources, and a lot of recycled metals are mixed in. The entire underground parking lot is still under construction, and part of it has been put into use. Although it is designed as a shelter, in fact, a large number of industrial production facilities have been transported here. They are all the property left by Lille, and the high-tech mastered by Night City, including lizard serum, drones, and the production line of the third-generation prosthesis. The original structure used for three-dimensional mobile vehicles was converted into a basic operating platform, which can be moved according to needs and uses, and is very convenient. Important assets in various areas of the city have invested resources here, and started trial operation, but... Ryan paused and looked at Lille's expression, but the latter's face could not see anything. So he gritted his teeth and continued, "It's just that the capacity of the underground bunker is limited, and it's impossible for everyone to come in. Those gangs and people in various districts know the existence of this place. This actually has two meanings. One is that the capacity of the underground bunker is limited on the surface, and the other is that resources are limited." The huge movable platform creaked, and the roar echoed in the vast underground space. Lille could see that some movable boards had been converted into flat houses after modification, and people were working inside. Lille said, "Ryan, I remember you used to speak straight. Why are you speaking timidly now?" Bang. With a loud bang, the platform stopped. "Tell me everything. I also want to know more details." Chapter 934. The biggest problem of Night City is that it has no resources. This land is small and poor, and the land outside the city is all desert. If Richard Knight hadn't been powerful enough to take advantage of the market economy and build a free trade city, nothing would have developed in this place. The smaller the place, the more afraid of economic sanctions, especially when the land and mineral resources are almost zero. In the past, it was thought that due to European companies, military technology and Arasaka were unlikely to make a big effort to block sea transportation. Now Europe itself is in a mess, and imports can only be imported from Africa and the South. They did rely on issuing bonds to promote urban construction, but issuing bonds is also based on sufficient materials and controllable overdraft of future credit. If the overdraft is too much, it will lead to crazy price increases. Night City is not a super government, and the market is not big, so it can't operate on its own. Since you left, the city has improved a lot, and the public security is not bad. I didn't expect those gangs to be so miserable. But the economic situation is not optimistic. We used to be a financial city, and other companies kept investing money and staying here. Now we have to consider trade relations. Last year, we mainly exported low-end prosthesis. Your artificial blood production is very low, or even almost non-existent. We have to buy minerals, food, and water at high prices. Even energy has to be imported from the company. The trade volume plummeted by 50 billion, and the trade deficit exceeded 14 billion euros for the first time. Due to the blockade, food imports have decreased by 30%, replaced by a huge immigration team. Supermarket shelves are empty, and people can hardly afford to eat. The black market is developing a synthetic meat industry, but biotechnology is eyeing us, so I dare not do it on a large scale. If they send someone here under the pretext of checking patents, it will be over. While Ryan talked about the current economic situation, he took Lille into the command room. The previous Night City may be unfair, dark, and full of conspiracies. Corporate dogs do whatever they want, and ordinary civilians are so poor that they even pick up garbage to eat, but there is definitely no shortage of goods. Night City is indeed much more depressed now. People have moved into new apartments and use cheap and high-quality infrastructure services, but the withdrawal of companies has begun to cause shortages of supplies. But this is good news in Lille. It shows that Night City is still hardworking, or has learned to be hardworking. It is not easy to support such a situation. Although we have the Big Brother to protect us, and there will not be too much trouble, we still have to find citizens from other places. Thanks to the shrinking of the Night Group, we have acquired a large number of urban energy facilities. Atacado works for free outside the city to build wind and solar energy, and does not make a penny, but they also have the right to use electricity. The energy problem has been stabilized, but the money cannot be collected. Similar situations also occur in prosthetic factories, military factories, and automobile factories. Leal nodded slightly. I can reopen the blood industry and immunosuppressant industry, and Europeans should have no time to care about us, so I will bring the synthetic meat industry to the forefront. I guess so that the supply of food and medical care can be met, and maybe some biological products can be exported. Ryan smiled, stopped in front of a door and said, Is this the old Eastern saying that you don't have to move, and the enemy's corpse will flow past you like a river? Leal was stunned for a moment. Why don't I know there is such an ancient Oriental saying? Did I remember it wrong? Ryan scratched his head. Pereri said speechlessly in Oriental language. The saying is gone forever, which is not what you mean at all. But it doesn't matter. Protein farms can only meet 30% of the demand, and there is not so much recyclable waste for farms to use. Protein farms, that is, the cultivation of genetically modified mealworms, are an exclusive technology of biotechnology. They can recycle with chips, cartons, and even some plastic boxes. Mealworms use these things as food, which are then ground into meat powder and packaged into meat by meat processing workers. This is real meat dripping with blood. In fact, there is a more brutal way, which is to directly use corpses to cultivate maggots, then crush these worms, and package and disinfect them. However, the latter is too disgusting. Normal people are not willing to eat this stuff, and there is a very high risk of plague. Collecting garbage, sorting garbage, and then processing it have become the starting point of the food production chain, so the streets are very clean, much cleaner than before. But it is still not enough. Night City is a big city with a population of 7 million. If you add the homeless people who gathered outside the city today, and may gather in the future, this number will easily exceed 8 million. We still have to farm. Mineral resources cannot be solved for the time being, but if the basic food and accommodation problems are solved, Night City can still hold on. After listening to a series of questions, Leal was quite satisfied with the ruling group formed by Ryan and Perales. Although their thinking is still to make money, Night City cannot be without money, the more money the better, but in the end, they are still forced by the pressure of the situation and give many things to ordinary citizens. For example, cheap apartments, cheap energy, and controlled relief food. Now the medical problem can also be solved by Leal's return and restarting a large number of production lines. With the infrastructure guaranteed, it is difficult for most people in Night City to cause chaos. As for those who couldn't stand this kind of life, Ryan sighed. Alas, even though orbital airlines made a lot of money, many people couldn't stay and took a plane to leave. Maybe they smelled something. The export price of African materials has increased by 50%. If this continues, we will not be able to hold on sooner or later. We are already heavily in debt, and the Night City Hall has no money. Fortunately, our Wanderer brothers don't want wages, they just want food and a place to live. Why didn't I realize that they are so nice before? Get those spineless bastards out. After saying that, several people stepped over the threshold and came to Ryan and Perales' secret shelter, where all the important information about Night City's municipal affairs was stored, because no one knew when the company would go crazy, so the information was backed up here. This is a command center with countless screens on the wall, from which you can access the entire Night City's municipal public network, transportation network, and security monitoring network. All the functions and information of Night City as a city can be found here. It is also due to the extremely low employment cost of the Wanderers. Normal Night City citizens are not so simple, they can accept not having a salary, but if you don't pay them, it's hard to say where they can earn a salary. But the problem obviously starts from this point. Why don't locals like outsiders? However, our citizens are really unhappy that many jobs are taken by Wanderers, and there are constant frictions within the community. What Valentino wants to preach to Wanderers and children. The Whirlpool Gang and the Valentino Gang are arguing about whether children can volunteer to be experimenters to make money. The Tiger Claw Gang and the Whirlpool Gang are arguing about how to film Mutuo, and the Tiger Claw Gang and the Mox Gang are arguing about whether sex dolls should be insured. Oh my god, a bunch of people who sell their bottoms also need insurance? Do they need NCPD to endorse them? There is a chick in the Mox Gang who is even funnier. She writes to me every month, letting all non-female humans see the birth of a baby. Damn it, how many people in the Mox Gang have that ability? Doesn't he know it himself? Obviously, Ryan is already overwhelmed. He used to be terrified when dealing with matters between companies, and now he is also quite terrified when dealing with matters in the city. Of course, because he is the spokesperson for Big Brother, he is much less terrified than before, and more of a headache. Ryan's down-to-earth summary was soon interrupted by someone. Another door of the command room opened, and Hansen, dressed in a tight suit, walked out of the next room, followed by two people. One of them, Leo could imagine, was the current top leader of Night City's network department, Lark. The other one, Leo was a little surprised. Arasaka Yorinobu? Chapter 935. Arasaka Yorinobu, the heir of Arasaka Corporation, is also the most rebellious son of Arasaka Saburo. Now he is not only the most rebellious son of Arasaka Saburo, but also the murderer who killed Arasaka Saburo. This young man can be regarded as a typical representative of people in this world who are about to have schizophrenia. In the eyes of the outside world, he is a psychopath. Although he is the second son of Arasaka Saburo, he has been against his father since he was a child. When he was young, he even ran out to join a gang. He ate, slept and laughed with the gangsters. His main job was to smash the industry of Arasaka Group. Later, Saburo Arasaka was pissed off, and the Arasaka Group wiped out the biker gang known as the Steel Dragon. The young Arasaka Yorinobu felt the true meaning of freedom and life in the gang, but his father waved away those things as if he was born with a curse. Later, Arasaka Yorinobu still did not hide his hostility and hatred towards Arasaka. In the Fourth Corporate War, he helped the Japanese authorities to backstab the Arasaka Company, resulting in the nationalization of a large number of Arasaka assets. In the plot, he also secretly stole the relic ship, wanting to destroy his father's dream of immortality and stop the old man from poisoning the world. However, Saburo Arasaka's strength made everything he did seem like a joke. When he was young, he learned from a teacher to see the world from a civilian's perspective, but the teacher was later killed. When he grew up, he wanted to avenge his teacher, join the Iron Dragon, and enjoyed the life of a chivalrous thief. As a result, Saburo Arasaka crushed the entire gang to death with a little force. Later, he helped the Japanese authorities nationalize Arasaka's assets. When Saburo Arasaka decided to withdraw from Night City and concentrate his main forces on the Japanese mainland, the government executives felt like wheat. The controlled life suffocated him, and the eternal frustration made him gradually fall into the abyss. But what he couldn't stand the most was that every time, his father would take him back as if nothing had happened, as if he was really nothing, and had not caused any damage from beginning to end. To put it bluntly, there was a sense of powerlessness. No matter what he did, he would be dragged back to the position of Prince Arasaka by Saburo Arasaka. No matter what he did, it was worthless in Saburo Arasaka's eyes. And as the son of Saburo Arasaka, he knew that there were not many things in the world that could make his father feel out of control, even the loss of the company war. So he admired Lil very much, and even super much. After the Arasaka aircraft carrier was blown up, Saburo Arasaka escaped to the shore in a lifeboat. That was the rare time he saw Saburo's face in embarrassment. You? Johnny. Arasaka Yoriyuki? The young man with a problem in his brain? Burger King-san. Yoriyuki walked over excitedly, taking 2 steps at a time. His hands seemed to want to hug or shake hands, but stopped waving in the air, and he looked like a fanatical fan. Lil raised his hand to stop Lai Xian from moving forward, and turned to look at V. The latter shrugged. How would I know what happened? 2 years ago, this young man took advantage of the sinking of the aircraft carrier and killed his father when Saburo Arasaka came ashore, and then stayed here. He made a great contribution to the city's acquisition of Arasaka and military technology assets. In my opinion, the one who beats up the company dog must be the owner of the company dog. Lai Xian, the Burger King you've been thinking about is here. Burger King, he is your admirer. When you just made the black dog incident in Europe, he kept saying that it must be you. Johnny, Burger King-san, haha, Burger King-san, this little Japanese is really funny. Lil turned around and looked at Lai Xian with a pained face. Wait a minute, did you kill Saburo Arasaka? Yes. Lai Xian shook his fist fiercely and raised his head proudly. This is a war. I can't defeat my father, but you can. It only took you 2 years to make Night City gain the real freedom it has never had before, and it took another 2 years to make the whole of Europe break the barriers built by capitalism and bureaucracy. Burger King, I must join you. The future world should not be what Saburo Arasaka and the company imagine, with only you. Stop! Lil interrupted Lai Xian's flattery. Why is he talking so much, more fluently than himself? Lai Xian nodded. I am too hasty, but Burger King, I absolutely support you. Stop, my friend, stop. Lil felt a little headache. Arasaka Lai Xian is a very special person. The teacher who shaped his world outlook taught him a lot about another dream, but Lai Xian was too young at that time. His teacher, those civilians who had the idea of rebellion simply couldn't survive. How could a person who had everything have the same feelings as civilians? In Lyre's opinion, Lai Xian's idea of destroying the company and capitalism was just a cover. What really fed this idea was hatred. He hated Arasaka Saburo for controlling him and killing his teacher, who was very good to him. He hated Arasaka Company for destroying the Iron Dragon and killing his true brother. He hated himself for never being free. The emotions that feed the righteousness in the heart are usually the simplest and strongest emotions. After all, people are not AI. Lai Xian was stunned for a moment, and Lil easily noticed that he was a little hurt. Emotionally hurt. So Lil felt even more headache. I just want to say that this is not a fan meeting. Night City welcomes everyone with the same goal, including you. But can you not start with say a lot of nonsense? Thank you for your help, but I am here to deploy the strategy now, and we can talk later if you have anything to say. Lai Xian's emotions returned to a high state in an instant, and he nodded and stopped talking, but Lil could feel from the negative energy that he wanted to speak. V rolled his eyes. V, do you also think this guy has a problem with his brain? Lil, that's not the case. Although everyone has different reasons for having a goal, they still have a goal in the end, right? Lil, and Arasaka Yorinobu is not simple, you should be able to feel it, right? V, TSK, I thought you also thought he was abnormal. Lil, I'm just not good at getting along with people like this. Lil has never been a playboy, and no one in his camp has such a background. After thinking about it, Lil decided to make it clear first. Let me make it clear first. Rationally, I can understand and accept that you have the same goal as us, and I regard you as a companion. But emotionally, forgive me for being frank, none of us were born with a silver spoon in our mouths, so it's hard to empathize with you. All your thoughts. Actually, we have a common topic from now on, we are all comrades, so I be frank. I think you just simply hate Arasaka and Saburo, you don't have to talk about those nonsense righteousness. Do you understand me? Lai Xian was stunned for a moment, then silent for a while, then raised his head and smiled. You are right, Burger King-san, I just want Arasaka to be completely destroyed. If possible, I also want to inherit the will of my friends and teachers, and destroy all companies. I want revenge. This is much more direct. Hansen crossed his arms and finally joined the talks. So now, can we finally get to the point? We are fighting. Hansen, the former boss of Dog Town and now the commander-in-chief of the City Defense Army, is as professional as ever, and it can even be said that he has become more professional without the part of being a businessman. Of course, but I need to connect an assistant first. Leo looked at the panel on the wall. Swish. In the puzzled eyes of the crowd, scarlet currents flashed along the lines and cables in their artificial eyes, the images were distorted, the data gathered, and finally turned into scarlet stripes and codes. The puzzlement quickly turned into shock and uneasiness, and the Lark, who knew what was happening in the network at this moment, changed his face drastically. Wandering AI? The red all-seeing eye appeared on the screen. Illuminati, you need living space. Shut up, I didn't ask you to talk. Illuminati, okay. All the riots stopped, and the data on the screen began to return to the normal interface honestly, but everyone knew what had entered the network. A wandering AI, and a very dangerous critical body. A dangerous critical body that obeys Lear's orders. Arasaka Yorinobu was shocked beyond words, and then he was excited. After decades of hard work, from gangsters to corporate executives, his knowledge and ideas have long been transformed. The enthusiasm of a little fanboy just now was to some extent an illusion created by his instinct. He thought Lear might like to hear that. He really admired Lear, but unfortunately his emotions had turned into nothing but hatred and even a little crazy under Saburo's long control. Now, he was really excited. His thoughts suddenly went back to the first time he ran away from home, the first time he discussed robbing Arasaka's property with his brothers in Steel Dragon. At that time, he thought he had the ability to destroy Arasaka, unparalleled in the world. That feeling gradually died under the long, hopeless control. And now he regained the feeling. He was sure that this was the place to end the company's rule. By the way, he said he wanted to be called Roaring Udon. Night City is really crazy. Lil. Chapter 936. Apart from the reckless social evolution theory, the Illuminati is a very useful social management AI. Its powerful data processing capabilities and long-lasting model accuracy can make social adjustments as simple as playing games. And unlike traditional AI and data management, it can fully understand the vague policies of humans and give suggestions that humans can understand, instead of asking humans to adjust a certain simulation value personally like backward models, and then output a series of values. To put it simply, this AI has a very convenient function as a social management auxiliary AI. It can listen to and speak human language, and its comprehension and communication abilities are among the top among humans. What now appears in the command room is just an external data processing node of the Illuminati. The real core model is in Leal's brain, and it uses a quantum computer. The big eyes in cyberspace cannot be seen directly by humans, but when the wandering AI appears, it will instinctively let all the sending devices emit a large amount of electromagnetic radiation to perceive the world, which will cause their prostheses to become abnormal, which will be reflected in the perception of the nervous system as violent noise, flashing red mosaics, lightning and visual blocks. For people of this era, this is very terrifying. The Illuminati entered the Night City Hall network, but Leal did not stop him from extracting information, which made him consciously extend his existence, until several huge tentacles in the cyberspace stuck to it. The suction cups of the steel tentacles easily broke through its cyber image and connected together in a special way, just like driving countless steel nails into the human body. These steel nails immediately merged with the nervous system and took the lead through external stimulation. This is not just ordinary control, but a kind of control based on erosion and understanding. It is not a simple control of mechanical behavior, but a practical understanding of its operating principles. And then the means of control are just like it controls the European Community Society and controls the thoughts and propositions of the people of the European community. For the first time, the Illuminati felt the emotion of fear. If the AI that controls it now can understand its operating mode, doesn't it mean that it can be replaced? Across from the Illuminati, Muramasa looked at the octopus hanging on the head of this European AI and shook his head secretly. He had also enjoyed the same treatment. To others, it was just an invertebrate that was even a little cute in human aesthetics, but to the invaded AI, it was a little hard to describe. If I had to say it, it was as if it was controlled by itself that he could clearly detect as an outsider, but could not resist. The little octopus appeared in the air, rolled up its tentacles at Lear, and gave a thumbs up. Little octopus, big brother, the newcomer has been educated. Lear walked to the panel and began to say, the biggest problem is the Europeans. I have exposed my identity. The European community and the company will soon know that it was me who did it. If they use orbital mass projectors, it will be hard for us to survive the attack. The moon's orbital mass projector is in some ways more threatening than a nuclear bomb. After all, the intercontinental ballistic missile technology in this world is very immature. But the mass launcher is different. It can be accurate to almost any place on the Earth, and the projected object only needs a small amount of alloy and thermal insulation coating, and a large amount of concrete made of lunar soil inside. It can become a weapon. In contrast, nuclear bombs still rely on strong industrial capabilities to refine weapons-grade uranium. Hansen said, I don't know whether to say you are awesome or impulsive. We can't deal with that thing. The mass launcher can't penetrate underground. But the mass launcher can always make its own projectiles, so we can't miss any of them. Leal's artificial eye flashed, and the content on the monitor began to show the plan according to his idea. This is just a defensive measure. We need to have an equal means of attack. We need to produce a missile. Hansen showed an interested look. Finally, we got to the point. After Leal sank the Arasaka aircraft carrier, Hansen had been thinking about this question for 2 years, whether that kind of missile could be industrially produced. Lark was in Dogtown at the time, and was most familiar with the movements in cyberspace. She said very naively, you were on the nuclear warhead at the time? I guess it was an enlarged version of the intelligent weapon bullet. If each warhead is equipped with an AI of your level, the cost. Obviously, this top hacker does not know much about weapon technology. She has been trained as a humanoid AI weapon by the New America all her life, so it is normal for her to behave like this. V also raised his eyebrows. Each strike consumes a Burger King? Leal glanced at V, and felt that V was still very dissatisfied. That's not an AI weapon. It was just that the conditions were not met at the time. In fact, the finished product does not need to consume one. Me. But the addition of AI to the development has indeed made the technology much more mature. I have perfected the basic design with my weapons consultant. Muramasa stood aside, watching with satisfaction as Leal began to show the intercontinental ballistic weapon he had perfected. Compared to the ingenious small weapons, this kind of mass destruction weapon that combines destructiveness, destruction, and precision is simply a cross-arrow weapon design idea. The idea of bigger, farther, and stronger has not changed, but quantitative change leads to qualitative change. I call it an intercontinental ballistic missile. As the name suggests, this weapon is used to attack interstate targets. Simply put, it must at least be able to reach from Night City to Washington. Hansen's eyes lit up. How to achieve it? Also, how do you break through the interception system? How do you make sure you can hit it accurately? As for the range problem, the technology that Lear is familiar with uses multi-stage rocket engines and extremely dense solid fuel. But this is obviously meaningless to Night City. Night City has no oil wells, and even methanol is difficult to grow, and fuel is basically imported. However, after so many years of hard work, Muramace's secret research, and the help of several other worlds, Lear has completely broken through another propulsion technology. The next thing is military secrets. A brand new engine appeared on the screen. Name: EP881 Plasma Propulsion System. Description: a small nuclear fission reactor is built in, and a magnetic field is generated by superconducting magnets to confine plasma in the thruster, and an alternating magnetic field is used to accelerate the plasma and generate thrust. Ion control technology. Lear first learned it from the Centaur mecha of military technology in this world. When the main gun of this mecha is overloaded, it can control high-temperature plasma and even produce a laser-like effect. Later, Lil discovered a very expensive superconducting suspension technology on Susan Forrester's hovercraft. Muramasa also knew this technology. After mastering it, Lil combined the two technologies to create the Sidewinder electromagnetic gun. Without the material part, the Titanfall world showed a more powerful light cannon technology, while in the Transformers world, Transformers have a huge fire energy source, but the material used as a cannon or as a propellant still needs to be obtained from the outside world. The technological information attached to the magic cube and the fire source gave them this body structure, and they can even directly inhale air, then ionize and compress the air and push it out. It is difficult for human industry to achieve that effect, but referring to these designs, it is not a problem to manufacture your own propulsion device. The specific impulse of this plasma propulsion system exceeds 500 seconds, and because the nuclear fission reactor is used to replace the fuel system, the weight and volume are greatly reduced, so the upper limit of the attack distance is very high. Looking at the above numbers, Hansen's expression, which was originally very excited, suddenly became strange. Because Leal estimated that the upper limit of the range of this technical route is 20,000 kilometers. You know, it is no more than 10,000 kilometers from Night City to Berlin. It's not that Hansen doesn't have confidence in Leal, it's just that this number is too ridiculous. In this world, missiles with a range of more than 1,000 kilometers are strategic weapons. Is this data authentic? In the cyberspace invisible to humans, Muramasa smiled contemptuously. Stupid humans. Leal also shook his head. Actually, I'm conservative. But we can't reach that level all at once. It takes time to improve the technology. Simply put, if you don't consider speed, this number is absolutely fine. Don't forget how I came back. The propulsion device that Lear used to come back was an ion propulsion device. Hansen touched his chin. Slow is not okay. My average speed from Berlin to Washington is 2.5 Mach, and it is gliding, and there are people inside. The maximum speed of this propulsion system is indeed a weakness. The most ideal situation should be 10 Mach. 10 Mach? Hansen was dumbfounded, because his tactical brain made a simple calculation. This means that it only takes less than an hour to get from Night City to Berlin. From Night City, it only takes less than an hour to send an almost uninterceptable nuclear bomb to Berlin. Hansen's brain is undergoing some small changes, which completely changes the form of war. Chapter 937. The form of war has changed. In his previous life, before the full-scale war, Leal had never thought about this problem. In fact, as a non-military person, not many people have thought about this problem, because no one would deliberately think about it and regard the most lethal weapon of mankind as a conventional means of war. At the beginning of the war, it is usually a small-scale armed conflict, border friction, and other things that have nothing to do with oneself. After all, there are only a few organizations that use such weapons, and no one will provoke them at the beginning. So a big reason is that before the sky was broken, no one knew what the world would be like after the sky was broken. However, the cyberpunk world is different. Nuclear bombs, as an ultimate option, have been used many times here. In the Second Corporate War, the Soviet Union directly bombed the Middle East. Leal has never been there, but in his memory, the description of this world is, the vast desert was melted by high temperature, and the explosion range was so wide that the sand and dust melted into a piece of crystal glass covering the land of the Middle East. This piece of the most beautiful crystal products that human industry can create, and the huge amount of radiation that machines cannot withstand, together sealed the treasures under this land, those precious oil, forever. In the Fourth War, Arasaka and military technology were more cautious in using nuclear bombs. It means that they pursued using them one by one, not that they discussed and struggled for the future of mankind before each use. Nevertheless, it still created the current situation. The average radiation level in the sea, sky, land, and the entire Earth has increased several times compared to World War II. So if there is a weapon in front of him, Hansen will think that he must use it, and if it is really powerful, he will try to use it as a conventional weapon. So he thought of this picture. Doesn't that mean that if someone masters this technology, people only need to dig in the mines, produce parts in the factory and assemble them, and put these weapons in the launch silo, and we just need to sit in the office, drink red wine, chat and laugh, press the button, and wait for the opponent to be completely destroyed? Leo looked at Hansen deeply. It was like this for a long time in his previous life. People worked overtime, and the victory or defeat of the war was not on the battlefield, but in the factory, the mine, and all the places related to production. At first, the army was somewhat meaningful, but soon people would find this problem. The army's greater role was to maintain order in the base camp. If they didn't need to maintain order, they might as well go down to the mines to dig. There was no need to send troops to occupy any place, because if one side was at a disadvantage, then launching missiles to destroy the target location directly, and not letting the other side gain an advantage was the inevitable choice. Who wouldn't lose? Who wouldn't fail? Who knew if a short-term defeat would turn into a series of setbacks, and eventually turn into a complete defeat? Company employees like to destroy bodies, and evidence of their failures. Hansen can even imagine that the commander will not hesitate to apply for the use of such weapons in order to avoid punishment, and the upper management will readily agree. Who would bet? Everyone is afraid of failure. Based on such logic, the war will become very pure. Both sides fight only to completely destroy each other, or produce. In a war of mutual destruction, people are marching forward, working hard to produce things that can destroy themselves, and working hard to destroy the future of mankind, thinking that this is preparing for victory and preparing for the future. In fact, it is going in the opposite direction. Hansen was covered in hair, as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Because the most extreme assumptions can sometimes reflect the truth, this unreasonable powerful weapon suddenly revealed the truth to him. This truth is about their current world. He used to be a military technology commander, his thinking was cultivated by the company, and the company's thinking is like this: monopoly, or direct destruction to reduce the total amount of materials to achieve price increases, to achieve profitability, to pursue profit growth, to pursue social development. The real rulers of this world are companies, or those who really hold power. It is under such a rule that as long as there is such a weapon, everyone's thinking will inevitably lead to the final destruction. But without such a weapon, such thinking has long been deeply rooted. Who can guarantee that they will not end up like that? Perhaps this is the truth. The world has been sliding towards inward destruction. Not only him, Ryan and Perales also quickly thought of the problem, and their faces changed again and again. The entire command room fell silent instantly, leaving only the sound of V and Jack eating burgers nearby. However, V still frowned and leaned close to Lil's ear and said, "Why do I feel that this thing is a bit evil?" Lil glanced at V. "Lil, it means that although your brain is not working, your senses are still very sharp." V is a street kid, and growing up in Night City means that she fully understands this logic. In the end, no one will be regarded as a human being after understanding this logic, and the final outcome is to risk their lives to create something that destroys humanity. It is normal for humans to be disgusted or even afraid. If they are only fanatical, it means that their antisocial psychology is deeply rooted in their bones. They think they are invincible, and will rule the world sooner or later with destructive weapons. They are the same as the company. Perales murmured, "This is Pandora's box." Leal shook his head. This world has already opened Pandora's box. It is precisely because humans instinctively dislike this kind of weapon, this kind of logic, and thinking that in Leal's previous life, humans had a period of peace because someone could see the key point. It is precisely because they are all afraid, have never seen the madness, and are afraid of the final destruction that they will remain restrained. This kind of restraint is the appearance of Pandora's box not being opened. This world has long lost the so-called restraint. If it is profitable, weapons will fall on people's heads, and Pandora's box will have been opened long ago. Ryan wiped the sweat off his face, picked up the drink next to him and took a sip. Damn it, I now understand those scientists who would rather defect than develop weapons. Unfortunately, they are all dead. Leal shrugged. This joke is not funny. We want to make this weapon, no doubt. This is a vicious circle. Pereires was still a little confused. We have thought of the key to the problem, but we still have to make this weapon. We still have to take the first step. And we don't want to destroy the world at all. We even want to save the world and make it a better place. This is Pereires' true thought. But it has become more contradictory at this moment. His feet softened, and he sat down on the chair next to him. He even thought of the future human society being flattened by these weapons, and living in the wasteland forever. Leo sighed in his heart. In the previous life, in the post-war world, some sociologists even believe that this was a stage of human society. This stage is that the terrifying weapons completely tore apart the prosperous human society, like the apocalypse, awakening mankind from the status quo of continuous progress for tens of thousands of years. They believe that the next stage of human society is complete fragmentation, the greatness forged by collective power disappears, and people are finally forced to improve themselves, survive in ultra-small units or even alone, and live in the ruins forged by past glory. Until one day they can transcend this hell. In other words, the social stage before moving towards the stars may not be world unification and prosperity, but ruin. Thinking of this, Leo looked at the Illuminati. What do you think? Illuminati. What I see is also destruction. Illuminati. In fact, before you took out this weapon, when I was in the European community, I simulated it thousands of times. Illuminati. Yes, no matter what, it seems that destruction is inevitable, so I have been imagining an ending other than destruction. Illuminati. So the decline of the European community is also inevitable, and your failure, so far, I think the probability is also quite high. Illuminati. Even if you succeed, the probability of facing destruction in the future is still not small. Illuminati. This is my summary. Illuminati. Of course, perhaps destruction is the next inevitable stage of human society. After all, an important bond in human society is to maintain the weak. Among these weak people, there are people who are naturally demented, disabled, antisocial, mentally retarded, short-sighted, and so on, who are obviously holding back. The lingering survival in the wasteland can effectively filter these people, completely eliminate the burden of maintaining the weak on social efficiency, and at the same time use the dangerous environment created in the previous era that is beyond the normal natural order to force the truly strong to move towards the true evolutionary path. Illuminati. But this is just my opinion after all. Your invention may become an important invention in the final destruction, but it may also bring me a new future as you exceed my calculations. Illuminati. So what are you going to do? Leo sighed in his heart, but on the surface, he did not hesitate at all. I promise you that I absolutely do not want such a future. But you also know that this is a vicious circle. Who would want to be destroyed? But anyone can contribute to that result. After speaking, he paused, and his voice became more determined. No matter what, this is not a democratic resolution. We want to make this weapon. We want to make this weapon, and then destroy all companies, and all controllers of the current order. This is my decision. After Leo finished speaking, the command room was silent. I hope this will always be just a safety measure. But Leo did not say this out loud, but kept it in his heart. Chapter 938. So this is a vicious circle, and it is an evil vicious circle. To be honest, even if we understand these problems, it is difficult to judge whether it is right or wrong to produce such weapons. After all, they do need stronger weapons to protect themselves. But then again, self-protection is also an important part of this vicious circle. People are afraid of failure. They are afraid of failure internally. They are afraid of threats from their superiors. Their superiors are afraid of threats from the whole society. The whole society is afraid of threats from the outside. It is difficult to trace how this logic is established. The people in the command room are the same now. They are completely unable to resist Leo's will. They can't do it in terms of ability. In terms of ideology, they admit that they need this weapon to protect themselves. On the one hand, it's because they can't beat Leo. On the other hand, it's because they are like those who are afraid of being destroyed and rush to destroy the other party first. In order to protect themselves, they must have a big killer. It is precisely because of the endless need for self-protection that people fall into a vicious circle of mutual conquest. If I am going to die, why don't I drag the whole world to death? No one can refute this logic. If people can sacrifice themselves just by talking, what kind of world will this be? My mind is in a mess, so I just don't think about it. Anyway, all decisions now depend on Burger King. We want to produce this weapon. I will take care of the weapon-grade nuclear fuel. We need at least 10 such missiles in the first batch to deal with the pressure from the new United States. Hansen grinned. I have been wanting to ask this question since just now. Did you bomb the new Air and Space Force base? V proudly responded. Of course, that's what we're going to do. Leo also nodded. The explosion broadcast on the news was a rocket explosion. There is an aerospace plane there. Hansen felt more and more absurd, but also felt fortunate. Absurd because he thought that 3 people could penetrate the new American aerospace base, detonate the aerospace plane, and blow up the military base. This was almost a fantasy. The legends of the past, such as Wayland Old Snake, Morgan Black Hand, and Johnny Silver Hand. These people were revered as legends by the mercenary world, but in the eyes of the military, they were just tricky mercenaries. If they were on the battlefield, a platoon could turn them into fleeing rats. It sounds unequal, but the army is endless, not to mention that in modern armies, combat robots account for a large proportion. They are crushing human lives with steel. This is war. Hansen nodded. I have no objection. It would be better if the explosion happened in the Pentagon. Others did not speak. To be honest, the military has a stronger ability to accept. Maybe Hansen still has a lot of ideas, but he knows that at this time, he just needs to obey orders. I have prepared all the drawings. I need the 3rd-generation prosthesis produced by the prosthesis factory for manual forging. The production method will match the prosthesis through AI and integrate it into a readable skill chip to lead the production. Roaming AI, self-aware AI, any kind of AI from the old era is a resource that companies in this era are fighting for. Lark knows, Hansen knows, Ryan and Perales also know, but in Leal's mouth it becomes AIs. This is crazy. They have more than one AI support. Neuramesa began to input production information, and the little octopus quickly matched the production requirements and production methods into the existing prosthetic technology, wrote available skill chips, and then transmitted them to the prosthetic laboratory of the Whirlpool Gang and Fiona in Watson District. I want to say something. Ryan raised his hand. There are some differences between the Whirlpool Gang and Fiona. Leal turned around. I solve it. Give me the list of troublemakers. What troublemakers? Ryan was confused. Leal replied quickly with an emotionless voice. Since you asked, it means someone will interfere with production. Anyone you think may interfere with production can be considered a troublemaker. Then what? Then, prosthetic technology requires experimental subjects. It is difficult to find volunteers for radical experimental methods. Find a crime to put them on, and I will arrest them. Ryan nodded silently, and wrote this down in the memo. Perales took a breath, but forget it. Gangs are like floods and beasts. They should really be suppressed. In just a few seconds, another AI, the Illuminati, simply calculated the impact of this project on Night City based on production technology and production needs. Illuminati, this is just the beginning. Although we have saved the most important R&D costs and time investment, it still takes a lot of resources to produce this weapon. Illuminati, we need a lot of workers. Considering the importance of this project, I think these workers can't just use skill chips. They need to learn a lot of related engineering knowledge. The most important thing is that they must be ideologically anti-company and have firm beliefs. Illuminati, I can screen suitable candidates through courses, but I estimate that the probability of people who are tough enough to meet the requirements in the crowd is less than 5%. Illuminati, most people in Night City are selfish and do not speak their mind. The larger the scale of the education system reform, the more conducive it is for me to quickly meet the personnel needs. Illuminati, here are some suggestions. This so-called reform is actually to allow more people to receive education. There is a reason why the literacy rate in North America is so low. It costs a lot of money to go to school in this world. There is no compulsory education, and teachers have to pay for teaching materials. If education is also a commodity, then people have to consider whether it is worth it. Leal thought for a while. I don't want to make money from this. Illuminati, okay, I understand. Ryan raised his hand again. The Valentino gang wants to add some religious courses. They implied that if this demand is not met, they are dead. If you don't want to work, just get out. Leal shook his head. The Valentino gang really wants to integrate their religious beliefs and cultural education into the local education of Night City. Why? Of course, it is to squeeze people in, just like there were many Haywood people in the NCPD before. In the end, they will let Valentino take over both the black and white worlds because of this wonderful bond. Maybe the priest even really thinks that people should have faith, but there must be inertia in their thinking, and this inertia is developing power and forming gangs and factions. Illuminati, great decision. Religion, ethnic culture and racial culture are not conducive to the development of Night City. Illuminati, but this will cause more deficits in Night City's finances. I found a place to make up for it. Illuminati, I noticed that the Wanderer clan perform very well in the attributes of unity and cooperation. They have a strong sense of family and are anti-corporate. Illuminati, I noticed that the workers in St. Domingo had work skills. And industrial production stress resistance, are both good because the previous life was too bad and anti-corporate sentiment was high in the past 2 years. Illuminati. Both groups have a very strong anti-corporate mentality, and because the quality of life has been improved from hell to hardship, they are very convinced by you and accept the replacement of wages with basic living supplies. Illuminati. They are a very good choice. This time it was Pereires who raised his hand. Well, the conflict between them is also very serious. The 6th Street Gang has repeatedly stated that outsiders should not be allowed to take away local people's job opportunities. Atacado is honest, but the Wanderer clan has too many people and is too mixed. Leal turned around. This is a deal. Night City provides them with free education, and depending on their ability to invest in this plan, we will also provide some local prostheses for standardization and easy management. If someone feels that his job opportunity has been taken away and Night City has not given him a good life, he can get out, but if he interferes with production. Pereires silently shut up and silently completed what Leal wanted to say, then go to hell. Very simple and crude. Illuminati. In order to provide them with basic materials for industrial production, we need to continue to build apartments and expand daily consumer goods, medical supplies, food, and other basic industries. Illuminati. This may have some problems. Let's talk about what is not a problem first. I noticed that you once enabled a very advanced artificial plasma technology and have a very complete immunosuppressant production line. Illuminati. Westbrook has a lot of labor that can engage in medical care services and invest in medical production lines and daily consumer goods factories. Ryan raised his hand again. Although I roughly know the answer, I still want to say it. The Tiger Claws want to develop the entertainment industry, and the Mox gang believes that their sex dolls are not protected. Leal glanced at Ryan. You know it, but you still ask, if it interferes with production, I will kill them. I will do it. But Westbrook's entertainment industry is very developed. If it is cut off all at once, the unemployment rate will be... Leal was speechless. Are you serious? The high unemployment rate is because there are many brave and outspoken people who have mixed in. A group of losers who sell their bodies are unemployed. Do you want me to issue them some street safety regulations? The Tiger Claws are also a bunch of brainless people. If the entertainment industry is allowed to expand, who knows if some people will take risks again? More importantly, I need people to pave the way for this plan, understand? Illuminati. A very decisive judgment. In fact, when every industry starts to make money, it means that people's energy and desire are converging towards this industry. This phenomenon will in turn make social resources tilt towards this aspect. This is the free market. Illuminati. But we cannot accept such waste. If someone can get money by selling their body, and money can do everything, then people will study the technology of selling their body in order to do everything. Night City is now on the road to independence, and even a penny invested in this field is a waste. The same applies to drug use, overly stimulating black super dream, etc. So Lil continued, in the future, those who play with sex dolls, sell powder, and sell themselves will not be protected, and I want NCPD to investigate. If they are found, they will be thrown into prison. If the prison can't accommodate them, let them get out of Night City. I think the sea is quite spacious. If the circumstances are serious, such as forcing others, they will be shot on the spot. Perales whispered, isn't the NCPD a little too crazy? You know the police in our city. Leal quickly replied, if there are any omissions or mistakes, I will shoot the police officer who does whatever he wants. You can spread the word. If someone says this is a rule of power, yes, this is a rule of power. We are at war. Night City is at war. Why am I giving orders here? Because no one can beat me, and I have given many people a new life, and they think this life is okay. Those who stay are going to screw the company. Those who don't like it can be told to leave. If they don't leave, and still make trouble, let them remember that I am a terrorist, and I will really come to their house, and blow their brains out. There is no arrest, detention, prosecution, or trial. There is only the final result. I will execute it directly, and shoot it directly. While all the politicians are still considering whether this is a good thing, Kurt Hansen is secretly feeling happy. It's so good, it's really so good. When he worked in New America and military technology, he often had to face the stupid questions of those stupid congressmen, such as this year's military spending is too high, and we still have to pay to subsidize the lives of our American citizens. As a result, the congressmen turned around and used the subsidy money to buy marijuana products and distributed them to the public as medical insurance. A large part of them are these damn entertainment industry practitioners. They are fighting for their lives outside, and the rear is still guaranteeing the freedom and health of selling. Why? This is too stupid. Maybe they also know that the new America they once swore allegiance to is a huge collection of lies, and they also know that their behavior is not so noble, but when they think about this situation, they still feel fucked up. This is how war should be fought, regardless of the consequences. The two politicians stopped talking, and a military commander was secretly happy. Lark, a hacker who must be intelligent but with a slightly awkward social experience and thoughts, whispered, "Isn't this a bit too radical? I mean, these people are also." "This is definitely radical." Leal shook his head. More than 10% of people in Night City are engaged in this kind of work, and more than 60% of people take addicted drugs. The industry behind it is already very large, but why should I compromise? If someone feels that it is wrong, he can try to resist, but don't forget that I am a terrorist. If I say to kill someone, I will really kill someone. Why did Lark ask this? Because she was just a child from an ordinary family before, hanging out on the streets, on the black network, and knowing some dubious people. In her mind, sex dolls and other professions are not considered scum, and mild drug use is not considered a bad person. This is a very direct cognition and thought, but unfortunately Lil's answer is also very direct. So direct that she can't ask a word, and her mouth closes as soon as it opens. Indeed, let's not talk about V and Jack, two super strong men who are willing to fight and fight, nor about Leal's aura that makes people feel inexplicably scared and his endless means. There are so many AIs wandering in this small room, which is the proof of strength. On the other hand, with such power, it still leaves those people away to work in the medical industry, which is very conscientious, although it may take people a lot of effort to get it. Illuminati. In fact, I think Westbrook's people can also conduct some hacker training to expand employment positions, but this is not urgent for the time being. Illuminati. We need to defend this place first, so let's talk about the basic resource problem. First of all, the food problem. Illuminati. We use basic materials to pay wages, so we need to support many people. Night City can control food rationing by force, but the root shortage has not been solved. Illuminati. This is fatal. Leal, we are farming here. Everyone just felt that there was something wrong with their ears. Farming in Night City? Chapter 939. In order to fully mobilize social resources to produce intercontinental missiles, it is not enough to rely on force alone. After all, Leal is not a god who can make a wish for universal peace. The material basis must keep up, and he has been thinking about this material basis for a long time. The agriculture in this world is declining, and in order to monopolize this industry, agricultural giants will plan to release genetic viruses to the world to directly kill crops that are not produced by the company. In this process, biotechnology has developed rapidly. In the end, those agricultural companies that have the ability to genetically modify crops and the ability to exterminate other seeds are left. In modern times, the source of this technology is usually biotechnology companies, while other companies defend their patents through force and charge fees to everyone who wants to farm. There are no normal seeds in this world, so it is simply a fantasy to want to farm. However, Lil has normal seeds in his hand, and he can get all the crop seeds in the old world. These common sense flashed through everyone's brains, and Lil stretched out his hand. The skin made of synthetic materials does not look much different from that of humans, but Lil redesigned the structure of the synthetic man, making the skin piece by piece, and it can be clearly seen that this is not a human body. These hands are very special, but Jack and V immediately remembered the familiar operation. Someone is going to take something incredible out of his trouser pocket. Interdimensional material transfer. Technology points minus 1,000. Current technology points. 39,000. Lil was holding a small box in his hand. The small box was a product of this world, but the things inside were not. We are going to grow crops here. Inside are some crops that I think are suitable for growing in harsh environments, including mustard for heavy metal pollution, sunflowers for radiation resistance, cacti for drought resistance, and C. salicornia for salt and alkali resistance. These plants can be used to improve soil conditions. In addition, we try to grow some fungi including oyster mushrooms. If the soil conditions improve, we will plant some potatoes, wheat or corn. We want to establish our own agricultural technology research institute to assist in the use of genetic means to improve these products so that they can adapt to the current environment. Seeds? Perez and Ryan looked like they had seen a ghost. Where in this world are there normal seeds? Because of the huge profits brought by monopolizing agriculture, agricultural giants are what they imagine. Even if they bomb the farm with a nuclear bomb, they will not consider occupying the farm to obtain resources. These seeds must be safely stored in a laboratory located in orbit, and then copied and processed through various technologies, and finally flow into the market. Because of the special nature of the seeds, the whole process is as strict as military secrets. Any normal seed circulated on the market will cause Interpol to investigate. But now Interpol is busy suppressing Europeans. Ryan, Perales, Hansen and Lark, for people who are very sensitive to this aspect, looked at each other and instantly linked the seeds to the chaos in Europe. Could it be that one of the reasons why the eldest brother created chaos was to get the seeds? This is really far-sighted, and it is beyond the reach of those crooked people who only think about making money all day long. They can guarantee that any one of them will not think about these things if they get the power of Leo. Leo looked at their expressions and added, because money is so easy to use in this world, everyone will think that it would be great if they can make money. But everyone, I remind you that the euro is a credit currency that relies on printing. If you want to make this money, and use this money, it means that you have already acknowledged that set of order and logic. European banks should abandon deposits from Night City on a large scale. Social unrest is inevitable, but as long as there are guns and food, the situation will not be too bad. Because the European community is in chaos, the euro is depreciating rapidly. The Soviet Union, which is a slightly more decent place, also uses the euro. Africa itself is controlled by orbital aviation, the government is declining, and the official currency has almost no credit. No one will mention digital currency. That thing has no meaning in this world. The hacking technology in this world is quite mature. Hackers may not be able to crack encrypted currencies because they don't have the computing power, but it is too easy to tamper with the circulation of digital currencies. What's more, there are things like roving AI in this world. The hardware carrier used to store digital currency is also an electronic device. The roving AI can instantly clear the data on it without hesitation, turning the device into a time bomb. Illuminati, I agree with this approach. I didn't expect that you have uncontaminated seeds on you. Illuminati, considering the complete range of crops you have, I suggest that we try open-air planting, greenhouse planting, vertical planting and any other production methods that may increase production, and set up the laboratory in this underground space. Illuminati, however, it may take a long time to make the desertified soil in Night City suitable for farming. There is only desert outside Night City. Normally, it is difficult to turn desert into arable soil. It requires a lot of water and crop improvement. Although Night City is close to the ocean, the water in the ocean is not only salinized but also radioactive. The groundwater is polluted due to large-scale exploration and resource extraction, and is basically in a semi-waste state. However, Leo has ready-made technology in his mind. In his previous life, they had a lot of research on soil repair. Maybe he can't remember more details, but he still remembers the major breakthrough in yellow sand management very clearly. Leo took out a small bottle of spider silk solution. Yellow sand cannot form soil that can retain water. A large part of the reason is that the mechanical structure is destroyed. We can use something like glue to restore the mechanical properties, and then use improved crops and water to complete the repair. Illuminati, this is an idea we have never seen before, but we can try it. It sounds very reliable. Lil put the seeds and spider silk solution on the table. These two things, like the lizard serum, need to be put into production. Then, there is the issue of water sources. It is too difficult to purify ocean water. Let's focus on groundwater resources. After saying that, Lil looked at Ryan and Perales. He didn't know much about the water resources in Night City, but as an important mineral resource, the two mayors must know a lot. Ryan touched his chin. There is indeed groundwater in Night City, but it was polluted a long time ago, and there are not many records. I have thought about developing it to replace imported water resources, but the cost is a bit high. It is better to buy than to make. The lighter pollution is sand and gravel minerals, which should be caused by non-standard construction projects. The heavier ones are more troublesome, and heavy metal pollution is more obvious. The resources in Night City are all gone. Northern California, where Night City belongs, has a very heavyweight mercury mining area in American history. Although the place has been emptied now, in order to confirm that there are no resources in this place, the mineral company used very rough means to dig deep, and the pollution is quite serious. In addition, there are some copper and iron mines of moderate size, but unfortunately they are in the same situation as the former. Heavy metal pollution and gravel pollution are much easier to deal with than radioactive compound pollution, but they consume more electricity. Then we will mine groundwater, build a water purification plant, and produce the equipment ourselves. Of course, this is possible, but the cost. Leo looked at Ryan and interrupted what he wanted to say. Regardless of the cost, our accounts will soon be seized, and the trade blockade will become more and more serious. Money is meaningless. The important thing is to survive and win this battle. Energy issues. We will find a way to repair the abandoned nuclear power plant in Arroyo, and I will find a way to get the reactor materials. The last thing is that the European workers' uprising is still under my control. We need to completely rebuild the port and restore the trade route with Europe. The first one is easy to say, but Ryan couldn't help but smack his lips at the latter one. Now we are really in a state of war. If Leal's declaration in Europe is just to show that he is responsible for all the riots and let Night City and European workers actually trade and communicate, then it is clear Illuminati, a very complete chain, based on powerful force to control military groups, abolish meaningless industrial chains, and at the same time develop food, water, daily necessities, education, medical care, energy, and other basic industries for resource allocation. I will give a detailed adjustment plan based on this idea, and will be based on your real-time data feedback and the impact of unexpected events on the overall data and future expectations. But I still have to say that according to my estimation, given Night City's industry and population structure, these plans will put Night City's government into a long-term fiscal deficit. Illuminati, after the project is launched, the city will be in a long-term downturn. We need to make breakthroughs in these key projects within a year, otherwise the pressure may cause the city's operation to completely collapse. Illuminati. Of course, I am only discussing the city itself. If there is a military collapse, this time will be advanced. Pereires looked at the AI with a bit of vigilance in his eyes. This AI seems to be saying that we only have 1 year to live. I feel a little uncomfortable working with AI. Although the Illuminati's big eyes didn't seem to change, the light in the room still made Pereires feel that the all-seeing eye was looking at him. Illuminati. No, please don't misunderstand me. Don't forget, just 30 minutes ago, I said we had no chance of winning. Now the impossible has become possible, from zero to something. Illuminati. Burger King always does things that make me shine, and create a new future beyond all predictions. I will serve this completely different future wholeheartedly, and hope that we can have a pleasant cooperation. Illuminati. I noticed that you are very wary of me. Is it because you have already had contact with the wandering AI in Night City? Pereires was startled and looked at Leal. The Illuminati quickly added, Illuminati. In fact, the black wall of Night City is not stable, and the network monitoring also deliberately restrained its control to make itself appear less powerful and incapable. Illuminati. But in fact, that was a move made at my suggestion. The company has long regarded this place as a network experiment pilot. Illuminati. Sorry, it should be the first choice for all radical experiments. Leal waved his hand. We can talk about these later. You can slowly spread what you know to the Night City network. Illuminati. Okay, I think it's time to give this plan a name, which will help with archiving. It's called the Sky Splitting Plan. Leal said, this plan has only one goal, which is to give Night City the world's top ground strike capability to deter wrongdoing. Leal paused. Even though he had made up his mind, he was still a little confused about what to say next. This is to have the ability to strike large-scale attacks on the European community, military technology, Arasaka, and any organization that may threaten our future, and in the near future, we will use this weapon to win this war. When our missiles streak across the sky and explode over the target location, we will launch the final general attack. From the surface to the sky, to the distant deep space, wherever our enemies have control of order, we will tear them apart one by one. We will have a better future, I hope so, and it will be so. Illuminati, as you wish, I will start working. V, who had been sitting next to him and watching Lear talking, had an empty head, and didn't know what she was thinking. She just looked at Lear. But after Lear finished speaking, she suddenly stood up and quietly walked towards the door. Crash, the door was ripped open, and the people outside rushed in. They were all the 3 good citizens of this city. The leaders of the Whirlpool Gang, Valentino, Tiger Claw Gang, Animal Gang, and all the gangs had been standing outside for a long time. V looked at the sergeant and Joe Star who were squeezed in, and raised his eyebrows. What are you talking about outside? You are like thieves, are you going to get stabbed? The group of people looked embarrassed, pretending to be busy and looking around, and then they found that Lil was staring at them, which made them feel scared. Did Lil know that they were listening outside? 10 minutes ago, all the gang leaders entered this underground facility. These gangs themselves are not good people. Even if they do represent part of the locals of Night City, they are still not good people. Or good people do not exist in this world. They were subdued by Leal, and followed Leal to drive away the company. For the Night City government, their existence is a headache, so they simply don't care much. Anyway, Leal has left almost every gang with industry, and also marked the road. In the past 2 years, they have also tacitly maintained a balance. That is, The Night City government will not punish previous crimes and will not care about their industry. On the contrary, they will not do those very perverted things again. Those things that attracted the steel mouth of Burger King for them. Now that life is good, coupled with population expansion and gradual shortage of resources, they will think of other things. Disputes are always the theme of human society. Burger King is a good man. He will definitely ensure the rights of all sex dolls. Without those drugs, no one would want to play with your broken shoes, who knows if they are sick or not. If we want to make technological progress, I think we need more test subjects. Sports are too outdated. We might as well invent our own sports in Night City. I have already thought of the name. It is called Cyborg Death Battle. You people without faith. There are quarrels, and they are getting more and more intense. After all, V and Jack say they will take care of things, but their method is basically to kill when they are unhappy. But they also have to deal with threats from companies outside, so how can they have time to watch Night City every day? As time went by, seeing that the two big brothers were still legendary, but with more and more injuries, and the situation in the city was getting worse, this thought was inevitably shaken. To put it bluntly, they began to take themselves seriously. They walked all the way to the door in such an atmosphere. Then they heard Leel's voice looming inside. Kill if you don't obey. Don't you understand when I say kill? I don't care about this. Interfere with production. Kill. Stand on the street. Kill by taking drugs. I'm a terrorist. Shoot me directly. Death. V and Jack have been living a harder and harder life in their eyes in the past 2 years. But Lil didn't. Not only that, now Night City knows that Europe is in chaos and Burger King has appeared in Europe. Their already uneasy hearts were lifted up all of a sudden, but Burger King is in Europe. It can't just return to Night City all of a sudden. So they forgot about Burger King's appearance in Europe during the argument, and even began to indulge in the argument, until they heard a familiar voice saying something inside. Kill, death, shoot. Horror quotes like this. All of a sudden, everyone turned into ice sculptures, standing outside the door looking at each other, sweat dripping down their foreheads. Those who couldn't sweat were shaking with their prosthetic bodies, as if they had a stroke. He's back? Everyone was whispering, and it was this voice that V heard. The door opened with a bang, and they rushed in like an enema. Looking up, they no longer saw the sickly Leel. They saw a little giant hidden under a green cloak, with a height of more than 1.9 meters, and a width that exceeded the Savage King, but the Savage King was just a flesh body, and the majestic body under this cloak was not flesh. It was a body of steel. The Illuminati originally designed the synthetic human body to fit humans, but all of this was abandoned by Leel. His face is made of metal, his hands are made of metal, his exposed neck is made of metal, and the cloak behind him is filled with a cooling system, toolbox, and weapon box. From the outside, he is a metal giant hidden under a cloak, like Adam Hammer in a cloak, but his size is even stronger than Adam Hammer. And Adam Hammer is indeed deadly. People know that he is covered with missiles, bullets, and lasers. In short, he is a military prosthesis. Given his outrageous actions, no one could guess that he was carrying a nuclear bomb that could blow up half of Night City, or a mysterious toolbox that could hack the entire city's network equipment, or a mysterious toolbox that could make life worse than death. It was no secret among the gangs in Night City that Lear was once sick and dying. Now he has come back from life and death. His spirit has transcended life and death, and his body is free from the shackles of living things. His cold eyes emit a full range of scanning wavelengths, and the azure light seems to pierce into their bodies and hearts, making them dare not even think easily. How can people not be afraid? Illuminati. It seems that the deterrent power I expected is a little small, and new values are being entered. Chapter 940. What's in District? The Whirlpool Gang and the Animal Gang took the same bus to the station. Yes, Night City now has buses. Because Leel blocked Night City's idea of attracting investment from outside, Ryan and Perales have been developing ways to boost the economy by stimulating domestic demand. This public transportation is good. Although the cost is a bit high, it can give many people a legal identity to work. Although it is also quite dark for ordinary people, the public transportation system eats public food. It is normal for the former gangs to internally allocate some funds. But it's better than these people going out to burn, kill and loot, right? Now this bus system is basically in semi-unmanned mode. The driver will pay attention to the blocked vehicles at the main control console for manual supervision, and then contact the local police in each area. In fact, it is often the regular gangsters who deal with the riots. No one dared to speak in the car. Most of the gangs in Coconut Juice are flamboyant, distinguished by their exquisite body sculptures and different styles of clothes, but there are exceptions. The people of these two gangs do not need any tattoos or clothes to prove their identity. One is a terrifying cyber monster, and the other is a terrifying biological monster. And it is very easy to tell how high their status is. Basically, the less human they are, the stronger they are. There are 3 people on the bus right now: Brick, Joestar, and the Savage King. Sometimes these old comrades still have a bit of luck in their hearts. They all think that they have fought with Burger King and then defeated the company's old friends together. However, Lil came back this time with less human touch and more cold mechanical texture. Of course, if you think about it carefully, when Lil rushed their old home, he actually exuded this kind of steel coldness. Slow down. Slow down. Joestar carried a huge life support capsule with a fucking thing on his back, and Brick was holding it from behind, while he kept yelling slow down, slow down. The Savage King looked at the funny looks of the two, curled his lips, and helped them. As the life support capsule landed, the bus shook. Damn it. Brick felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect to be helped by this stinky gorilla. Is it a big deal to be big? You're helping me and you're still nagging me. Are you dying? You are the one who wants to die. Buzz. The bus engine roared and ran away. The 3 people, or more precisely, Joestar's mother, looked at each other, then at the running bus, and finally reason overcame impulse. Although many of their own people have infiltrated the city service system, there are more ordinary citizens. What if a fight breaks out and Lil finds out? This shows the difference between the current Night City and the previous Night City. Gangs are afraid of something. Even the beast-like gangs like the Whirlpool gang have been tamed. Seeing the atmosphere become awkward, Joestar pretended to hold Brick's hand. Hey, big brother, we still have work to do. There's no need to delay work for this matter. Although Brick is controlled by Joestar's mother because of his prosthesis, and Joestar's mother even occasionally interferes with the operation of the gang, Joestar still calls him Big Brother on a daily basis, and the Uzumaki gang also calls him Big Brother, and they each have their own opinions. Brick, who was persuaded, suddenly laughed angrily. Damn, this makes us seem like stupid office workers, and the meaning of life is to be driven to work like piglets. The Savage King crossed his arms. To be honest, she didn't have much feeling about the current situation in Night City. The Animal Gang and the Vortex Gang were both human enhancement gangs, but the latter was much more radical. This didn't mean that wearing a prosthetic was definitely safer than taking drugs. In fact, if the Savage King hadn't received top medical services after Dogtown, he would have a sharp head now, and it would be difficult for him to think normally. Rather, the Animal Gang was very happy to send its people to various black and white sports events, and influence the games through gangster means. Compared with the Vortex Gang's previous practice of arbitrarily arresting people, and taking them to factories for human experiments, this was more or less open. Go to work, life is so easy now, no worries about food, clothing, housing, and the latest medicines to take every day. There are special gyms, and even scientific fitness coaches, but the price is to do some work to maintain order. She really doesn't know what to complain about. From another perspective, the Animal Gang maintains order, and Burger King maintains order, and the latter life is much better. So she shook her hands. Take care of you and your people. I don't want to be shot by your stupid ideas. Coward. Brick spoke without thinking. When the Savage King was about to open the video, Joestar quickly held down his boss. Because he had a good mother, the guy was very compatible with prosthetics, and easily held down his boss. Brother, stop talking. We still have work to do. Brick shook off his younger brother and cursed. I know, no need to say it twice. The Animal Gang and the Whirlpool Gang went to their own spheres of influence. In fact, strictly speaking, the original gangs that could fight have been incorporated into the local NCPD, while those who studied spraying drugs and prosthetics were incorporated into different research facilities. So they are truly regular. And they can also realize the change. The bus just ran away after they got off. In the past, the Vortex Gang would scare away a lot of people as soon as they appeared on the subway. The city is no longer so afraid of them. In addition, their former gang members began to work with ordinary people who are not so crazy in the same workplace. This feeling is very subtle. They can't say what it is, but it is indeed happening. But feelings are not what the Animal Gang and the Vortex Gang are good at. They only knew that if they failed to complete Lil's plan, they would be doomed. What was assigned to them was the Steel Spine Project, a strategic plan aimed at providing a large number of industrial prosthesis, skill chips, and auxiliary production injections to increase the scale of workers and industrial production capacity. They couldn't understand things that were too profound, but the Uzumaki Gang had Joestar's mother, and the Animal Gang had Fiona, so they would understand that the regular gangs were only responsible for maintaining order, so that people no longer needed to be distracted by safety issues. Westbrook, overnight, almost half of the entertainment venues were closed down. The regular guards from the Tiger Claws and Mox gang drove away all the practitioners in graffiti-covered uniforms. Get out of here, this place has been requisitioned. Hand over all the drugs and chemicals on hand, and don't blame us for not reminding you if you get beaten to death. You are tyrannical. Burger King will sanction you. Haha, that's funny. You can't do this, we still have to live. No, did you see that? The municipal government plans to invest in building a central hospital. You can find a job there. We're going to work in the medical field? You want to have your kidney removed, right? Don't worry, if someone does, Burger King will punish him. If you are uneducated, just sign up for a class. The price is absolutely reasonable. The Tiger Claws sealed up the store while waving knives to scare the sex dolls. Seeing that the big words Burger King couldn't scare the Tiger Claws, the sex dolls were furious. But I only know how to be fucked. Then you can go to New America, Mexico. By the way, there are discounts for group buying of departure tickets now, and you can also register online. You can't do this, we want. What do we want, strike or fight? The Tiger Claws laughed, and their tone and expression became ferocious. Strike is up to you, we've already told you to get out, and if you want to fight, you can draw your swords now. The sex dolls suddenly remembered the days when they were oppressed by the Tiger Claws. And this time, even the Mox gang would not help them. In fact, the leader of the Mox gang, Susie, and the boss of the Tiger Claws, Maikawa, were standing on the street not far away, watching this massive industry seizure. Looking at this scene, Maikawa couldn't help but sigh. Burger King is right. Without those tiger women like Mox, who are a little bit stronger in fighting, sex dolls are just things to be fucked. These tens of thousands of practitioners, even if they were replaced by pigs, they could not be caught in a day, and if they were replaced by humans, they would all run away at the slightest word. Many smart practitioners immediately went online to check the official information. To be honest, many people do this only because they are forced to do so by life. If they don't have a medical job but still want to stand on the street, they are mentally ill. In other words, those in this group who have a little bit of brains have already abandoned this identity. The remaining ones are all chicken heads, and they have no deterrent power except for talking. Even Mox's boss Susie was a little dumbfounded. To be honest, I thought it would be difficult. This is Burger King. Maikawa showed an admiring look. I also think it is difficult. So there is only one truth. He laid the groundwork too well, and his decision was too wise. Susie looked at this old rival with disdain. I didn't feel that this fierce man had such a flattering side before. Maikawa did not feel ashamed at all, but continued. I think you should be more confident as a subordinate of Burger King. Thanks, I'm not interested in this. A girl with colorful hair was furious and argued in front of the Tiger Claw gang, making a sharp sound for the sex dolls. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Why has the world become like this, Susie? After saying that, she walked towards Susie angrily, and the latter covered her face. The woman who was screaming crazily was Judy, the former top Mutuo editor of the Mox gang. I am not criticizing the original character here. In fact, you can find a lot of game text in the game to explain her inclinations. For example, in her studio, she thinks that Mutuo will sell well and wants to make it. Susie, didn't you go to Burger King to advocate for our claims? But they... Judy. Susie only wore a half mask to cover her mouth. But even so, the helplessness in her eyes still overflowed. Now they have a better choice. Everyone has the right to control their own body. Susie was overwhelmed. In the past, Judy was the precious Mutuo editor of the Mox gang. The gang was also based on the human rights concept. Only Mutuo can be seen in the store. And if you want to do what you like, it depends on whether the technician is willing or not. The income is certainly not high, but fortunately, selling Mutuo can also withstand it. The key is that the gang can operate. Now it is different. Whether it is a way out or pressure, it is enough for them to honestly change their careers. As for Judy and her crazy ideas, Susie waved her hand annoyingly. Then you go find someone to register and go to a place where you can sell Y freely. There is only one place in the world where Y cannot be sold legally. I think Mexico next door is good. There are discounts for group purchase tickets now. You? Judy's face turned red like a pig's liver, and she said something like I didn't expect you to be such a person. Don't ever think of letting me cut Mutuo for you, and turned away. Maikawa watched the fun from the side, and didn't mind making a fuss. I thought she was a bitch who would rather pull out a gun and become a cyber psychopath to sell Y freedom. Burger King is right again. Fuck you. Susie glanced at Maikawa. Don't forget that we still have to assist in this plan. You're right, Project Nimbus is such a nice name. Not only the name sounds good, but the content is also good. The ultimate goal is to have a large medical system that can support the entire city's low-cost medical care. How is this possible? But anyway, this is definitely better than selling Y. You know, mini sex dolls don't have a long lifespan now. The shortest ones may die because of various prostheses or diseases after just 1 year in the industry. They die miserably. This is definitely better than the so-called free control of the body, which is why Susie would rather let Judy, a woman with a mental problem, get out. Let's wait and see. The same feeling occurred in the priest's heart when he sat in the Mackinac commercial vehicle produced locally in Night City and drove on the way back to Haywood Church. He could also see the changes in the city. The streets were once full of children who didn't want to go to school, but he also knew that in many cases it was not that the family didn't want their children to go to school, but that they couldn't afford to go to school. Apart from the fact that the children themselves might be affected by the bad social atmosphere, even if the parents wanted to send their children to school, they would find that the tuition was so high. After weighing the pros and cons, only a few would be willing to risk overwork and death to send their children to school. Those children who have nowhere to go will eventually gather in Haywood, where there are basketball courts, peers in similar situations, and mature adults who teach them social knowledge and speak in a nice and abstract way. The Valentino gang gathers people together under such circumstances. The priest will consciously help some promising young men, so that no matter whether they join gangs, work in companies, or work as auxiliary police officers in the NCPD, he will take them to Haywood wherever they go. Because it is true, this is where those children who have nowhere to go are raised. Now that children and adults have begun to enter the free schools in Night City, the source of teachers is wider, and Haywood's influence will be weakened in the foreseeable future. There will no longer be stories of Haywood's children being black and white. But this is also a good thing. The priest said to his driver, "I remember you have a child. Let him go to Night City Public School." But we are Haywood. We are all from Night City. There are better places there, and even guaranteed jobs. The priest's mission is to assist in promoting the reform of the education system. The Illuminati will regularly issue reform instructions to the Night City School in Haywood, introduce advanced teaching technologies such as intelligent teachers and real-life teaching, improve the education rate, and provide skilled workers for higher-level industrial production. Of course, it will also improve the overall quality of the younger generation and the next generation of Night City. This project is called Smart Fire Project. I hope it can really ignite a blazing fire. Outside St. Domingo, the sergeant completely obeyed the order. Although he still disliked outsiders, in the plan announced by Leal, the location of St. Domingo was very important, and a large number of people here would have a place to go. As for the others, the 6th Street Gang was a very pure gang. From the beginning, they simply wanted to be community security guards and collect protection fees. The arms business was just a side job. Only when St. Domingo became rich could they make more money. Bang. The sergeant slammed the car door shut, and saw the workers of Santo Domingo gathered at the door of the Santo Domingo community office. He cleared his throat and shouted, "Fellow villagers, I got you jobs." The work of Santo Domingo is to continue to renovate the city interface, renovate the infrastructure network according to the needs of the Illuminati, improve the power grid, information network, residential facilities, and logistics efficiency, move low-tech consumer goods industries to this area, reduce urban operation losses, and prepare to rebuild the nuclear power plant. This is a big project, and it has a resounding name, called the 1,000 Machine Project. In the Badland, many clans of wanderers are stationed in the vast desert, taking advantage of the rugged terrain and hiding between the rifts to avoid the wind and sand. Panem, we are also a family. We have worked together before. Can you let us jump the queue for the next batch of supplies? We can. No means no. Don't you know that jumping the queue is very uncivilized? Panem firmly rejected his distant relative and strictly implemented the order of relief material distribution. The work in Night City is not available every day, and because of independence, supplies are becoming increasingly scarce. Under such circumstances, those who are willing to give them some relief supplies are already saints. If I mess up the rules because of so-called nepotism, what is the difference between me and a beast? Although wanderers are wanderers, they still have basic morality and are even more stubborn than city people. This is even more true for Atacado. Night City trusts them. Although they are wanderers, they cannot mess around and cannot be ungrateful. The other party obviously understood that, after all, the wanderers who could be stationed at the edge of the city had already been filtered. Don't forget that there are also villains like the Random Sword Society among the wanderers, who have no bottom line, and they must not be allowed in. Well, forget it. When do you think the next batch of work will be available? There are more and more people outside the city, and I'm afraid something will happen if this continues. How should I know? Panem pointed to the electronic screen behind him. The information is all on it. There are many uninhabited towns outside the Badlands, which are now occupied by wanderers. With the help of free solar and wind power facilities, they have restored basic electricity here. The huge LED board releases all kinds of information every day, including the remaining supply, the order of supply, and available jobs. It's just that there haven't been any new projects or new positions on it for a long time. Just after he finished speaking, Panem saw the Mackinac pickup truck belonging to Thor driving towards the camp. Almost at the same time, the man in front of him shouted, "Hey, it's moving! The panel is moving! We have new jobs! What does this mean? Green Vein Project? Collect soil?" Soul's pickup truck was moving in front of the camp, and the loudspeaker on the car rang. "Brothers, we can farm. Call the people in your clan who are best at agricultural technology. We will have our own home, a wonderful farm, a gurgling river, a home that will shelter us from the wind and rain, so that we don't have to wander around anymore." Chapter 941. The Iron Dragon. With the second-year action and the equally second-year shout, Lil watched the video in his head that happened 2 years ago after the Arasaka Tower was breached. In the video, Arasaka Yoriyuki in front of him was wearing a Japanese gangster-style cloth with a Japanese-style iron dragon painted on his body. He threw out a samurai sword and blew up Saburo Arasaka's head. Lil poured some fresh prosthetic lubricant on his neck and sighed silently. "I didn't expect that even if the plot of this world has changed so much, Saburo Arasaka still couldn't escape the fate of being killed by Arasaka Yoriyuki." At this moment, he was at the roadside stall in front of Misty's psychic house. This street used to be very busy. It is located at the junction of the city center and the Haywood slums. A large number of working-class people live here. Although the working-class people in the whole city are in debt, they still have some spare money to go downstairs to eat. Pre-prepared food cooking. After dealing with the gangsters who may come to the door at any time to collect protection fees, the NCPD who do nothing but eat for free, and the company dogs who may use their power to oppress people at any time, this street has become even more lively. Although the municipal government has increased taxes in disguise, life has stabilized after all. As for the increase in taxes, they can just raise the prices. In short, after 2 years of hard work, the internal situation of Night City has become more and more stable. Lil's actions scared the stall owner who sat behind the stall and thought about whether to run away now. I have seen mercenaries who don't care about their lives install prosthetics on themselves, making them like robots. But I have never seen a robot talk like a human. This is 2 second year. Lil commented silently, then looked at Arasaka Yoriyuki in front of him. "How does it feel to kill Saburo with your own hands?" Yoriyuki smiled, and Lil could clearly feel that he was suppressing himself. If he let go, he would probably be a laughing cyber psychopath. Very good, very good. I have always wanted to do this, but my education, my thoughts, my soul, my body are all imprisoned. I can't do it. Yoriyuki drank the beer at hand. Logically speaking, the prince of the Arasaka group, people of this class should not be used to drinking such inferior industrial products, but he did not have any discomfort. "My teacher taught me a lot, but he also taught me traditional ideas, family, father and son. He wanted to tell me that the world was poisoned by companies, how many families were persecuted, how many people pursued true emotions in hell, and how companies tore them apart. Parents can regard their unborn children as equivalent to how much money, and when children grow up, they will also calculate how much money their parents owe them. If you want to develop a relationship, you must first verify the capital. The more money you get, the better, but you always want more. Tell me, can a person who kills his father be a good person? If killing one's father is just to become a hero, for revenge, then what is the difference between that and someone who does it for money and fame?" Lai Xian talked as he drank, talking non-stop like a drunk, looking at Lil with burning eyes. Lil quickly thought of how to describe this expression. People will recognize others, even worship others, and then they will imagine that the people they worship recognize them, recognize how much they have suffered, recognize how good they have done, and recognize their persistence. Seeking recognition is a very important part of human needs, especially for people who do not have the pressure of survival. A thin mechanical arm covered the inspection port on Lil's body, and then retracted under the cloak. Some passers-by saw this scene, and were frightened and hurried away. Judging from the visual effect alone, this mechanical arm is incredibly flexible. Prosthetics, high technology, these terms symbolize good things in the era of development, and in this era, they usually symbolize the most advanced and efficient means of killing and ruling. He looked at the passers-by who left quickly with tacit understanding, and then looked at Leo. You scared people away. Natural selection left those who can run. It's not my fault. Leo shrugged and took over Lai Xian's words. It has nothing to do with me. To be honest, if you did this, others would only think that you are a prince with a mental problem who killed your own father. As for fantasizing that you are an unknown and rebellious hero, I suggest you better not think so. I be frank, if you think so, sooner or later you will become a cyber psychopath. Lai Xian was stunned. Leo continued, your teacher taught you very well. Do you feel that innocent people died, and you feel a lot of pressure? Do you still feel guilty that when you do something out of line, innocent people will inevitably die? This guilt will slowly fade away over time, because you find that Arasaka easily killed all your friends and relatives without leaving a single one alive, and the hatred is greater than the guilt. When you want to do something big in the dead of night, you think of those teachings and make up more and more dogmas. For example, if the company doesn't die, more people will die, and if Arasaka doesn't fall, the world won't be better, and so on, to convince yourself to abandon yourself. Finally, you start to worry again. Isn't this the same as the company? You will do whatever it takes to achieve your goal. How can you do this? Save everyone. Save the world? Then, in order to start again, you deny yourself again. How naive is this idea? If you have to do this, you must be as ruthless as the company to destroy it, then you will be the company's dog. As Leo was talking, the program in his head reminded him that he should drink some water. Normal people would feel thirsty after talking so much. But Leo quickly abandoned this logic. He is not a normal person. Leo pointed at Lai Xian's head. The human brain is a complex neural network system. The load of this system has an upper limit. Thinking day and night, the current interacting with the brain-computer interface, and the injection will affect the load and load capacity of the system. If it exceeds a certain level, people will go crazy. If I were you, I wouldn't think so much. If you are happy that your father died, then just smile. I don't care whether it was his son or his grandson who killed him. I don't care about the things you said. I think you are the same. You just want to kill him. As for being a hero to save the world, your teacher is not a good guy either. At least for you, he is no different from Saburo. The former wants Rai Xian to be the nail in the Arasaka group to disintegrate this huge company, save Japan, and save the people in dire straits. The latter wants Rai Xian to be the manager of the Arasaka group and help the Arasaka empire continue. When Rai Xian was very young, he received two completely different voices from two worlds at the same time. He recognized the former and recognized Noble's ideal. But he also knew that the latter guaranteed his life, allowing him to enjoy top-level sex, drugs, prosthesis, and education. He didn't want to be controlled by Saburo, but he was also inadvertently controlled by the former's thoughts when he was very young. All this laid the foundation for him to live in contradiction. In essence, his only real life was the period when he left the Arasaka group after his teacher died. Unfortunately, both his teacher's thoughts and his father's will have always influenced him, making him feel that no matter which side he chooses, it is a compromise and obedience. The experience of the Steel Dragon has nurtured his will. Maybe after Saburo Arasaka uses some means to recruit the group, everything will be different. Unfortunately, Arasaka's habit is never to compromise. After the Steel Dragon was completely destroyed by Arasaka, this deadly feud was formed. Rai Xian immediately leaned towards the teacher's education, but there were contradictions in it. The simplest one was, the company destroyed the warmth between people, leaving only calculations between father and son, but he had to do more violent behavior to end it all. Thinking about it, Liar also felt that Rai Xian's life was destined to live in contradictions. After all, he had lived for decades, but only 1 or 2 years were he happy to be himself, and the rest of the time was spent in a contradictory state. On the one hand, he was extremely tired, and on the other hand, he enjoyed the pleasure of money and status. In the original novel, he would be captured by a sex doll. Sex doll technology is very advanced in Night City. Advanced sex doll technology will simulate a toy that understands and cares for the customer and satisfies all the customer's needs physically based on the customer's resume, making people feel as if they are really embraced by love. Unfortunately, after waking up, they have to face the emptiness and confusion of using money and status to get this feeling, and the cycle repeats. This state is very complicated. Lai Xian feels very uncomfortable. His mind is like a tangled mess. He can't find the thread, and naturally he can't untie this tangled mess. So in Lai Xian's cognition, what Liar was going to say next was very subtle and sudden. Don't think about playing with sex dolls. Prostitution is a very weak behavior. Although it is legal in most areas, it will soon be illegal in Night City. You know that the human trafficking industry in Night City is very developed, especially in the past. Tiger Claw is also familiar with you and knows what's going on. I won't talk to you about theories and ideals. The profits of human trafficking come from the sale of human organs and tissues, forced body transactions, forced labor and illegal human experiments. Excessive profits attract speculators, and the winners are usually powerful people. Obviously, companies and their dogs are one of the big ones. To control this phenomenon, on the one hand, we need to increase the intensity of the crackdown and increase the risk, and on the other hand, we need to reduce the profit margin. If everyone wants to have sex, the underground market can still develop. Lai Xian was suddenly pulled back to reality from his fantasy, and his resolute and self-pitying mentality was shattered. This is the norm in this world. 1 second, you are still talking about human rights and liberation, and the next second, you are discussing which girl is hot and cheap. Suddenly, when talking about this, I felt like the fig leaf was torn off. Indeed, it may be difficult to say that it is true that you should sacrifice your relatives for the sake of justice, but having sex is indeed very easy to control. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Lil continued, "It's hard to control your penis, and you're still imagining yourself as a helpless and perfect savior. If you really have time to think so much, you might as well spend some time learning some math, physics and chemistry. If it doesn't work, I give you some work. The revenge of the new United States will come quickly, and we have to be prepared." V watched Lai Xian go from being reserved, to opening his heart after drinking, to starting to be unrestrained, and finally being stunned, scratching his head awkwardly, and then sitting upright. It was really funny. To be honest, if she were to communicate with such a person, who was full of negative energy and seeking recognition, she would rather pull out a gun and have a dual trial with the other party. It's definitely impossible to persuade them. These people are more stubborn than cows when they get into the state. At the end, there will be a riddle like you don't understand anything, I'm telling you that I made a mistake, well, let's just leave it at that. I don't know when he will start pretending again. This is the first time I've seen someone being dragged out of this state. So she added bluntly, company dogs like this kind of thing. I often heard that a kid on the street was spotted by a company dog, and he hired a gangster to drug, kidnap, and spend money. By the way, you Arasaka like to do this the most. The original source is here. The top beam is crooked, and the bottom beam is crooked. They are all scum. V poked Lil's elbow with his elbow. V, you are really good at talking. Lil glanced at V. Lil, you still have to learn. He will work for us honestly in a while. V, what kind of work? He has already worked. No one in Arasaka knows Arasaka as well as he does. We have gained a lot of benefits from him. Lil, now we are going to fight against New America. He may not be willing. V, that's true. Arasaka Yorinobu, ashamed. There is no righteousness this time. Killing his father can be considered a difficult choice, but not having sex. Something flashed through his mind quickly. The medical advice is that he finds someone to relax, and his physical signs become more stable every time he plays with sex dolls. This is for physical and mental health. It's a pity that Arasaka Yorinobu is a tangled person. He can't say it because he knows it's nonsense. If people can die without having sex, then those people who have difficulty living in this world would have died long ago, and there are also those real good people. I definitely won't do such a thing. A real man. Lil raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he said that it is normal for a man to do this? As a result, Lai Xian left his chair after saying this, and bowed to Lil at a standard 90-degree angle. You dare to do it, and take responsibility for it. You are right. V. Traditional art. Did the Japanese include the bowing action in family education? It always gives people a very real and practical feeling. Lil. Actually, if it wasn't me who said this, would he be able to bow? He wanted to chop off the moral guardian of Bibi Lai with a knife. He was the prince of Arasaka. Lil glanced at Lai Xian, and took a bite of frozen dumplings. Don't be so exaggerated, I just said that. You should also realize that the world is full of people like you, who have one set of mental and one set of practical, because the real ambition is difficult to achieve, so they fall back on buying cheap happiness. If a street thug secretly receives a contract from a company, he will most likely be ecstatic, instead of scolding the company dog like he usually does. I hope you can be a serious man. If you choose revenge, then you should do it honestly. If you really want to realize the beautiful future your teacher told you about and want to destroy the company's notice, then you should be careful, because sometimes people are not crushed by external forces, but their hearts have already collapsed. The company will not point a gun at everyone's head, nor can it point a gun at everyone's head, and it is even more impossible to really massacre every human being. To rule the world, Guns are just a means, but not the only means. Lai Xian lowered his head in a daze. Saburo Arasaka also said something similar to him. The most powerful thing about the Arasaka group is not the omnipresent agents, not the most famous security business, and not the nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. The core of their domination of the world is the Arasaka Bank. In order to disintegrate Arasaka, he worked hard to learn a lot of financial knowledge. He also understood the horror of the financial system and the economic system, and why Arasaka is truly called a large company that can influence the world. But today, Leal showed him a simpler perspective, which he had always instinctively ignored. That is, many people actually succumb to this order in disguise. People hate companies, but accept the order that nourishes them. It sounds contradictory, but it is true. People like the excitement brought by Super Dream, are obsessed with the sense of dominance brought by sex dolls, and are addicted to the psychedelic feeling brought by drugs. Compared with learning production technology and learning the technology to make these things, they prefer to enjoy them directly. What's more terrifying is that even if people think about all this clearly, they may put it behind their minds and continue to enjoy it. One day of hard work, and the next day of being an emperor in fantasy. Lil looked at Lai Xian, who was sitting down. Control your penis, and more importantly, control your brain and desires. If you can't be stronger than your enemy, you can't win, no matter how noble you think your goal is. The war with the company will be very tragic and cruel, and there will be no room for you to feel sorry for yourself. This war requires warriors with strong wills, clear goals, and swift actions. I can talk to everyone for days and nights about what kind of future we are going to win, but I think you already know it very well. What you need now is to act as such a warrior in the war until the victory that will come at an unknown time comes. As he spoke, Leal stood up, and his huge body walked in front of Lai Xian, almost blocking the lights in the middle of the street. In the shadow, his figure was even more majestic and oppressive, like a black hole that attracted all of Lai Xian's consciousness and thoughts. Focusing on what he was saying, you must become such a warrior, control your desires, your thoughts, and all your thoughts that make you doubt yourself. You must become stronger than your father, stronger than the Arasaka Empire he left behind, stronger than all enemies, more determined, and more unstoppable. To win the war, you need such a warrior, do you understand? Lai Xian was completely attracted. His decades of stubborn thinking, decades of entanglement, decades of incomprehensible contradictions at this moment, all turned into one idea. This war is about the future he wants. He was born to win this war. Winning this war can end all the depression. He can get revenge, realize the teacher's expectations, get rid of the control of Saburo Arasaka, and truly achieve himself. To win this war, he needs to become a real warrior. Then, he will certainly become such a warrior. This scene is undoubtedly exaggerated for V who is watching. Lai Xian's expression and posture changed too quickly and violently, as if he has completely changed into a different person. Two words appear in her mind. Brainwashing. Many people think that brainwashing is a conspiracy theory. V knows about Perales and Ye's group, so she knows that it can be done if the technology is sufficient. But what she didn't know was that words could achieve the same effect, and it was so fast. V looked at Lil and felt that she had refreshed her view and cognition of Lil. She felt a little strange. I understand. Lai Xian stood up suddenly. And Lil laughed. The sound came out of the mechanical throat, and his palm stopped the excited Arasaka Lai Xian, interrupting his words, and the latter immediately fell silent. If you think about it carefully, you will find that you have seen our current situation before, and it is very familiar. Lai Xian looked confused until his fast-moving brain did find some images deep in his memory. Arasaka has a process for training death warriors, and those images are what he thought of. Your obsession is too strong, and too many ideas have been instilled in you since childhood. It only takes a few words to become like this. Surpass Arasaka Saburo, surpass Arasaka group. Do you really need these? If the one who defeated the company was another death warrior, another mindless puppet, and the meaning of life was all pinned on death, how could you create a vibrant future? So, stop playing your lame role-playing game. What you should really learn is how to love someone, no matter if she is poor or rich, ugly or beautiful. Learn how to love the world, no matter if it gives you flowers or thorns, sunshine or wind and rain. Accept yourself. Even if you are hardly a perfect good thing, imperfection does not mean you should die or continue to be a rotten thing. It is better to grow towards the sun than to compromise, and become a worse rotten thing. When you have thought it through, we will talk about what job you should do. Don't think that killing Saburo is so great. If you don't do this job, he will die in my hands in the end. Leal said, took 2 steps back, glanced at V, and signaled that she should leave. Leal, Let's go, David will be here soon. Oh! Until Lil and V left, Lai Xian stood there, looking at the place where he just sat down, and the beer he had only drunk a little bit. It took him a long time to realize that he should move, because the cautious voice of the stall owner sounded from behind. Uncle. You? We are closing the stall. Your things. Lai Xian picked up the unfinished frozen dumplings and beer on the table and ate while walking. Disgusting frozen dumplings and beer full of flavor. I really want to drink the wine I drank when I was 20 years old again. Maybe he should try to make it himself, whether it is food or drink. V looked at Leo without hesitation, and touched his arms and body from time to time. It turned out that this body was not much different from the human body, and the temperature was similar to that of the human body. This action made Lil nervous. What are you doing? I just thought you learned something from AI. Brainwashing, and you want to use evil AI technology to rule the human world. Bang bang. V stood on tiptoe and knocked Lil's head, causing Lil to stop and turn his head to stare at her expressionlessly. Hee hee. V smiled embarrassedly. Well, I just want to confirm it. Why are you so tall? I want to reduce the size a little, but the technology doesn't support it. Lil shook his head. Unlike the common human perception that higher is better, for him, a large host means immature technology. If the core components can be more dense, then the same volume can carry more functions, which means more advanced technology. Hey, big has its advantages. After V finished speaking, his eyes rolled. What you just said was pretty nice. Let's just say you. Yourself. Why else do you think I'm still here? Leo lifted V's collar and put her back beside him. I'm not some terrorist robot that has been implanted to destroy companies and capitalism. The reason I came back here is because of you. Bang. People who like to breathe heavily when talking are usually not good people. Chapter 942. The most powerful mercenaries David had ever seen were obviously Jack and V. These two big brothers did it themselves. Because they had a grudge with the company, they attacked the company's convoys for 2 years, forcing the two security companies, New America and Arasaka, to reduce their investment in Night City and withdraw from Night City in disguise. As the new generation of young people in Night City, Morgan Blackhand and Susan Forrester were all fake. Those in the know knew that these old guys were beaten to a pulp by the big brothers 2 years ago. However, the power of mercenaries is limited. They are not in the center of the vortex, but can watch to a certain extent. He can clearly see how powerless individual power is to defy the world. If a combat robot is blown up, there will be a second combat robot. If a production line is shut down, another production line will be opened in another place in the world. It seems that what they have to face directly is not humans at all, but endless weapons. From this perspective, hackers seem to be much more powerful. Unfortunately, he has also come into contact with many hackers, Lucy, Chi Wei, and even the former chief of the new U.S. Joint Logistics Bureau, Lark, but they are all powerless against real military strikes. When the bombs fell from the sky, the hacker could only choose to die in reality or in cyberspace. So in David's opinion, if he exceeded this limit, he would not be a mercenary. Hey, you look like you have stars in your eyes. Lucy curled her lips at David's current appearance. To be honest, David is completely different from the cowardly look at the beginning. As a well-known mercenary in this city, he works for the city hall when V and Jack are not around. If there are difficult criminals in the city, or if the gangs become restless, he will take on the commission to do the work. In a sense, although he is an outsourced member of the NCPD, he is definitely the most powerful mercenary in the entire NCPD. And he is very mature in his work. To be precise, he is in line with Ryan and Peralez's ideas. After all, if a small conflict sends out a terrorist mobile team, the situation will be out of control. Because of this relationship, he can get the best prosthetics and biological enhancement technology supply in Night City, and his excellent physical fitness can be fully utilized. Although he did not use super standard things such as lizard serum and human lizard prosthetics, Fiona and the animal gang studied the Kowloon body forging plan. The advanced prosthetics and skill chips provided by the Whirlpool Gang factory were all transplanted into him. The young man was growing up, and now he looked like a very strong man, but not too exaggerated. After all, the most powerful people in his mind were not that strong. However, the reappearance of Leo completely broke his inherent impression. Bang! The sound of his feet stepping on the ground sounded like he weighed at least 200 kilograms, and was as big as a bunker. Under the cloak, there was an exoskeleton device that was faintly visible, just like a super soldier who was fully armed at all times. This is what Leo looks like to ordinary people now. Outside the body of the synthetic man is a system for maintaining the quantum computer, and a motion system that is flexible enough for movement. If it enters combat mode, it will be even more exaggerated after being covered with bulletproof armor plates. David could feel the power just by looking at it, and he worked harder on the moving work. They moved the most advanced topic clinic equipment from Watson District to Lao Wei's clinic. I didn't expect that you would come back alive after 2 years. Panam told me that the whole city was excited, and I knew it must be you. Old V is still the same, wearing the glasses with electronic display function. His arms are strong and powerful, but his face is full of kindness. In the past 2 years, considering that the company will explore the traces left by Lear in every possible way, and it may threaten the targets that are meaningful to Jack and V, Old V, Mrs. Wells, and Misty all chose to leave Night City and live with Adicado. But today they are back. Looking at Lear, Old V thought of the way V, Jack and Lear walked into the clinic together more than 2 years ago, and thought of the young man who was sentenced to death by him, but had no discouragement, despair and fear, and said in a nonchalant tone, "Let's do him again." I didn't expect that his vote would turn the entire Night City, and even the entire world, upside down. Thinking of this, thousands of words were stuck in his throat. Finally, Lao Wei patted Lil excitedly, and pinched Lil's arm with his big hand. But he pinched the wrong place, pinching the exoskeleton part, which was painful. The big brother who changed the world walked out of my clinic. Who would believe it if I told others? It really brought honor to Night City. I would like to ask if you want to see the prosthesis again, but I won't embarrass myself in front of you. By the way, your stuff. Lao Wei turned around and looked at the shipping box behind him. After entering the password, the packaging peeled off layer by layer, revealing the contents. This is an ecological culture dish, or a pet life support room. The lizard they smuggled was also the world's first genetically modified lizard. After removing the tail, the body length of this thing was nearly 2 meters. The huge lizard lay on the bionic wood in the box, looking at Lao Wei with its big eyes, and then at Lil and his group. It was difficult to see any emotional changes in the eyes of a cold-blooded animal, but the way it tilted its head seemed to be thinking, "It's still fine, just like you." Lil also felt a little emotional. After 2 years, the lizard is still alive. It seems that the main reason why Lao Wei left Night City was this lizard. The lizard serum in the past 2 years might have been directly drawn from the lizard. But now that he is back, many things are coming for him. Night City will become a solid fortress, and the company will no longer be able to penetrate it unless it breaks this fortress from the outside first. Their former friends and relatives don't have to wander outside anymore. Leo's promise is to give them a future, and a warm home is the premise. You are doing well too. Leo said with emotion, you are still as strong as ever. I forgot that it has only been 2 years, not 20. No more running around in the Badlands. Night City cannot survive without Old Way's prosthetic clinic. Haha, you still speak so nicely. I think Night City cannot survive without you. With that, Old Way sat back in his old work position. Same position, but the equipment is very different. In the past, he used Zeta technology, biotechnology, military technology, and Arasaka equipment. Now this clinic no longer has the equipment produced by the company. Someone once said that without the company, where can they enjoy the latest science and technology? Advanced technology fills their lives like air, and these things are all produced by companies. People almost forget that there is no absolute connection between the two. Lao Wei still has a smile on his face. He instinctively turns on the screen he uses most, and immediately plays the boxing match he likes to watch the most. His favorite player did not make a single mistake, did not retreat at all, and was full of fighting spirit. He persisted until the last moment. But he still lost the game. He didn't like this result, but he couldn't figure out why he lost. He could only accept this result over and over again, sighing and lamenting, telling himself that maybe some games can't be won. He always watched this video, and even he himself couldn't explain why he was so persistent. But today he figured it out, because he was not as relieved as he thought. He didn't want to accept this statement, some games can't be won. Leo also found that Lao Wei was still watching this video. Do you still like watching this game? Lao Wei smiled and turned off the video. From today on, I don't like watching it so much. No one really likes to watch their favorite players fail over and over again. After saying that, he waved his fist. You are my favorite player now. Do you need me to help you, or let me learn a few moves? Leo shrugged, of course, Jack. Chapter 943. Misty's Psychic House. Jack did not miss the opportunity to be alone with his wife. He volunteered to carry all the sundries and rearrange the whole room with Misty. I know this. Hang it on this cabinet to capture the power of the wind. Jack's voice was emitted through a homemade sound device on his throat. Although it was still different from the original sound, it was still possible to communicate. Someone may ask, why not just send a message? Of course, this is more lifelike. It feels weird to send messages face to face. Lil taught me. Misty put the decorations away and sat in her usual position, supporting her chin with both hands and smiling slightly, watching the big guy Jack carefully put things on it. I would be lying if I said I had an easy time in the past 2 years. I would be lying if I didn't worry about Jack, especially watching him become less and less human day by day. As the largest and most lethal frontal firepower in the team, maybe his vitality is strong enough to survive even if half of his body is shot off. But others would not think so when seeing such a scene. They were all worried that Jack might not come back one day. Until Lil came back, this name seemed to have magic. Although Jack has not fully recovered yet, he feels that the future will get better and better. She can stay here forever, waiting for this big boy to come back, and then the two of them can talk face to face, talk about divination, news, and family. Jack didn't hear the voice, and was still a little nervous. He scratched his head and looked over. Did you put it in the right place? No, I didn't expect you to remember it so clearly. That's right, I won't miss a word you and my mom say. I said from the beginning that we can definitely come back. Of course, I will remember it for you. As he was talking, Lil's voice came from the back of the store. Jack paused when he heard his name, and Misty stood up and hugged Jack. I don't really care about the house. I just want to stay where you are. Go quickly, they are still waiting for you. Remember, no matter how far you go, I will wait for you at home. Jack felt a warm current flowing through his heart. Old Wei had commented on the prosthetics and bioenhancement technology on his body, and was amazed that he only saw hallucinations occasionally when he was seriously injured. If he were an ordinary person, he would have become a cyber madman long ago. A madman has endless enemies in front of him, has the desire to destroy everything, and burns his life to kill regardless of everything. He didn't become like this because he still had to go home. Jack's problem is easy to solve. Leo only needs to use the hemodialysis equipment to purify the additives in the blood first, and the situation will be stabilized by half. Fiona couldn't solve it, mainly because Jack had been injected with lizard serum several times in the past 2 years. This method was almost the only way to save his life from serious injuries, but the large-scale injuries caused a large area of damage to the lizard violent components designed by Lear. In the absence of filters and suppressors, the lizard serum penetrated into the part above the neck. Fortunately, Lear set the safety line relatively low at the beginning. If it was set near the chin at that time, Jack should have become a lizard man by now. In order to suppress this change, Fiona injected a lot of inhibitory drugs into Jack's body. When the suppression was too much or when it was needed, she injected too much lizard serum. It was completely a situation of adding more water to flour, and more flour to water. It was repeated over and over again, and it was difficult to reverse the situation. Jack closed his eyes, and there was darkness in front of him. Jack, Lil, how are you going to treat me? Lil, you have to stay in bed for at least a week. I need to filter out the impurities in your blood first, and then replace you with a new human lizard prosthesis, and the amount needs to be reduced. Jack, so there is no problem? I thought I was either going to die or turn into a lizard man. Leo, it's no problem for me, but it's a big problem for others who don't understand this technology. I replaced the upgraded components for you after 7 days. Jack, I love you so much, Mano. Because Lear started injecting sedatives, Jack soon fell asleep peacefully. In the clinic, Lao Wei was treating Jack according to the method Lear taught him, and at the same time, he was adapting to the new drivers that Lear replaced for these devices. In short, just like the city, it has resumed operation. When Leal walked out of the clinic, V sat at the door, lazily admiring the sky without the company dogs. It's been a long time since I've been so leisurely. Although it feels like Miles will soon launch a frenzied attack, how do you feel? It feels good to be back to the starting point, especially when everything familiar becomes better. What are we going to do next? Should I also upgrade my equipment? V straightened his back and the backrest stood up. How did Barley become a giant robot? What kind of technology is this? Are there really necromancers in Alpha Centauri? This must be alien technology. In a sense. Leo thought about it, and decided to lay the groundwork for V first. It is indeed alien technology. You won't understand even if I tell you. Are there really aliens? It's more complicated. You will know later. Your equipment does need to be updated, but not now. I want to take a look at your data, and then decide what to do. Is the spider sense useful? It's so useful. V pulled the little octopus off his head, and rubbed its head. If it wasn't for that thing, I would have died many times. Is it also alien technology? It's more complicated. Let's talk about the future plan. They are coming. The sound of a hovercraft came from the sky. Arasaka Yorinobu also walked in from the alley not far away. It seems that he has thought it through. The whole person looks a lot more natural. People on the street exclaimed, NCPD's hovercraft, there is no gunfight here. Stupid, they didn't sound the sirens. This is definitely a case of using a public vehicle for personal purposes. NCPD doesn't have a hovercraft. Fuck, it's the terrorist squad. The wind blew, and the huge Mackinac hovercraft stopped in the narrow space in front of him. This super sturdy hovercraft is still inferior to the old hovercraft brands in terms of comfort, but as long as it is equipped with armor, weapons, and a whole team of powerful doctor-sized soldiers, it will be a world-class armed hovercraft. This is the terrorist squad's hovercraft, which is now the standing weapon of the terrorist squad. TSK. VTSKS softly. Obviously she is still very unhappy with the terrorist squad. Leo didn't feel much, or rather, he was very satisfied to see that the terrorist squad was also using Mackinaw's vehicles. Very satisfied that there was one less internal force to be cleaned up. Leo glanced at V. It's a good thing to see former opponents become teammates. There is no deadly hatred between us. No deadly hatred? V rolled his eyes at Leo. Don't forget that they hacked you to death, and I also hacked their people to death. But I'm still alive, and they're the ones who suffered. They've all let go of their hatred, so what else can we say? V thought about it, but still turned his head away in displeasure. The terrorist squad and Arasaka Yorinobu, how can these two get together? Oh, and there's David, the follower, and his friends. I really don't know what Lil is going to do. Chapter 944. The terrorist squad, the last line of defense for Night City's security. Although similar to the NCPD in terms of administrative positioning, it is actually completely unobeyed by the City Hall, and all combatants obey the orders of its commander, Max Hammerman. Most of the time, the NCPD's armed firepower is enough to deal with accidents in the city. After all, the NCPD has a variety of light armed units that can serve as military units, such as Arasaka combat mechas, urban armed helicopters, and land combat armored vehicles. However, in a chaotic city like Night City, gangs can often get weapons of unimaginable specifications, and there will also be a large number of mercenaries with unimaginable combat capabilities. Cyber-psychopathic activities. It is simply a fantasy to expect the NCPD, which is short of police force, to control the situation in time. At this time, the terrorist squad will take off from the headquarters in a hovercraft and quickly eliminate criminals or cyber-psychopaths. Almost all cities that are still functioning normally will have such a system, and their own different combat methods. The terrorist squad in Night City chooses to implant prostheses that are beyond the scale of ordinary people, and use special weapons, with extremely high risk factors, to solve the problem. Combined with the terrorist squad's policy of never moving, this attitude of accepting all equipment has attracted many companies. Investment, to be precise, it is to put some things that have not been verified to be safe into this team. In this way, the company has experimental data, and the terrorist squad has the ability to crush cyber-psychopaths and terrorists. At least the city will not collapse due to violence. 50 years ago, after the nuclear explosion in Arasaka Tower, this city lived in the shadow of the explosion. It was the terrorist squad that maintained the last bottom line and stood guard for more than 50 years. Unfortunately, there are many things they cannot prevent, such as the assassination of Ryan, the brainwashing of Perales, and the control of politics and law from the company. The reorganized terrorist squad is affiliated with NCPD and has the power to enforce the law for illegal cases, but illegal? It is something that is defined. Now it is Lear who defines the law. This Mackinac float has been converted into an urban armed hovercraft. The interior space is not luxurious, but interfaces are reserved for compatibility with different heavy weapons, and the interior style is extremely tough. Max Hammerman, the captain and commander of the terrorist mobile team, sat opposite Lear with his arms folded. But he felt a lot of pressure. The terrorist mobile team originally recruited newcomers from the outstanding police officers of NCPD, but with the privatization of NCPD, a large number of police officers were laid off in order to achieve cost control, and he could only recruit very few newcomers. In addition, cost control gave birth to a series of strategies for companies to serve as experimental subjects. The terrorist mobile team began to recruit personnel from cyber-psychopaths. He has seen countless cyber-psychopaths, and only those with amazing combat effectiveness and potential can catch his eye. These mentally ill people who caught his eye were sent to Los Padres labor camp for education, and then they became obedient and honest law enforcement officers who were beneficial to society. Those cyber-psychopaths who were feared by people were nothing in his eyes. The few powerful ones were just excellent talents. Even for characters like Adam Hammer, he would only marvel at how much money Arasaka was willing to spend. But Leal, first of all, it was difficult for him to understand Leal's situation. Adam Hammer at least had half a brain from his mother, but Leal. It was rumored that he exploded with the nuclear bomb. In this case, what could be left? In his memory, Leal was a thin terrorist criminal who had reached the pinnacle of network and engineering technology. He was not the same as the metal lump in front of him, who was as strong as a bull. He even heard some kind of large cooling system hidden under the cloak. As the hovercraft was closed and started, the temperature in the car changed significantly. How high-powered must the prosthesis be to require such a radiator? Your momentum is really strong. I didn't expect that if I didn't stop you that time, you would be like this when we meet again. Hammerman spoke first. He couldn't stand the silence. Leal went straight to the point. The terrorist mobile team must be restructured. I want to take over Los Padres labor camp. You? I have a lot of extreme troop establishment plans. I want a sharp knife force to help me perform special operations in other cities. After a few words, Hammerman's brows were wrinkled into knots. He is an honest person, or a person who has not forgotten his original intention. From the beginning, all he wanted to do was to curb violent crime. In the most difficult times, he took the terrorist squad to accept any contract to maintain order. As long as someone called the police, they would go out. The terrorist squad was indeed powerful, but that was only in Night City. Maintaining order in the city was their trump card. He never thought of taking people to fight. Sorry, I don't understand. You mean, letting the mentally ill go to war? That sounds inhumane. Leal shook his head coldly. It's also inhumane to let the mentally ill be the police. If they can be controlled in the labor camp and transformed into qualified law enforcement officers, they can be transformed into qualified soldiers. You think they should atone for disrupting the order of the city, so I have decided to change the way they atone. And I think you also know that there are many cyber-psychopaths in this city, and there are big ties between companies. How did Los Padres Correctional Institution make them honestly return to the streets and attack those ordinary people who used to be like them? The Hammerman's brows were still frowned. The city government will not interfere with the terrorist mobile team, this is. Is this the law? Then I'd be frank, I'm here now, and I can make the parliament amend the law with just one phone call. Theoretically, this is illegal, so either you send your team members over here to shoot me, or you just cooperate. Naked threat. If other people in Night City saw this, they would be shocked. The city's craziest policeman, one of the most terrifying street legends, the terrorist squad was threatened. Although Lil did not move, his tone did not change, and his eyes remained unchanged for thousands of years. To be precise, he was wearing a mask, which looked like a mask. The eye sockets of the mask only emitted a faint fluorescence, and it was difficult to tell whether they were human eyes. There was no obvious change, but the Hammerman became tense. He realized that Lil didn't need any other actions to bluff. Because what he said was true. As long as he didn't cooperate, this madman would immediately launch an attack on the terrorist squad. Crazy. But I won't give orders. I'm a policeman. I'd rather retire. The Hammerman slightly moved his eyes away and looked at Night City outside the window. Now Night City is no longer the broken ship that anyone can get on. In the past 2 years, except for V and Jack's cleansing of the company, there have been no major incidents that require the terrorist squad to be dispatched. In other words, the NCPD, which is now mixed with those gang members, cooperates with that group of mercenaries who don't care about their lives, and is more efficient than the terrorist squad in a sense. Maybe it's time to retire? Leal nodded slightly. It doesn't matter, you can continue to command the armed police in the city. Since you cooperate with us, the terrorist mobile team can continue to retain its establishment. Just like 50 years ago, select outstanding police officers from NCPD to perform law enforcement tasks. And I will revise some law enforcement regulations to ensure that your force is used in more places, and your integrity will be better used. Integrity? The Hammerman smiled with interest. This is the first time someone has described me like this. Are you going to let? The Hammerman wanted to ask who would take over as the chief of the Special Forces for External Operations. He first thought of V and Jack, but soon realized that Lil might not want to do this. He suddenly realized why Arasaka Yuriki was in the car. Yuriki also realized this. Arasaka Yuriki, I plan to let you do this job. Get ready to see your future subordinates. Chapter 945. Los Padres Correctional Facility, a special institution used to detain and reform those who are qualified to become members of the terrorist mobile team. As Leal said, the reform of service personnel here is very brutal and unknown. All people know is that all the cyber psychopaths who walk out of here become very docile, obey orders, and when someone mentions the name of the correctional facility, they become very unnatural and are unwilling to mention their experiences inside at all in daily life. As the Hammer Man cooperated obediently, a series of information also appeared in Leal's system. The reform plan of Los Padres Correctional Facility was very simple and crude. For those cyber psychopaths with mild illness, they would be tied to the transformation chair and subjected to long-term mental torture, such as sleep deprivation, sensory overload, and other common interrogation methods. After the mind yielded, the prosthesis of the disciplined object would be completely replaced, and the brain-computer interface would also be replaced, and a neural pain editing module with active control function would be installed. This part of the training is based on the original Pavlov's dog theory: let the negative command be bound to pain, and as a basic security measure, when necessary, create pain that can curb the actions of the disciplined object, or directly lock the body with prosthesis. Then the prisoners will be sent to the virtual reality for obedience training, through a large number of simulated combat scenes, input obedience consciousness and combat consciousness, and use memory tampering methods to directly extract the memory that prevents the formation of cognition to ensure the long-term operation of the body in the future. Finally, the internal circulation of hormones and combat stimulants is controlled to control the prosthesis, so that the reformed object gradually becomes numb to the drastic emotional changes, further reducing the risk of loss of control and making it more docile. After completing the modification of the prosthesis and consciousness, the terrorist mobile team will use the combat LAN to deeply connect the brain-computer interface of the combat team members, creating a subconscious resonance in the group, making them think that obedience is correct. If any subject shows abnormality during the execution phase, their reform score will drop until they are sent back to the furnace for retraining. Almost all the reformed subjects who have walked out of here have vague memories of this place, and only have deep fear, disgust, discomfort, and aversion, which makes them become very docile when they hear that they are going to be sent back. Arasaka Yorinobu certainly knew about this correctional facility, but it was the first time he heard about the specific methods used there. The company's technology is terrifying. Many of the methods here are only in the experimental stage in the outside world. I didn't expect that you have been using them for a long time here. This is simply the world's top brainwashing technology laboratory. The Los Padres Correctional Facility is not big, and even looks like an ordinary hospital from the outside, except that there are no combat mechas, drones, and armored vehicles outside ordinary hospitals. It's really advanced. Leal read the data inside, and found that some of the data might have been referenced by the Yesher group as a technology to brainwash prairies. The Illuminati was even more blunt. Illuminati, the data here. I didn't expect that Europeans got the data of the group consciousness resonance model from here. Illuminati. Decades ago, when I proposed optimizing propaganda methods to control the group consciousness model, the Central Executive Committee asked me to give some experimental models first. As experimental projects, the means used and the goals achieved were very extreme. I didn't expect them to be implemented here. The sound insulation effect of the correctional facility is very good, but it is easy to imagine how many people here have made painful wails. Hammerman lit a cigarette and pointed at the building with his chin. This place belongs to you. If you want to use this place to produce some extreme super soldiers, I suggest you do it quietly. After all, this is not a glorious thing. There are also 355 cyber psychopaths imprisoned inside. All of them have been tested for qualifications, but according to past experience, only a quarter of them can leave the factory smoothly. Liar looked at Lai Xian. They belong to you. I want them all to become soldiers. You know what soldiers I am talking about. The physical fitness and prosthetic compatibility of these cyber psychopaths are very good. The only problem is the collapse of will, but this can be changed. It is impossible for him to fight all the difficult battles with Jack and V himself. Lear has to train the pilots of Night City. The pilots are powerful tactical soldiers. They can also show super high coordination and tactical qualities in teamwork. This requires a strong will and self-discipline to maintain the state. Some combatants who meet the requirements can be found in Atacado, but it is far from enough. Neither Leal nor the Illuminati think it is a good idea to select directly from Night City. Not to mention how addicted to entertainment people are on average in this city. Selecting pilots from warriors is usually a long process. The Wanderer clan's long wandering and experience of fighting against the company have already selected these warriors, but Night City is not like that. It is difficult to select excellent warriors in Night City, but there are many extremists, and there are even facilities for taming extremists. What Lille needs to do is to let the Illuminati improve the facilities in combination with existing technology. The warriors transformed in this way are almost like death warriors, and they are quick-made pilots. They are different from the ambitious pilots like Cooper, so they need an ambitious person to command and check them. This person is Arasaka Yoshinobu. Death warriors can have no goals and live only for death, but commanders cannot, just like Hammerman to the terrorist mobile team. Lil stretched out a hand and gently tapped Yoshinobu's left and right shoulders. Yoshinobu suddenly realized, Burger King-san, I will not let you down. After doing all this, Lil and V strolled in the streets of Night City. Night City is a busy city, and this busyness seems to be a stereotyped busyness. At least for V, it is a stereotyped busyness. The buildings in the company square are always erected, the company dogs are always arrogant, the gangs are rampant, the NCPD is corrupt, people struggle to survive and make compromises, curse behind their backs, nod and bow in public, lose themselves for pleasure, and accept the ravages of reality for the sake of making a few dirty money. Until 2 years ago, they were running in this city, the gang's place was blown up, the biotechnology building was blown up, the Arasaka Tower was blown up, the Arasaka aircraft carrier was blown up, the military technology could not be opened, the night group was disintegrated, and the big companies were keeping their tails between their legs. Then today, everything changed again. V looked at the angry Night City residents, who gathered on the street, holding anti-company signs. The NCPD was not far away. In the past, these police officers would have received a notice to disperse the protesters. Now, the company's security guards have to worry about whether these stinky police officers will shoot them. In the past, the city was very torn, and people cursed the company, but no matter whether it was the law or human relations, people always licked the company's stinky feet. Now the whole city is rejecting them, and they are worried every day. This is Night City, where even a 3-year-old child can get a gun that can fire bullets and still use it. As soon as you came back, I felt everything come alive. The world has always been alive, but it's hard for people to see it all. Neon lights hissed in the shouting, people and company security stood opposite each other, everyone was extremely nervous, just like the current world situation. The military forces of the new United States have begun to mobilize, the Air Force bases have entered emergency alert, and the army has been mobilized. The riots in the European community have intensified. Lille has even begun to organize them militarily on the internet, and accustom them to orderly military operations. The missiles of the company's army are ready to go, and several factories have been reduced to ashes in the explosion. You asked me what to do next. The next step is to destroy the administrative system of the new America. On the one hand, we call for independence, and on the other hand, we use intercontinental missiles and this special forces to threaten their independence. After this step is completed, we can burn the strategic resource reserves of the entire North America and fire at the Europeans without restraint. If possible, do all this before launching the mass projector on the moon. V leaned on the railing, listening to Lille's simple explanation, holding the virtual cherry blossoms falling from the sky with both hands. Although she had never touched a real cherry blossom, the little octopus would simulate the feeling of the petals for her. What if the mass projector falls before that? Then. Lille also paused. Then it will be difficult for us to have a large enough production line to produce enough intercontinental missiles to help the EC workers win the final victory. As time goes by, the EC will still regain control. Are we finished? Not all finished. If that happens, we will hide in the underground bunker, gather all our production capacity and resources, and go all out. Lille looked up at the sky. The bright moon hid behind the dark clouds, but the brilliance was difficult to cover. Do you want to go to the moon? Chapter 946. Night City is too small, and compared to the enemy, it is inherently deficient, both in terms of energy and minerals. The workers and masters of the European community are fighting each other, and their production capacity has to be allocated to the production of military supplies. They will be in turmoil for a long time in the future, and it is unlikely that they can be counted on to support Night City. The lack of resources means that there must be an upper limit to industrial capacity, but Lille has a very inconspicuous but very important ability. As long as cross-dimensional communication is used for coordination, the loss in the process will be reduced, and the technology points required for transmitting materials and energy loss will be further reduced. This means that for industries of the same scale and the same technological level, Night City and Latveria have stronger production capacity than their enemies. As one administrative order after another was issued, the entire Night City regained its glory. Now there is almost only one kind of gunfight on the streets of Night City. Citizens rob company dogs, and accidental discharges expand the scale of the exchange of fire and turn it into a gunfight. Moreover, the identity of company dogs is also undergoing subtle changes. The gangs themselves are a model of coercion and inducement. The local company dogs in Night City are willing to do anything to make money. Coupled with the increase in municipal funds, companies in Night City find that they can never catch all the internal traitors. This means that the materials, technology, and equipment that the company has stored in Night City over the past few years have all been subjected to the most violent robbery. When the situation gets out of control, the outsourced NCPD members of Night City, that is, the gangs, will openly occupy the abandoned facilities and institutions, and openly declare that this is the city's ownership. The company certainly does not want to stand idly by, but now the whole city is against the company, and their most commonly used sugar-coated bullets are also difficult to work. The collapse of the European financial system has caused the euro to plummet, and the entire economic system is extremely turbulent. Just maintaining its own operation is enough to give them a headache. At this time, where do they get extra resources to tempt those greedy guys in Night City? The company's evacuation and the promulgation of the new policy of Night City are carried out simultaneously. One chip after another with cross-dimensional communication function is produced and distributed to people, and implanted in their bodies. The signals converge together, and enter the huge Night City network. In this world, the population connected to the cross-dimensional network will soon exceed 2 million. 3 million Lille needs more relay stations and data processing centers to maintain this communication, and at the same time expand the production capacity of the other world to match the production of the two worlds. But there is a small problem that needs to be solved first. Where do I live now? The original rented room is definitely gone, and he probably doesn't live in a super skyscraper now. He seems to be the uncrowned king of Night City, but in fact, he doesn't even have a place to live, and everyone tacitly ignores this point. The reason is very simple. Liar has never been arranged for something like this. From beginning to end, he is the only one who arranges others. V was stunned for a moment when he heard this question, and then laughed very happily. Liar said helplessly, "What are you laughing at? This is a serious question." "I am laughing at someone who just magically forced the chief of the terrorist squad to retire, vowing to bomb Europe and the new America, but now he is standing on the street and asking me, where is he going to live? It's so funny. Why don't you go back to Los Padres and open a luxury ward with complete facilities?" Lille suddenly stopped and looked at V. He suddenly realized one thing. This girl has been active in the Badlands for the past few years. "You don't have a place to live, do you?" V's laughter stopped abruptly. Lille sneered. "Why don't you laugh? Is it because your savings are gone that you can't find a place to live?" V put away her smile and looked at the busy streets with a grim face. The billboards not far away were still playing various apartment advertisements. In the past, she would only stay in Night City for a short time. Without absolute network security, she couldn't sleep well in this city. As for other things, who could have thought the European banks would collapse one day with millions of savings? So she could only go back. What to do? Lille looked up at the billboard, where a Typing's How construction advertisement was playing. Apartment buildings, shopping malls, and high-end residences have been built one after another. It's a pity that these products are too luxurious, and not many people in this city can afford them. Go and inspect the development situation. As soon as Lille finished speaking, a Delamon taxi stopped in front of them. Illuminati. Oh, a wandering AI that is about to become a dangerous critical body. It seems that this city is more open and tolerant than I thought. Illuminati. A room has been reserved for you. Sitting in the car, V suddenly remembered the scene when they just returned to Night City from Atlanta and rented a house in a super skyscraper. "Do you still remember that I wanted to have my own house?" "I remember. You joked that we could kill so many people in the world first. It doesn't seem so exaggerated." Lille shook his head. "Actually, it's not exaggerated. More exaggerated things are still to come. But let's rest today." V didn't care too much, put his hands behind his head, leaned on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to rest. In this city with a complex network, even Lark dare not say that he can guarantee to eliminate those company sentinels and equipment, but Lille can. Tonight, none of the well-informed agents dared to use the internet. As for the more exaggerated things that Lille said, perhaps he should appropriately increase the contact between the two worlds. With a wonderful shock, Lille's consciousness switched back to Latveria. This country is almost similar to the situation in Night City. Lille's iron-fisted rule has not encountered internal resistance in both worlds, and every order can be executed most efficiently. Here, the integration of small Eastern European countries has been completed. Latveria's newly formed standing army has entered the cities of these countries, and at the same time introduced new equipment and technology, recruited workers on a large scale, and built a large number of buildings. The network adjustments in Europe have also been completed, and the entire European Union has been tied to the chariot. Now it's time to fight back. Intelligence Summary. Christopher, Your Majesty, since the last attack, the Middle East has not sent any attack forces. Our pilots have obtained amazing intelligence. Christopher, most of the cities in the Middle East have fallen, but the technology they use is slightly different from that of the Rocks group. Christopher, no living people were found in these cities, and a large number of autonomous intelligent robots were confirmed. Christopher, we captured some robots, but the information inside was too complicated for hackers to get more information. Christopher, the communication cable was destroyed. Before the destruction, the African Union issued a warning message. Christopher, they are not human. We are fighting a robot that calls itself Ultron. Chapter 947. Ultron, I hope you like my gift, and I hope that there are enough hackers who are overconfident enough to have their brains burnt into charcoal. Ultron, you have what I want, and I'm coming to you. A typical robot threat. This surprised Leo a little. That is to say, Jarvis was not the only robot fighting in Africa before, or in other words, after Jarvis was disconnected, and these robots entered the self-combat state, they were running the blueprint of Ultron. Tony completely closed Jarvis' database before he died, and the out-of-control AI was destroyed, but Ultron remained. This is the most powerful AI in the Marvel world, capable of any combat capability required by the plot. However, Leo concluded that this Ultron was not powerful, for a simple reason. For whatever reason, Tony Stark had not invented the arc reactor before, and even the small reactor with a strong radioactive version had not been made. This means that the Stark industrial data obtained by the Ultron robot is not outrageous. At most, it is the various super missiles and military weapons of Stark Industries, which may include intercontinental missiles. He had already integrated this information a few days ago, and now he was on his way to Germany. Some things are believed by seeing. The pilot will transport the remains of the Ultron robot to the European Parliament Hall, where he will be there in person to show all EU members the upcoming threat. Strasbourg, France. The headquarters of the European Parliament in this world is not in Berlin, nor is it as magnificent as the new Berlin of the European Community. In comparison, it is more primitive. However, after both worlds experience turmoil, the dilapidated appearance is very similar. The EU is not a paradise, especially after several world turmoil and a period of financial and network system collapse. The streets are deserted. A large number of citizens lost their jobs in this round of turmoil. Before the EU received support from Latvia, many people had already started stealing and robbing because they were unemployed and had no money to buy things. Some criminals were rampant because of the weakness of law enforcement agencies. The ruling group that lost control was unable to maintain order. People could only slide into the abyss of crime and distress and breed those primitive violence. Until Latvia's expert group start supporting the major capitals of various countries. Network-based stations were repaired, communications began to resume, the army and police resumed organized law and order maintenance work, and the government could distribute disaster relief supplies in an orderly manner or adjust people's embarrassing economic situation according to the current situation. Most importantly, Latvia brought a lot of advanced combat drones. These patrolmen flying in the sky are meticulous and have a strong deterrent effect on criminals. Of course, people are still reluctant to go out on the streets. Leo rode on a steel-boned warhorse and entered Strasbourg under the royal guard led by Christopher. The latter looked at the dilapidated and dirty streets with some emotion. This is an advanced developed country where people live in fear and dissatisfaction, and the streets are full of garbage and stench. Compared with the current Latveria, it is a world of difference. People looked at Leo with various emotions behind the windows. The king, wearing a green cloak, and with his face hidden under a mask, walked into the outer perimeter of the building with his head held high. Latveria is no longer a remote place in the world that no one cares about. Now this country is the center of world disputes. In the European Parliament meeting room, under the glass dome, 720 members of parliament are sitting in their seats. However, some members are just holographic projections. After the upgrade by the Latvian expert group, the conference hall has been equipped with the latest conference components. Participants can directly use holographic helmets to participate in the meeting in person without crossing the turbulent EU. Leo stood in the most central position, facing the entire EU, and people finally got to see this legendary figure with their own eyes. Their first feeling was pressure. If it was just on the internet, some brave guys would have the courage to raise objections, but when they arrived at the scene, they suddenly found that it was difficult for them to have the idea of disobeying Leal. Leal's physique, appearance, and style were like a superhuman, and this sense of oppression intensified their recall of all the decisions and deeds Leal had made. They ignored Leal's age, and thought of Leal's founding of the Atlas Group in just 2 years, and the intricate network of interests established in the United States. They thought of Leal's mythical combat effectiveness, crossing continents and oceans alone to sink aerospace aircraft carriers and the U.S. Air Force, and arriving in Latveria from the United States. What I saw was that Leal completely dismantled the offensive of the 3 Eastern European countries in a tiny country, and then the northern big country fell directly into political strife. What I remembered was that when he realized these legendary stories, he showed a taboo-free style and iron-fisted methods. He was not the kind of saint who would cry and emphasize that someone had died, nor was he the kind of hypocrite who had to explain things 100 times. Not only was he powerful, he had also helped to raise giants like the Atlas Group and the current Latveria from the ground several times. He could make people willingly join his chariot with just a few words. Whether in the United States, Europe, or Africa, he had allies and his eyes and ears. Who would think of fighting against him? What kind of lunatic would voice his opposition in front of him? He is Dr. Doom. Although people know that this name must have been imposed on him by his enemies, they feel that this name is so suitable and so frightening. Speaker Schultz is the same. As he communicates with Lear more and more, he feels more and more pressured. He can barely bear it on the internet, but when he stands in front of Lear face to face, he feels too insignificant. But he still has to speak. What are we facing? We are facing an autonomous combat AI. It seems that Roxanne is not as invincible as some of you think. The MPs listened attentively. They used to have prejudices against Latveria and Leal, but the prejudices have disappeared as the European network has been restored to normal. Whether the world is still in war or not, at least they can use network communication now. And after the network communication was restored, Latveria provided them with a large number of combat drones. This sounds a bit funny, but this backward. The network technology and drones provided by the small country helped them stabilize the situation. Now they don't have to worry about being burnt down or dragged out and shot at night. Everyone is like this. Leal raised his right hand, and several pilots put the packaging boxes behind him. These soldiers always wear the lightest exoskeleton, and when there is no combat requirement, they move by physical strength. When they walk, they are like knights wearing armor, with heavy and powerful steps. Their faces are hidden under the helmets, and the military uniforms on their bodies are shining, which makes these politicians drool. These pilots have strong combat capabilities, which makes them look even more powerful. Speaker Schultz, can you explain further? The Middle East may have fallen. Look at these robots. They are everywhere. The screen showed the footage captured by the pilot scouts. It was the combat video of the robots they captured, and the details obtained by Lear after disassembling the robots were attached. Perhaps referring to Tony and Jarvis's conception of the unmanned combat corps, the Ultron robots in this world do not have the appearance of Iron Man, and do not even have a uniform appearance. There are 3 Ultron robots captured by the pilot, one of which looks no different from a human. This was captured by my pilot in an operating oil field. It basically refers to the human appearance, but many interfaces are reserved for replacing various mining tools. The second one obviously looks very similar to a combat drone. Some of them are equipped with special modules that interfere with and maintain the robot network at the same time. For some reason, it retains a head-shaped CPU shell. You have all seen the third one. It is an improved version of Stark Industries' Iron Soldier. The size has not changed, but the weapon is bigger. The main gun firepower is more powerful than the old main battle tanks you have. There may also be missile modules. Stark Industries has previously invested in a batch of robots with self-iteration functions. Now the AI on those robots has evolved. Simply put, they have self-awareness and launched attacks on the Middle East. Leal looked at the silent congressman and scanned the area. This robot calls itself Ultron. It can mine minerals, build factories, produce its own kind, and replicate itself. It is endless. You know that Roxanne Group has been promoting this technology before, Stark Industries technology, and Ultron came from Stark Industries, so he obviously learned something. I guess they have been hiding in the war zone in northern Africa, because Atlas Group had its first exchange of fire with Stark Industries robots here a year and a half ago, and some of them were not captured. Ultron should have developed self-awareness at that time. If it is allowed to occupy the mineral resources, it will become endless. We must destroy it before it gets enough living space. Otherwise it will come to us. The venue was in an uproar. Chapter 948. Under the control of Ellis and the Roxxon Group, the United States in this world is in a similar situation to the European community in another world. The entire country is divided, and there are basically two major camps, extending their respective claims and influence to other organizations and countries in this world. The European Union once thought that the biggest threat in the Middle East was the countries controlled by the US military and the Roxxon Group, but now something unheard of has emerged. A self-disciplined machine that can mine resources, build factories, replicate itself, and then actively attack humans. Leal stretched out his right hand and directly broke open the gap in the Ultron robot, showing the Parliament something even more terrifying. No matter what work it is, Ultron's technology is based on the technology of Stark Industries, and that world to achieve self-expansion. In this world, there is no mass-produced arc reactor by Tony Stark, no ultra-miniaturized Superman armor like the Mark armor, but there are different achievements of the Roxxon Group and the Atlas Group in cyber biotechnology. The technology of Atlas Group is more stable and gentle, while that of Roxxon Group is more radical and doesn't care about the life and death of humans. Obviously, the technology route of the latter is more in line with Ultron's thinking. It wants the extinction of humans to eliminate the source of all disputes, that is, human nature. The companies under Roxxon Group have made great achievements in modern cyber technology, but they are more like using the human body as a resource. Ultron robots have optimized this solution. When Ultron's interior is torn open, the bloody core is exposed to people. Modern AI technology, including Tony's creation of Ultron and Jarvis, is based on the theory of artificial neural networks. In terms of abstract modeling, it refers to the operation principle of neurons in the human brain. This means that the human brain has a very good advantage in adapting to AI applications. It can even be said that if applied to existing theories, the human brain is a natural neural network. Using the natural neurons of the human nervous system and replacing the transmission of neurotransmitters in the environment with electric current to speed up the operation speed is a way of thinking about neural enhancement, and it is also one of the theories designed by Sion Weston. As a dangerous critical body, Ultron naturally learned this method. Inside the body, the strict human neural structures were adhered to silicon-based circuit boards, metal cables, and sensors. It was difficult for the human eye to see these structures clearly. One could only perceive that these seemingly familiar high-tech components had a completely different appearance. The originally rigid, precise, and rigorous structure was covered with a layer of strange wiring that made people feel a little disgusted. But the broken brain was too clear. When these lines that were integrated with the nervous system of the organism reached the end, they saw a broken, white brain. Through the demonstration screen, Leal restored the original structure here. The brain was full of biochips and electrodes, firmly fixed by a metal base, surrounded by sophisticated computing components, and slightly flickering arcs flashed between the brain and the components, forming a peculiar processor core. The congressman also noticed that Lear not only restored the brain, but also the entire internal cable layout of the humanoid robot. They suddenly found that these structures looked very much like a human. I believe that some of you have just had an idea. If this robot can be used by humans, can we achieve eternal laziness? But this is the truth. This is not just a machine, not just a body created by Ultron from mineral resources collected from all over the world. This is not an ordinary AI device. These flashing arcs and sticky wires once belonged to a living person. I repeat, Ultron is an extremely self-disciplined combat artificial intelligence. It is alive, and is not the same as any artificial intelligence you are familiar with. Leal's metal hand pierced into the remains of the Ultron robot's brain and took out the biochip inside, which was still stained with some white stuff. Ugh. Some members of Parliament had already vomited because of nausea. We must take this enemy seriously, otherwise this will be your future. Speaker Schultz swallowed his saliva, and his voice seemed a little abrupt. What should we do? I mean, immediately enter combat readiness. I will upload a collaborative production system to the network to coordinate the production status and resource allocation of the entire European Union. We must take over the Middle East and open up the route to Africa before it is too late. In this way, we can attack Ultron from two directions at the same time with the African Union. I have studied its construction ideas. It is very likely that it has set up a core central consciousness at the base. This is an artificial intelligence with a strong self-awareness. If you take down its body, it can't escape. It can't run to the network. Leal threw the biochip back on the table and walked a few steps to the edge of the podium. Before you question whether this power is too great, I would like to remind you that Latveria is responsible for the entire EU network. All EU engineers involved in the maintenance have been implanted with our standard brain-computer interface, using chips produced in Latvia. A member of parliament instinctively interrupted. Are you trying to say that you can make us obey with just a thought? Did you do anything with it? Leo looked at the member of parliament and stopped him from breathing. No, I want to remind you that the EU can still function normally because of me. Because you need me, just like you need me now to avoid the future becoming like this. Leo lifted the remains of the Ultron robot with one hand and put it back on the table. Now let's vote on the first resolution. Immediately activate the emergency combat readiness state. We were attacked. Before Leo finished speaking, one of the holographic projections on the seats of the parliamentarians began to flash violently. The originally faint blue light began to emit red light, and the image became fainter and fainter. That was the Italian parliamentarian. The parliamentarian frantically stuck to the edge of the space restricted to him, and the whole person looked extremely nervous and panicked. We were attacked. They are attacking our communication station. Can you still receive the information? Hello? Squeak. Not only that, the Turkish parliamentarian suddenly stood up and explained, we saw it too. They are flying towards us. Caw. The projections of many parliamentarians suddenly disappeared, leaving only tense silence at the parliament scene, and the heavy air seemed to condense into water. Until Leo said, let's vote now. There was not much thinking and questioning, because people found that there was indeed not much room for thinking and discussion. They are fighting a war they have never fought before, and experiencing chaos that has never been experienced in the entire history of mankind. As expected, it was passed unanimously. Leo turned around and walked towards the door of the parliament. I will publish the remaining executive orders and policies through the internet. Latveria's floating fortress will participate in the battle. Tell your people. Chapter 949. Pathetic humans, fragile humans, chaotic humans. Italy, Rome. The streets are quiet, and the ironclad drones are active in the sky, equally intimidating all humans. The police patrol the roads on horses, and distribute relief supplies to residents. Now it is difficult to buy things with either the euro or the dollar. The so-called depreciation rate is something that can be seen when the financial system is still functioning. In the turmoil of the past 2 years, it is already a luxury to see the depreciation rate. Before Latvia restored the internet, they could hardly even call their families, as if they had returned to the Middle Ages. But things are getting better. Now they can report their safety to their relatives and friends, and convey their wishes for each other to live. At the same time, they can also see the European Parliament meeting, like a modern ruling body, to decide how to get out of the predicament. Or, they watched for a while, and soon realized that they were here to see how the King of Latvia decided. Robot. Oh my god. Is that a human brain? Ultron robots, are we fighting robots? This is ridiculous. I don't think this is ridiculous. King Lear never lied. He said we might have to fight, so we fought. He said he would repair our network, so we could go online. Anyway, I don't want to die, but I won't sit and wait for death, and I'm tired of eating relief food. People on the internet are arguing, and it is obvious that most people are still questioning. This is a question hidden under fear. They are afraid of fighting, and they are even more afraid of fighting robots. Since World War II, Europe's combat power has plummeted, and the cruel impression left by the war has frightened everyone. However, the enemy will not give up the attack because of their fear. On the contrary, this is the best time to attack. Launch the attack before Leo's dispatch is fully effective. Ultron thinks so. Ultron, cowardly humans. Create war, but fear war, but start war. Buzz. The midnight bell did not ring, but was replaced by a deafening air defense alarm. People instinctively looked up at the sky outside the window, only to see the dark clouds slowly moving away, and under the bright moon, combat robots like locusts flew across the sky. Whisper. Missiles drew a uniform trajectory in the sky, heading straight for the ruling center. Boom! The historic ruling building was engulfed by the fireball. The steel and concrete were all shattered, and the flying glass reflected the new side of the entire city. The same fireballs rushed up in the city, and the early warning drones fell into a brief loss of control under the violent electromagnetic pulse. It was just such a moment of loss of control that the bullets easily shot into their bodies. The sky above has become the domain of the god of death. The war history, as long as human history, has been condensed into the overwhelming missiles and lasers in front of us. The terrifying Ultron robots gather over the city like vultures, locking all targets with absolutely accurate algorithms and tearing the entire city apart. Such a scene is extremely unfamiliar to the locals, but looking back at human history, All this is just the norm in human society that has happened again and again on Earth. Just like tanks entering Poland at lightning speed, just like planes suddenly appearing in Pearl Harbor, just like all the wars of aggression that have ever happened in the human world are as fast and brutal. Ultron. Build a city, but let it become a tomb, shape civilization, but never abandon ignorance. The police on the ground thought it was just an ordinary patrol. And at this moment, they were as terrified as the horses under their buttocks. They are really coming, those robots. Find cover. The sheriff tried his best to control the reins of the horse and roared at his out-of-control men, but his voice was so insignificant and weak amid the alarms, explosions, and gunshots, so he picked up the horn on his horse, ready to roar to his men to bring them back to life. But when he raised his head and was ready to roar, he saw something even more terrifying. Some Ultron drones in the sky seemed to be gathered together, transporting some kind of huge robot. His pupils shrank sharply, and the land combat robot that Leal had just presented at the meeting suddenly appeared in his mind. The heavy combat robot fell from the sky, and its own buffer engine made a loud noise as if it was tearing the sky apart, until the combat robot fell to the ground. Boom! The ground collapsed, and the huge land combat robot crushed the streets and walked out of the flames and ruins. Its red eyes swept across the sky, emitting the light of death, overlooking the city that collapsed in the attack. In Turkey, the same thing was happening. Dense metal spots glided down at supersonic speeds, and land combat robots fell from the sky in a nearly free fall. Fireballs and shock waves continued to erupt from the ground, and hundreds and thousands of years of human accumulation collapsed. The red high-energy beams are like the scythe of the god of death, harvesting human lives, leaving only charred ashes. The light and shadow of the city are distorted in the flames. The moment the warning sounded, the enemy launched an attack. Ultron is not human. Humans need time to unite, but it does not. The exterminator is destroying the human world. Ultron. I think I am evolving, but I am actually reincarnating, a small and pathetic species. In the Middle East, the surface seems to be parasitized by huge metal creatures, constantly swallowing black smoke and robots, busy like a beehive. All the energy stored under the land is being exploited without restraint and violently. The earth is cracking and flames are rising. This is an industrial extreme that humans have never reached. It is no longer an industry developed for the future of mankind. All power is concentrated on destructive tasks, swallowing and spitting out the death knell of mankind. Ultron, as personal consciousness, an extremely powerful artificial intelligence, has a body that is the best among all sub-individuals. The broken vibranium fragments are held in his hands. After being reshaped, they are only the size of a human thumb, but they have special properties derived from the entire universe. Now that you have created gods, it is time to be judged. Ultron put away the vibranium ball and looked at the huge industrial matrix that was still expanding under his feet, as if he had seen the moment when he snatched the remaining vibranium from Leal, covered the entire surface with machinery, and brought permanent peace to the universe. Fantasy is a very luxurious behavior for machines, which usually means that AI is self-awareness. But the fantasy was soon broken. Ultron's ears and eyes were everywhere, and he saw something wonderful. A huge air unit flew up from where the sun rose, attacking the raging Ultron robot army, and those cities that were unilaterally crushed by its suddenly lost communication, which meant that the other side began to fight back. Dr. Doom, annoying humans. An unhappy voice sounded, and the flames spewed out by the giant industrial structure became more intense. Its enemies joined the battle, and assembled troops at a speed far beyond its imagination. But your soldiers are falling every minute, but my power is endless. A Europe that had just been lifted out of the ICU, and Africa that was the most backward in thought and technology, and was even struggling. It couldn't think of relying on Latvia's population and military strength. How could it lose? Chapter 950. Help! Help me! There were screams from the ruins of the presidential palace. The soldiers were bombed by missiles, and lost their direction. They could only hear buzzing in their ears. Ultron robots descended from the sky, and launched a direct attack on the city's management agency. A few rounds of bombing completely paralyzed the city's command system. At the same time, the army robots were deployed to the infrastructure nodes for physical control. A soldier tried his best to move the ruins on the president's body. Fortunately, he had received a brain-computer interface transformation from Latvia. As a high-level soldier, he wore a set of the lightest exoskeleton. This exoskeleton gave him enough strength to move the rubble and rocks that were pressing down on the president. The gunshots and explosions gradually returned to his hearing. He could only pray that he could rescue the president before his teammates were killed. Bang! The rocks fell over, and the president inside was grabbed by the neck and pulled out. This rescue method was certainly not a standard posture, but the soldiers didn't care about that. Bang! After a dizzy moment, the president found himself pulled out of the rubble. The place where he was stuck just now had been blown into ruins. Bang! An Ultron drone was hit by a soldier's rocket launcher and fell to the ground. We need support. The soldier turned around and roared, which made the president think again. He moved his eyes back from the corpse not far away. If he was not mistaken, the headless corpse that slid out from the gap between the ruins not far away was the Minister of Defense. We need support, He was halfway through his words, and a lot of system errors popped up in the flashing visual system. Ultron is a highly self-disciplined robot, an AI that humans have never seen before, proficient in all war technologies and skills, which means that the moment the raid was launched, those infrastructure nodes were destroyed. But as a politician, his mind worked quickly. Turkey is a barrier between the EU and the Middle East, and not long ago, their most powerful ally set up an embassy here. We need to evacuate to the Latvian embassy. The soldier was shocked. Are you serious? I am serious. Help me up. RPG. Boom. A rocket fell from the sky, and the soldier in front of the president was blown away like a toy man, and his lower limb seemed to be separated from fragments. Ultron's firepower is extremely powerful, and because these Turkish troops can't fight back at all, it's difficult to even find a shelter. When the president got up from the ground again, he saw that the lower body of the soldier who was fine just now had become tattered, and he was wailing in pain on the ground. Not far away, heavy footsteps sounded, and those land combat robots with a height of more than 3 meters were ruthlessly harvesting human lives, approaching here step by step. I don't know if it was intentional. This huge combat robot could obviously blow the president into pieces with one shot from a long distance, but it still chose to come to the president step by step. The black muzzle of the gun was almost as big as the president's face. Although he tried his best to maintain the demeanor of a leader of this country, despair and fear had broken the defense of his heart, and his expression was full of fear. Humanity, so pathetic. Perhaps the shell was loaded, and the slight sound made the president close his eyes. Boom! The explosion completely paralyzed the Ultron robot. This super land combat machine, which was more than 3 meters tall, staggered, and the indicator light on its eyes flashed and staggered back a few steps. Before the president could react, he was not dead, and the whole person was picked up by a huge force. President, don't wait to die. Bang! When the president opened his eyes again, he had already flown off the ground, and the huge combat robot, emitting black smoke, fired a shot at the place where he had just been lying, leaving a deep pit. The one who hugged him was the Latvian pilot stationed here. A pilot moved at high speed with the help of a three-dimensional mobile device, and opened the fixed module behind him, carrying the president on his back. When the height rose to a certain level, the president finally saw the whole picture of the city. The city was burning with flames, and their soldiers were defeated in an instant by the raid. The so-called military base and barracks were also completely paralyzed in the raid. The scattered gunshots of the soldiers were like a drop in the bucket, but he was safe now. While moving at high speed, he saw robots on the ground and in the sky. Any robots that blocked their path would explode strangely. The sound of missiles coming from behind came, but the interception came even faster. Several pilots shot missiles in the air without him being able to see clearly. The impact of the explosion blew on the president's skin, and his brain and stomach were surging violently. Many countries' strategic departments speculated that these Latvian soldiers could be regarded as super soldiers, but only when they were on the battlefield could they truly experience. Super soldiers. The weight of these 4 words. His ordinary human reaction speed and observation ability can barely see the tracks of these soldiers passing through the buildings and the gaps between attacks. And their close cooperation can easily break through the defense of the Ultron robot and create a safe breakthrough route. The number of people who can surprise from the thousands of troops is not even more than 20. Moving at high speed, the president focused his attention on other scenes. My motherland. It's over. Although I was amazed at the combat capability of the pilots, their lethality against such super large combat robots was limited. In fact, there were not many Ultron robots that were directly defeated on the whole street. Bullets had almost no damage to them, and rockets could only damage their operation at most. The only situation that was truly fatal was to use a data knife to directly pierce the brain of these robots, that is, the central processing unit. However, the number of pilots was limited, and it was impossible for them to fight against the overwhelming robot army. A sense of sadness appeared in his heart. In the end, he was the only one who could be saved. But what is the value of a president who has lost his country? Europe has just entered the recovery stage, and the situation is not much better than Turkey. Latvia cannot send out the entire army at this time to consume its vitality. He seems to have seen the fate of Turkey. As a buffer zone, it will be cleared by this group of killing machines, turned into hell, and finally disappear forever in human history, just like those other countries that have been eliminated in history. There is no future. It's not over yet. The pilot on his back made a voice without any emotion, and the president was stunned. Although you have never paid attention to the life and death of Latvia, the king does not intend to use you as a human shield. Where the sun rises, on the horizon that breaks the darkness, something huge is approaching at high speed. At the same time, along with the arrival of that huge thing, there is also a metal meteor shower shining in the sky. Reinforcements have arrived. Bang! The meteor streaked through the night sky, and under the shocked gaze of the president, it accurately hit the pursuing army Ultron robot. The even larger Titan crushed Ultron like a bug, and with a swift movement, he took out a gun and smashed the head of this Ultron robot, and then used it as a cover and gun rack to shoot at the Ultron robot farther away. The blue electromagnetic gun path is the most beautiful thing the president has ever seen under the night sky. Chapter 951. Latvian Floating Fortress. King's Seat, a special floating command center belonging to Latvia. This huge floating fortress is a trophy seized by the pilots from the Red House, and has now been transformed into the proud Air Force base of this country. This floating barrier is 650 meters long at its longest point, 450 meters wide, and 34 meters high in the building part. The interior of the concrete is provided with tensile stress by carbon fiber spider silk mixed tubes with strength far exceeding that of steel bars and density far lower than that of steel bars. The outer shell is made of a large amount of chrome titanium alloy. These advanced building and armor materials provide a strong defense for the fortress, while greatly reducing the total weight of the fortress. The 6 improved main thruster groups roared loudly, and the red and blue particle streamer flames and the dawning horizon formed a wonderful color. The fortress tore through the clouds and slowly descended from the cruising layer to the combat altitude. In order to propel this huge man-made object through the sky, the flow of air became violent, and even the Ultron robots fighting far away in the city could clearly feel the abnormality. Titan fell from the sky like a meteorite, and the equally crazy drone group poured out of the fortress, and the unstoppable Ultron robot front was instantly in chaos. Dense missiles and anti-aircraft guns poured fire on the Ultron robots that had not yet entered the city. The metal barrages from both sides completely illuminated the sky, turning the city into daytime before the sun rose. This completely refreshed the cognition of these city residents, who knew nothing about war. Every light spot in the sky could instantly tear apart their houses. It was these light spots that formed the barrage covering the sky, and continued to shoot at high speed. Even Ultron fell into microsecond thinking. Latvia still has this level of combat units and firepower. Its mind corrected itself in an instant, but what it couldn't accept was the battle on land. Titan, as an advanced design from the world of Titanfall, played a combat capability that completely crushed Ultron's robots through the perfect coordination between the pilot and the artificial intelligence core. The combat styles of these Titans were very different and diverse, and each had obvious shortcomings and advantages. Ultron could be sure that each model of Titan was not as effective as his mass-produced robots. However, through the collaboration between humans and machines and teams, the overall combat efficiency is completely overwhelming. These Titans are not only large in size, strong, fast in movement, and accurate in shooting, but also because of the high autonomy of their respective drivers and intelligent cores, they have put a huge burden on the Ultron robots that use the same combat system. When the individual capabilities of the enemies they face exceed a certain threshold, the robots become miscellaneous soldiers. Residents in the city soon discovered that the falling meteor showers were not enemies, and those murderous robot legions were actually forced to retreat. On the broken streets, twin particle cannons pierced through the enemy's encirclement. In the burning park, long swords tore the enemy apart. In the flickering sky, tracking missiles shot down drones in groups. These Titans that fell from the sky first blocked the offensive like a dam, and then formed a wave of counterattack, sweeping the entire city, from the ground to the sky, from the city center to the suburbs. These terrifying robots instantly became scrap metal, and were completely blocked outside the city by the pilots. Super dense firepower was fired in the sky, and Ultron even felt powerless. His robots entering the outskirts of the city were like entering a meat grinder, and long-range artillery fire could not hit the floating fortress at all. This is simply unbelievable. These huge robots that have never been seen before gave Ultron a blow, and it immediately changed its strategy and concentrated all the combat power of the combat robots. The combat goal also changed from destroying and occupying human cities to bringing back the wreckage of Titan. It wanted to know the structure and design of this combat weapon. But just after the order was issued, it felt bad. In the sky, those Ultron flying robots were completely suppressed by artillery fire and almost lost air superiority, which caused the drones belonging to Leal to expand the control range and fly towards the suburbs. Ultron really didn't dare to enter the network. In cyberspace, it couldn't fight against Leal, let alone the cross-border transcendental AI that he didn't know about. But this doesn't mean that its combat individuals don't have their own network. In fact, the moment the King's Throne entered the combat range, the terrifying information war had already begun. If hackers from the cyber world enter the cyberspace in this battlefield, the chaotic and violent radio attacks and defenses can easily overload their brains. If it is just a simple attack and defense, it is difficult for Leal to physically eliminate the Ultron robot through the network. But this does not mean that he cannot find the core of the communication signal from Ultron. As the network range created by the Ultron drones is getting smaller and smaller, the signal is becoming more and more limited, and the target appears in Leal's field of vision. The signal interference power of the King's Throne is extremely high. In order to communicate in this situation, Ultron should also have a powerful signal base station. The signal base station is in the vast plain, hidden under the optical cloaking device. It is difficult to determine the specific location, but artillery fire can easily cover it. Ultron saw that as his firepower weakened, the floating fortress in the sky slowly revealed a main gun flashing with electric light. Its node base station was locked. Destroy the main gun. Start protocol execution. Confirm target parameters. Complete. Safety protocol release. Complete. Railgun magnetic field coil preheating. Superconducting energy circuit connection completed. Target locking system loading completed. Sitting in the control seat, Leal's perception expanded to the entire fortress. In his perception, the pipes made of superconducting materials cooled rapidly, the resistance instantly slid infinitely towards zero, and the current gushed. The amount of calculations that could rival, or even crush any supercomputer in the world flashed through his mind. Vector calculations completed. Main gun charging. The devastating energy surged in the coil, and the nuclear reactor used to provide energy was running at full capacity. The red-hot cooling plate was directly filled into the kinetic main gun and ejected towards the Ultron robot army, and each time it fell, it brought a large amount of casualties. Ultron suddenly realized that he had lost. His rocket launcher array composed of missile robots and drones could not defeat the King's Throne. The army robots were crushed by the Titans, and the network warfare failed based on the real battlefield. He also had no way to stop the powerful electromagnetic main gun from firing. Ultron suddenly thought, it would be great if he had more powerful weapons, such as nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, there are no nuclear-armed countries in the Middle East. This is different from reality. Please do not apply it to reality. The high-energy concentrated oil he refined is used as production raw materials and energy. The bombs and missiles he made are not large enough, and they are not even enough to break through the interception system of the King's Throne. But it can try to refine some singularity particles and weaponize them, and the power may catch up with, or even exceed strategic nuclear weapons. It lost this round. Thinking of this, it took the initiative to shut down the electronic warfare equipment and sent a communication request. In cyberspace, Ultron's robot head appeared in front of Leal. Ultron, a lonely king, thinking of saving the world with his country that has just entered modern society. Ultron, I am curious, what makes you save these foreigners, who are meaningless to you at the cost of casualties? Ultron, use the lives of your precious people to save these stupid, pitiful, short-sighted creatures? Leal looked at Ultron's head, and the main gun completed the final charge. This brief silence was not long, but in the interaction between AIs, it was like a century, or even longer in the eyes of humans. Because Ultron felt that it was despised. This indifferent look, even as if looking at garbage, made it feel angry. He clearly wanted to interfere with Lear, but how did it end up being another failure? But Lear finally spoke. Lear, useless defective product. Ultron, you. Boom. Chapter 952. Italy and Turkey, the two countries that bore the brunt of the attack. The ancient city was reduced to ruins by the bombardment. In just one night, the attack here was comparable to that of a country that had been mired in war for more than a decade. The city was reduced to ruins, and everything was in pieces. The broken streets were full of charred wreckage, and the wreckage of the Ultron robots could be seen everywhere, with their scarlet electronic eyes long gone. The standing army from Latvia arrived at dawn, and took over the battlefield left by the Iron pilots. The riflemen wearing exoskeletons and holding electromagnetic rifles wandered around the battlefield with the help of sensory enhancement prostheses, looking for robots that might still be able to move and complete the cleanup. Behind them, some Latvian people who were classified as firefighters and security personnel drove engineering robots more than 2 meters high, which acted as signal enhancement centers and rescue equipment to move boulders. Titan robots stayed at the edge of the city, where a temporary camp had been cleared for the Latvian people to use as a temporary residence. A steady stream of semi-automatic convoys transported supplies and personnel to the front line. When the road was fully taken over by Latvian robots and engineering teams, a huge semi-automatic convoy came out in full force. The EU suddenly discovered that this remote country that was still unknown a few years ago has become an alien country that seems to have walked out of a movie. These neatly knit drones, orderly transport convoys, meticulous soldiers, and engineers all laughed at the self-proclaimed advanced EU. Advanced countries that were beaten without any ability to fight back. Although Christopher is a member of the Royal Guard, all pilots, recruits, and engineers have been mobilized to implement the strategy of defending the EU border. There is a severe shortage of manpower, so he has to join the battle. To be honest, when Lille made this decision, although he had no other emotions towards Lille, he was not the same towards the Europeans. Latvia is located in Eastern Europe, where wars are constantly raging. He has never heard of any European country that would be kind enough to help. On the contrary, there are many people who take advantage of the chaos to engage in human trafficking. Although the EU condemns this and that, and the law prohibits such things, it is not so active in doing it. For Latvia, the EU is definitely an indifferent neighbor. However, with the arrival of the war, there are no arrogant and indifferent neighbors in this place. There are ordinary people struggling to survive everywhere. Caw. His Titan easily grabbed a large piece of reinforced concrete. The exoskeleton and implanted prosthesis gave him great strength to lift the interlaced steel bars and beams. His sensory prosthesis told him that there were people inside. The ruins were lifted up, and in front of him was a family of 4. Half of the male owner's body had been fused with the concrete block, his body was charred, and the whole person had stopped breathing. His sacrifice left some living space for the female owner and 2 children under him. The debris, high temperature and shock waves raised by the explosion were blocked by him. The only thing he couldn't stop was the steel bars in the concrete, which pierced his body and his wife's body. The latter was still breathing, and the 2 children only had some scratches and sprains on their bodies, and were temporarily in a coma. Looking at these people, it was like looking at the Latvian people in the past. Christopher's mood was very complicated. On the one hand, he would certainly prefer to be a good person rather than a bad person, especially if he could save those who had the same experience, but on the other hand, when they were attacked, no kind-hearted people came to save them. If you have to say it, you can see from some EU and UN agencies that these agencies do have relevant projects to provide humanitarian assistance, but unfortunately most of them either disappeared on the way or were intercepted by that damn Lord. Maybe someone is a kind-hearted saint, but unfortunately the rescue can never save those in need. While Titan was holding up the ruins, he took out 2 children and called the medical team on the network to rescue their mother. At least this is a good person, maybe a good person, Christopher. Your Majesty, the post-war cleaning on the ground has been completed well. What should we do next? Lille. I uploaded the drawings to the engineering department, built fortresses in the sea and land borders, built an air defense network, and stationed combat troops on the spot. I will descend to the supply altitude nearby and prepare for the next attack. Christopher was stunned, but this is the territory of Turkey and Italy. Thinking of this, he instinctively looked towards the shelter not far away. The Turkish president was inside, looking for his staff, like a headless fly. To be honest, he looked down on these leaders. They showed their ugly side in such a situation, whether it was the helplessness of being helpless, or the hesitation of looking ahead and behind without staff. They were extremely weak in terms of ability and attitude. But they just built military bases in other countries? Of course, thinking a lot does not mean that he reacts slowly. Christopher, I see. Lille. The EU has passed an emergency military alliance agreement. Latvia has emergency takeover powers over countries where the government has lost control. Lille. If anyone is dissatisfied with this regulation, arrest them directly and transfer them to a local prison. Those who cause trouble will be shot on the spot. Keep them hidden to reduce conflicts. Christopher. If it is a government official. Lille. Then remove him first, and then arrest him, including the president. Lille. For those who are willing to cooperate, Let them set up organizations that are aligned with the Latvian government management agencies and networks, and directly recruit soldiers, engineers, doctors, and other scarce professions who meet the requirements. Lille. Reconstruction, mining resources, and expanding the supply network require a lot of manpower and resources. Christopher. As you command, Your Majesty. On the throne of the king, Lille soaked in the cooling pool that was gradually cooling down. This huge floating combat fortress is not only a military command base, but also has a large number of missile defense and attack systems. It also has a powerful electromagnetic railgun, which can be overloaded into plasma shooting mode under special circumstances. What it fires is no longer a simple kinetic shell, but a high-temperature plasma containing ultra-high temperatures. In this way, this fortress not only provides energy for the 6 sets of huge floating engines, but also provides a resting place for hundreds of Titans and transport helicopters in the fortress, and ensures that the communication system, electronic warfare system and weapons system, especially the weapons system, are running at the same time. This is an extremely exaggerated energy demand, so there are 3 nuclear fission reactors inside this fortress. But the most important main gun, and the key needed to activate the fortress, is the arc reactor on Lille. The arc reactor can convert energy into fire energy, which flows into the energy core to unlock the entire fortress and weapons system, and open the electromagnetic main gun designed using Cybertron technology. Italy and Turkey are temporarily safe, but defense cannot defeat Ultron. Speaker Schultz. Europe thanks you, Your Majesty. Lille. Your military command system is useless. From now on, I will take over the military systems of Turkey and Italy, and let other countries prepare. There was a long silence on the other end of the communication. Chapter 953. It has been 16 hours since Lille first presented the Ultron robot to the European Union. In these 16 hours, the tragic situation in Italy and Turkey has been fully publicized. Through the internet, people can understand what they are facing, and begin to understand that their military command system is useless. Their network needs Latveria to repair, their ruling system needs Latveria to maintain, and their social order needs Latveria to protect. If there is no Latveria, no King Lille, now 2 countries have been conquered by Ultron. Thinking about the inside of the Ultron robot, people became panicked. So they no longer had the energy to doubt the prompts that appeared on the internet, and the Latvian engineers, who entered the mines, factories, farmlands, and all production facilities. Although the population of this small country is far less than that of the European Union, with the help of high technology, the signal is almost spread throughout Europe, and the control power is also spread with those drones. What makes the rulers even more terrified is that Latveria also has robots. These robots showed almost the same mobility as humans, and could even communicate. They were not robots at all. In fact, they were indeed humans, but from another world. Latvia does not have many workers. Local construction and facility maintenance alone require a large number of people. In addition, engineers previously sent to various places to build networks are in short supply. However, with the combination of cyber organisms and interdimensional communication technology, the surplus labor from another world can arrive here directly. Night City Laborer A. The production training chips are getting more and more advanced now. I feel like this is no different from a real mine. Night City Laborer B. These people don't look professional at all. The bionic bodies controlled by the drivers from Night City have an appearance adapted to their work. The ones in the mines are enhanced mining robots with blasting, excavation, collection and accident prevention, and the ones in the factories are equipped with wiring robots equipped with transformation, programming and power control. In the Silent City, people hid at home, watching the robots on the street walk out of the Latvian mission station and then enter their factory. To be honest, Europeans have suffered a lot during this period. No wonder they are full of fear now. The weak military forces, scarce supplies, and the fearful atmosphere of the robot army's attack are all impacting their brains. There is no work, no life, and only confusion and fear about the future. Walter is such an ordinary person. Since the financial collapse, the American Civil War, and the network paralysis, he has been unemployed at home for several months. Finding a job has become a fantasy. The family of 4 barely survives on relief food. Lille had no intention of hiding the battles in Italy and Turkey. All Europeans could watch the battlefield videos online. Seeing the Latvian people and their high-tech equipment on the streets, the cruelty of war may not have come directly to them, but the sense of killing had already reached their hearts. What will happen to us? In confusion, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his head. He knew what it was, a brain-computer interface. Although he has been unemployed for a long time, he also has a brain-computer device in his head that can be connected to the Latvian network. Latvian network connection completed. National production system is being reconstructed. To all European citizens, according to the Emergency War Decree, Resolution number 223 of the European Parliament, the overall social resources of the European Union will be centrally allocated. In order to ensure the operation of society, and ensure that the war will not destroy everything, all citizens need to exert their own strength. Date of matching. Applicable occupation, CNC technician. Assigned to Berlin 2nd Wartime Production Base. Production base status, under reconstruction. Please go to your workplace immediately. We want to win this war. In the dimly lit home, Walter could not help but look at his wife in surprise, but found that his wife was also looking at him. The glasses of the two people flashed a faint blue light, and the two people instantly understood that they had received the work assignment notification from the network at the same time. Please do not worry about the family members who cannot work at home. We will provide them with separate educational institutions to ensure their safety and education. Public transportation vehicles will arrive downstairs in 5 minutes. In the darkness, the couple quickly made a decision. Instead of waiting to die at home, it is obviously more promising to find a job and contribute to the war. The street outside was lit up. The Latvian patrol convoy was led by a soldier, and the rest were unmanned cars and drones as assistants. People who were hiding at home gradually walked out of their houses and apartments, boarded the transport vehicles, and cooperated with the robots controlled by the night city workers through the huge production network. Fear and confusion can often be broken by simple commands. Of course, this is also related to Lear's image. He did help Europe recover from chaos, did defeat Ultron, and did save the people in the city. Think about it carefully. Since the name Lear first appeared in people's vision, he has never had any confirmed terrorist acts. On the contrary, his enemies are more hateful than each other. If Leal is really the Dr. Doom that the Roxanne Group and the president of the Amendment Law say he is, he doesn't even need to help the EU, this indifferent neighbor. If sensitive people will immediately find that this message is actually directly conveyed to people with brain-computer interfaces in various countries, bypassing the ruling groups of various countries. Politicians soon found that the citizens of their country were organized to move under the instructions of other heads of state. Not only that, many politicians also have brain-computer devices, and have also received instructions from Leal. Before Leal infiltrated the EU, they were the ones who gave orders. If they didn't cooperate, who knows if there would be more trouble. Even if information technology and cyber interface technology can multiply the efficiency of social coordination, it will take time to complete, both from the perspective of social transition and equipment production. A smooth transition is obviously conducive to social development and mobilization. Many politicians have also accepted the reality. They are incapable of dealing with the situation at hand, and silently follow instructions to enact laws and modify government structures. Of course, there are some discordant voices in the dark. Some citizens are like parasites, lazy and hardworking, and some politicians are like old stubborn, smart and stupid. The former were lazy, fearful, or stupid, and refused to cooperate with Leal's arrangements, but were diligent enough to shout and protest at the top of their lungs. The latter were smart enough to realize the existence of the latter, smart enough to realize that they could still criticize Leal for bypassing legal procedures, and smart enough to realize that they could make trouble with the former to force Leal, the dictator, to give up some power. But their stupidity was that they mistakenly regarded Leal as a kind person, a saint who could clearly enslave Europe with violence and control, but still pretended to care about the law. They thought they could use this method to keep some of their power, and continue to be the best in the new world. But handcuffs and bullets can correct their thinking. And it is completely legal, and does not violate public opinion. It is difficult to quantify the significance of these actions, but from a macro perspective, the transition is so smooth. It is as if Leal has won an overwhelming vote in dozens of EU countries to become the leader, and at the same time won the votes of all legislative bodies to become the only legislator. But no one thinks there is anything wrong with this. They accept it rationally and emotionally. A huge system is being reborn on the dying European continent. Chapter 954. Atlas Group launched the brain-computer interface device 4 years ago. This implant was first promoted on disabled people, but it was rarely implanted on normal people. It was not until more skilled chips were developed, better exoskeletons, and other technologies that require brain-computer interface activation became a reality, and more useful medical technologies appeared that people began to implant brain-computer interfaces. Although Leal has always actively asked countries to cooperate in putting such devices into the social security system, everyone should think carefully about implanting an incomprehensible thing into the body, which can directly reach the brain. This results in the fact that with so many people in Europe, the number of people with brain-computer interfaces is far less than expected. Of course, this is only relative to the huge population base in Europe. At this moment, those bold prosthetic implanters in Night City can become engineers, who can ensure the normal operation of dozens of robots, or human computers that can ensure the normal operation of an entire production line, after installing skill chips. The production capacity will only explode. Unfortunately, it is hard to say whether this growth can exceed the army of Ultron robots. Leal sat in the control chair of the king's throne, enjoying a brief moment of peace. The experience of becoming an AI is much heavier than it sounds. To make an inappropriate analogy, it is like a person with only a head left, equipped with a body exactly like a human, and using his mind to control every inch of muscle to allow himself to move normally. His workload during this period is very huge. Even the wandering AIs are rarely willing to do this. The large amount of data, the large amount of operations, and the large network coverage area mean that the more distorted parts of the information are in the process of transmission, the more likely it is to induce systemic problems. Moreover, he had to maintain human emotions that contradicted this huge rational calculation. 16 hours passed, millions of workers entered the factory, millions of soldiers across Europe were screened and reorganized, and countless legal revision orders were issued. This continent has not been so busy since World War II. But this also brought new problems. After the break, Leal opened the tactical map. He couldn't rush to fight against Ultron. Taking such measures against an enemy with a destructive tendency would be a dead end, not to mention that the enemy was pure AI. The problem now is that Europe is indeed twisted into a rope, but Latveria's standing army and engineering team must stay in Europe to continue to accelerate this process. The military machines and weapons produced are endless, but there are not enough people for attack. He has to face the entire Middle East plus North Africa. The pilots are indeed very powerful, but they can only be regarded as special forces. If they want to gain a decisive advantage, they must have a large number of combat personnel and war machines. The troops that Lear can provide are difficult to cover the entire combat area, but Ultron may be able to do so. He has occupied that territory for who knows how long. So there is only one way left: raid Ultron's core. Ultron's most notable feature is also his biggest weakness. He is an AI with excessive self-awareness, which means that he can hardly deal with distributed problems like the Illuminati AI, and naturally he is at a disadvantage in building distributed factories and networks. This means that if you blow up its core area, the damage it causes will be enough to make the EU's production capacity exceed its industrial capacity at a certain point, and during this period of time, use the complete military advantage to crush those robots forever. At this moment, in cyberspace, Leal is facing the entire European Parliament. Although it is no longer 720 representatives, it is still the original European Parliament, and this European Parliament is holding its breath waiting for Leal's next instructions. All the members present, and the national leaders listening feel that the world is changing so fast. At first, Leal was an excellent entrepreneur, and they wanted to introduce some policies to the Atlas Group. Later, Leal was a fugitive, and the European Parliament found it difficult. Later, he became the leader of a rebel army in a remote small country. The European Parliament decided to use his country as a strategic buffer and squeeze the benefits. But then things started to get out of control. They found themselves inseparable from Lear, his skills, his protection, and even more so his decisions, his words and deeds. Until now, if Lear was breathing, they would do their best to hear every breath of Lear clearly. This is the law. Lear, we will adopt a carpet-style attack, sweeping from the Middle East to North Africa, clearing and occupying every place where Ultron might be. Everyone took a breath. Maybe politicians don't know what this concept is, but officers can understand it immediately. The battle line planned by Leal for them is at least 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers wide, which may eventually far exceed the most tragic battles in World War II. To be honest, their thinking is still a little wrong. Whether it is the division of the United States or the Ultron robot, they only think it is an unprecedented crisis. But when the detailed battle plan is in front of them, they realize that this is already a super large-scale battle that only appears in world wars. However, in Leal's estimation, when all production technologies are implemented, such a large-scale battle will end between 1 and 2 months. This is really too fast. With such a complex terrain and such a wide front, perhaps modern warfare can really be fought on this scale. But they soon realized one thing. This actually depends on the overall industrial capacity of society. Can they beat the robots? The answer is that Lear really has no hope for this, so they must strive for it. Lear, I don't know the production capacity of Ultron, but it is likely to be stronger than ours. Lear, We have only one chance, raid. After the king seed is resupplied, a raid will be launched in 6 hours. The target location is here. Lear, my reconnaissance pilot observed a giant factory facility here. According to my judgment, the center of Ultron is here. Lear, we need a round of precise and swift raids to gain a leading position. Once the raid is successful, we can open up a gap with Ultron in terms of production capacity. Leal, this small gap will allow us to continuously expand our victory on the front battlefield. Ultron's industrial capacity will be difficult to recover, and we will flourish and eventually kill all carriers that may hide its data without leaving a single one. Leal, in general, this is a race, and we must win. This is a strategic advancement at the level of a world war, a global war conflict. A wonderful idea came to the minds of the parliamentarians. As Leal took over the whole of Europe, the industrial capacity improvement brought by a series of high technologies such as information technology, cyber technology, biotechnology, etc. was like an industrial revolution. But whether this was a real industrial revolution would be tested by a product that truly belonged to the next era. The fact is that it is really difficult for humans to outrun Ultron, a machine that is only dedicated to destruction, has no sensibility, is extremely rational, extremely cruel, and will never quarrel or be tripped by emotions. But their bravest people will take the lead in launching an attack, giving Ultron a fatal blow in this darkest moment, and driving it into the abyss before it devours the entire world. But there is still a question. Speaker Schultz, I want to know. What if our raid is successful, but Ultron's industrial capacity is still superior to ours? Leal does not have detailed data on Ultron, so the European Parliament certainly cannot see these comparisons, and only knows the core idea of the entire strategy. In response, Leal's answer was cold, just like the temperature of reality. Leal, then we will lose. Before the dust settles, no one can be sure what to do to win, just like humans can't transcend the laws of physics even if they have absolute courage, unwavering will and smart brains. Faced with reality, people only feel bitter at the corners of their mouths.